ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
Have you had a friend cancel on you at the last moment? Well, that's what Simon Patterson did to his wife, and she was disappointed. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Thursday, the 2nd of May, and we've just finished the second day of this trial. You're listening to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small-town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington.
3 people are dead and 1 man is fighting for his life this morning after a suspected mushroom poisoning.
But Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
We're really starting to get rolling in the trial of Erin Patterson now. Christian, before we get into the conversation today, are you able to give us the headlines, just a sort of 60-second wrap to bring us up to speed on what happened in court today?
The first witness in this trial took the stand, and it was Erin Patterson's estranged husband, Simon Patterson. Simon took us through the history of their relationship and, crucially, that period just before and after the fatal lunch. We also heard about various disputes that Simon and Erin had over things like property and their kids' schools. And also there were some pretty emotional moments for Simon Patterson as he described the anguish and pain that his parents felt after they fell really sick.
It was a really revealing day in court today, Christian, and I want to start by talking a bit about Simon Patterson being in the room. He's the first witness that we've seen called in this trial so far. He's Erin Patterson's estranged husband. What was it like with him in the room? Because Erin's in the room as well. Was it tense? Were they looking at each other? What was happening?
There was definitely an air of anticipation for this particular witness. A lot of media outside court getting snaps of him as he came in. But Simon Patterson had an air of confidence when he walked into the courtroom and took his seat in the witness box. He was dressed in a suit and a tie. Initially, he was asked some really basic things to confirm his name. And also he did confirm that he and Erin Patterson are actually still married.
Right. And this is something I want to get into a little bit, right? Because we keep saying estranged when it comes to Simon and Erin. Why is that? So they're not divorced, they're still married, but they're separated. What did we learn about that?
They're definitely still separated. So their relationship goes back about 25 years. And Simon said they met while working at the Monash Council, which is a council area in suburban Melbourne. He said that he was an engineer and Erin worked in the local laws department. Their relationship blossomed. They got married in about 2007. And to cut a long story short, the relationship really started to decline by about 2015. And he said that they remained on friendly terms. However, a couple of years before the lunch, things declined even further.
When you say declined even further, I mean, it doesn't sound, they're not divorced, but it does sound a little bit kind of like a breakup, I guess. Who's splitting up with who? Who's pulling away from who here?
The way that Simon told it, he made it really sound as if he wanted to keep the relationship going. At that time, it sounded like he still had hope that the two of them could stay together. And also they have 2 children, and I'm sure for the sake of the kids, he's a religious man too, so maybe that was a factor as well. Simon made it clear that every time they split up, it was usually because she was the one who intended to leave. And he said that around 2019, that was when she really made their separation more permanent.
Yeah, right. And what happened in between, let's say, 2019 and the lunch in 2023? What was going on in that? What sort of splits or tensions were occurring in that period?
They were living in that Korumburra, Leongatha area, moving between various houses. They were sharing custody of their children. But Simon said that the relationship really declined. There was one particular trigger point, it sounded like, and it was when he lodged his tax return, of all things. And on the tax return, he's listed himself as separated. And apparently that had some sort of tax implications for Erin, and she wasn't really thrilled about that. And then there was also tension when Erin changed the kids' schooling without telling Simon.
The reason we're making this podcast, the reason we're in Morwell covering this trial is because of the lunch that Erin held in late July 2023. Simon wasn't at that lunch, but you've alluded in the intro of this podcast that it was a pretty late withdrawal. What happened there?
From Simon's perspective, this lunch came together a couple of weeks earlier when everyone was at church. Keep in mind, this is a church-going family. And Simon said that Erin approached Don and Gail Patterson and Heather and Ian Wilkinson, as well as himself, about popping over for lunch in a couple of weeks' time. And she told them that she had some important health issues to discuss. Now, if you remember back to our episode yesterday, we talked about this false cancer claim that Erin Patterson had made. So it was clearly about that.
Mm-hmm.
And Simon said he initially agreed to come along. 2 weeks pass, and the night before, he bails out. And not only does he bail out, he does it via text, which is never the best way to cancel on somebody, and she wasn't too impressed.
Right. What did he say? Do we know what was sent to the text messages?
Well, their text messages were shown to the court. They've been tendered as evidence, and I'll read them out. So Simon said, "I feel too uncomfortable about coming to the lunch with you, Mum, Dad, Heather and Ian tomorrow, but I'm happy to talk about your health and implications of that at another time. If you'd like to discuss on the phone, just let me know." She shot a reply back, and that read, "That's really disappointing. Ooh. I've spent many hours this week preparing lunch for tomorrow, which has been exhausting in light of the issues I'm facing, and spent a small fortune on beef eye fillet to make beef Wellingtons because I wanted it to be a special meal, as I may not be able to host a lunch like this again for some time. It's important to me that you're all there tomorrow and that I can have the conversations that I need to have. I hope you'll change your mind. Your parents and Heather and Ian are coming at 12:30. I hope to see you there."
Did he reply to that message?
No, and he didn't rock up, but the others did.
Yeah. That "I hope to see you there" at the end is, that's it. I can feel that in the message coming through. So Simon doesn't go to this lunch. We know he's not in attendance at that. When does he kind of next hear about it?
Simon said that he didn't talk to anyone about the lunch. He popped over that day to drop some kids off, but he didn't go inside. He didn't say hello to anyone. And the first he sort of realised that something bad had happened was the next morning when he spoke to his parents and they were quite sick. And then he also went over to the Wilkinsons' house and realised they were really sick too. And he was encouraging them to go to hospital.
Yeah, what did they say when he got to the house?
So he spoke to Heather Wilkinson, who brought up the lunch and started asking him some questions. She brought up this different coloured plate that Erin used. And remember yesterday we said that the other guests ate off grey plates. Erin had...
It was an unassuming lunch that took place at Erin Patterson's Leongatha home that would set off a chain of events that ended in the deaths of 3 of her guests. Crown Prosecutor Nanette Rogers told the jury Erin Patterson invited her ex-husband's relatives to lunch to ask their advice on whether to tell her children she had cancer. But the prosecution says medical records show there was no cancer, and Ms Patterson held the lunch with the intention of deliberately poisoning her guests. According to the prosecution, the guests arrived around 12:30 and were served the beef Wellington meals on 4 large grey plates, while Erin served herself on a different coloured plate. By around midnight, all 4 guests had fallen ill. In the morning, they all went to hospital. The court heard one guest, Heather Wilkinson, told her nephew and Ms Patterson's ex-husband, Simon, "I noticed Erin put her food on a different plate to us. I wondered why that was." By Sunday night, doctors suspected death cap mushroom poisoning and began treatment. On Monday, Erin Patterson also took herself to hospital with symptoms. But when she was told she'd need to be treated for mushroom poisoning, the prosecution says she discharged herself. The prosecution argues analysis of Ms Patterson's phones showed that before the lunch she had travelled to nearby Loch and Outram, where there'd been sightings of death cap mushrooms, and that a dehydrator found with her fingerprints was discovered at a nearby tip. Defence lawyer Colin Mandy SC said Ms Patterson admitted foraging for mushrooms, but denies she ever deliberately sought out death cap mushrooms. The defence case is what happened was a tragedy and terrible accident, Colin Mandy said. She's innocent. Ms Patterson listened intently during today's proceedings, fighting back tears when her lawyer conceded she had lied about having cancer and other issues. From tomorrow, witnesses will start giving their evidence. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
I thought, what's your name? And she said, Erin Patterson. You did it. You poisoned them. I apologised, saying, look, we've got 2 critically unwell patients in the urgent care, and why have you come to hospital? And the response from Erin, I think I've got gastro. And I thought, what's your name? And she said, Erin Patterson. And I was like, I quickly took her into the urgent care proper. She sat down on a chair not far from Ian and Heather, and I explained that death cap mushroom poisoning was suspected, and where'd you get the mushrooms?
What was her response?
Woolworths. Single word, that's it.
And in that moment, what was running through your head?
You did it. You poisoned them. If the answer was, I forage, I pick mushrooms. Look, I've got patients, one patient in her 90s, and she says she loves foraging mushrooms. So when she didn't respond in a way that instantly would have explained it as a tragic accident, from that moment in my mind, she was guilty. She was evil and very smart to have planned it all and carried it out, but didn't quite dot every I and cross every T.
As Erin and Simon Patterson argued over child support, messages sent from an account linked to Erin described her ex's family as a lost cause. The court in Morwell today shown group messages sent in late 2022, saying Don Patterson had said he'd tried talking to his son about the disagreement. Don said they can't adjudicate if they don't know both sides, and Simon won't give his side, the messages read. This family, I swear to f***ing God. Nobody bloody listens to me. At least I know they're a lost cause. Earlier in the trial, Simon Patterson told the court he and his wife initially remained on good terms after their 2015 separation. But he says the relationship became strained when he listed himself as separated on his tax return for the first time in late 2022. Erin telling him she would start claiming child support. Messages read in court today saying his mum was horrified I'd claimed child support. Why isn't she horrified her son is such a deadbeat that I had no choice but to claim? Other messages wondered if they had any capacity for self-reflection and said Simon needed to be held accountable for decisions that affected the children. Erin Patterson showed little emotion during today's proceedings, following the written messages on a screen in front of her as prosecutor Jane Warren read them to the jury. The court also heard from a digital forensic expert who examined devices seized from Ms Patterson's home for police, saying his examination of a phone showed 4 factory resets. The court was also shown photos of a black food dehydrator and dried mushrooms on a tray. Images the prosecution alleges were taken from devices owned by Ms Patterson. She has always maintained her innocence. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
Have you ever seen a news story and thought, what's the science behind that?
I remember thinking, gee, Lancet, how did you publish this? You know, it's not great.
Well, chances are
I have too.
Obviously, everybody poops, and depending on what depth it gets to, it could be sequestered away from the atmosphere for decades to millennia.
Hi, I'm Belinda Smith, the host of Lab Notes, where every week we bring you the science behind new discoveries and current events. Find it by searching for Lab Notes on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
The lie that was supposed to die. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It's Monday the 16th of June and we've just finished the 31st day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
We're in for a really big week of the triple murder trial of Erin Patterson this week, Rach. We're going into closing arguments.
We are. It will be a big week. It'll be where everything we've heard is hopefully contextualised.
Yeah, tied together, if you will. Something we've spoken about a lot over the course of the pod. You will have heard over many, many weeks so many different bits of information, seemingly at times unrelated. This is the moment where both the prosecution and the defence bring all of that back together. There's a lot I want to talk about from today, Rach, but before we get into it, can you give us a rundown of the day?
Sure. So we're talking about contextualisation. This is what I call the scaffolding of the story that both the prosecution and defence want to put forward. The prosecution has outlined what it is calling the 4 deceptions, how Erin fabricated a cancer claim, the lethal doses it says she put in the beef Wellington, her attempts to make herself look sick, like the guests, and cover-ups to conceal the truth. And this is things like feeding her children leftovers and disposing of the dehydrator and things like that. And then we finished with this line from the prosecutor that, the defence says that some of these things is out of panic. I want you to reject all that. These are lies that persisted over many days.
Thank you, Rach. We went into the courtroom today and it looked a little bit different, very slightly different. There are very small things that happen in that room that just sort of, to me, signified that we're now at a different stage of this trial. And the thing for me that kind of showed me that was that the little lectern that Dr. Annette Rogers, the prosecutor, has had pointed at the witness box for the last 7 weeks is now tilted the other way. It is pointing towards the jurors as we get into these final addresses. And Dr. Annette Rogers, in starting these closings, kind of spelt out these kind of 4 alleged deceptions. The fabricated cancer claim, the poison in the beef Wellington, the attempts to make Erin Patterson look as sick as the guest that came to the lunch, and then the sustained cover-up of the truth.
That's right, Stocky. And with these 4 alleged deceptions, she told the jury that she wanted to make 3 points with each of them, and that is that each deception has been exposed, that you, the jury, can safely reject that it was a terrible accident, and that you can be satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that Erin Patterson committed each of these crimes that's alleged against her. So she's got a lot of work to do, and she began that work today, and she started talking about control and that Erin Patterson has chosen to make this meal of individual portions so she can have complete control over the ingredients. And the prosecutor, Dr. Annette Rogers, says Erin Patterson exercised this control with, quote, devastating effect. And she said what other possible reason can explain why her guests became gravely ill and she did not.
Yeah, it was the first kind of, 10, 15 minutes as we got into the proceedings today, some really kind of dramatic statements. And all of this, of course, is what the prosecution is alleging. And, there's the evidence that we've heard over the course of the last 7 weeks. This is tying it all together. And it's the prosecution saying what that says to them, their version of events, basically, of how that's going. And one of the points that we got to very early in the day was around the cancer claim. And so we've heard earlier in this trial throughout the last 7 weeks that Erin Patterson had the guests over for lunch to discuss a serious health issue. Now, what this health issue was differs between whoever's telling that story. Ian Wilkinson, who was a guest at that lunch, said that They were discussing a diagnosis of cancer, the results of some tests, and the best way to break that news to the children. Erin Patterson, as we've heard, does not have cancer, has never had cancer. And so when we got to this point of today, it was basically just a discussion about lies, right?
And why they were told, according to the prosecutor, Dr. Rogers. So she said to the jury that Erin Patterson used a fake medical issue as the reason for the lunch. And she backtracked a little bit and went into the history of the family and said it's very rare for you to invite people over in the first place. You didn't usually go to Ian Wilkinson for support. That was evidence that came from her son. So she set the scene of a woman that didn't invite guests over very much. And then you've got this special lunch. As you mentioned, Ian Wilkinson has given evidence that Erin spoke of a diagnostic test that showed a spot that appeared to be a tumour. In other evidence, Simon Patterson, her estranged husband's father, Don, said to Simon on the Sunday that Erin had tests on her elbow and that had led to a discovery of ovarian cancer.
This is the Sunday after the lunch, so as he's being taken to hospital or in hospital.
That's right. So the prosecutor asked the jury, I want you to reject the accused claim that she never said she had a diagnosis. She said she planted the seed of this lie well in advance. So we went back through the text with Gail Patterson. Gail was asking after her welfare and she said, I think it's better spoken about in person. We also were reminded of screenshots that Erin Patterson is said to have taken on her computer of Google searches for stage 4 ovarian cancer and metastatic brain disease. And so Dr. Rogers was saying you used these searches to flesh out your lie. As you said, Stocky, there was no biopsy, there was no MRI. An interesting thing today, Dr. Rogers made a point of saying to the jury that Erin Patterson has spoken about this family history of cancer, but that does not explain the lies that she told in 2023. And Dr. Rogers said to the jury really bluntly, she never thought she'd have to account for the lie because guests wouldn't live to reveal it. Her lie would die with them.
One of the things I noticed today, there were these big lines, and this is one of the big lines that we had from today, was that, this lie would die with them. There were moments that actually come out in the cross-examination of Erin Patterson over the last week. We'd heard that put to Erin Patterson over the last week, and it's this kind of realisation of where they were going with some of that kind of tying up of all these different pieces that I mentioned earlier.
And as you said, we did jump around a lot during the evidence, and part of that was necessary depending on who the witnesses were, and they were called in a different order, not necessarily chronologically. Sometimes they were. But that's why the closings are so important, because it's the scaffolding of all these pieces of information that we've leapfrogged around for the last, 6 weeks. And scaffolding is a perfect word because it's helping to contextualise everything, every little detail that the jury has heard so far.
And I guess even though we've had all of this evidence, one point of today when we started talking about how the death cap mushrooms ended up in the meal that was cooked for these guests was that while there is all of this detail and all of this evidence, at this point, Dr. Annette Rogers kind of left the jury a little bit of work that they had to do themselves.
Yeah, the simplest way to explain this is that, evidence, you might have A and you might have C, and they can't give you B. So Dr. Rogers is like, well, you can draw the inference when you consider the surrounding evidence. So what I mean about this is the ties that Dr. Rogers is trying to make between searches on the computer on the iNaturalist website and possible visits to Lock and Outram. So I'll step you back a little bit. So it's alleged that Erin Patterson was navigating the iNaturalist website on her computer. Apparently the same night that she did that, she also placed an order for the Corumburra Middle Pub for a couple of Palmers, I think, and some garlic bread. And they did that to try to say, well, you were obviously the one that put in the food order, so you've been the one navigating the iNaturalist website. We also heard evidence earlier in the trial and again today that there were only 3 reports of death cap sightings in the Gippsland area, and 2 were posted on iNaturalist, and that was one from Lock in April and Outram in May. And so this is what I mean by inference. There's no direct evidence on Erin's devices no snapshots of Christine McKenzie's post from Locke or Funky Tom May's post from Outram. What they do have, Dr. Rogers says, is those posts existed at that time, death cap sightings in Locke and Outram. And then 10 days after the Locke post, Erin Patterson has a possible visit to Locke, and then 2 hours later buys the dehydrator. And then in May, there's a possible visit to Outram and Locke as well, but Outram's important because that's the day after Tom May posted about a death cap sighting in May. And funnily enough, Dr. Rogers said, sorry, I know this was a little bit tedious, this whole section, because she went through it in time far longer than I just whipped through this, but she said it's an important part of the prosecution case about how to draw inferences.
The moment I found really interesting from this, it took me back. I was transported, I don't know how many weeks back, to a conversation that we had with, I think it was Dr. Matthew Sorrell, talking about phone tower pings at Huong near basketball games for Erin Patterson's children. And we spent ages on this, and I couldn't figure out why we were talking about those phone tower pings today.
Now you can.
Today, this was the point where Dr. Annette Rogers said, look, the reason we spend all this time talking about this is because it shows what a mobile phone is doing when it is visiting an area and staying in an area, and this you can compare to this other result that we've shown you around some of this as well. So I thought that was really interesting as well. I also thought, speaking of Dr. Tom May, the point about the smell of drying death cap mushrooms that Dr. Annette Rogers made. We heard Dr. Tom May talking about how they smelt when they dried, and it was a really strong, quite unpleasant smell. And basically putting to the jury that, look, if Erin Patterson had these other mushrooms that she thought were quite strong smelling, why would you put these other mushrooms that also smell incredibly strong in that same container?
Totally. She was asking a lot of why would you questions today. So, why would you resort to dried mushrooms or forage mushrooms in the first place when, according to your supermarket bill, Erin Patterson, you had 1.75 kilos of mushrooms that you could have used. We've heard earlier, Stocky, that Erin says she ate a kilo of that before the day of the lunch, so would only have had, 750 grams. But that was one of them. Why would you resort to dried mushrooms? Why would you use dried mushrooms that you yourself have said that smelt funny and that you didn't put them in the dish that you initially were going to use them in because they would have overpowered that dish? So why would you use them in this special lunch? Dr. Rogers, this was an interesting bit, was reminding the jury of evidence from Celine Truong, the woman that takes her work home with her, remember?
Yep.
So she examined remnants of the leftovers through a microscope and also with tweezers, and she was picking out bits of mushroom. Now, the only ones she found were supermarket mushrooms, like your common variety.
Yeah, your little punnets,
So Dr. Rogers was saying, you knew how to dehydrate mushrooms, and you've obviously, if you've left these button mushrooms or whatever they were chopped up, you've obviously blitzed the death cap mushrooms into a powder.
Yep. And this is something that we had heard of Erin Patterson doing previously, and Dr. Annette Rogers took the jury to this today, saying that, I think it was when Erin Patterson was in hospital, her daughter was there, Simon Patterson, her estranged husband, was there as well, and she was telling her daughter, hey, look, I've actually blitzed up mushrooms and put them in food that you've eaten before. She'd blitzed them up, I think, put them into muffins.
That's right. And so this led to another one of Dr. Rogers' big lines today, which she said, this sinister deception was to use a nourishing meal as a vehicle to deliver the deadly poison. And that was quite stark, as this idea of this home-cooked family hearty meal ends up leading to their death.
Yeah, the point that was made around a lot of this was this element of control that Erin Patterson had over this meal, that she had sourced all of the ingredients, that she had cooked everything herself. She had prepared the individual parcels of beef Wellington as opposed to a large log, which you would normally prepare, and was the recipe in the book that she used. To kind of point to this fact that she had all of this control over it, and that level of control coming down today as well to the plates that the meal was served on. We were taken to Ian Wilkinson's evidence, his memory of having large grey plates, Erin Patterson having a slightly different coloured, smaller plate, and the jury being reminded by Dr. Annette Rogers quite directly that Ian Wilkinson was very confident in a number of different recollections of that day, and that they could trust him in this instance.
That's right. Dr. Rogers said, remember, jury, that Ian has spoken about a sick-looking tree outside, that the accused showed the women, Gail and Heather, her pantry. He remembered where everyone sat. He remembered the meal and the mash and the beans. So she was saying to the jury, he's a reliable witness and you should reject the accused's line, which is that, the beef Wellingtons were served on this collection of mismatched plates. And also, she told the jury that the son's evidence, so remember the son said, I picked up some white plates and put them in the dishwasher.
Yeah.
She made a point of saying, look, that shouldn't cause you to reject Ian's evidence about the meal and the plates because he's such a compelling witness.
Yeah. For all the people who have been emailing mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au with inquiries around the different coloured plates and the white plates that Erin Patterson's son has said he saw, and then what Ian Wilkinson said he saw. That's what Dr. Annette Rogers thinks you should be thinking about. So there you go.
She also, just before I forget, reminded people of Heather Wilkinson's memory as well. And Heather allegedly mentioned the different coloured plates twice, once at her house and then once during a trip to hospital, where the prosecution says she made a comment that had clearly stuck in Heather's mind about an odd plate. How there was uniform plates and then an odd one that she remembered Erin using. Because I think she said, is she short on crockery?
Yeah.
She allegedly asked Simon Patterson.
Yeah, talking to Simon Patterson as he was picking up the Wilkinsons, taking them to hospital after they'd fallen ill. Speaking of people falling ill, we did get another reminder today of how sick the lunch guests were. We have heard a lot about this already. We've heard evidence from the doctors that were treating them in the hospital that 3 of them passed away in, just how unwell they were. Also, the recovery of Ian Wilkinson. We've also heard the results over the course of the last 7 weeks of Erin Patterson's medical tests, how, people saying she didn't seem as sick as some of the other guests. And today, Dr. Annette Rogers kind of presented these timelines that drew this together quite clearly.
Dueling timelines, I think I would call them, literally.
Yeah.
They were so different and so stark. So Dr. Rogers started by saying, on this point, on this deception, as she's calling them, that Erin Patterson's good health would give her away, that she had to look unwell like the others. And, we went through what happened at the hospital. She presented Monday morning, and then she leaves in a hurry. And Dr. Rogers says that's because you knew what you had done was going to be uncovered, because you'd learned that the doctors were onto the fact that there was a lethal toxin in this meal, most likely from death caps. And so Dr. Rogers said you fled back to the house to work out how to manage the situation and how you were going to explain why you weren't as sick. So I just want to take you back, Stocky, where these dueling timelines start.
Yeah.
So first we have on the Saturday, the Wilkinsons appeared well to their guests. Remember, they had Ian Wilkinson had a church meeting in his house.
Yep.
They appeared well around 4 p.m. that afternoon, the afternoon of the lunch. Conversely, Erin told Simon Patterson that she started having diarrhoea and it was quite frequent from 4 or 4:30. Now, midnight on the Saturday is when the guests, Don and Gail, Heather and Ian, start feeling really sick.
Right.
Now, we move into Sunday, and this is when the timelines were quite stark for me. So the Wilkinsons presented on Sunday morning at 10:57 with nausea, vomiting and diarrhoea. And Dr. Rogers says this was the same morning the accused was sitting at a dining table drinking a coffee.
Although, as Erin Patterson put it, a cup of tea.
Correct. She said that her son was mistaken,
yes,
that she was drinking herbal tea from that cup. Sunday afternoon, we heard this evidence. It really struck me at the time. I think we spoke about this on an earlier episode, Stocky. Simon Patterson said this of his dad, Don. He was lying on his side. He was hunched quite noticeably, really discoloured face. Speaking was an effort. His voice was strained in a way that he just wasn't right inside. He was feeling pain. Dr. Rogers juxtaposes that with, this was during the period Erin was driving her son to a flying lesson. So that's Sunday afternoon. Monday, we've got Ian Wilkinson being transferred to Dandenong Hospital. while Erin is discharging herself from Leongatha Hospital to go home to pack her daughter's ballet bag and feed the animals.
Mm-hmm.
That afternoon, we've got Don Patterson critically ill and in multiple organ failure. He had a tube down his lymph pipe. At the same time that Erin Patterson, Dr. Rogers says, was being transported by ambulance to Monash Hospital and was, quote, calm and chatty.
Mm.
Now we move to Tuesday, Stocky, the 1st of August 2023. All 4 lunch guests had been conveyed to Austin ICU, all on life support in advanced stages of multiple organ failure. Dr. Rogers says this is the day the accused was discharged home with no clinical or biochemical evidence of amanita poisoning and no liver damage.
Mm. We also had Dr. Annette Rogers through some of this kind of pointing to what she thinks the defence might sort of suggest around some of the reason that Erin Patterson wasn't as sick, and trying to kind of cover off some of those moments as well. So one of them was talking about how she had been, she was younger, she had, weighed slightly more than the other lunch guests, so that may have had an impact on how it was absorbed. Also talking about how she had vomited after the lunch as well, how she had eaten the best part of an orange cake. We'd heard previously in the trial that Erin Patterson had been binge eating for years leading up to the lunch as well, and said she threw up sometime in between the lunch and dinner on the Saturday evening of the lunch. And today, Dr. Annette Rogers pointed out that there's no evidence that we've heard that vomiting can reduce the toxicity of death cap mushroom poisoning.
Yeah, no experts were actually asked that at whether vomiting could reduce the toxicity or at what point it would be too late to have any effect on how the toxin is absorbed into your body. But that was really interesting. She was trying to preempt what the defence might use in its closing, which we might not know for a couple of days, Stocky.
Yeah, we talked a bit before about Ian Wilkinson being referred to as quite a reliable witness. There was a point in this section of the day where the jury was reminded to maybe treat Erin Patterson's daughter's evidence with some caution because she didn't have a clear memory or didn't remember going for a drive the day after the lunch.
That's right. And interestingly, though, we didn't hear that about her son, and to discount his evidence, even though he doesn't remember stops along the way to the flying lesson or back again. And it was that trip that was quite important because on the way, that's when she has told the jury that she had to pull over, that she did diarrhea in the bush. And then on the way back was that stop at the donut van, but her son doesn't remember that either. So interestingly, which witnesses the jury is told to remember and forget.
Also, the 9-second visit to the BP bathroom, which Dr. Annette Rogers pointed out today, would not have been enough time to go to the bathroom or really even wash your hands. Rach, as well, today we got to the final alleged deception. Right towards the end of the day, there were 4 alleged deceptions that Dr. Annette Rogers has outlined, and this is the sustained, what Dr. Annette Rogers calls the sustained cover-up from Erin Patterson. It's the alleged lying about feeding her children the leftovers from the lunch, the alleged lying about getting stuff from the Asian grocers, the disposing of the dehydrator, and allegedly concealing of a phone. Now, it's important to remember when we say the lying about feeding the children the leftovers, that is what Dr. Annette Rogers is saying is a lie. And the moment from this that stuck with me was Dr. Annette Rogers' way of kind of calling out Erin Patterson's memory about how strong it is on some details and how poor it seemed to be on others.
This was actually, I don't know whether she meant this as a jibe or not, but you're right. And she pointed out that you have a remarkable memory, Erin Patterson, and you remember dates really easily, and you've stayed across evidence over many days in the witness box. And Dr. Rogers cited the time, remember we talked about Stocky, that Dr. Rogers got a day wrong and Erin jumped in and said, no, that was a Friday. I recall that was a Friday.
Yeah, it wasn't a Monday, that was a Friday. I remember it quite clearly and really, really pulled Dr. Annette Rogers up on it.
Well, today Dr. Rogers has used that to her advantage. And she said, you've remembered, you've got this amazing recall that day was a Friday, and you remember that now in June 2025. And yet in August 2023, you couldn't remember the shop or the suburb that you say that you purchased the dried mushrooms from. Dr. Rogers told the jury that Erin Patterson led the health department on a wild goose chase, that it was all a big fabrication. and Dr. Rogers said that simply beggars belief that you can't remember where this shop is. Was it Oakley? Was it Clayton? Was it Glen Waverley? Was it Mount Waverley? We went through all the Waverleys again today. We heard 11 versions of this story, Stocky, that Dr. Rogers says Erin told to different health professionals and Department of Health workers, and the poor guy that was like traipsing up and down the streets in 3 suburbs. And Dr. Rogers says, Erin Patterson also remembered the label on the mushrooms and the size of the label and the weight, and yet drew a complete blank to the shop and the suburb, and she said that Erin Patterson did that to cast as much suspicion on the Asian grocer as possible.
As well as this kind of conversation around the Asian grocers, the leftovers as well. Who ate what happened with the leftovers, a big part of this section.
Yeah, the 2 things that really hit me in that section were, and it was back to Dr. Rogers' theme of why would you do this? So one was, why would you feed the leftovers of a meal to your children knowing that it had, or believing that it might have, led to the hospitalisation of 4 people? Dr. Rogers said, I just don't understand that. And the big second one was, one would expect that, when people are getting sick and you're learning that they are sick, that this would galvanise you into action, and that it doesn't make sense that this doting mother was reluctant to have the children medically assessed as fast as possible. And that she didn't bring them in when she returned to Leongatha Hospital. Erin Patterson, of course, we've heard she's told the court that she had scraped the mushrooms off. And so she thought that they would be safe, but the medical staff were trying to say to her it could have been absorbed by the meat. And I don't know whether I'd heard this before, but we learned today that even in a laboratory, not even a forensic toxicologist managed to separate the mushroom paste from the meat so that it would have absorbed in some capacity, and so the children wouldn't have been safe from that if they did eat the leftovers, according to Dr. Rogers.
I thought it was also interesting when Dr. Rogers was talking through, if you had a concern about this meal, like if you knew people were getting sick, the most likely source of that would probably be the meat, and that is what you've fed your children. So I thought that was something that just stuck with me today. The thing I was thinking about the entire day, we've just spoken through all of these different claims, this story that Dr. Nanette Rogers is presenting to the jury based off of the evidence that we've heard, their version of what Erin Patterson has done prior to and after the lunch in July 2023. Erin Patterson is in the room listening to all of this.
Yeah, we're used to seeing her in the last 8 days in the witness box. Today she was at the back of the court listening intently to everything that was going on, putting her glasses on and off and looking down a lot. And I realised that I think she's been taking notes for a lot of today's evidence. And I also noticed Ian Wilkinson, and like I said to you last week, Stocky, he's been there for most days of this trial. And I've looked at him occasionally, but today there was something, I don't know, it felt heavier for me for him today. It seemed like he was bracing himself for a very heavy day. He often had his arms kind of protectively crossed across his chest. And I don't want to impose my subjective thinking on that, but something about it struck me as more vulnerable today than other days. Like it was going to be a heavy day.
Yeah.
All the tying of this together.
Yeah. No, it was, the stories of, his sickness, his wife's sickness, his brother and sister-in-law, their passing and what they experienced as well. So that's everything that we're being laid out to the jury today.
And you say story, and that's a perfect explanation. It is a story to most people, but this is his life. He's lived this, and his wife has died because of this incident.
Yeah. Now, it's important to remember through what we've talked through today, this is the prosecution's closing argument. Now, what we will see over the next few days, over this week, will be the closing from the defence. Now, Dr. Nanette Rogers still has a little bit to go. We didn't quite get to the end of everything today. There's a couple of other points that she wants to raise. And then once we move through all of that, the defence barrister, Colin Mandy, will be presenting the defence's closing argument. And this is where they're going to present the evidence and explain what, in their mind, is what Erin Patterson was doing over those few days and how the evidence backs up their version of the events. And then it will be up to the jury to make a decision based off all of that.
And that's really important because today's episode will sound very one-sided, and it has to, because that's Dr. Rogers' job today. Colin Mandy hasn't got to his job yet, but he will be trying to mitigate, when it comes time for the defence closing, a lot of the things that we've heard today.
Yep. We are still getting a huge number of your questions into mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. It's one of the highlights of my day, going through and seeing what wonderful thoughts you've all had. The questions you've sent through, the feedback you've sent through, it really is a delight. So if you have the capacity to use an email account, please send us an email, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. I want to start Rach today with a question from Jennifer. Jennifer says, "Hi Rachel and Stephen, loving the podcast." Thank you, Jennifer. It seems to me that the defence case has been comprised solely of Erin's testimony. Have I misunderstood that? And if not, is it unusual? Were there other witnesses called specifically by the defence, or was it only the prosecution witnesses who were questioned by the defence?
No, Jennifer, you've noticed correctly. Erin Patterson was the only witness called for the defence, but don't take anything from it. They can call who they like. And they also, remember, had the chance to cross-examine all those other prosecution witnesses that came through the witness box.
Yeah, so lots of information comprised in all of that as well. So there's a lot that they can take from that, and that the jury will hear from all of those cross-examinations. There were some cross-examinations that went for, quite a long period of time. I think like Sharman Fox Henry and Dr. Matthew Sorrell, they were questioned for, I think, days in the end.
You're right.
So there's a lot that Colin Mandy has been doing. I've used the term a few times, going to work. There's plenty of times when Colin Mandy went to work. Rach got another question here from Caroline. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Stocky. Love the pod. You're welcome, Caroline. Caroline says, "We listen as a family and everyone is obsessed. Question, after the jury arrives at its decision, will you two weigh in on whether you agree?"
Not on this podcast. Maybe you might at the pub or something, Stocky, but no, definitely not here. And it's not up to us to prosecute the case. It's the jury's decision.
Yeah, I'm incredibly pleased that I am not a jury member on this, and we certainly won't be talking about whether we agree or disagree on the pod. If you find me at the pub, though, maybe a different story. Before we finish up for the day, Rach, I have a couple of little moments I'd like to highlight. First one, hello to our friends of the pod who we met over lunch today.
Yeah, I think we were talking too loud, but that was lovely. But they recognised our voices, so yes. I should pipe down at lunchtime.
If you do decide to come and visit the proceedings out here in Morwell, feel free to come and say hello. I'm a monster, but Rach is delightful. So, say hello to her. And I do want to do one quick correction. In Friday's episode, I called Colin Mandy a solicitor. Colin Mandy, SC, a solicitor. SC, KC?
SC, yep. Senior counsel.
Yep. Colin Mandy, SC, a solicitor. This is incorrect. He is a barrister.
In the robes, running the show, basically.
Yep. Colin, I'm sorry. And if you had noticed, I hope you forgive me. Rach, what have we got coming up tomorrow?
More of the prosecution closing tomorrow, Stocky, and as you mentioned earlier, the things that we haven't got to with the alleged cover-ups, which is the disposal of the dehydrator and the concealing of her usual mobile phone from the police.
Great. Thank you so much. Sort yourself out with the ABC Listen app, the best place to listen to Mushroom Case Daily. Pops up there before it pops up anywhere else. So grab that, find Mushroom Case Daily on there, hit follow, and you'll be right at the front of the queue when our episode drops tomorrow.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who continue to help us out, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of ABC News Daily. It's a podcast explaining one big news story affecting your world in just 15 minutes. From ABC investigations to politics, the cost of living, to major global events. Expert guests and journalists join me to explain why the world works the way it does. Follow the ABC News Daily podcast on the ABC Listen app.
Have you ever seen a news story and thought, what's the science behind that?
I remember thinking, gee, Lancet, how did you publish this? It's not great.
Well, chances are I have too.
Obviously, everybody poops, and depending on what depth it gets to, it could be sequestered away from the atmosphere for decades to millennia.
Hi, I'm Belinda Smith, the host of Lab Notes, where every week we bring you the science behind new discoveries and current events. Find it by searching for Lab Notes on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
After the fatal lunch, police seized Erin Patterson's phone. Today, we'll tell you what they found. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silver.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Thursday, the 22nd of May. We've just finished the 16th day of this trial. And a heads up, there's some strong language in this episode. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Okay, Christian, so before you start swearing at me, can you take us through what we heard in what was actually a pretty full day of evidence in the Erin Patterson trial?
It was a busy, busy day, and we have a lot to get through. Sharman Fox-Henry, the Victoria Police digital analyst, returned to the stand, and he took the court through some of the things police found when they looked through Erin Patterson's phones and a tablet. They found messages where she was angry with the Patterson family. They found pictures of mushrooms, supposed research done about cancer, and they also found evidence that factory resets were repeatedly performed on one of the phones seized from Erin Patterson's house. We also heard from the man who was tasked with driving around Melbourne's southeast, visiting the Asian grocers as authorities scrambled to figure out if the deadly mushrooms had come from there. And a nurse was called to the stand. Some of her evidence about Erin Patterson was a little bit squeamish.
It was a packed day. We covered a huge amount of ground. As you've just taken us through, Christian, we take a tour of the suburbs. We take a tour of a toilet bowl. But I want to start this conversation with Sharman Fox-Henry, the digital forensics officer from Victoria Police. He was back on the stand today, and while we got kind of like some small details about alleged searches that were done on computers in Erin Patterson's house, today we got into some messages. These are allegedly messages between Erin Patterson and some of her Facebook friends, people we heard from earlier in the trial who were giving evidence a couple of weeks ago now. And these messages were about 7 months before the lunch. And we really start to hear what Erin really thinks, allegedly.
Yeah, yesterday with Mr. Fox-Henry, we were learning about what is a computer. Today it was much more specific and totally related to this case. It all starts to make sense now, his presentation from yesterday.
Yep.
Anyway, we go to some of the messages that Erin Patterson had sent to friends as part of a group chat.
Mm-hmm.
And she's using the Facebook account, which is called Erin. And
we heard earlier in the trial that she has a few different Facebook accounts. It's like Erin.
This one was Erin.
Right, the third of the ones. Yep, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. So to put this sort of in context, this is a period when Erin Patterson is going through what is a messy time with her estranged husband, Simon. The relationship is breaking down, tension also with the family. These two are bickering at the time about things like child support payments, their kids' schooling and things like that. So she's talking to her girlfriends on the Facebook chat. And let's go through one of the messages which was sent in December 2022. Also, just a quick reminder, Don and Gail Patterson, they are the parents of Simon Patterson, the estranged husband.
Yep.
So I'll read out the message. Simon's dad contacted me this morning to say that he and Gail had tried to talk to Simon about the matters I raised and to get, quote, his side. But he refused to talk about it other than to signal he disagreed with what I said. Beyond that, he won't talk about it. So Don said they can't adjudicate it if they don't know both sides, and Simon won't give his side. And then there was an emoji. There seemed to be some dispute about what this emoji was, so we'll just call it generic emoji and move on.
Okay.
Carrying on, and I quote, So he said, all he can ask is that Simon and I get together, pray for the children, emoji, emoji.
And just a warning, there is some strong language coming up.
Yep. Then the message continues, this family, I swear to fucking God.
These are the raw messages, and this is strong language.
It is, and it's a message that's sent to about 5 people.
Oh, wow.
It's
Proper group chat.
A group chat, yep. So then there are some other messages where Erin is referring to Simon using words like gaslighting and abusive, and then also making references to his parents, saying they use things like weasel words. And Erin Patterson is talking about her son, which she shares with Simon. And in one of the messages, she claims that the boy hates his own father, Simon. And then there's another message, again in the same chat, and this goes to the topic of child support, which is a dispute that Erin is having with Simon. And she writes, allegedly, his mum was horrified I had claimed child support. Why isn't she horrified her son is such a deadbeat that I had no choice but to claim?
This is, really interesting insight, I guess, into the relationship and a side of it that we, I think, probably haven't seen, expressed in this way before. I mean, there's also conversations in there about her frustrations with how religious the Patterson family is as well. And this is something that we heard from the Facebook friends when they were giving evidence earlier in the trial. These are the Facebook friends that are in this chat that we're talking through now as well. And seeing this kind of, I guess, decline of this relationship in this way is really interesting because, when we heard evidence from Simon earlier in the trial, it was, he said at one point, it seemed that Erin Patterson loved his parents.
Yes, that is what he said. During Simon Patterson's evidence, which did go for a couple of days, he was taken to sort of the ups and downs of his relationship with Erin. And obviously, when they got together some 25 years ago, things were good. But he said that around 2015, there was a decline. They separated and then things got worse around 2019 and it escalated to this point in late 2022 when they were, really going at each other. But he did also say that right up until the lunch, they remained in contact. And we've seen messages between the two where they do text each other right up until the day before the lunch when Simon tells Erin that he's not going to come.
Yeah. And, lots of these messages that we were seeing today, but it's not the only thing that the police were taking off of these devices. And they found a number of devices in the home. Once we got through these messages, we got into some pictures. And I want to start with, I guess, probably what seems to be pretty important images, some pictures of some mushrooms being dried.
And these were images that were taken from, I believe it was a tablet. And I'll try to describe it to you. You can see a dehydrator, and this is the dehydrator we imagine that's we've talked about earlier. And you can see these dried yellowy mushrooms on some plastic shelving. And these were now taken about 2 months before the lunch. These pictures have actually come up in the trial before, Stocky.
Oh.
So these pictures that were shown to the court today were actually shown to the mushroom expert, Dr. Tom May, last week. The context wasn't given to Tom May, but now we understand maybe what it is.
Yeah.
So when he was shown these pictures, he was asked to identify these mushrooms, and he said that the mushrooms in the picture had an appearance consistent with death cap mushrooms.
Right.
Now, during the cross-examination by the defence, Dr. Tom May was also asked, is it possible that these mushrooms also share characteristics consistent with other types of mushrooms? And he did say yes. So there is kind of an acceptance that they do look like death caps, but they could also be something else. So anyway, back to today, we saw several pictures of these dried mushrooms on the dehydrator. We also saw another picture of, I think it was a bowl with some large button mushrooms, kind of like field flat mushrooms.
Yep.
So there was that as well, and they were shown to the court.
Yeah, right. And so it was just like the dehydrator, some laid out, some drying. Were there scales as well?
Scales,
Yeah. Okay, interesting. And then we continued into the kind of the searches that were done as well. We heard yesterday the police found searches for iNaturalist, Death Cap, Cornborough Middle Pub on a device that was found in the Patterson home today. We heard about some cancer searches. And this is important because we heard earlier in the trial that when Erin Patterson held the lunch, she was talking to the guests that were there about the best way to break the news to her children that she had cancer. And we also heard that cancer diagnosis was fake.
So these supposed cancer searches that we got to today were a little bit different to the ones from yesterday. So what you mentioned were internet searches, Bing searches.
Yep.
These were different because what these were screenshots of searches, not actually the searches themselves. So a little bit different.
Yeah.
And there were screenshots that were allegedly retrieved from this device. And some of the search terms included things like stage 4 cancer, ovarian cancer, brain lymphoma. And you know, in Google, when you do a search for a term like that, not only do you get a whole bunch of like web pages, sometimes you get a bit of a summary that the search engine provides for you. And, you know, that can be about 100 words of text. So there was that underneath those search terms as well.
Interesting. All right.
And I should also mention those screenshots of the searches come in the same period, about 2 months before the lunch.
Okay, great. No, that's good context, helping us place this around the July 2023 lunch that is the focus of this trial. Christian, catch me up. How many devices have we heard from or sort of talked through now? A couple of phones and a tablet?
We heard about a computer yesterday.
Yep.
I think it's 3 phones that we heard about today and a tablet.
Right.
There may be more to go through. Mr. Fox Henry's evidence is actually not finished.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we haven't gone into the details of one of those phones, though. Why is that?
Well, one of the phones that Mr. Fox Henry looked at, he said they weren't really able to retrieve anything meaningful from it because it had actually been factory reset, and not just once, but 4 times. So when he's used the Victoria Police software, they were able to access, I guess you could call a record of the phone. And in a table, we were able to see when these factory resets allegedly happened. So one of the resets took place about 6 months before the lunch. But then the final 3 actually took place in the week after the lunch. Of those 3, according to the records, 2 of them were made manually. So sounds like the person has gone into the settings menu and actually hit factory reset. But the final one has actually been done remotely, according to these records. And the interesting thing about the final alleged reset is that it happens on August 6. Now, the reason why I say that date is prosecutors allege that this phone was taken by police on August 5.
Oh, so this isn't a phone that the person who owns the phone has physical access to at that point. It has been taken by police and during that process has been reset.
Factory reset while in the custody of police.
And we have more evidence from Mr. Fox Henry to come.
Mr. Fox Henry's time on the stand hasn't concluded. I think we've still got more questions to come from the prosecution. It didn't sound like they wrapped up their questioning. And then, of course, the defence will get their chance to cross-examine him.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, that's a lot that we've gone through already. That's, maybe a third of what we got through today. It was a huge amount today.
It was a very hectic afternoon.
And something that we had a lot of emails about is, asking questions about where these mushrooms that were used in the meal came from. Erin Patterson had said that she got some of them from an Asian grocer in a couple of suburbs around Melbourne. Today we heard from a man from the council of that area who basically went on what seemed like, well, not basically, he was going on a literal wild mushroom hunt.
He was. His name was Troy Shonknecht, and apologies to Troy if I've mispronounced his surname. He works for the Monash City Council, which is in the southeast of Melbourne. It covers suburbs like Mount Waverley, Clayton and Oakley, and these are the suburbs that Erin Patterson said that she may have purchased some of the mushrooms in the meal from an Asian grocer, but she didn't remember the name of the shop. So Troy has been tasked with going around all of these suburbs on the wild mushroom hunt. And he produced a very detailed report because he went to 14 shops, and what he found was there's a lot of shiitake.
There's a lot of shiitake
being sold.
This was a personal highlight of mine. I'm a big fan of a spreadsheet. Troy made what I thought was a wonderful spreadsheet, talking through the different grocers in those areas, dividing them by suburb, having the address, and then he was going through taking photos of the different types of mushrooms, detailing little comments and things like that.
He was taking photos of all the dried mushrooms that were being sold. So in total, he took like 300 photos in 2 days, because the seriousness of this at the time anyway was that health authorities were concerned that toxic mushrooms had potentially been sold by an Asian grocer, which raised the possibility of a serious health emergency. So this was no laughing matter. He looked at 14 shops in the 3 suburbs I mentioned. He didn't go to another suburb, Glen Waverley. So we've talked about Mount Waverley.
Mount Waverley, yeah.
Glen Waverley is another big suburb in the city of Monash, my hometown. Also an area with a lot of Asian grocers. But Troy said he didn't go to Glen Waverley. He queried with the health department whether he should, but they said you don't need to. So he didn't focus his investigation on Glen Waverley.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing Troy talking through this kind of search and the levels he was going to try and basically find this source. He was tasked with finding mushrooms in a kind of like a clear plastic bag that were broadly unlabeled, maybe a sort of sticker on the front. And in one shop, it sounds like he gets really close. Like he goes to this shop, they've got this bag there, it's clear, there's a little sticker on it. And he's like, where do you get these from? They've got a bigger bag out the back. They're just sort of putting them into smaller bags. And he sends this photo through to the people who've tasked him with this job. And the reply comes back, which is like, look, this is close, but they were sliced, they weren't whole. This isn't the place. It doesn't look like this is the place. And so he keeps going. And we heard from Camille Truon, who's a mycologist, last week, and she gave evidence that she didn't think you'd be able to actually gather a commercial quantity of death cap mushrooms because of how they grow.
And the ultimate conclusion that this man came to after his investigation was that all the dried mushrooms being sold in these stores were imported. They weren't even from Australia.
That feels like a bit of an unsatisfying end to Troy. Is there a clearer, like, no, it didn't come from here or anything like that?
Well, look, I mean, it wasn't his job to find the source of the mushrooms. It sounds like he did what he was asked to do. And what we know from the prosecution is that they don't believe poisonous mushrooms came from these Asian grocers. And what the prosecution has taken the jury to, especially this week, are potential trips that Erin Patterson made to areas called Lock and Outram about 2 months before the lunch. And they're using phone signal data to say that Erin's phone connected to towers in Lock and Outram about 2 months before the lunch. And Lock and Outram are also places where people have posted online that death cap mushrooms grow.
Yep. If you want to hear a bit more about that, jump into our episodes from Monday and Tuesday of this week. We go through all the evidence that was given by Dr. Matthew Sorrell, who's a phone location expert. I went through that. Christian, as part of the cast of characters we had giving evidence today, we also heard from a nurse who was looking after Erin when she was at the Leongatha Hospital. We heard a story earlier in the trial of Erin presenting to hospital, going to the bathroom, sort of being asked to give a stool sample when she said she was reporting, diarrhea and some gastrointestinal issues. And she came out of the bathroom and said, look, I know it looks like a wee, but it's actually a poo. The woman on the stand today was the woman who this was told to, and I learnt far more about Erin Patterson's bowel movements than I'd ever intended to. Why did I learn this?
Well, it might be a bit unpalatable, but given what this case is about, the ingestion of toxic substances and the impacts on people's bodies, you've got to follow that through. And so here we are. Mariam Sespon was her name. She was one of the nurses who was tasked with looking after Erin Patterson a couple of days after the lunch. And according to Nurse Sespon, when Erin Patterson was checked into the Leongatha Hospital, she was told, we want a record of every time you go to the toilet, and when you do go, we're going to mark down the results on a chart. So this is the 31st of July, 2 days after the lunch.
Yep.
And we actually saw the chart. Thankfully, we didn't see the contents of the toilet, but we saw the chart. And what it said was on 5 occasions over about a 2-hour period, Erin Patterson went to the toilet to do a bowel movement. On all of those occasions, Nurse Cespon noted that what was collected was liquidy. Sometimes there was a medium volume, sometimes it was a small volume. And she said one of the samples contained some brown bits in it. She said that it did look like a wee and not a poo. But under cross-examination by Colin Mandy, the defence barrister, she also conceded that sometimes when people have diarrhoea, it is very watery and can sometimes look like what she collected.
It was a reminder that nurses aren't paid enough, I think was the takeaway from that evidence.
It is not an easy job.
Christian, before we wrap up the pod for today, I'd love to just get to a couple of questions. We have one here from Lydia. Lydia says, hi, loving the pod. I've been glued to it. Thank you, Lydia. I do believe there are solvents for that. She has been wondering about the leftovers. Whose were they and how did they end up being thrown away? From what we've heard, all 4 lunch guests finished their individual beef Wellingtons, even finishing each other's meals.
Hi, Lydia. Thanks for your question. It is a good one, and I think this is an area of dispute in this trial. Whose leftovers were they? This appears to be something that's in a contest. So let's try and step through it. Erin Patterson has said that the leftovers were from a meal that she and her kids ate the day after this big family lunch.
Yep.
And that's what ended up in the trash, and that's what the police ended up seizing, and that's what ended up being tested.
Yep.
Now, the prosecution will dispute the fact that this is the leftovers from what Erin ate with her kids. And the reason for that is that there's been some toxicology analysis that's been done of the items found in the bin. One expert said there were traces of Amanita phalloides toxins, that's death cap mushrooms, found in some of the leftovers, according to his chemical analysis.
Right.
Both those things can't be true, and it seems like it is a point of contention between the parties, because prosecutors say that what they pulled out of the bin had death cap mushroom toxins in it. However, their testing of Erin Patterson's kids seems to show that these children did not ingest death cap mushroom toxins. So they're at odds here.
Right. Okay. Wonderful question, Lydia. Thank you so much for sending it in.
And we hope we explained it. It's complicated.
Yeah. And there's a lot of things like this throughout this case, so we appreciate your patience as we're taking you through it, and just try and remember that as we're talking through individual bits here and there.
That there's disputes between the parties. It's very hard to give that clear, conclusive answer.
Yeah. On the disputes between the parties, this actually could be a really timely question. It's from Daisy in Campsie. They say, hey, Christian and Stocky, really enjoying the pod. Thanks very much. Several emojis, in fact. Daisy is wondering why the jury's excluded from hearing some of the evidence. I'm confused about why they have to leave the room at times, given they'll be making the final decision. Shouldn't they be in the room at all times?
Thanks, Daisy. To clarify, the jury isn't missing out on any evidence as such. What they're missing out on, and they're not missing out, trust me, is the legal argument between the parties about that evidence. They can only hear things that are admissible in this trial. And sometimes between the parties, things need to be worked out before they're put in front of the jury. It is important that all the evidence that the jury hears is material that the judge, Christopher Beale, has approved and green-lighted for use in this trial.
Yeah. I mean, while the jury's missing it, I wish I could miss some of that stuff as well. So, Daisy, great question. Thank you, Christian. Thank you so much for listening to Mushroom Case Daily. If you can rate and review us on whatever podcast platform you're listening to us on, that is much appreciated. And I would highly recommend you jump on the ABC Listen app and hit follow on Mushroom Case Daily there, because you get it a little bit before everybody else gets it. It's our little treat.
We'll be back tomorrow. It's only a half day in court, but it's not a half-length episode. We'll wrap up the whole week's events.
We'll wrap up the whole week for you. We'll see you then.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, court reporter Christian Silva, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and many thanks to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager Eric George. Also, shout out to our true crime colleagues Tim Roxburgh, Rachel Brown and Yasmin Parry for helping us make this show each day. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Hi there, Yumi Steins here, host of the podcast Ladies We Need to Talk. We're all about health and wellness, sex and relationships. If it's going off in your group chat, we're going to talk about it on Ladies We Need to Talk. Perimenopause, fertility, your love life, the mental load, Ozempic. Nothing's off limits. Find Ladies We Need to Talk on the ABC Listen app and all the usual places.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
The jury's told Erin Patterson is not on trial for being a liar. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It's Wednesday the 18th of June and we've just finished the 33rd day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Rach, we are getting to the real pointy end of this case. Third day of closings today, the second day of the defence's closing, and despite where we're up to, a reasonably empty courtroom.
Yeah, it was surprising today. Usually I have to jostle for seats, but no, got in easy today.
Yeah, Colin Mandy SC started his closing yesterday. This is the defence barrister, continued all the way through today, and there's a lot to talk about with how he has challenged the prosecution's interpretations of the evidence. Before we start talking through all of that, Rach, can you give us an overview of the day?
It's been a day of the defence spiking down instances that the prosecution has lobbed up as deceptions. This idea that Erin was two-faced and duplicitous during a time of frustration with her in-laws. The defence says that was a minor aberration in an otherwise loving relationship and the only rift that the prosecution has been able to find after trawling through all her messages. Another so-called deception was Erin's alleged use of the iNaturalist website and navigating to possible sightings of death caps. The defence says this was 14 months before the lunch and she looked at this site 2 minutes at most. Lastly, we heard about Erin's alleged ruse to lure the guests to the lunch with this cancer diagnosis. To that, the defence says it would have been a pointless ruse as they only found out at the lunch after they'd eaten the meal.
Thank you, Rach. It was a day of Colin Mandy SC challenging the prosecution, going through, a number of different instances. I mean, when he started yesterday, he did say to the jury, look, I'm going to take you to some things that are going to seem obvious, but I don't want to leave this to chance. I want to take you through all these things. And that's what he was doing today. But he started with this kind of idea that I had never heard of before, talking about hindsight reasoning.
Yeah, he was talking about the point that prosecutor Dr. Nanette Rogers SC made yesterday to the jury. She asked them, what would you do if this was a terrible accident? Remember we spoke about that.
Yeah.
And Colin Mandy SC says this is what's called hindsight reasoning. Now, I haven't heard this spoken about much, so it was interesting hearing this today and what this means. Colin Mandy says this is something that shifts the burden onto the defence, which we know it's not their burden. The onus of proof is on the prosecution. He says it's wrong to shift this burden because hindsight reasoning can create this false clarity, he says, in which things seem obvious in retrospect, And he said things that might have been explicable then can appear sinister when viewed through the lens of what happened subsequently. And so Colin Mandy said to the jury, it doesn't matter what you may have done. No one knows what they may have done in a particular situation. You might think you're going to act a certain way. You don't know. You don't know how you behave. No one knows. And so he's talking about that, and he said it's not a moral trial here, and she regrets telling lies, like the elbow lump to keep the family's care and attention going. But he says that's what she did, and these lies have been exposed to the whole world, but you have to look objectively, not with the benefit of hindsight. And he said very pointedly to the jurors, she's not on trial for being a liar. This is not a court of moral judgment, and you cannot leap from this lie to finding her guilty of triple murder, that those two things are a very long way apart.
It really set a tone for where he was going to go with the day, this line, like she's not on trial for being a liar. It was one of the, we've spoken about this, where there are these moments in the courtroom that kind of land. And this was one of those moments that felt like it kind of landed. The other thing I thought about a lot from this moment of Colin Mandy's kind of the start of his day is talking about how you would act in a certain situation. Like you might think you might act in a certain way, but you don't know that. And, and Erin Patterson may have thought she would act in a certain way, but this is how she has acted. Going through all of that, it was an interesting way of framing this, the hindsight and reasoning. And again, early in the day, he spent a lot of time talking about the relationship that Erin Patterson had with the lunch guests. We heard yesterday talking about how she basically had a motive to keep them alive. And then also about her relationship with her estranged husband, Simon Patterson.
Yeah, we've heard a lot during this trial about her relationship with Don and Gail Patterson, Simon's parents, that they were an amazing support network for her when she had the kids, through to most recently, when she moved to Leongatha, she wanted to kind of strengthen the connection that she felt it had, backed off a little bit. So Colin Mandy, SC, was trying to say that the prosecution has been drilling down into that spat, and by spat I mean the frustration she had around wanting them to mediate between her and Simon in that issue of, child support payments and what he should be paying for. There was an example of a son's surgeon bill. And Colin Mandy said this was an unremarkable blow-up, and it only stands out, and this stuck with me, it only stands out because these people, the Pattersons, are eternally polite to one another. And he said, what kind of tension is that? It's not very much at all. It only stands out because it's rare, because these people never get angry with each other. And the prosecution has been trawling through months and months worth of messages, and this is the best they could find, basically, was his argument. And he said it's an aberration, and it was such a good and polite and kind relationships that these messages stand out, but it wasn't consistent with the whole of the relationship. And then he moved on to communication, which really interests me. He said, she raised it. She didn't let it fester. She was raising it in these messages. She raised it with the people she's upset with. She's not hiding it. She's not pretending that everything is okay. And that's what brought us to Stocky. Then she raised it also with friends. She's been criticised a lot for that and Colin Mandy, SC, amusingly said friends, and I should put that in inverted commas, these Facebook friends that she vented with. And he said that's a healthy thing to do. But keep in mind, I don't think, ever spoke on the phone to any of them. It was all online communication in a chat group. And so he said that gives you, because that's a different audience, that gives you a kind of different appreciation of what's going on. But she was venting with them. It was human. And he said, you can't compare this long history of a loving relationship with a recollection of online, quote, friends during 3 days of upset.
Yeah. There was also a conversation, or there was Colin Mandy was reminding the jury of the way that Simon Patterson and Erin had split. When they were splitting the assets, they just sat at a table, just kind of put them all on a bit of paper and just kind of 50-50 either way, no lawyers, anything like that, kind of pointing out that, to him that seemed like it might be quite rare as well, and that they'd had the relationship, they'd been separated for something like 7 years. Was that right?
Correct. End of 2015 from memory. Yeah.
And so pointing to there was, what was being presented to the jury, there's very little evidence of kind of, unrest when you consider it over the length of that time.
Yeah, I remember the word venom stuck out to me, and he said there was no venom in any of these communications. It was just frustration and, at times feeling isolated.
Yeah. Speaking of lines of the day, as we were talking about earlier, speaking about the kind of the communication styles of Erin Patterson talking to the Patterson family in the group chat, and then her Facebook friends, inverted commas. Colin Mandy made this point that you talk differently to different people. Like you might be very polite to your grandma, and you might be swearing like a trooper to your friends. And then he paused briefly, and with a wry smile, he said, or maybe the other way around if you got a very cool grandma and nerdy friends, which I thought was a bit of a knock on nerds, because I've got a bunch of nerdy friends. And
you swear to them?
I swear all the time. Absolutely.
Well, I would never swear in front of my grandparents, so he got that one right.
He did. The way Colin Mandy was framing a lot of the arguments he was putting together today as he was going through his closing statements was this kind of chronology, taking people on this kind of trip. So, talking about Erin Patterson's life with her family was this kind of trip back. And then he was talking about mushrooms, her interest in mushrooms, and talking about basically taking us back to like COVID times, 2020, 2021, and pointing to evidence that we heard from Tom May that, a lot of people developed an interest in foraging around that time.
Yeah, Tom May, Funky Tom, as we know of him from the iNaturalist website, he said, look, a lot of people did this. We were bored out of our brains, and when we were let out for an hour, we'd go for walks. And he said that is when a lot of the people who were stuck in these lockdowns developed an interest in foraging. The jury has previously seen images of her out on a walk along a rail trail with her son and her daughter, and a video of that also. And so Colin Mandy said to the jury, she says this is one of the times that she'd pick mushrooms and the kids mightn't have even noticed because they're so tiny and they run off, and kids like doing their own thing when they're let out of the house.
Yeah, and the opportunities for Erin Patterson to forage over the period that her interest had developed in this, I think he was saying 2021 was when that had happened. We've heard that the season for foraging for mushrooms is kind of that like autumnal period, of which there's only been a couple. And Colin Mandy SC was saying it's not like Erin Patterson was out there doing this all the time. She was doing this a couple of times each mushroom season.
Scurrying around in the bush, I believe, were his words, that she wasn't doing that.
Wasn't
it was
doing
just,
that.
Just an interest every now and then.
Yeah.
So that takes us to May 2022, when a lot of the focus of this trial has been on the suggestion that Erin Patterson was looking up the iNaturalist website, that, citizen scientist website, and that has a world map that you can navigate to work out where death caps are.
Yeah, it has all sorts of flora and fauna on it. One of the things you can search for on there are different types of mushrooms, fungi. And yeah, in this instance, they were pointing to, I think it was observations of death cap mushrooms around like the world, and then narrowed down to Australia, to Melbourne, and I think Moorabbin. Is that right?
There was a sighting in Ricca Reserve, and this was in May 2022. Now, the prosecution says Erin Patterson on the 28th of May 2022 had a look at that site, jumped on, made that pub order at the Corroborra Middle pub that you might remember, garlic bread, 2 parmas and some other things, and then came back and had a look at that place in Moorabbin. Now, Colin Mandy today used this to say, so hang on a second, this is 14 months before the lunch. She's had a very brief interaction with the site, that might have been 2 minutes at most, I think he said. And he put it as something like, this interaction was out of curiosity. She was making sure, because she had started foraging, making sure that death cap mushrooms do not grow in South Gippsland. And he said she had a look, she's learned, no, they don't. And that was that. And so he says the idea that the prosecution has put forward that happened 14 months before the lunch, he said, so what are they saying? Is she sitting there studying this site and refreshing? Any death caps? No, still not there. Refresh? Nope, still not there. Refresh? Nope, still not there. Oh, bingo. He's like, how likely is that?
Because the posts, I think, that have shown up around the Gippsland area, there's only like a couple of them, right? Almost ever.
Ever. 2 sightings ever in South Gippsland is what Colin Mandy told the jurors.
Yep.
And so he says, how likely is it that she's acted on those only 2 sightings ever straight after seeing them? And he reminded the jury that there is no scrap of evidence that she even saw these posts, not from the guy that studied the devices, the records, or anyone else. No evidence she returned to the iNaturalist website. Colin Mandy said the only way the prosecution's getting this is because of these alleged visits to Locke and Outram soon after these posts were made. But Colin Mandy reminded the jury there's no evidence that she saw these posts.
Yeah, and I mean, the two posts that we heard about today, you're talking about here, Rach, it's, Christine McKenzie.
That's right.
That was Locke, one of the fields there, and we heard evidence from her earlier in the trial. And the other post around Outram, this was actually made by Dr. Tom May, Funky Tom. They're the only two that we've heard of. And, both of those people given evidence in this trial.
That's right. And Christine McKenzie told the jury that, she took them all out, the ones she could see, because they might grow back. So she removed them. Colin Mandy reminded the jury of that. He reminded the jury of Tom May's evidence, that a picture that he was shown by the prosecution on scales near Erin's dehydrator. He said, they're consistent with death cap mushrooms, but I can't see the stalk, the colour or the veil, so they also might be something different. Colin Mandy said, of this visit to Locke, that Dr. Sorrell, who, our base station guru, said that it was only a possible visit to Locke. And Colin Mandy SC says this is important for the Crown to tie this date, this visit to Locke, the 28th of April, because that's the day she purchased the dehydrator. So Colin said the prosecution want to tie it to that date. But he went on to say, look, if she's already got enough death caps to kill 5 people, and the prosecution's alleging that because of the photos of the mushrooms on the scales, and we know we've heard how much it takes to kill someone with death caps. Colin Mandy says, well, why go back to Locke in May? Or alternatively, why not use them at that lunch that she had with Don and Gail on the 24th of June when just they were there, not Ian and Heather? So to that, and this stuck in my head, he said, are we in a world of total speculation? This is speculation upon speculation upon speculation. Are they death caps? We can't reasonably be confident on that. Did she go to Locke? We can't reasonably be confident on that. Were there any in Locke that day? Do you want to answer that?
I'm going to assume that he says we can't reasonably be confident of that.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, my notes on that period probably aren't as solid as yours, Rach. So I was out on a limb, but I felt like I knew where you were going with
correct.
It. After talking through a lot of this, Colin Mandy took the jury to the reason that the prosecution has said the lunch guests were invited to Erin Patterson's house on the 29th of July 2023. The prosecution has said that the guests were, kind of lured there to talk about a cancer diagnosis or serious health issue. And this health issue, as we've discussed a lot in this and as we've heard previously, was, an apparent diagnosis of cancer or an issue around cancer that Erin Patterson wanted to talk to the guests about. Colin Mandy really went quite hard on challenging that today in his closing statement.
Yeah, he said to the jury that this alleged ruse to lure the guests to the lunch, he said, well, not that effective because none of them knew about any worries about cancer or, treatment down the track or diagnosis, any of that. None of them knew except Simon, and he wasn't there. Colin Mandy SC said, and they didn't get told about the cancer or anything to do with cancer until after they'd eaten the meal. So this idea that the lie would die with them, the lie about the cancer, doesn't hold either because they could have told someone in the days following, because death caps, it takes a while for the toxins to really get into your liver and your kidneys. So they had time to tell someone, and they did.
Yeah, Don Patterson talking to Simon Patterson, his son, following the lunch.
That's right. And he said, if you were going to do individual portions and put them on an oven tray in the oven, you wouldn't really risk knowing or not knowing which one the poisoned one is. So Colin Mandy offered this idea that you would mark the pastry in the oven rather than using different coloured plates, which, as everyone knows, has been a big issue in this trial.
Yeah, again, more conversation about the plates today. With Ian Wilkinson in the room, Ian Wilkinson is the surviving lunch guest. With Ian Wilkinson in the room, Colin Mandy basically, kind of tearing apart his recollection of the plates. We've heard Ian Wilkinson say that he remembers the lunch being served on 4 large grey plates and then Erin Patterson eating off of like a reddy, orangey, brownie coloured plate. Colin Mandy today saying, look, that can't be true because, we've seen the video of the search around Patterson's house. Those plates weren't in that. We've heard evidence from Simon Patterson as well saying to Heather Wilkinson, Ian's wife, when she asked if Erin Patterson didn't have much crockery, he was saying no, she doesn't have a lot as well. So that was what Colin Mandy, basically took the jury to today. And as well as that, we heard Rach, we spoke about this a lot in our episode on Monday, the different timelines of the guests getting sick following the lunch. How sick Erin was at the same time that the guests were sick and in hospital and experiencing all sorts of, health impacts from consuming death cap mushrooms. And also as part of that timeline, Erin Patterson saying she was getting sick earlier than some of the other guests, telling people that she started feeling sick in the afternoon following the lunch, in the evening following the lunch, the guests not feeling sick until overnight. Colin Mandy's giving a possible explanation for that.
Yeah, and the timeline the prosecution has used to put a lot of suspicion on Erin Patterson, suggesting she was making it up, making herself look sicker than she really was. Colin Mandy today told the jury, again, she did get sick, but it was milder, but it started earlier. He said because in the morning she was stirring and tasting the duxelle. That's the mushroom paste that she put in the individual portions.
Yep.
He said she was preparing that part of the meal in the morning. And he said you'll remember she was tasting it and it tasted bland, and that's why she added the dried mushrooms.
Yep.
So here we have a proposition, the duxelle and the tasting of it, as a possible reason why she became ill on the Saturday afternoon as opposed to midnight when the others fell sick.
Yep. And as we've spoken about previously as well, there's a range, Colin Mandy took the jury to this sort of like scale of death cap mushroom sickness as well, kind of going, there's a bunch of different grades and, there's a grade 1, which kind of appears to be sort of broadly consistent with what Erin Patterson was experiencing, kind of gastrointestinal issues.
Yeah, we heard that from Dimitri Gerostimoulos, who's from the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine. When he addressed the jury, he talked about this grade 1 rating, and basically with that, people have kind of gastro symptoms with the typical delay in symptoms, but they don't develop biochemical signs of liver or kidney dysfunction. And he went on to say during his evidence that even though other persons who've eaten the same meal might develop higher grades, and there's different reasons for this, age could be a factor, weight could be a factor, but Colin Mandy made a big point of this today that Dr. Nanette Rogers, SC, he says, left this out in summarising this evidence in her closing, this point, though other persons who've eaten the same meal may develop higher grades. And Colin Mandy went on and said, the severity can vary depending on some of those factors that we've spoken about today. And Colin Mandy added his own and said, obviously throwing up will reduce the amount of toxin that the body absorbs. Now, Dimitri Gerostimoulos wasn't questioned on this. This never came up, but Colin Mandy says, that would reduce the amount of toxin.
Yep.
It obviously depends on how long after the meal that you've thrown up, the absorption rate would change. And he made the point that Erin Patterson has told the jury she can't remember when she threw up, that it was closer to lunch than dinner time, but she can't remember when. Colin Mandy SC said if that was a lie to encourage you to guess that the poison had left her body because of this vomiting, she would have just said, I threw up straight after lunch.
Yep.
But she hasn't said that. She can't be more precise, and she also hasn't said that she could see the contents of her stomach because she said she was vague on that and she couldn't tell what was in the vomit.
Yeah, because we heard when Erin Patterson was giving evidence that, she had been struggling with binge eating over the years prior to the lunch, often binge eating and then throwing up, making herself sick. And that was something she did after lunch, eating a cake that was left over and then, vomiting afterwards. And, Colin Mandy taking the jury to that today. And Rach, that basically brought us to the end of what Colin Mandy was taking us through today. Before we wrap up the pod, though, I want to jump into some questions that people have sent us. You can get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We love hearing from you. Your questions are great. And I want to start today with one from Hayden in Melbourne. Hayden says, hi there, Rachel and Stocky. Congratulations on bringing this impressionist painting of a case into some sort of clarity. I have a question I'm hoping you might be able to answer as I begin my own deliberations on the verdict. Regarding the appointment at the Enrich Clinic, we know it was for the 13th of September and it was cancelled on the 11th. Did we ever find out the date on which Erin booked the appointment?
Hayden, we did. And interestingly, it came up again today, that very matter. She spoke to the clinic, apparently, according to Colin Mandy, on the 19th of April and the 31st of May, 2023, in regards to a consultation. And then, as we know, she got a text message on the 11th of September, and it said something like, for theatre patients, you should allow 3 hours, get there early.
Yep.
Colin Mandy says, so that is proof that at that time, this clinic offered some kind of in-theatre activity, which may have been liposuction, which they did offer at that time. Erin Patterson now accepts that the clinic never offered gastric bypass surgery, but she thought that they might have offered the full range, and Colin Mandy says she was honestly mistaken. But as we know, she cancelled that appointment, 2 days before she was due to have it.
I appreciated Colin Mandy clarifying the theatre point around the liposuction that they were offering at the time, just to make sure that she wasn't going for a play, something like that. Thank you for your question, Hayden. Rachel, we have another question here from Erin. Erin writes, "Hi, Rachel and Stocky from warm and sunny Darwin, Northern Territory. Erin, you'll be pleased to know it was 1 degree in Morwell this morning.
Yeah, balmy.
I'm sure it's not as nice where you are. She's just finished binge listening to every episode of the podcast over the weekend after Michelle recommended it on the Shameless podcast. Thank you, Michelle. Arini is utterly obsessed. Forgive me if my question sounds a little obvious. I'm not very familiar with the justice system, but is the jury solely in charge of coming up with the verdict that will determine Erin's fate? Does the judge have any say in the outcome too? If so, what proportion of the verdict will come from the judge and the jury?
Erin, it's totally up to the jury. So Erin's fate is entirely in their hands. They are the judges of the facts. The judge, Justice Christopher Beale, is in charge of the law and explaining to the jury in his charge, which starts on Monday, how to apply certain legal principles, and he'll go over the evidence and certain arguments, but it's entirely their hands.
Thank you, Rach, and thank you, Arini, for that wonderful question. And our final question for the day comes from Charlotte, who says, "Love the pod, but I do need to ask a very important question. Are there any updates on baby Silver? Hope all is well." Now, people who've been listening to Mushroom Case Daily for a little while will remember Christian Silver. He was the host of Mushroom Case Daily with me for the first 5 weeks of Erin Patterson's trial, and he left at that point because he was going to have a baby, rather his wife was going to have a baby. Charlotte, incredibly well-timed question because we have a message from Christian today.
Hey everyone, some wonderful news to share. On Monday, my wife and I welcomed a beautiful baby boy into the world. He's a happy, healthy little guy who's keeping his new parents really busy. Thank you to everyone who's checked in and sent messages of support. I think we can safely say we've now found the pod's youngest listener.
That is wonderful news. Congratulations, Christian. We are very excited for you and will happily welcome any new listeners to Mushroom Case Daily.
Yeah, congrats, Christian.
If you have a younger listener than 2 days old, please let us know, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We also will answer questions as well as just like you talking about your babies. So if there is something you are wondering about in this trial, if you have a question as we wrap up the closings and we get to the judge's charge or the jury's deliberations, please get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. And Christian, I'm sure you have already bought your child a smartphone of some sort and downloaded the ABC Listen app onto that phone because you know it is the best way for your new bub to listen to Mushroom Case Daily. If you would like to be like Christian's child and also listen to Mushroom Case Daily in the most efficient and best way, I would recommend grabbing yourself the ABC Listen app. Rach, continuing with Colin Mandy SC's closing tomorrow?
We are. We'll hear more of that closing tomorrow. And then, as we've heard before, the judge's charge starts on Monday. Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our colleagues who continue to help us out, including our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai Kurnai people.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards. journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
It's sometimes said you're not friends unless you're Facebook friends. Today, Erin Patterson's friends testified in her murder trial. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It's Monday, the 5th of May, and we've just finished the 4th day of Erin Patterson's triple murder trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The prosecution argues she had travelled to nearby Loch and Outram, where there'd been sightings of death-cap mushrooms.
She told doctors she fed her children leftovers but scraped the mushrooms off. Police allege Ms Patterson refused medical treatment for both herself and her children.
Ms Patterson admits she lied to police about foraging for mushrooms and getting rid of the dehydrator.
So we are back for week 2 of the Erin Patterson trial. We had a huge week last week. We heard the opening statements, which took up all of Wednesday, rolling through that, hearing the story of, Erin Patterson, her relationships, how this lunch unfolded and the aftermath of that. And then we spent 2 days hearing from Erin's estranged husband, Simon Patterson. He was in the stand taking questions from both the prosecution and defence. And now we are here for week 2. It is Monday, the first day of this week. And Christian, today it took a bit of a turn. Things were a little bit different to what we've heard so far. Can you give us like a 60-second wrap of what's happened and unfolded today?
Stocky, some of Erin Patterson's Facebook friends were called to give evidence in court, and they described how she regularly made comments about loving mushrooms. They also said Erin was pretty critical of her estranged husband, Simon. Speaking of Simon, his evidence on the stand continued. It was the 3rd day that he'd been answering questions. Again, he was quizzed about his strained relationship with his wife and some of the disagreements they had over money.
It was a really interesting day. We got through quite a bit. Again, we've had Simon giving evidence for 2.5. This was the 3rd day of his evidence, and then we heard from like you were saying, some of Erin Patterson's Facebook friends. And I want to get into these Facebook friends. I'd like to talk about this kind of community that Erin was a part of because these were true crime Facebook groups. So it started with a Facebook page related to the Kelly Lane story. So that was a very high profile murder in Australia. And so she was chatting with these women. There were other groups that kind of like popped off to the side of this. And the thing that surprised me as I was listening and following along to some of this was that it didn't really seem to be much conversation about true crime in these groups at all.
It seemed like it evolved, and the 3 friends that were called to the stand broadly said the same things about how these groups were formed, and it sounded like initially there was quite a large group, and then they were whittled down to smaller groups. And in the end, there was a core group of 5 who were chatting. It sounded like the conversation moved to things like politics, current affairs, their own personal lives as well. This was also during COVID. So obviously a lot of people were going through some tough times during the pandemic. And the friends said that Erin regularly talked about her difficult relationship with her estranged husband, Simon.
Yeah, and there was also a lot of talk about her relationship with her kids as well, like really painting her as someone who loved her kids, would talk about her kids a lot.
That's right. One of the friends, Daniela Barclay, described Erin as a wonderful mother and said that Erin's life, according to what she was told anyway, heavily revolved around her children.
Yeah, nice. And it was interesting as well because, obviously lots of talk about family, life, all the things going on in that and associated with it, but also mushrooms.
Yeah, well, it is the biggest topic of this trial.
Yeah.
And I guess we've been focusing on it in the context of the lunch. But it turns out, according to these witnesses, that the topic of mushrooms and Erin Patterson go hand in hand and are linked well before the lunch. So we can go through some of that now.
Because there was a talk about like the dehydrator, and this we heard a little bit about in the opening statements. But this is something that Erin seemed like quite proud of acquiring and talking about it in these Facebook groups.
Yeah, well, one of the friends said that Erin, quote, seemed to really like mushrooms. And several of them said that she was really happy about this dehydrator that she had bought in 2023. And they said she'd been using it to dehydrate mushrooms on several occasions. There was a message that was actually flashed up on the court screen, and this is a message that Erin Patterson, I think, has sent to the group or perhaps just to one of them, where she says, "I've been hiding powdered mushrooms in everything. Mixed it into chocolate brownies yesterday. The kids had no idea." Yeah, and on top of that, Erin Patterson was posting pictures of the dehydrator to the chat group. There was a grainy sort of black and white photo, which was again flashed up on the court screen. And from what I could tell from my vantage point, the dehydrator had several shelves, and we were told that there were mushrooms on those shelves. It was a little bit difficult to see. There was also another photo of chopped up button mushrooms that Erin has sent to this group. So it did come up. And the other thing that came up in this chat group before the fatal lunch was the topic of beef Wellingtons.
Yeah, so this was really interesting because it sounded like, you know, when we're talking about this group, and this is something I found really interesting about this group, was that it was much more of a community than like a general, like, you know, kind of, yeah, posting about this and then having a little conversation.
Random saying all sorts of things.
Yeah, they were really sort of asking each other for advice and talking about things. And there was this point where Erin was like, "Hey, I'm thinking about cooking a beef Wellington. Has anybody ever made one of these before?"
Yeah, she was seeking advice, and several of these friends said cooking was another one of those topics that they like to chat about. And one of the witnesses said that several of them owned a cookbook, Recipe Tin Eats. I'm told it's a pretty popular cookbook. I believe the chef behind it all was at the centre of another news story last week, unrelated to the case, but a weird coincidence. But yes, apparently a shared love of cooking, and Erin Patterson was asking for advice also around the kind of meat to use in the beef Wellington. Admittedly, I'm not an expert on this, but she was asking what kinds of cuts would work. And another friend also said that she gave Erin Patterson some advice about how to do the pastry and when to put it in the oven. Again, this is all kind of above my head, but people who know beef Wellington probably will understand what this whole discussion was about.
Yep, I think people who know beef Wellington will also be horrified at one of the jokes from one of the witnesses today who talked about the idea of having a tofu Wellington.
Yes, the tofu Wellington.
Which sounded like it went down like a lead balloon in this Facebook group.
Yeah, and that got a few laughs from people in the court. So it was one of the lighter moments. I think she was vegetarian.
That was the purpose of it, yes. So she was not just generally opposed to Wellingtons. It was, her approach to it. And like I was saying before, like there was this sort of social space that these groups kind of existed in, I suppose. And as well as cooking and family and like, there was also a lot of conversation about Simon. And it seemed to kind of paint us a pretty different picture of the way that Simon had been talking about his relationship with Erin.
Well, up until this afternoon, we only had one witness giving evidence in this trial.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
A tragic accident or the ultimate act of betrayal? That is the question. We've sat through 1 week of the Erin Patterson trial. We're still a long way off knowing the answer. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silver.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Friday the 2nd of May and we've just finished the third day of Erin Patterson's triple murder trial. This is Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington.
3 people are dead and 1 man is fighting for his life this morning after a suspected mushroom poisoning.
But Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
So in today's episode, Christian and I are going to wrap up what you've heard this week. We're going to introduce a new friend of the podcast and give you all the latest info from court today, the sort of seeming lack of care from Erin around the ramifications of the lunch that she held, and some more medical intrigue. But before we get into the details, Christian, can you give us a quick wrap of what we've heard in the last hearing of the week today?
Sure. Simon Patterson, the estranged husband of Erin, took to the witness box for his second day of evidence. He was running through some of his conversations that he'd had with Erin, some well before this lunch, and then some in the subsequent days afterwards. He also talked about how Erin Patterson had described some other illnesses previously. Now, we know at the lunch she spoke about a cancer diagnosis, which she's now admitted was false. Simon also took the court through some of the ups and downs in their relationship. It has come out quite clearly that there was tension and friction there over their financial arrangements, as well as how they shared their two children. The final thing that happened was the jury was bid farewell for the weekend by the judge, who told them to relax and not talk about the case.
Well, that'll be us in about half an hour or so once we finish this podcast. But it has been a really, really interesting week. Today we had some more evidence from Erin Patterson's estranged partner, Simon Patterson. And this evidence started with the video of the rocket car that Erin's son built with his grandfather, Don Patterson. And that was the story finished yesterday's pod with.
Yeah, the rocket car. I didn't expect this to be a topic that would be brought up again, but it actually was. So the court was shown this quite wholesome video of Don Patterson and his grandson. Appeared to be in a driveway, and there was a really small red matchbox-sized car on the ground, and all of this smoke billowing out the back. The two of them, a bonding session where they've tried to concoct some kind of rocket-powered car. And anyway, all this smoke coming out the back of the car, but the car's not moving, and you can hear a voice in the background, and someone yells out, "It's working, but it's not going anywhere." And it turns out that voice was from Gail Patterson, who's one of the other people who was at this lunch and passed away. And while this video was being shown to the court, Simon Patterson, her son, he started to tear up, but he was also smiling, reminiscing on what was a nice family moment. The reason why this rocket car video was introduced into the evidence yesterday was Colin Mandy, the defence barrister, was trying to establish that Erin Patterson had close relationships with her in-laws, and by extension also showing the in-laws' relationship with their own grandkids.
It was very sweet. It was a very nice video. What else did we hear about from Simon today as he was giving evidence?
Look, pretty quickly after that was introduced, we went back in time a little bit, and Simon Patterson was asked questions about his wife. He said that in the past she had described some medical conditions that she supposedly had. He believed that she did have some sort of heart arrhythmia problem, which had resulted in her receiving treatment in the past. He also said that she had claimed to have some other problems. He was a little bit vague on this issue and couldn't quite pinpoint what the supposed condition was. He sort of mentioned motor neurone disease and MS, but he wasn't quite sure. But he said Erin had said that she'd had these problems. And this all led up to the medical issues that Erin Patterson had supposedly been talking about in the lead up to the lunch, because if you'll remember to our previous episodes, Erin has allegedly told all the lunch guests that she wants to talk about a serious medical issue and how to deal with the fallout from that at the lunch. So this was the alleged cancer diagnosis, which she now admits is false. Are we still following along here?
Of course, yeah. I'm still with you. I'm
still following along.
Yeah.
Okay. Simon Patterson said today that the first he knew of the cancer, quote unquote, diagnosis was when he was with his father a couple of days after the lunch in the hospital, and his father at this point was really sick and struggling to even talk, in a lot of pain. But that was one of the things that his father remembered from the lunch and passed on to Simon.
Speaking of Don being in hospital when he's talking about Erin's cancer diagnosis, I mean, was Erin getting in touch around that time to see how they were faring, how they'd been travelling after the lunch?
Yeah, well, while the Pattersons and the Wilkinsons were in hospital, Erin Patterson herself had also said that she was feeling ill and was in touch with Simon about this. Now, it's well accepted that her level of illness was nowhere near the other four. But one thing that Simon said on the stand, and it did seem to irk Colin Mandy, the defence barrister, was Simon Patterson said he was intrigued by the fact that Erin Patterson apparently didn't actually ask about the welfare of the other lunch guests. And Simon said, we didn't have a conversation, I think, at any time about how they were going. So that was an interesting thing that he said.
Erin does say she was sick after the lunch. What was the correspondence around her going to hospital or getting some medical help at that time?
Well, Erin Patterson was pretty reluctant to get medical treatment, and Simon Patterson on the stand said, yeah, she has a history of hating being in hospital, so that wasn't a surprise. But one thing that I found interesting was some text messages between the two, which took place 2 days after the lunch. So Erin Patterson was at the Leongatha Hospital, and the medical experts were really concerned for her welfare, thinking that she had ingested the same death cap mushrooms as the other lunch guests. They wanted to move her to a bigger hospital in Melbourne. So then there was this text message exchange here where Erin has written, and I quote, "They're arguing with me now, saying that I might have to go to the Dandenong Hospital. This doctor is not listening to me and being a bit mean about it," is what she texted to her husband. So in the context of doctors trying to potentially save her life, that's what she was thinking about. And eventually she ended up at a different hospital in Melbourne, in Monash, Clayton, and she later texted to her husband, "I feel nauseous and a sore tummy, but they gave me Ondansetron and saline and fentanyl." And fentanyl is a really strong painkiller. So, yeah, that's what she said to Simon in the days after via text. More text messages between the pair were shown. If we fast forward a little bit to before the lunch, and remember, this is in the context of a relationship that is pretty up and down at times, has its good moments and its bad moments. About a year before the lunch, Gail Patterson turned 70, and there was a birthday party that was going to be held. Seemed to be some miscommunication amongst the family, and Erin didn't know that the party was happening until the day before, and there was some tense messages sent, but ultimately they resolved it. So that was interesting to see. And then later on, as we edged closer to the lunch, about 6 months before, we started to see messages between the two regarding finances and child support payments and school fees. And these are all the things that are private between a couple, but they've come out in the context of this trial. You can only imagine with Erin Patterson sitting in the court dock and Simon Patterson in the witness box to have these messages shown to the court and then reported out to everyone must have been a little bit uncomfortable, and I'm sure not something that they ever thought would ever happen.
It would not be something that was pleasant at all to hear read to a whole room of people as they're going through this. Now, court today was only a short day, wrapped up in the early afternoon. How did the judge kind of close the proceedings for the first week?
Well, it was a bit of a throwback to the start of the case when the judge was talking to the jury about their responsibilities. And actually what he said was, go and enjoy your weekend. The best way to deal with this case is to switch off and have a relaxing weekend, but don't talk about it to your friends and family. He noted there's going to be heightened interest in this case and a real warning to the jury not to go and say too much about it. But yep, they'll all be back next week, and we're only at the start of this trial.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there's been so much information that's come out, I'm sure, over the weekend. We're both going to be doing our best to just relax, have a bit of a break from this. It's been a very big week.
Yeah, I'm wrecked, to be honest.
It's been exhausting, but yeah, there's so much more to go through. And I think, while I'd love to have a relaxing week and not talk about some of this stuff, I imagine it'll be hard to avoid some of the conversations that will pop up.
Yeah, when we go back to see our family and friends as well. People are going to be asking.
Yeah. Now, as well as talking about what's happened today, Christian, I'd love to just quickly wrap up the week that we've had, end of the first week of the triple murder trial of Erin Patterson. You talk us through some of the big moments or things that we should come back to or remember at this point.
Well, remember the prosecution opening? That was just a massive overview of what's to come. Everything that Nanette Rogers said in that opening needs to be backed up with evidence. So it was really hard to summarize everything she said, but we'll be able to, over the next few weeks, delve into each of those topics in detail. So I'm really looking forward to that. So we're talking about things like Erin allegedly going to these areas of Loch and Outram where death cap mushrooms were supposedly growing. We're talking about Erin Patterson purchasing a dehydrator in the lead up to the lunch. Also, even the lunch itself, we haven't heard from the one other surviving guest at the lunch, Ian Wilkinson. He will come up at some point in the trial, and no doubt his recollections of what happened will be fascinating. I'm really looking forward to hearing that at some point. We'll need to see more of that. And then there's also the conduct after the lunch, the admitted lies that Erin Patterson told police and her actions to dispose of the dehydrator at the tip. These are all things that have been brought up. I'm really interested to see how that plays out over the coming weeks. Also, from a defence perspective, there were concessions made by Colin Mandy and other statements too about how this was all a tragic accident. I'm intrigued to see how he demonstrates those things to the jury, keeping in mind, of course, these allegations must be proven by the prosecution. It is their job to convince the jury that Erin Patterson is guilty beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah, there have been so many interesting moments. There's going to be a lot more to come as well. I mean, one of the things I've been running over in my mind is just around the different coloured plates at that lunch and the lie about having cancer to organise the lunch as well. That's really stuck with me.
It's pretty odd.
Yeah, and you can hear a lot more about that in our episode from Wednesday. That's Minnie Wellington's different coloured plates and a false cancer claim.
Was there a moment from the first couple of days that stood out to you?
Yeah, there was a moment, it was only a very small moment at the start of Thursday's hearing, the very beginning of Simon Patterson's questioning by Dr. Nanette Rogers, the prosecutor. She was asking Simon whether he'd ever seen copies of Erin's air traffic controller accreditation and also proof of other studies she'd done. I can't remember if it was a marketing or a business degree. And Simon said he had seen those copies and some of those documents, but I'm just really interested. That stuck with me.
Will it come back up again?
That's what I'm wondering. I'm interested to see if that comes back up a bit later in the trial. So I'm going to have an ear out for that, I think, as we go a bit further forward.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And also, while we're in Morwell, we're also working with the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, Rachel Brown, who you may be familiar with from her Trace podcast. Rachel's been in court with Christian all this week and has been helping us put this podcast together, talk through some of these ideas. And Rachel, we're very excited to have you here making your Mushroom Case Daily pod debut.
Thank
Welcome,
you,
Rach.
long-time listener, first-time caller.
That's I'd love to know, what have been some of the moments from this week that you've been coming back to?
From an overview, what I find really interesting is a lot of the cases that Christian and I have covered, a lot of the murder trials, they involve varying arguments about the evidence or how to interpret that evidence, or it might be the trajectory of a bullet, for example. But I feel in this case a very big question, and a very simple one, really, but complicated at the same time, is intent. I think so much of this trial will come down to intent, whether Erin deliberately poisoned her in-laws. And I found it interesting when her defence barrister, Colin Mandy, SC, did make a big play about that and said, this was a terrible accident. It was a tragedy. And to try to put in the jurors' minds about how that might have happened and why she behaved the way she did afterwards, post-offence conduct it's called, Colin Mandy said to the jury, might someone panic in a situation like this? Is it possible that people might do and say things that aren't that well thought out and might make them look bad, like lying? Like we heard, she dumped the dehydrator at the tip. She told police that she didn't forage, but turns out she lied about that. So he has to mitigate those lies. And so he just said to the jury, to me, I felt like he was saying to them, what would you do? Like, would you panic? And it's interesting, a lot of the true crime panels I sit on, that's often the question from the audience. Why do people like true crime so much? And I think it comes down to this very thing, because as humans, we're fascinated by people's behaviour and why they do things that they do, you know, and what they're driven by. And was this panic? So that's a really interesting idea for me during this trial.
You've been in the room this week as the trial's been unfolding. Has there been anything that you've seen in the court, or, you know, evidence that's occurred and there's been interesting reactions or anything like that that you've noticed?
The video that Christian mentioned about the rocket-propelled car, that really got me. It just reminded me of, you know, the videos that my pa used to take on Handycam, and you can hear Gail in the background going, "Oh, it's working, so why isn't it going?" And you can tell the joy, you know, in that little family moment and the bonding moment. And I looked over at Simon and he was really teary. I looked at Erin and she was like turned her head to look at the wall. And it's tough. Like, that moment was tough. And I should say, for all the Patterson family that were in the courtroom at the same time, you know, and I think there's lots of media stories, but at the heart of this is 3 people who've lost their lives. And that video really got to me today, and also what Christian was saying about their relationship and the anatomy of a toxic relationship towards the end is on full display. Text messages, arguments, disagreements, you know, it's like someone going through your trash, you know. And so, yeah, I think it's been a big and hard week for everyone involved, I think.
Yeah. Has there been any other emotion that you've seen from Erin that's, you know, is sort of stuck with you?
The seat that I've been sitting in this week, she's behind me, and so I haven't wanted to look around, because I just think if it were me, I'd feel like I'm in a zoo. I notice a lot of people trying to look at her, which, you know, they want to see her reaction, but I didn't want to make her feel like an exhibit, so I haven't looked at her a lot. But the one time that I did notice, because I was sitting somewhere different, was when they mentioned that Don loved rocket-fueled activities like this car, and she smiled at that. And so that must have been a really nice memory for her. And I haven't seen her smile the whole trial.
Yeah. Thank you, Rach. Thanks for joining us on Mushroom Case Daily.
Thanks, Stocky.
And Rach will be joining us on Mushroom Case Daily every now and then for a bit of detail, things like that. It's amazing to have someone of her calibre working with us and helping us with this podcast, Christian.
Yeah, the Trace podcast was really great too. So
yeah, if you're looking for some weekend listening after finishing this episode of Mushroom Case Daily, would highly recommend. Now, we've also had a lot of questions coming in to the Mushroom Case Daily at abc.net.au inbox. Thank you so much for getting in touch and talking to us about this. It's like having, you know, an extended family to talk through all these things with. I want to get to some of them now. We've got a bit of time, so we'll run through them. The first one we've got is from Jill. Jill has asked about Erin Patterson's parents, because obviously she was having this lunch with her in-laws and their family to discuss her cancer diagnosis, she said cancer diagnosis. And Jill's wondering why Erin didn't invite her parents or turn to them for advice.
So we know that Erin Patterson's mother and grandmother are both deceased. That was brought up. I don't recall hearing about Erin's dad, to be honest. If that comes up in the trial, we'll chat about it. But off the top of my head, I don't remember Erin's dad being mentioned.
Yep. We've had a lot of questions about live streaming this case. Now, obviously, we're bringing you updates every single afternoon, but there are people who are interested in kind of watching some of these proceedings. Why is it that these proceedings aren't live streamed? What are the court's reasons for not doing that?
To be honest, Stocky, I don't recall ever seeing a criminal trial being live streamed in Australia. Happy to be corrected if I'm wrong. What we have seen in recent years are civil trials being live streamed. You'll remember the Bruce Lehrmann defamation trial, separate to the criminal trial, which was live streamed on YouTube. A lot of federal court things are often live streamed, and even in the Supreme Court, the civil cases are often shown on the internet. But look, criminal cases aren't shown, and I can understand why. If you just think about some of these cases, they're often, if you just think about some of these cases, they're pretty horrible. They're about murders, or in other courts, they could be about sexual assaults or rapes. And I guess there is a level of conservatism. They don't want that sort of stuff being broadcast. It's obviously very private. I know it's different in other countries where they do show things, but one thing I will say about live streaming criminal proceedings is that sometimes later on, if a person is being sentenced, the courts do live stream that, or they allow a media camera in to film that process. And I know in the US there's things like court TV, but I think the legal attitudes are a little bit different here. We are a little bit more conservative, and definitely in a general sense, judges here are less open to broadcasting court proceedings. Of course, now you can go into court and sit in the courtroom. There is a fundamental legal principle of open justice, but that does not extend to open broadcasting.
We've also got a question here from Joyce. She has asked, was Erin Patterson required to pass a lie detector test?
That's a really interesting question. Certainly that's not something that the jury has been told by either the prosecution or defence. Speaking generally, I've not seen lie detector tests used in any of the recent criminal trials, and there's been some really big ones that I've had the privilege to cover. It's not really the done thing.
Yep. Okay. No, good to know. Thank you. And we've got a few questions here about what it's like being here in Morwell. So we're living at the moment in Morwell. It's a town 1.5 hours southeast of Melbourne. And yeah, we've been covering the case as it's been going through the Latrobe Valley Law Courts here. And yeah, people are really curious about what it's been like for us around town. I mean, Jess has asked, how's the town going with this? Are locals happy to see the business, or is it bringing a negative energy? And I mean, my experience, we've been eating lunch, we've been going out for dinner in town as well. People seem to be lovely. They're very welcoming of us, certainly spending our money in the town at least.
People have been really welcoming. It's been nice to get some good feedback. Probably got some negative feedback from some others outside the court building, but look, that's how it goes. People say journalism is a glamorous gig. It has its moments, but it also has its other moments, especially when you're on the court and crime round, where you'd rather people not see that you're filing a story while literally sitting in a gutter, or that people outside court may not have the highest opinion of you. But that's the reality of it. But I've enjoyed the week here in Morwell, and there might be 4 or 5 more weeks. Bring it on.
I'd say there's going to be a fair few more. Again, we've had some lovely gifts to some of the journalists as well. There was one of the other networks was gifted a beanie over the last couple of days, which was very sweet. Have you had many interactions, Christian?
A few friendly comments. Had a lovely guy come up to me in the courtroom today and just said, thanks for doing the pod. We're really enjoying it. And we're also really enjoying bringing this trial to everyone at home. We wish you could be here in Morwell to join us, but alas, we know you're supporting us and listening in.
Yeah, we're doing the next best thing. Jess had a follow-up question about this, and Reese had this question too. They were asking if there are any mushroom dishes on the menu in Morwell, or if that's they've shied away over the last couple of days.
Don't seem to have.
No, if anything, there's been a gentle lean in. There were a couple of specials at the one of the pubs that we had dinner in last night. There was mushroom soup, was the soup of the day, and there's a beef and mushroom pie. I had a
pie and not a Wellington.
Yeah, no, very clear. Yeah, pie, not Wellington.
Okay.
And then there's a cafe quite close to the court that we've been going to for lunch a lot of days that has a mushroom toastie, which we can say was on the menu because it was we ate it on a previous visit to Morwell prior to the trial. Our last question, you may have missed this given the interest and the kind of the way that this case has sort of captured the media energy of the country, but there is a federal election this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, I'd forgotten. But Sarah and Luke have been in touch, and they have both asked if Erin will be voting in the election over the weekend. It is an excellent question, and I have been in touch with the Australian Electoral Commission, who have confirmed that she's certainly eligible to, and so we expect that she will be.
Yeah, well, it's a fine if you don't. Compulsory in Australia for people to vote in state, federal and council elections, I believe. So yes, Erin is free to exercise her democratic right.
Absolutely. That's all we've got for this episode and this week of Mushroom Case Daily. I'd like to say thank you so much for listening, for getting in touch via email, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We're very happy to answer your questions, and the response has been massive. You've taken us to the top of the podcast charts, which is an incredible feeling. Thank you so much for that. And you've also sent through some really thoughtful feedback as well as some questions. And if there's a few of you who've noticed some changes to the pod in the last few days that sound very similar to your suggestions, that's because they were very good suggestions and we've taken them on board.
Absolutely. And there's so much more to come. We're only one witness down, Stocky. And we know this trial is going to run for several weeks. So strap yourselves in.
There's probably going to be a lot of conversations about this that you may be having with your friends and family over the weekend. And when you have those conversations, let them know about the little podcast you've been listening to. Maybe suggest they jump onto the ABC Listen app and give it a follow. So when you're having those conversations, you don't need to explain the detail. You can start going into the theories and the things that you'd like to talk about it with as well.
Have a great weekend. We'll be back on Monday. Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, the ABC's court reporter Christian Silver, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Thank you to our esteemed guest, Rachel Brown, for this episode, and our executive producer, Claire Rawlinson. Props to Christian's boss, Sarah Jench, Audio Studios manager, Eric George, and our true crime colleagues, Tim Roxburgh and Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
You've been listening to an ABC podcast. Discover more great ABC podcasts, live radio and exclusives on the ABC Listen app.
Accused killer Erin Patterson has formally pleaded not guilty to murdering 3 people and has elected to have her case fast-tracked to a Victorian Supreme Court trial. She was charged over the alleged mushroom poisoning of 3 guests who ate a beef Wellington at her home last year. Court reporter Christian Silver has more from Melbourne. Hi, Christian. What happened in court today?
Good afternoon, Ros. Well, from a legal perspective, a pretty significant development in the sense that Erin Patterson formally entered not guilty pleas to 3 counts of murder and 5 counts of attempted murder. It's not a huge surprise given Erin Patterson had previously declared her innocence, but of course it's always good when a person formally puts it on the record in the courtroom. In terms of what happened in the room today, Erin Patterson was beamed into the courtroom via video link. And the magistrate actually went through each of the charges and asked her to formally declare her position, and to each of those she said, "Not guilty, Your Honour." In terms of the background to this story, I'm sure many people know it all centres on this lunch which happened at Erin Patterson's house in July last year. 4 guests attended. They were extended relatives of Erin Patterson's, and they ate beef Wellington which had mushrooms inside. Police alleged that those mushrooms were poisonous. 3 of the relatives, Don and Gail Patterson, died along with Heather Wilkinson, and Heather's husband Ian Wilkinson was the sole survivor of the lunch. But really the key result from this hearing today is that the case will be fast-tracked, and it means that there'll be an outcome in this case quicker.
So when's the trial due to start?
Ros, that's a question we'd all love to know. What we do know is that this case will go to the Supreme Court for what's called a directions hearing on the 23rd of May, and that's when they'll start the timetabling process of figuring out when they can do this trial. Typically, when trials reach the Supreme Court, or when cases reach the Supreme Court, I should say, the trial takes about 6 to 18 months to organise. They have to go through things like formalising the witness lists. The judge has to decide what evidence can be ruled in or out. But ultimately, what this all means is that a jury, likely to be 12 people, 12 Victorian community members, will have the final say on Erin Patterson's innocence or guilt in this case.
And Christian, you're also providing updates on this case on your podcast, Mushroom Case Daily.
We are, Ros. The podcast, Mushroom Case Daily, it follows all the events of this case in court. We want to bring people all the updates because we know there's just huge public interest in this case. It's garnered worldwide attention. So the podcast, Mushroom Case Daily, it's on the ABC Listen app or wherever you find your podcasts. You can search it up and hit follow, and then you'll get all the updates on this case.
Erin Patterson was visibly emotional as the court was played video testimony from her daughter, which was recorded just over a fortnight after the fatal lunch. The daughter said that her mother had told her she was inviting her grandparents, aunt and uncle over for lunch because she needed to talk to them about adult things. The 9-year-old said she wasn't present for the lunch, but she and her brother had eaten leftovers the day after. She said the next morning her mother reported feeling too sick to go to church as she had diarrhoea and her tummy was sore. She said she saw her mother go to the toilet multiple times. Around the same time, the lunch guests, Don and Gail Patterson and Ian and Heather Wilkinson, were being rushed to hospital. 3 of them would not survive. Also today, the court heard statements from medical professionals at Leongatha Hospital, who told the court Ms Patterson discharged herself against medical advice, but later returned. Registered nurse Cindy Munro said Ms Patterson stressed that she didn't want any medical intervention, despite the guests being seriously unwell. Ms Munro said Ms Patterson was sitting up in bed and did not look as unwell as the guests, with Ian Wilkinson so ill he could not lift his head. Ms Munro said Erin also resisted treatment for the children, saying she didn't want them involved. Erin Patterson's sister-in-law, Tanya Patterson, told the court she had visited Erin at Monash Medical Centre. She said Erin inquired about the welfare of the lunch guests, with Tanya telling her they were going downhill quickly. She said the conversation then shifted to Ms Patterson wanting to go on a cruise. Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to all charges.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Everything the jury didn't hear.
And everything we've been desperate to tell you.
I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm court reporter Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
Just a week after 4 people sat down for a family lunch in rural Victoria, 3 of them were dead.
Homicide detectives are still piecing together what exactly happened at the lunch.
It's certainly looking like the symptoms are consistent with death cap mushrooms.
Erin Patterson said she bought the dried mushrooms at a supermarket and an Asian grocery store months earlier.
I cannot think of another investigation that has generated this level of media and public interest.
This is our biggest episode because there has been so much we have not been able to tell you throughout the trial of Erin Patterson. Today, we are going to reveal some of the biggest secrets of a case against Erin Patterson. The dropped charges that relate to her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, that she allegedly attempted to poison him on a number of occasions prior to the fatal lunch in 2023. We've also got in this episode conversations that Simon Patterson had with his family, talking about fears that he had for his life, and Erin Patterson's cat.
Socky, since the trial, so many people have asked me about the evidence against Erin Patterson and, do you think the police had a good case or do you think she did it? All these types of questions. And I always say, if you were blown away by what you heard during the Erin Patterson trial, you'd probably be shocked by some of the things that didn't make it into the trial. Some very, very interesting information.
There have been restrictions on what we've been able to tell you since the trial ended, but today that restriction was lifted. So in this bumper episode, we're going to take you through these things that the jury didn't hear. But first, Rach, can you explain to us why this restriction was in place to start with?
Basically, Stocky, to protect her appeal rights. So Justice Beale thought in the event of a retrial, we don't know whether one will happen yet, but in case there is one, he doesn't want to prejudice potential jurors of that retrial with certain information.
Yeah, right. And Christian, is this common? You know, at the end of a trial, do we often see judges put a suppression over things that happen in pre-trial or things that have been said without the jury in the room?
No, it's not common at all. Normally, when a trial is finished, all the stuff that happened in the pre-trial is kind of fair game. And that was the way we thought things were going to pan out. There were a lot of things that we thought we'd be able to drop straight after the verdict that we had to keep concealed in the box. It is a pretty conservative step that Justice Beale took, and one that has required the media outlets to actually lawyer up to try to unseal this box so we can tell you. All these things from the pre-trial.
Yeah, and the box has been unsealed today, as I mentioned, so we can finally talk through some of the things that the jury didn't know, or give you detail or more detail on some of the things the jury didn't hear. And I mean, the first one of these, probably the biggest one that the jury actually did know a little bit about, were the charges relating to Simon Patterson, Erin Patterson's estranged husband. First day of the trial, the jury is told, put them out of your mind, but a lot of the pre-trial hearings actually revolved around the charges relating to Simon Patterson, the court hearing that Erin Patterson, he says, had tried to poison him in the past. Christian, can you just take us to those pre-trial hearings? What were they? What was the purpose of some of them?
Well, some people will remember that when we started this podcast, we were talking about Erin Patterson being charged with trying to kill her relatives at the lunch and then trying to kill Simon Patterson. And then when it came to the trial, we kind of miraculously forgot about the Simon Patterson charges. And that was for this reason, that what happened was those charges were actually what's called severed from the lunch charges. And we were, in effect, going to have two trials that were going to run back to back, and then at the last minute the prosecution dumped all the Simon charges. So when we were back in that pre-trial phase, when the prosecution was really hoping to run this all as one giant trial, Simon Patterson was asked a lot of questions about his own personal health and times when he fell sick, allegedly when Erin Patterson had fed him meals. Now, it's worth noting that Erin always denied poisoning Simon Patterson, but obviously the police at that time saw fit to charge her with attempted murder over several instances.
And yeah, we had a series of instances that we heard about, you know, prior to any of this getting to court. So we had a number of charges relating to Simon Patterson. I think there were 3 or 4 attempted murder charges initially relating to Simon Patterson. And then during the pre-trial hearings, what we call 198Bs, we get a bit more detail of 3 instances between 2021 and 2022.
That's right, Stocky. So 3 alleged poisonings in 2021 and 2022. And that, as Simon said, this was through a penne bolognese, a chicken korma curry, and a vegetable wrap. Yep. And they all happened during or around camping trips that he and Erin took together.
Yeah, and at this point in Simon Patterson and Erin Patterson's relationship, they are separated, but they're still on pretty good terms. I mean, obviously they're going on camping trips together, the like. You know, the big blow-up that we heard of during the trial, that was end of 2022, so that was after these instances. Rach, you mentioned, 3 different meals, pasta, curry wrap, veggie wrap. Can you take me through each one in a little bit more detail?
Sure. So the first one, November 2021, it was just before a camping trip to Wilson's Promontory. Simon Patterson claims that Erin brought him over a penne bolognese to have the night before the camping trip. He said to the court, she told me she'd made pasta for all of us, i.e. including their kids, and that she'd fed it to the kids that night. At that time, the couple were living separately, as you said. Now, Simon ended up in Leongatha Hospital for an overnight stay, suffering from vomiting and diarrhoea, and he was put on a drip and anti-nausea medication. The next incident he claims that he was potentially poisoned was May 2022, camping trip at Upper Halkwa. They had chicken korma curry on the second night. Now, this was the time that he says he suffered the most. He had vomiting and diarrhoea again, was taken to Mansfield Hospital. He was discharged, but then a couple of days later he called Erin for help to get to the toilet. And then next thing, he's in Monash Hospital in a coma for some time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and Erin, as his next of kin, was asked for permission to operate. She was told if they didn't, Simon Patterson would die. And so during that surgery, I think a large portion of his bowel was removed, and then he went back and lived with Erin for some time. She helped look after him, look after his house as well. The third alleged poisoning was September 2022, camping trip to Wilson's Promontory. He says that Erin brought items to make a curry for her and a vegetable wrap for him. Same thing again, nausea, diarrhoea. Erin drove him to his parents' home. He says he started vomiting, having slurred speech and possible seizures. An ambulance to Monash Hospital was called, and Simon told the court, by the end of the journey, all I could move was my neck, my tongue and my lips.
That's right, Rach. And I was also in this pre-trial hearing, and you mentioned the name of the hearing, 198B. It's a complicated legal term, but basically what it is it's a pre-trial cross-examination of a witness. So it's almost like a test run in a way, a test run for the lawyers, obviously a test run for the person who's on the stand. So Simon Patterson was questioned for days in the Supreme Court in 2024. And I remember back to this Wilson's Prom incident, September 22, he was questioned about his memory, and he said he trusted his memory about Erin bringing the curry and the vegetable wrap, and he said the wrap was prepared and he could picture it inside the aluminium foil, and he could picture the ingredients in her lunch which weren't wrapped. And one of the common themes that ran through Simon's allegations was that these were all meals that Erin Patterson prepared specifically for him, and that it did not appear as if others were eating the same thing that Simon had. So there was an absence of the children. It was a commonality that she gives him something and he eats it in isolation.
Yeah.
And you mentioned test run, and we should probably say too that these 198Bs are becoming more and more common now because people are electing to skip the committal hearing, which is when a lot of this stuff is usually thrashed out, what's admissible, what's not. So that's what these do. They weed out some of the things that we may not be allowed to hear in the trial.
And you know, when we're looking at, you know, Simon Patterson getting sick on these instances, these meals that have been prepared by Erin Patterson for him, I mean, what did we hear about the alleged kind of poison that was used in these instances? I mean, are we talking mushrooms?
There was no unifying diagnosis for Simon's presentations, and that's the evidence that Professor Andrew Burston gave to the court. So in the first instance, penne bolognese Wilson's Prom, no test confirmed Simon's symptoms. The second one, camping at Upper Hauqua, the chicken korma curry, Professor Burston gave evidence to the court that it looked like stressed bone marrow consistent with infection, but there was no evidence for an infective cause. Professor Burston said it was unlikely it was a primary liver injury. And then the third one, camping to Wilson's Prom, vegetable wrap that Christian was just talking about, Professor Burston said it looked like an arrhythmia caused by low potassium. He went on to say, look, it's highly unlikely that Simon's presentations were consistent with a toxin poisoning, and if it was caused by that, it would be atypical. But then he continued to say, you know, ultimately there was no infective cause found. So it's possible a toxic substance was ingested. Now, interestingly, Stocky, at a later court session, Dr. Nanette Rogers told the Court of Appeal that around this time, around the third alleged poisoning, there was an article on barium carbonate that was discovered on Erin's computer. Now, barium carbonate is a rat poison. Do you remember that, Christian? You were in the Court of Appeal that day.
When Dr. Rogers said this in the Court of Appeal, our ears pricked up because we'd never heard this through weeks and weeks of pre-trial. It was actually a new piece of information that the prosecution had. So we didn't get to sort of see the full depth of it. But what she said was that some sort of article was found on Patterson's computer. Then the prosecution had gone back to Professor Burston and said, hey, what about rat poison as a potential option?
Yeah, that's right, Christian. But then the defence jumped up and sought down to play this additional report and said, look, Professor Burston has initially given low potassium as his early reading, you know, based on the medical records and not on his analysis and his consultation with Simon Patterson. So Colin Mandy, SC, was like, the prosecution might seek to adduce evidence that something else is also consistent with that presentation. But Colin Mandy said, look, I'm sure that Professor Burston won't back away from his original evidence. And this is an interesting thing because we never really saw the defence argument to this play out. We never got to hear whether Simon's medical records matched what he told police in his police statement because the defence never had to contest this, given the charges were severed. So we've been wondering, how many times has Simon eaten Erin's food and not been sick? Or how many times has Simon been sick from food that Erin didn't make? And these are questions that we'll never get answers to because they never played out in court.
It's really interesting, kind of listening to both of you explaining this and the detail we get. And there's a lot of detail there, but you compare that to how much detail we would hearing during the Patterson trial from the medical experts around the condition of the lunch guests and all that. There was days and days of interrogation of the rolling out of various facts and then the picking apart of them. And, you would listen to something and go, oh, well, that's obviously that situation. Then you hear it pulled apart by the defence. We never got to that with any of these.
No, the rat poison thing was an untested claim that the prosecution made. And I think that's how it's going to remain.
And I guess the $1 million question here is why didn't these get to trial? Why weren't these included in the trial of Erin Patterson so they could be tested and heard in this way?
This comes back to really how this case and this trial was going to be framed. The prosecution was very keen to have it all lumped in one case. But the problem that they had was they had instances from 2021, 2022, and then you've got this lunch in 2023. And the defence argued that if the jury was hearing about potential poisonings from 21 and 22, that they're going to be too biased. They're going to be prejudiced into thinking, well, if she did the first couple, then she must have done the lunch poisonings. But the way that the system works is each charge has got to be proved on its merit. And Justice Beale made the call that they would be too influenced from hearing about the prior incidents to fairly judge the lunch. And that's why he ordered that the charges be severed, to be split. And the plan was to have the lunch trial first, as it was dubbed, and then at some point after that, the Simon charges. That would have thrown up a whole bunch of issues around suppression orders, which we can get into. But let's just say that we really weren't sure if we were going to be able to report much of this trial.
Yeah, and the prosecution pushed this though, didn't they? Because they took this to the Court of Appeal and Dr. Rogers said, look, this is coincidence evidence. Coincidence evidence is a bit different to tendency, but coincidence is the similarity of two or more events or acts. And so Dr. Rogers argued the similarities were that what Christian mentioned earlier, that Ms. Patterson, she said, allegedly prepared and allocated the food for each meal. The children weren't present at any of the meals, and that Simon Patterson said he became sick after consuming that. So Nanette Rogers was trying to argue this should be included under coincidence evidence. As Christian said, Justice Beale decided on severance in case the jury was led to make a decision on an improper basis, like an emotional one. The prosecution in the Court of Appeal lost that, what's called an interlocutory appeal. The Court of Appeal upheld Justice Beale's decision. In the hearing, one of the appeal judges, Philip Priest, seemed to agree with the defence that it would be unfair prejudice. He said, quote, "I suppose it could be said the evidence of the 4 lunch charges appears to be stronger than the evidence on the 3 Simon charges." And Justice Priest said it's a very short hop, skip and a jump to convicting on the other 3.
Just on Justice Priest, speaks his mind.
He really does.
Forthright character who made some strange pop culture references.
Yeah, usually you don't know what judges are thinking, but we could read pretty early that Justice Priest seemed to be agreeing with Colin Mandy, SC. But the pop culture reference, I'm laughing because he referenced a Danny Kaye movie, The Court Jester, and said, "The palate with the poison has a vessel with the pestle. The chalice from the palace has a brew that is true." And everyone looked a bit confused. And I'm like, oh, I love this movie. I watched it as a kid with my dad.
The other thing I remember from Justice Priest was the guy's a pretty straight talker, and he was talking to the lawyers and he said, basically the prosecution case is she's a poisoner, right? And Nanette Rogers looked a bit stunned and said, yep, that's essentially that is the case. And he's like, right, okay, move on.
Now, Christian, you mentioned a bit earlier, how close we got to not being able to make that podcast. It's something I want to come back to later in this episode and talk through, really how close we came to not being able to bring you Mushroom Case Daily in the way that we were able to. Ultimately, the Simon charges were dropped, though. Day one of the trial, those charges were dropped. Again, as I mentioned, Justice Beale told the jury to put them out of their mind. I mean, Christian, why are charges usually dropped in a situation like that? What was it, that they just weren't going to hold up, that they weren't going to be able to win that case? Like, am I oversimplifying that?
Well, the OPP never really goes into great detail about why they dropped charges, but the kind of stock line that they often dole out is that they didn't think that there was a reasonable prospect of a guilty verdict. Now, we don't know specifically whether that's the case in the Simon matter. Sometimes the OPP will discontinue a case because they don't believe it's in the public interest to continue pursuing it. But exactly why they decided not to go ahead, we don't know. I hope they've consulted with Simon Patterson and explained the decision to him.
Yeah, I mean, Christian, you're sort of saying you hope that Simon Patterson kind of understands all this and gets why it wasn't there. But I mean, there was a moment, Rach, in court when Simon Patterson was sitting in the witness box. The jury was out of the room, I think, at this moment.
That's right.
But he made a reference to the charges and there being this stuff that he's not able to talk about, and he didn't really understand why.
Yeah, it was in early May and he referenced these discontinued charges while sitting in the witness box, and he said the legal process has been very difficult, especially the way it's progressed in terms of the charges relating to me and my evidence about that, or non-evidence now. He said, I'm sitting here half thinking about the things I'm not allowed to talk about. I don't actually understand why. It seems bizarre to me, but it is what it is. And so you can imagine sitting there self-censoring as you go, like we've had to do about the things that we're not allowed to tell you. But he's sitting in the witness box probably thinking, I can't say that.
Yeah, and that really takes me back to that moment when he was in the witness box and he was asked, how come you bailed out of the lunch the night before? And his answer was something to the effect of, I felt too uncomfortable. And that probably sounded like a bit of a lame answer, but he wasn't able to say what he said in the pre-trial. And when he was asked a similar question in the pre-trial, his answer was, I thought there'd be a risk that she'd poison me if I attended. So it must have been tough for him to sit there and hold his tongue when the same question was asked months later with very different circumstances and rules that he had to play inside.
And also at that pre-trial, we heard from other people that Simon didn't think others were at risk, that he thought he was the only target, and that's why he didn't warn his parents when they decided to go to Erin's lunch.
There's absolutely no suggestion at all that he thought his parents were going to be in danger, and it seems that he believed that Erin's alleged behaviour was just something that was targeted at him.
And, I mean, during the pre-trial, I mean, a lot of this I put out of my mind. I deliberately kind of tried to avoid any of that just to lower the risk of me accidentally mentioning it in the middle of a Mushroom Case Daily episode when we weren't allowed to. But there's so much context and detail that comes out of that, and there's so many things you learn from that process. There's all of this background to Simon Patterson and these other alleged poisoning attempts. But there's also, Rach, things that we learned about Ian Wilkinson, the surviving lunch guest, that never came up during the trial.
Yeah, that's right. So this was a really intense day, I think, for him at pre-trial. Ian Wilkinson, under cross-examination, was talking about his state of mind in the weeks after the poisoning, and he said after a stint in intensive care and after periods of sedation that he sometimes found himself in a state of delirium and having really strange dreams. And he says, in one, I thought I was in a medical helicopter with my daughter-in-law who's a nurse, and, she was on the helicopter with me and we were going somewhere for treatment. He said I didn't think I was in hospital. And then he was asked by Colin Mandy if he'd tried to escape the intensive care unit, and he gave that little chuckle that we came to know of him during the trial, and he said, yeah, I very much wanted to go home.
Yeah, right. And Christian, during this process, during Ian Wilkinson's, kind of evidence at the pretrial hearings, this is when we got the first detail of the lunch. This is when we found out about the individual Wellingtons, the cancer claim, and the different plates that everyone was served on.
Yeah, but we weren't allowed to tell anyone. It's really, really hard thing to do as a reporter. Look, these pretrial hearings are not meant to be things that we can report on because they're so close to the trial proper. So, that's not unusual at all. But we were hearing all this stuff and our minds were just exploding. So what did we hear? The orange plate thing that came out for the first time when Ian Wilkinson was in the pre-trial.
This is the detail that Ian Wilkinson says Erin Patterson served the lunch guests on these large grey plates, and herself a different colour plate, individual Wellingtons on these, but hers different colour.
Well, even the individual Wellingtons, I'm pretty sure that was new, and the cancer con. So that was just mind-blowing when we were hearing that for the first time, and then really understanding, okay, now we can see where the prosecution's going to go with this, because up until that point, we didn't understand, didn't make sense, and this was the start of us being able to piece together what that police investigation had looked like for months and months.
Yeah, and there was a point during the trial of Erin Patterson, Ian Wilkinson cross-examined at great length about whether or not Erin Patterson said she had cancer or if she suspected she had cancer. This is a real thing that kept going on. And, for me, during the trial, I wondered why all of this time was being spent on it. And then, Rach, going back through the pretrial, I'm learning that, Ian Wilkinson in the pretrial said it was a suspected cancer diagnosis himself, which is where that's come from.
Yeah, he said after the lunch, Erin revealed that she suspected she had ovarian cancer. Ian said that was the major issue, really, that there was this brief description of some kind of diagnostic test which showed cancer, and that Erin expressed she was particularly concerned about the children since their father had nearly died fairly recently, and that's one of those alleged poisonings that we've been speaking about, and that she was potentially facing a life-threatening situation. So she was worried how the children were going to cope with that.
There's one other thing as well that's a really significant moment in the story of Erin Patterson, particularly around, the way the Patterson and Wilkinson families are thinking about what's happening to Don and Gail Patterson and Heather and Ian Wilkinson as they're lying in their hospital beds, all approaching death. And that's a kind of conversation that Simon Patterson has with the family, bringing them together to let them know, about the alleged attempts that, he believes Erin Patterson has tried on him.
And this was another thing that had to be cut out of the trial because the trial was about the lunch and not about Simon's personal experiences. So it was dubbed the chapel meeting, and it happened in the Austin Hospital Chapel. Now, the Austin is where all of the lunch guests ended up, and Don, Gail and Heather died at the Austin. So what we heard in the pre-trial was that Simon actually called a meeting with his cousins, I believe, and some extended family members and said, look, I think Erin is responsible for this, and he explained to his family members that he believed that she had tried to poison him on several occasions. This was news to a lot of his family. He had told a couple before, and I know we're going to get into this, but it was something that he'd kept under wraps because I imagine going around telling people that your wife is trying to poison you does sound pretty full on.
Yeah, this is such a visceral scene in all of our minds, isn't it? And this chapel meeting is said to have happened on the Wednesday, so the same day that she dumped the dehydrator, that she reset phone B. So this chapel meeting is that night. And Ian Wilkinson's daughter, Ruth Dubois, gave evidence at pre-trial saying that Simon wanted to tell us his own illnesses had been a deliberate act, that he'd stopped eating food Erin had prepared because he suspected she might have been messing with it. And then Ruth told the court Simon was sorry he hadn't told his parents before, but he thought he was the only person that she was targeting and he'd be safe.
And I mean, we've spoken about his previous trips to hospital following meals that he says were prepared by Erin Patterson. And, again, during pre-trial, we heard a bit about how he was kind of like trying to monitor or keep track of what was going on.
Well, Stocky, I know you've got an interest in spreadsheets and tracking things, and I guess it's no surprise that Simon Patterson, an engineer, also looks at the world maybe in a similar way. So he actually started tracking his meals in a spreadsheet, and this was after a discussion with one of his doctors, and it was there that he raised this pretty sensitive allegation that he reckons that Erin Patterson was trying to poison him. So this was a doctor named Christopher Ford, not to be confused with Chris Webster, another doctor. And Simon Patterson in the pre-trial said that when he told Chris Ford about this, that Chris was very thoughtful and said, I suggest you don't tell too many people about that. And around that time, Simon Patterson actually removed Erin as his medical power of attorney as well. And we heard in the pre-trial that Simon actually told his brother about this claim, and they were at a Ben Harper concert.
And yeah, as you'd remember, Matthew Patterson, the brother, is who called Erin as his parents lay in hospital and asked where the mushrooms came from. So, and as well as Matthew Patterson, pre-trial heard that Simon Patterson told Don Patterson his suspicions as well. Simon Patterson told the court Don was very thoughtful, and Don allegedly said, I suggest you don't tell too many people, that could create issues in the way that people relate, especially, you know, with Erin and our family. But then this idea came up about, you know, this maybe is why Don brought a container of his vomit to the hospital, with Simon's words playing in the back of his mind. Another thing we didn't hear at the trial, but that came up in pre-trial.
The thing is as well, like, we've heard varying numbers about the size of this police brief, which is the giant document with all of the police evidence. I've heard 50,000, I've heard 100,000. There's so much information in these documents. Maybe some of it's irrelevant, but there's so much to this story that we still don't know.
And yeah, not tested, not corroborated. It hasn't been given the full thrashing by a court yet. We should point out that's why we're saying he or she says.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so much we haven't been able to tell. I mean, Christian, you know, you talked before about not confusing Dr. Chris Ford and Dr. Chris Webster, you know, the doctor at the Leongatha Hospital, but there is a crossover there.
There is a crossover, and this was something that Dr. Webster wasn't able to say at the trial either, that he was able to say at pre-trial when news started coming in about these sick people in Leongatha with gastro-like symptoms. Chris Ford picked up the phone and called Chris Webster and gave him a heads up. And I guess that probably adds a bit of context to some of the media interviews that Chris Webster's done since the end of the trial, where he said that, you know, once Erin Patterson turned up to hospital and gave an explanation, he knew that she'd done it. Or something to that effect. That's what he'd said. And I think when you consider that Chris Ford had tipped him off, that probably makes a bit more sense.
It does add precious context, doesn't it? Because I'm just looking through my notes here, and pre-trial heard that Chris Ford called Chris Webster at 9:06 a.m. on the Sunday morning. So I'm not even sure. The day after the lunch. The day after the lunch, yeah. Ian and Heather Wilkinson haven't even got to hospital yet, I don't think, by this point. So Don and Gail are in. Chris Ford calls Chris Webster and says, there's 2 people coming to you who I suspect might have deliberate food poisoning based on previous events that have gone on with my patients. So it's worth keeping an eye on their electrolytes. And this might help explain why they got onto it so quickly. Remember how we were saying that it's weird that you first jumped to death caps as a possible source of poisoning? This might have played into all of that.
I mean, all of this extra context may have come out if we had one giant trial, but
Yeah, that's not the situation we were in. Christian, again, talking about Dr. Chris Webster, you know, we hear some of the detail of these other interactions and conversations he's having during the pretrial hearings. We also hear a maybe more uncensored version of Dr. Chris Webster.
If that's possible.
During these hearings, right?
Yeah, this is the man that says he doesn't have an inside voice, so he has to take private phone calls in the car park.
And has one hell of a TikTok page. So back in the pre-trial, Dr. Webster was being asked many of the things that he ended up inevitably talking about at the trial, about the presentations of the sick people and Erin Patterson also coming to hospital. We all remember how Erin turned up at the hospital and then very quickly bailed back home. And Webster was asked about how he called the police. And that was a pretty unusual thing to do, but he was explaining, he was so worried that Erin Patterson might have been exposed to death cap poisoning. And during this questioning, he said that he was talking to a nurse about this, and he said that he might have used some expletives and quick language warning. And then the prosecutor, Jane Warren, decided to ask him, tell us exactly what did you say? And it was a bit awkward, but, Chris Webster is under oath. He's got to tell the truth. So he said his exact words to a fellow nurse was, where the fuck did she go? Which, in the grand old Supreme Court with a highly educated doctor on the stand, we had to stifle a few chuckles. But Chris Webster said that, he'd had that reaction because he just told Erin Patterson that she'd been exposed to a potentially fatal dose of poison, and he thought, hospital would have been a good place to stay. And as we know of Dr. Webster, he speaks his mind. So as we've come to learn more about him, perhaps that response isn't such a surprise.
And Rach, saying this man is a man with a very loud voice, he does have a very loud voice. I can only imagine these expletives echoing through the halls of the Leongatha Hospital as he finds out that Erin Patterson has left.
And he never said it at the trial, perhaps decided to self-censor a bit.
I think he might have wanted to. But yeah, it'd be interesting what kind of bedside manner
Yes, very much so.
Dr. Webster might have.
And, one of the final characters I want to kind of touch on in the pre-trial, this is someone who we heard from during the trial. It's one of Erin Patterson's Facebook friends, although during the trial, Colin Mandy did point out that he thought the friend in the context of this witness was being used quite liberally. This is Daniela Barclay.
Friend in quotation marks. That's probably how Mandy would have said it.
I think so, yeah. And Daniela Barclay, we heard from her during the trial, but again, Christian, very different things or, kind of an extra little piece of information that emerged during the pre-trial that I think Mushroom Case Day listeners will be very interested to hear about.
In the pre-trial, witnesses are being called into the box, and often we have no idea who these people are because as reporters, you're not given any context. So eventually you figure out pretty quickly, they're a medical expert or a relation to one of the people in the case. So when Daniela Barclay got called up, we weren't entirely sure who she was. And then it did come out that, yes, she was one of Erin Patterson's Facebook friends. And then Colin Mandy went down a route that I didn't expect and was pretty awkward for the guy who was sitting next to me. His name's John Ferguson. He's a reporter with The Australian. And while Ferg is in the room, Colin Mandy asked Daniela Barclay, the witness, whether she'd been talking to Ferg. And Daniela explained that they were both actually writing books about the case. And Colin Mandy asked her, is your book really about the case? And she explained that it was a broader book, including, things about her life, things about this Facebook friend group that Erin Patterson was allegedly part of. And the working title of the book was What Tore Us Apart. But interestingly, Colin Mandy continued to ask how detailed this book was, and she said she'd written 50 to 60,000 words, and it was incomplete at that point. Probably didn't realise the puddle that she was stepping into, because after telling the court that she'd written 50 to 60,000 words, the defence then called for the entire manuscript of the book, and I presume it was handed over. We did hear more details about some of the inner workings of this Facebook group, and I'm just glad that no one else had to sit through that. It just sounded like a group of very dysfunctional people, and for good reason it was left out of the trial.
What do you, like Big Little Lies vibes? Like small town gripes? Is that what you mean?
Some interesting characters.
Right.
And using the word interesting in the way that Stocky uses it.
Yeah, it's they sound like interesting people is probably all I'll go with there. And I mean, look, we had half a day's conversation about some emojis. God forbid what would have happened. I don't want to think about what would have happened had all of these messages come up, the conversations about emojis, slang that we would have been subject to during the trial of Erin Patterson. There was other moments in the courtroom, Christian, when the jury was out of the room that you gave us an insight into other things that weren't included or that they didn't hear to kind of help them make their judgment on Erin Patterson. And these seem like such small things in the moment. One of them was a receipt that we saw from Erin Patterson's local tip.
This was really intriguing because the jury was shown this receipt which showed Patterson's visits to the tip. And from memory, there were some very old visits, in the distant past where she'd gone to the tip. And then there were entries from August 2023. And this is the famous tip visit when she dumps the dehydrator. What the jury didn't know is that receipt actually had more rows, more entries. And Justice Beale had ruled some other visits to the tip inadmissible. And instead of showing the jury a receipt which had a big black mark crossing out entries, they edited it to conceal the record of the other visits. Now, Erin Patterson's other visit to the tip around the vicinity of the lunch is very interesting. Mm-hmm. It actually happened the day of the lunch. It happened hours after the lunch. Patterson went to the tip, and we have seen some footage which has come out in some media reports of this tip visit, and you can see Erin pulling up in the red SUV just like she did when she was dumping the dehydrator, but this time she goes to a different part of the tip, and the footage shows her carrying bits of cardboard, almost like parts of a cardboard box, and putting it into a paper cardboard bin. Mm-hmm. Now, the fact that she would go to the tip a couple of hours after the lunch, I'm sure the police would say is very sus. I mean, Saturday arvo, tip visit to throw out some cardboard, because on the police evidence, you've deliberately poisoned these people, they've left, and then you've gone to the tip to throw out some cardboard. But Justice Beale ruled this out. Now, at the time of recording right now, we don't have the full context for why that is, but I can say from the footage that we've seen, it does show her throwing pieces of cardboard. It's not clear that there's anything else in the footage. But obviously the timing is pretty weird.
Yeah, and I guess, we don't know what was being discarded. So, the fact that it's kind of inconclusive is probably the reason we didn't see this included in the trial.
Yeah, and remember, Ian Wilkinson talked about orange plate and 4 grey plates, and then there appears not to be conclusive evidence of grey plates existing. And, questions have been asked. Well, maybe she snuck the grey plates into this visit to the tip. I don't know. The footage that we've seen doesn't show that, but it's possibly why it was ruled out.
And there's another kind of interesting story that we were told in the courtroom while the jury was out of the room, kind of adding to the number of things the jury didn't hear. This one, not quite on the same scale as some of the other things we've discussed, but it's a story about Erin Patterson's cat. This is a story that starts with some photos of mushrooms that weren't allowed to be included in what was being presented to the jury, right, Christian?
This was one of the most bizarre pieces of non-evidence, I guess we'll call it, because it never made it into the trial. But there was a Facebook post that Erin Patterson allegedly made in 2020, so, 3 years before the lunch, where she's posted something to a page called Poisons Help Emergency Identification for Mushrooms and Plants. And while the jury, wasn't present, the court heard that Erin Patterson wrote, "My cat chewed on this mushroom just now. He is having a vomit, was in grassland near trees. I'm in Victoria, Australia." And the prosecution said that this post was accompanied by photographs which were later extracted from one of Erin Patterson's digital devices, and it appeared to show mushrooms that Erin had picked in 2020. Now, the relevance that the prosecution tried to say was, well, this shows that Erin Patterson has an interest in poisonous mushrooms. But there was also another string to the argument that Erin Patterson never owned a cat.
And so what are they getting at with this? Are they saying that Erin Patterson has fabricated this story of a cat being sick to check to see if the mushrooms she's picked are poisonous mushrooms?
And that she's a liar because she never owned a cat.
Yeah, such a wild story about a non-existent cat. I mean, we almost had a non-existent podcast as well as we were going into this trial, Christian. We spoke about this at the start of the episode, with the Simon Patterson charges being severed, the potential of 2 trials being run. Yeah, we weren't able to make this podcast at all.
That was our big fear. The pod with the name Mushroom Case Daily was seriously worried it was not going to live up to its name. And the reason for that is because we thought there was going to be back-to-back trials. We expected there to be a suppression on the first trial, meaning no reporting at all. And the first trial was the so-called lunch trial. So that was the big fear. And this is a week before the trial's about to start. The media and even the lawyers not really sure how this is going to publicly play out. There was the foreshadowing of a suppression application made by the prosecution. So the prosecution wanted to keep the lunch trial secret. Defence was happy to go along with this. The application wasn't formally made, and the reason why was when it was raised in front of Justice Beale, he actually said he thought a suppression order would be an exercise in futility.
I remember that too, and I remember breathing a sigh of relief because we're thinking, are we all going to be living together for 11 weeks and the public won't hear any of it? But Justice Beale kind of did our job for us. We have to jump up and say, "Excuse me, Your Honour, the media would like to be heard on this." But yeah, I was surprised Justice Beale said, my initial reaction to the application is that it would be an exercise in futility because it wouldn't prevent news of the outcome of the first trial spreading like wildfire.
Yeah, well, 2 things on that. I mean, the notion that what's possibly the biggest case in decades would have been kept secret until the very end is just unthinkable and not a good advertisement for the principle of open justice. Having said that, we have seen similar situations. When George Pell was facing back-to-back trials, there was secrecy for a long time, and some people may remember how trial verdicts were kept secret, and that secrecy didn't last because outlets from other parts of the world published, and then other media outlets in Australia pushed the envelope, expressing their frustration that they couldn't report what was a huge story. So I think, this is just my analysis of it, I think Justice Beale was well aware that this was a Pell-esque case in terms of its public interest, and he knew that if Patterson was found innocent or guilty at the lunch trial, everyone would have found out anyway. The overseas outlets would have published. It would have been, as he said, an exercise in futility to try to keep it secret. In the end, this particular suppression fight never happened because the Simon charges were dropped, and it meant there was only one trial and no reason to suppress that.
Yeah, and it's been so interesting kind of going through that trial. This whole episode has been about what the jury didn't hear, what we haven't been able to tell you the whole time we've been going through that. And, I kind of hope you'll forgive us for holding this stuff back. There's really important rules and laws that govern what we are and aren't allowed to report. We're basically only allowed to report what the jury hears during a trial, so we don't influence them with anything that falls outside the rules that govern the legal process. And so, Rach, it's been at times, really challenging to try and balance all of this, as we were going through the daily reporting of Mushroom Case Daily.
Really challenging. And we just had to remember our touchstone, right? Like our role was to be your eyes and ears in the courtroom. And so we could only give your ears what the jurors' ears have heard, to bring you the closest you can be to being in their shoes. So for that, we had to put aside our feelings and other things we know or things we've heard, and we couldn't even let that taint what we told you. or let it bleed somehow into our tone or our language. So, yeah, it's been tricky.
And while we're here, I would like to plug some of our older episodes that you and I did, Stocky, that we haven't been able to talk about. 3 in particular, one with Nick Pappas KC, a very experienced lawyer who talks about being in the shoes of a prosecutor. So you can go back and listen to that and you might get a sense of maybe what Nanette Rogers was thinking. Rishi Nathwani talked us through what it's like being on the defence side. That was a fascinating episode. And then we also interviewed a man named Sven Berger, who served on a jury in the United States. And obviously the situation's pretty different to serving on the Patterson trial, but he gave us that insight as to what it's like being on the jury. So please go back and listen to those episodes. They were great fun to make and really, really insightful.
Yeah, it gave a great idea and understanding of what all of these different kind of parties and groups are doing throughout the trial. And yeah, because the jury doesn't know any of that, we weren't able to promote or suggest you would go to listen to them. We would talk about what it's like being on a jury and were unable to say, hey, you should go listen to this episode with Sven Berger who explains it, because we couldn't point to things outside of what the jury had heard. Christian Silva, thank you so much for talking us through and taking us through all of this, the stuff on the pod. And Rach Brown, ABC investigative reporter, thank you as well. Such an incredible journey that we've all been on together.
It's been an absolute pleasure to be part of it. And there's still more to come. Of course, in the trial, Erin Patterson has got to be sentenced. And once she's sentenced, we start the watch on the 28-day timer to see if that appeal application lobs in.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's been an honour to do this with you, because we've seen not just fascination in the case, but what you hoped this podcast would be, Christian, which is pulling that veil back on the legal system. And we've found just how interested people are in this, with sending us, 8,300 emails about it.
Yeah, just blown away by people's interest. And thank you so much for getting in touch, for all of your feedback.
Yeah, I mean, the community that we've seen built around Mushroom Case Daily has been actually quite incredible. So we're not going anywhere. We're going to continue to be with you. I mean, we'll have an episode for you in a few hours, a bit later this afternoon, with Erin Patterson's record of interview, her voice as she spoke to police, that has been released by the court today. So we'll have that for you very, very soon. Also, the next stages in this trial, what happens with her sentencing. Also hearing today a number of victim impact statements that will form a part of that. So all the details of that. And we'll be starting our next trial really, really soon. In fact, in the next few days, we're going to be taking you to the Northern Territory as we cover the trial of Matt Wright. Olivana Lathuris, the Darwin Court reporter, will be putting you in the room there. Matt Wright has been charged with perverting the course of justice following his alleged actions after a fatal helicopter crash in 2022. It's a really incredible story. A lot of interesting details have come out already. And in the next couple of days, we will continue our exploration of the Australian justice system as we dive into our next trial.
He's one of the Territory's biggest stars.
Flashing cameras and waiting reporters as Netflix star Matt Wright fronted court.
The Territory tourism operator is facing a string of charges relating to the circumstances of a chopper crash.
This was a tragic event that took the life of the crocodile egg collector.
Mr. Wright strenuously denies any wrongdoing.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, Christian Silva and Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who continue to help us out. Our commissioning executive producer, Tim Roxburgh, and supervising producer, Yasmin Parry.
Thank you to senior lawyer, our legal queen, Jasmine Sims, for her legal advice as we've been making this podcast, and to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager, Eric George, for making this show a reality. This episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of ABC News Daily. It's a podcast explaining one big news story affecting your world in just 15 minutes. From ABC investigations to politics, the cost of living, to major global events. Expert guests and journalists join me to explain why the world works the way it does. Follow the ABC News Daily podcast on the ABC Listen app.
Hi friends, Stephen Stockwell here. One thing that I have loved about making this podcast with you over the last few months has been the community that has grown around us as we've been your window into the justice system. We have had thousands of emails, and as the trial of Erin Patterson drew to a close, so many of you had thoughts on what we should do next. There were almost demands that we find a new trial to follow because we have become such a big part of your routine. So I'm here to put aside your fears that you may have to talk to your partner or your friends about your actual lives. We are going to keep this podcast going so we can keep taking you into courtrooms for the biggest trials in the country and giving you this inside line to our justice system. As we mentioned in our last few episodes, this comes with a few changes. Instead of coming to you every single day each afternoon, we'll be publishing episodes twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And look, there'll probably be a bonus episode here and there because when big things happen, it is entirely likely that I will be unable to help myself. We'll also have some new artwork, which I'm very excited about. It's going to look great on the team scooters and on the tattoos that we've got booked in for this weekend, and a new name. This feed will very soon be called The Case Of, with an ellipses just after it, those 3 little dots, because we're going to be covering a new case every few weeks, whatever's grabbing our and your attention. There's going to be trials from all across the country with the ABC's court reporters and experts, people who are sitting in the room as these proceedings are underway. And these will start in the next few days. The first of these will be the case of the Croc Wrangler. We're heading to the Northern Territory to cover the trial of TV personality Matt Wright, who's facing charges for what he allegedly did after his best mate died in a helicopter crash while collecting crocodile eggs. There are others as well, which a lot of you suggested when we asked for ideas on what we should cover next. We'll be looking at the case of Samantha Murphy, or the case of Donna Nelson, and the case of the Easy Street murders. These are all stories that you got in touch with us and you told us that you wanted to hear more about, and many more are on the list that we're looking to bring you over the next little while. Now, if you're already following Mushroom Case Daily on the ABC Listen app or another podcast app, you actually don't need to do anything at all. We will just reappear as The Case Of with a bit of new art next to it very, very soon. We want to make sure you stay part of this pod as well, though. So we've got a new email address, thecaseof@abc.net.au, because your questions and feedback are such an important part of this pod. I am incredibly excited to take you on the next stage of this adventure. So make sure you don't miss the first episode of The Case Of. Follow this feed now on the ABC Listen app or wherever else you get your podcasts. I'll talk to you very soon.
Foraging for mushrooms is a long-standing tradition in many parts of Australia, but health authorities warn against it. They say it can be difficult to distinguish the good ones from the dangerous ones. So which mushrooms should be avoided? What grows where? And what should you do if you get sick? There are 2 poisonous mushrooms that are of particular concern: the death cap and the yellow staining mushroom. The death cap usually has a pale green, yellow or olive brown top with white gills and stem and a cup-like shape at its base. They often grow below oak trees. Yellow stainers look a lot like the ones you buy at the supermarket, or like edible field mushrooms, but their white top turns yellow when scratched. It's the most commonly eaten poisonous mushroom in Victoria. They can grow in large clusters in lawns and gardens. Usually these mushrooms are seasonal, but La Niña and its rainfall mean they've been growing year-round recently.
You've got to know what you're looking for. When you go out foraging for mushrooms, you don't go out thinking, oh, I hope I find a mushroom and that's the one I'll grab. You want to know what you're after.
Mushroom poisoning can cause nausea, stomach cramps, vomiting and diarrhea. While mushroom-related deaths aren't common in Australia, the aptly named death cap is by far the most dangerous. It's responsible for 9 out of 10 deaths globally, and just 1 can kill an average-sized person.
It's not that common for people to die from mushroom poisoning here, but it does happen from time to time. And sadly, it's often people who are mushrooming for the first time, out foraging for the first time, perhaps have come from another country where the mushrooms are different, so they don't actually know what the local mushrooms are like.
There are other poisonous mushrooms that should also be avoided, like poisonous pie and ghost fungus. You can't tell a mushroom is toxic from the taste, and it can take 6 to 24 hours for symptoms to start. People should seek medical help as quickly as possible. Experts say if you are foraging, you should take photos of what you collect and keep a sample, just in case. But their key advice is, if you're not confident about what you're collecting, don't risk it.
What have your phones done to your attention spans?
I can't even watch a YouTube video that's more than 5 minutes long without putting it on 2 times speed.
I'm Ange-Lavoie Pierre, the ABC's national technology reporter, and this is Brain Rot, a new series from Science Friction about the science of being chronically online and what it's doing to our brains.
We've found that taking photos can impair memory.
I data dumped my entire life into this language model.
All that and more is coming up on Brain Rot. Find new eps each week on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
A changing season in Morwell. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Friday, the 4th of July, and we're on to the 5th day of jury deliberations in the trial of Erin Patterson. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
12 men and women have begun the process of determining Erin Patterson's fate.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Rach, we have been living in Morwell now for 10 weeks, waking up to the view of the rolling hills either side of the Latrobe Valley, framing the steam that pours from the Loy Yang power station.
And Stocky, I remember the other day it had a purple tinge and you thought it might be like the papal decision.
The steam changes colour when the jury has a verdict.
Correct.
I haven't seen any other changes yet, so we wait.
The other thing I've noticed outside the window, but outside Court 4, is the changing colour of the leaves. So when we came, there's this beautiful tree outside Court 4, all green, bushy, and then we watched it slowly turn to reds and yellows, and now not many leaves are left on that tree.
I was also looking out the window of court yesterday and saw, a tree that had completely lost all of its leaves.
So we've been here for an entire season, Stocky.
We have. We've had a lot of questions about what it's been like living in Morwell as we've been making this podcast. So we thought we'd tell you a little bit about what it's been like and how we've been kind of living as we put this together. Like, this is really, Rach, our life at the moment. We have been here for just over 2 months now. We've been covering the trial of Erin Patterson. We are working during the day. We're at court all day. Then at night, we come home to the studio to record the pod. And that studio is also the house that we live in. And so we are living in the same place that we're working.
We live in our office.
The circle continues.
And it is interesting because when we cover cases at home, we can go home to our lives or the gym or our friends. And one of the court liaison staff last night was going to a play rehearsal. And I thought, oh, that's right. People have lives and do things and we just come back and work.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting... We're in this kind of microcosm, aren't we, Stocky, where this is all we do and all we talk about. And so we're so immensely, deeply engrossed in it now.
I've been thinking about how much I know and how much I've learnt over the last month. And it is all related entirely to one thing. But one of the other things that I've learned a lot about is the lovely town of Morwell, the Latrobe Valley, Gippsland generally, where we've been living. And we've had so many questions from people asking what it has been like living here for this period of time and what Morwell's like as well, what Gippsland's like, what this area's like, how people have found this. And so we wanted to answer some of those questions while we have some time, while waiting for the jury to to consider their verdict?
Yeah, I'm lucky, Stocky, because I used to work here. So when I was a baby cadet, I was based at ABC Gippsland, and so I read the news at Sale. So it has been a really nice chance to come back, not to Sale, but back to Morwell and live in a different part of the community.
Yeah, we've got a question here from Libby, and Rachel, you're uniquely positioned with your experience here to give us an insight into this. Libby says, "Hi Rachel and Stocky, thanks for the absolutely captivating podcast. I've been tuning in, and even my 11-year-old son is intrigued to listen. I live on the Sunshine Coast now, but lived for many years in the Morwell area. I'd love to know what effect the case has had on the local town. What do the locals think?"
Yeah, Stocky, the case itself is just the topic of conversation everywhere we go. You know, the good, the bad, the ugly. And everyone has an opinion. I'm not going to say what those are, but we hear it everywhere we go. And it has deeply affected, personally, communities in Gippsland, particularly in Korumburra. And so I hope this podcast has never shied away from that, because 3 people lost their lives, Heather, Gail and Don, and Ian Wilkinson very nearly lost his as well. So these communities have been deeply scarred, and we've never forgotten that. And I feel for them, because they had the Jayden Lesky case in Moe, and that stigma, unfortunately and unfairly, has never really left Moe, I don't think. And I did worry about South Gippsland and whether this case, you know, might affect opinions of these communities as well. I don't think it's had the same negative effect, and maybe we were saying yesterday the trial is in Morwell, but the lunch was in Leongatha and the families were from Korumburra. So perhaps it hasn't stuck just to one town. What do you think?
When we got here, I didn't want to kind of raise this as a topic of conversation with people when we were talking to people in the street and cafes around town, just because I didn't want to kind of bring it up if it wasn't something they wanted to talk about. But what I've found is that people are quite happy to kind of like volunteer their opinions on the case, is the way that I'll frame it. So they're quite happy to kind of start that conversation once they know what you're here for. So I don't go around saying I work at the ABC, I'm covering the trial of Erin Patterson. Often people, after you go somewhere a few times and they haven't seen you before, go, "Oh, what are you doing in town?" You go, "I'm here, I work for the ABC," and they're, "Oh, what are you doing?" And it kind of comes out, and then they will, quite happily just volunteer an opinion on what they think has happened, or ask what I think's going on and how that might turn out.
I think it's lucky the trial, and it couldn't have been held there, but that it wasn't held in Korumburra, because I think it would have been a different situation. The scars are still quite deep there.
Yeah. Thank you for your wonderful question, Libby. Thank you, Rach. Another question here from Penny in Hobart. "Hi, Mushroom Case Daily. Thanks for the reporting and insights. Well done. I have a couple of questions. As Morwell is a small country town and there are many people closely involved in the case, how hard was it to get a jury of 15 people who have no prior contact or knowledge of any of the victims or family of the victims?"
I don't actually know how hard, but I could try to guess by the time that impanelment took. We were worried it might take a long time, so they start with a big pool just in case people know some of the victims or perhaps the accused, or even, police officers in the case, Stocky. They don't want any real strong connections to anything in the case. So we thought they might go through, a long, protracted impanelment process. But at the start of that process, we weren't allowed to sit through that this time. So but at the start of that, they were told, tell us if you know anyone who's listened to media coverage or listened to podcasts, you should recuse yourself. But the process was actually a lot quicker than I thought.
Penny's question continues on. Penny asks, how is Morwell itself affected? Are the cafes, hotels, restaurants full? Is it a boom business for the service industry in the town with so many reporters and court officials staying?
Yeah, you would think it would be, wouldn't you? And it probably is, but I have a chuckle in my voice because we said that to someone, "Oh, are you going to go under when we go?" And it was a beautiful girl in a cafe, and she said, "Oh, honestly, we're looking forward to it. We're 2 staff down. We don't know how much longer we can keep this up."
Yeah, no, it's been great. There's a few cafes around the court that would have done very well out of this, I reckon. But there aren't actually really that many of us when you bring out the total pool. It's not like the population of Morwell's descended on it again. You've got less than kind of probably about 40, 50 people extra in town. When you look at the media, another 20 from the court staff. That's the kind of extra number of people that are here. Some of those people are staying in Traralgon as well. So not
I was
everyone's
going to
staying.
say, we're spreading ourselves across the pubs and cafes of Traralgon and Morwell.
Yeah. Question here from Duncan in Brunswick, which is in Melbourne. He says, hello, Rachel and Stocky. Thank you for your very informative and entertaining podcast. I understand the press are staying in Morwell. Are the lawyers staying there too? And Justice Beale, do they have special quarters or do they travel up and down to Melbourne each day?
I won't tell you where they're staying. I don't think they will appreciate that. But the lawyers and Justice Beale, I understand, are spread over Morwell and Traralgon, just like us.
Yes, they are. They are staying down here.
They're here. I think they go home on weekends, like we do sometimes. But yeah, for the most part, they're here.
Question here from Dave in Geelong, similar vein. Hi all, absolutely loving the Mushroom Case Daily podcast. You painted a fantastic and detailed picture of the proceedings inside the courtroom, but we're fascinated by what's going on outside the courtroom. I'm wondering if you can give us some insights, including, he's listed a few questions. Let's just answer the ones that we want to. Rach, where is everyone staying, eating, relaxing? How does everyone travel to and from court? What's the vibe in Morwell? What's happening at the pubs and clubs?
I'm lucky. I have a driver, Dave, and his name is Stocky. So we wake up, we talk through the plan for the day, have breakfast, and then Stocky thankfully drives me into court every morning. I don't think we've had to catch many Ubers, have we, Stocky? We caught one to Traralgon once. We just usually have sometimes breakfast at one of the two nearby cafes, definitely lunch there. I've had some amazing soups. During this cold weather. And where's everyone staying, Stocky?
So there's like a combination of places. So we've got people in hotels, rented accommodation, houses, the like. So it's sort of spread across. And, the people who've got, what I've noticed in the kind of divide is that a lot of the broadcast media, so the TV, the radio, journalists are based in Morwell because they've got to be a bit closer to the courtroom for live crosses and things like that. And more of the print journos, so your papers, so, The Age, The Australian, The Daily Mail, they are based in Traralgon.
And some of the other podcasters too are out there.
And some of the other podcasters. There's been a move around as people's, this trial's continued for longer than we're expecting. Dave, wonderful question. Thank you, Rach. Question here from Hannah, Lauren, Ingrid from Fitzroy in Melbourne. Hey, Stocky and Rachel. We love the pod. We assume you stay in Morwell over the weekend. What do you guys get up to in your spare time in the area? Well, actually, we've been heading home for a lot of the weekends, Hannah, Lauren and Ingrid. So we are here during the week, often travelling to Morwell on the Sunday night. So we're fresh on Monday morning. So we'll come in on Sunday night and then we'll work through, we'll produce the episodes that we've been doing on Fridays, record them, get them published, and then jump in the car and head back to Melbourne to spend a couple of nights with our friends and families in our own beds. So that's what's happening there. I have, in some of the spare time that we've had, I have stayed down. I had a wonderful weekend out on Waratah Ridge, south of Gippsland recently, exploring Wilson's Promontory, which was absolutely delightful. And outside of that, trying to go for a swim, a bit of a walk, a bit of a run, things like that. Rach, how about yourself?
Sadly, for the first 6 weeks or 8 weeks of this trial, I think I was heading home but spent it in hospital. One of my family members has been quite sick. So, Stocky, I've been spending my time either in a courtroom or a hospital room. But I wanted to give a shout out to the amazing staff at John Faulkner Hospital. The care they show people in there is incredible. So thank you very much for looking after my family member. And it also reminded me watching them of the incredible people, Stocky, that we've seen come through the trial and give evidence from Korumburra, Leongatha, Dandenong and the Austin Hospital. It's a rare breed of angels that can do that job. So a big shout out to them. But yeah, I have been spending most of my weekends at home this weekend. Maybe if the jury is still sitting, I'll spend it here. I was talking to one of my colleagues last night about maybe going up to one of the ski fields.
Yep. If we're still here on Sunday, my plan is to go for a walk somewhere, exploring the wonderful hills either side of the Latrobe Valley that I mentioned earlier, or down to Wilson's Prom. Question here, Rach, from Sarah in Warrigal. Hi team, absolutely love the pod. What's one thing that you would recommend people to pull off the freeway and have a break? Also, if you haven't been to Lock, it's a lovely spot, definitely worth a drive with or without iNaturalist. Well, Sarah, the thing I would recommend, and it's actually a pretty easy drive if you pull off the highway to head into Morwell, take the first exit to Morwell when you're heading down the freeway from Melbourne, cruise into town, and there is a beautiful rose garden just near the courthouse, actually. So I'd recommend going through that. The timing might not be great. I think they've actually just pruned it. So, there's still a few there, but it's looking a little different to what it was when we arrived. But it's a spot where I have trying to find time to go for a wander through some afternoons to get a bit of fresh air, a bit of a break from some of the proceedings that we've been following in court.
And that is where Funky Tom May went for a walk that morning. We think, maybe?
Yeah, I've just made that assumption. I actually don't know if that's where he went for that walk, but, it's close by. It's an obvious spot, so...
It's beautiful. It's under a blanket of fog this morning.
It is.
But it is stunning. I like on the drive back to Morwell, and I used to do this on the way to Sale as well, just coming into Yarragon, if you turn to your right, not for too long, keep your eyes on the road, but it's just this picture postcard, rolling hills, dairy cows. I just loved that view, and it's a beautiful little town. So that would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Sarah. Wonderful question. Well worth popping in and just... finding out a bit about more if you're ever going past. It is an easy little jaunt off of the highway. Question here, Rach, Ange in Sydney. Loving the pod. Thanks for all the in-depth coverage. Early on you mentioned there was a lot of media and an overflow room, a media room at the court. This week you said you'd been able to spend some time with some people from other networks. Is there interest from around the world, or is it just Australian media? How do you all get on? Is it friendly or competitive? Well, Ange, we've been spending time with the media the whole time we've been here. We're all in a room together. I think I mentioned in an episode about a week or so ago, I spend more time with, other media from, Channel 10, Channel 7, The Guardian, The Australian, than I have with other ABC colleagues. There's obviously ABC colleagues in the room that I'm spending time with as well, but anyone who's not here covering the case, I have not seen, basically, for 10 weeks. And it is very friendly. One of the things that's really interesting about court reporting is that there is no exclusive. Like, we can't break any news around this. Like, we're all getting the same thing. We can't report anything outside of what's being heard in the courtroom. So we're all working off of the same information. We're just making sure we're getting it to as many people as we can through all the different networks. And so it is quite collegiate.
Yeah. I thought about this last night, why we're all such good mates. And I think it does have a lot to do with that we're working off the same textbook. We can't tell you anything the jury doesn't hear. So no one's racing off to find people that might know more that we can bring you, because we're just not allowed. I don't know whether that will change after the trial, but certainly we have to stick to a certain script while we're here. And everyone generally has been quite great at doing that.
Yeah, everyone's been wonderful. The one thing I have been thinking is that, while we're all getting along really well at the moment, when when we hear about the verdict, as we're all trying to get basically a good spot, how far that collegiality extends in those moments. But I was talking to another ABC reporter last night about how we, how close we've all become through this whole process and how we'll look back on this. So
it's been one of the most lovely things for me, actually, that this community and the ecosystem we're in, with our colleagues and the other networks, but also most of what we've been talking about in this episode, Stocky, is the community and the townspeople and the friendships that we've made there.
Yeah, and that's it. It's not just the community and the collegiality that we get and we experience from other media. It is the people in Morwell as well. They're a part of that. We've got a list of people that we'll shout out towards the end of the ep, because we've made some really wonderful friends here, some people that have really looked after us.
We'll be coming back.
Yeah,
sorry, Morwell.
We absolutely will be.
Also, to Andrew's question about interest from around the world, there's the BBC here. Who else do we have? We've got The Guardian covering it for here and also abroad.
Daily Mail's got people over from the UK at the moment. Reuters is here. I think a couple of people from Reuters are here at the moment as well, actually. So,
and then we also get a lot of emails, requests for crosses from Stocky and I from networks overseas, anywhere from UK, US, Ireland.
Yep. Yeah, there's been a whole bevy of people interested in this case. There is really is global interest in this one. Wonderful question, Ange. Thank you, Rach. Laura from Byron Bay, she is living in London at the moment, though. She says she was once an associate to a Supreme Court judge in New South Wales, but is long out of the law now. My question is about your own level of emotion, often expressed on the podcast as you go through this experience, and particularly while waiting for the verdict. You say how tense and on edge you are. You are clearly invested in the outcome, and I'm interested to know how you can explain this. You cannot hope for one result or the other. Whichever way it goes, some families will be devastated. Laura, you are spot on. This is, the families will be devastated either way. This is a case that is involved, that is only here because 3 people have died. It's had a huge impact on 2 towns. And it's interested, you say we're invested in the outcome. I was thinking about this last night, and I actually realised I don't have an investment in the outcome. Like, I'm not weighted one way or the other in this situation. I've been here reporting on it, and I think the emotion that we have is purely around making sure we are in the right places at the right time to bring you Mushroom Case Daily when there's a verdict. The longer it goes on, I feel like the more tense we get, because we have more time to think about the things that could go right and the things that could go wrong.
Yeah, I think I said the other day I was tense because we were recording when we probably should have been at court, just in case it came back. And we don't get much notice. We'll probably get about 5 minutes notice. So that's where my edginess comes from. And also, we're so in it. We're so immersed in it. And every day we were in that courtroom, you can't really escape the toll. You know, the Patterson and Wilkinson's families have been sitting in there most days. And as you said, Stocky, 3 people lost their lives. And I don't think there are any winners in this. You know, families have been broken apart. Friendships have been imploded. We can't escape that because we see it every day. And that, to me, is one of the starkest things about this trial and what we've tried to reflect in this podcast. It's not just a case. Some of you might hear it as a case, but people are living out this nightmare right now, and we haven't shied away from that.
Yeah, you know, we're reminded every day. You know, Ian Wilkinson, the surviving lunch guest, been in court a lot of the time, so very hard to kind of, you know, take yourself away from the impacts of this as we're reporting on it. So probably goes a little bit of the way to explaining how tense and on edge we are, Laura. But a wonderful question. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Rach. Another question here from Margot. Hi, Rachel and Stocky. Thanks for a fantastic podcast. I listen whenever I'm cooking. I wanted to ask a question about the style of the podcast. Generally, I've noticed that you do not share your own opinions about the case, which I'm very curious about. Is it because of journalistic guidelines or restrictions that prevent you from sharing your personal views?
Thanks, Margot. And it's a really good question, actually. And it's both, well, it's a lot of things. It is journalistic guidelines and restrictions legally. It's ABC charter guidelines that we follow. I got this question a lot when I put out my first podcast, Trace, Stocky. And I would say to people, look, that's not my role. You know, it doesn't matter what my opinion is. Our role is to lay out all the facts. You make up your own mind. The most important people here are the jury. Only their opinion matters. So we do have to be really careful because it's not about us, and opinions can and have affected trials, and I don't think that's the role of a journalist. Those things should be played out in the legal system. So we do have to be very careful of that, and also not let things we know or don't know or feel or don't feel seep into our coverage and our commentary and even our tone, Stocky.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Rach. Great question, Margot. As we've been living in more, Rach, it has been we were here in, I think, maybe even the end of summer, certainly the middle of autumn we arrived. And we have been here through, I think, maybe the entirety of autumn and now what is well into winter, blanket of fog covering the town today. And it is certainly quite cold. And Nat, Chloe and Disco the dog seem to have clocked the weather because they have been doing their research, it seems. And they say, "Hi, Stocky and Rachel, we have a question for Stocky. Stocky, we understand you're a diehard shorts wearer. Are your legs still braving the cold more winter? If you had to try out wearing pants?" Really strangely intimate level of knowledge about my sartorial habits there, Nat, Chloe and Disco. I have been wearing jeans this whole time. Because it is basically freezing cold. Not freezing cold the whole time, but it is quite cold. There's a few people I've seen getting around in shorts. We had a juror wearing shorts one day, early in the trial. And then there was also one of the ABC reporters who was getting around in a pair of shorts for a bit as well.
He has also stopped that,
yeah,
I see.
Those people learned their lessons quite quickly. So it is, pretty cold. You know, several layers a day we're working on. But thank you for the wonderful question and also, I guess, our general wellbeing inquiry there. Rach, our final question is from Natalie. Natalie says, "Hi, Rach and Stocky. Thank you so much for your thoughtful and steady coverage of the Erin Patterson trial. Been tuning in and really appreciate the way you're handling such a complex and sensitive story. My family run a small fruit and vegetable store at a Melbourne market, and in light of the case, we've had quite a few interesting conversations with customers about mushrooms. Some people jokingly swearing them off, others just curious or cautious. We sell a wide range of gourmet and wild forage mushrooms, including oyster, chestnut, pine, and slippery jacks. Being mushroom season now, we've been bravely covering mushroom recipes on our socials and have seen a bit of a resistance there. Obviously, this is a bit of a lighter question and not related to the trial itself, but I've been wondering, Have your own attitudes toward mushrooms changed throughout covering this story?
Hi, Natalie. Thanks for that. I'll have to check out your store next time I'm at the market because, no, it hasn't changed my habits. We go to steak night on a Tuesday here in Morwell. I usually get the mushroom sauce. I do remember last year when I was out here doing interviews about the case, some people told me that, people had started backing off mushrooms. Some stores were reporting sales had fallen. Stocky, do you remember that? But I'm not seeing it here, are you?
No. There's a mushroom toasty on the menu in one of the cafes, mushroom soups at another one of the cafes, still mushroom sauces, beef and mushroom pies, things like that. It hasn't seemed to have affected any of the places around town. No one's being overt about it, I think, is the thing to kind of make the point about. Like we spoke about this early when making this podcast about like whether or not there's things with mushrooms on the menu around town, and there are. But people aren't making like a thing out of it. It's just, these are items that have been on the menus for a long time, and you just kind of notice it a bit more when you're here covering.
This is like an avocado.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But my attitudes towards mushrooms haven't changed at all in this process. Natalie has pointed out that the case for other people does seem to have changed some consumer attitudes toward buying and cooking mushrooms, which is a wonderful insight because you actually get a lot of questions sent to Mushroom Case Daily at abc.net.au about whether or not this has changed attitudes toward mushrooms. So we now have an insight here from Natalie, who sells mushrooms. Rach, I'd love to, just talk about some of the people we've met around town. We've spoken about some of the media that we are friends with, that we hang out with, but there are so many people around town that have looked after us, have been had wonderful conversations with them. And so I thought we'd take a bit of time out of the pod to thank a few of these people. Shay at the Bolo, who will take our order over the phone if we're running late, making the podcast, and are going to miss the cutoff for the kitchen.
8 p.m.
And we'll also pop our meals under the heat lamp to keep them warm in some of those instances as well.
Yeah, thanks, Shay. You're a gem. There's Michelle, Island, Ree, Britt and Monty at the cafe, and they had us all in for dinner last night. And I love seeing their smiling faces in the morning. And as you said, Stocky, it's a very heavy case. So things like this really make my day.
Yeah. Laura is one of the other cafes in town. Todd, yet another cafe. We have been drinking quite a lot of coffee, it turns out. Trying to share the love around the many cafes that are in Morwell.
There's the guys at the deli who, remember Stocky, one day I said, don't worry, I'm having a salad. And one of them's like, Rach, you don't want a salad? I'm like, you're right, I don't. There's Jenny at the pub. Annie, the security guard, with a hilarious sense of humour. Annie
is probably one of the best storytellers I've met in my entire life. My life is based around storytelling. I've met a lot of storytellers, and Annie had an entire table of journalists in stitches with almost every week when we're there, and she comes around for a bit of a chat. So she's fantastic. Claudia and the Pay It Forward coffees that she's doing at the cafe as well. Again, lots of coffee going around.
And there's Ian at court, one of my fave security guards. He's a legend. He keeps our spirits up with lots of stories and motivational speeches, Stocky.
And Ian as well, such a lovely man. We'd mentioned him on the pod previously. He brought us the musk sticks. And the other day he popped his head into the media room while I was actually publishing an episode of Mushroom Case Daily. He's a fan of the pod, so I spent a bit of time, I don't know how interested he was, but I was showing him how we put the pod together, how we publish all of that, which was absolutely lovely. And him and the other security guards at the Latrobe Valley Law Courts have been fantastic. We see them every single morning. Their patience as I rummage for my keys and try and get my laptop out of my bag is an inspiration. So shout out to Jeff, Rob, Steve, Brendan, Dymphia, Ethan, Craig, Daniel, Jackie and Cindy.
They have rainfall figures, they have tips for the weekend, they see us every morning and every afternoon and are very kind and friendly. So thanks, guys.
Yeah, we've made sure, certainly over the last couple of weeks, to just keep their spirits up with an array of sweet treats, bag of lollies here and there, just to make sure they can get us through that little metal detector as well as possible. I'm going to walk into a building sometime and just out of habit flip my belt over and put my arms out to my side so someone can security wand me, because it's the only way I've entered a building for the last 10 weeks. Rach, we have got people listening to Mushroom Case Daily all over the world. Obviously, there's people around the town here in Morwell that are listening, but people all over the world as well. I thought it'd be fun to just shout out a few of them as we tend to on a Friday. So I'll start in England because we've got Michelle in sunny South Shields, Alison in the New Forest, which I used to walk around when I was a child.
Wow.
Rob and Eleanor in Kent and Laura in Devon. An alarming number of people from England talking about how sunny it is there. So I have my suspicions. But Rach, we've also got people listening in Ireland as well.
We do. We've got Hannah, County Down in Ireland, Steph in Kildare. Then in Scotland, we've got Susan, Sarah in Glasgow. I was booed off a karaoke stage in Glasgow once, Sarah. And Emma on the Isle of Barra.
In Europe, we've got Kirsty, who's Victorian living in Poland, James in Berlin, Joe in Berlin, unsure if they are known to each other, Brenda and Anne in Cologne, Yolanda in Sweden, Laura in Finland, Deborah in Greece, Anne in Ghent in Belgium.
In North America, we've got Freya, San Francisco, Diane in New York City, and Colin in Canada.
We've also got Rob and Eleanor in Kent in New Zealand. And we had this email as well from Kate in Greensborough, who was listening to an episode where she heard someone talk about how they were doing the Camino Trek in the French Pyrenees, and got in touch to let us know that she listens from her car, a 2002, just general runabout, while driving around Greensborough, trying to get her 2-year-old to go to sleep. And this reminded me that some of the places that people are listening might not sound as exotic, but it is the routine and the connection that has made this podcast special. So I wanted to shout out some of the listening habits and locations of Mushroom Case Daily listeners, starting with Beck in Perth, who listens while walking her golden retrievers, Bonty and Bruce.
There's Naomi, who spends her lunch breaks discussing the pod with her colleagues Kim and Tim in Burswood.
Emily, who listens from her couch with her partner Matt and her cat, Miso.
Rach in New Zealand, who listens with her hubby while cooking dinner.
Tim, who's in Newcastle listening on his ride to work.
Erin, who listens while feeding her baby at night, and I think Christian's been doing a lot of that too. Christian Silver, little baby Silver,
doing the early morning listen while caring for his newborn overnight. Sophia in Western Australia, who we keep company while she's doing her puzzles in the evening.
Sarah, who listens while tidying up after the kids have gone to bed.
And Steph, who is 11, who listens with her dad. And speaking of listening, I would highly recommend the ABC Listen app. How's that for a segue? It is a wonderful place for not just Mushroom Case Daily, but all sorts of other ABC content. It has been wonderful to see the number of people who have downloaded the ABC Listen app at my suggestion and emailed back to go, Stocky, there's so much wonderful stuff on here. What a treat. Thank you so much.
Knew?
Yeah, and actually not a joke. That is something that has happened a number of times. Yeah. So I'm stoked that you've been able to find something on there and would recommend jumping on the ABC Listen app. You'll get your Mushroom Case Daily episodes there before you will get them anywhere else. Rach, what happens now?
We continue to wait, Stocky, but we'll be back with you if they've got a question or if there's a verdict.
Thank you, Rach.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who keep helping us out. Our commissioning executive producer, Tim Roxburgh, and supervising producer, Yasmin Parry. Thanks to senior lawyer, Jasmine Sims, our legal queen, for her legal advice every single day, and to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager, Eric George. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai Kurnai people.
You ever watch the news and think, whoa, this seems...
Unprecedented?
Unprecedented.
It's unprecedented.
This has never happened before. This is unprecedented.
Well, that's not always quite true. I'm Matt Bevan, and my show, if you're listening, is about finding times that what's happening now has happened before and figuring out what we can learn from it. Learning from history. I mean, who could imagine? Find new episodes on ABC Listen every Thursday.
Hi there, Yumi Steins here, host of the podcast Ladies We Need to Talk. We're all about health and wellness, sex and relationships. If it's going off in your group chat, we're going to talk about it on Ladies We Need to Talk. Perimenopause, fertility, your love life, the mental load, Ozempic. Nothing's off limits. Find Ladies We Need to Talk on the ABC Listen app and all the usual places.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Bodily fluids and functions. This was the theme in today's tense cross-examination. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It's Tuesday, the 10th of June, and we've just started the 7th week of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Rach, we woke up this morning in Morwell to a blanket of fog covering the town as we make our way into the 7th week of this trial.
Yep, the rhythms are back, the fog's back. I should have been a double sock day today. The rose pruners were out, so back for week 7.
Yep, back for week 7, and a big day in court today as the trial of accused triple murderer Erin Patterson continued. Can you take us through what we've heard?
We started the day with one of the big moments of last week when Erin Patterson told the jury that she had booked in for a pre-assessment for gastric bypass surgery. That led to talk about the cake and how much of that she threw up, how much she ate at the lunch. Then we moved on to the hospital and what she did and didn't tell them and why she didn't tell them she'd thrown up that day. On the issue of mushrooms, that question was put to her again. Did she have a particular interest in death caps? She says she doesn't remember using that iNaturalist website, and this interlude led to a bit of a tetchy exchange with the prosecutor.
Thank you so much, Rach. I want to start today's episode where we started in court today. We heard Erin Patterson talking last week about how she had booked herself in for like a pre-assessment for some gastric bypass surgery. This came up again today. She named the clinic last week, the Enrich Clinic, and today basically was questioned about what she was heading to this clinic for by prosecutor Dr. Nanette Rogers.
Yeah, she dropped that name Enrich last week, and you and I were saying whether the informant Stephen Eppenstall would be sitting outside that clinic all weekend to check whether or not she did in fact have an appointment there. That's how Nanette Rogers, the prosecutor, started the day. She said you did have an appointment scheduled at 11 a.m. on the 13th of September 2023 in South Yarra. Erin Patterson replied, I thought it was a different suburb.
Right.
Anyway, this appointment that for the 13th was apparently cancelled 2 days earlier on the 11th of September. Then Dr. Rogers put to her, Enrich doesn't offer gastric bypass or sleeve surgery. And Erin said, look, I don't know. I had an appointment with them and that's what my memory thought it was for. Dr. Rogers said, I put to you it had nothing to do with gastric bypass. And Erin Patterson said, look, it would have been related to weight loss surgery. Perhaps it was a different procedure. Perhaps it was something like liposuction.
The reason that Erin Patterson was talking about this last week, she says the reason that she lied to the lunch guests about having cancer at that lunch was that she needed a cover for when she went in for a procedure that was separate to this. And that, you know, this weight loss procedure was the procedure that she needed to cover for.
She did tell the jury, though, she didn't end up telling them about the surgery. So all they knew, all the guests knew at the lunch, was that she potentially had cancer and needed help on what to tell the kids. Erin Patterson's story is that she needed help with the kids, but for that time that she thought she'd be out of action having this surgery, which she says she had the pre-assessment for, she said she would need help getting the kids to school and taking them to after-school activities and things like that.
Yeah. When this came out last week, when Erin Patterson started talking about the plans for this surgery, when she dropped the name of the clinic, lots of questions about where that might go. The question today, though, from Dr. Nanette Rogers, I mean, we probably spent more time talking about it on the pod to this point than Dr. Nanette Rogers spent questioning Erin Patterson about it.
It was very fast, wasn't it? I think Dr. Rogers just wanted it on the record that this clinic, according to Dr. Rogers, doesn't do gastric bypass surgery, so it must have been something else, and that she'd cancelled that appointment anyway.
Rach, we had a whole day of questioning from Dr. Nanette Rogers today. Erin Patterson cross-examined, from woe to go, basically. The other point that I'm really keen to spend a bit of time on today is Erin's actions following the lunch and basically how she vomited after eating a cake. So just a content warning here, we're going to be discussing some eating issues coming up. Erin Patterson last week gave evidence that she had struggled with her body image for a period of time. She'd had disordered eating for different periods of her life, binge eating, and that following the lunch there was a leftover cake. She ate the best part of it, 2/3 of it, 3/4 of it, and then following that, felt sick and went to the bathroom and made herself vomit. Today, Dr. Nanette Rogers being quite direct about the purpose for that and what that might have meant for the meals she'd eaten before, the beef Wellington.
Yeah, Dr. Rogers put to Erin Patterson, the vomit was partly constituted by the beef Wellington. And Erin replied, I've no idea what was in the vomit. And Dr. Rogers said, at all? Like, she really wanted scrutiny of what was in this vomit. And Erin said, look, how could I? It's just vomit unless you can see a bean or a piece of corn. And Dr. Rogers quickly fired back, well, you didn't have corn. And Erin said, look, that was just an example. I didn't study my vomit.
Yeah.
But she was pressed on that longer than the Enrich Clinic, actually. The time, she was asked when, and she puts it sometime between 3 p.m. and dinner, but she can't say exactly when. And then Dr. Rogers, said to her, you didn't tell a single medical person that you'd vomited up after the lunch. And Erin said, that's true, I didn't do that.
Because she had a number of conversations with medical professionals in the days after this, as they're trying to ascertain whether or not she has consumed death cap mushrooms and what they might need to do to try and treat her.
Remember last week, Erin Patterson said she'd never told anyone about this condition. Dr. Rogers put to her, did you not tell them because of embarrassment? And Erin didn't say that was the case.
Yeah.
The point of all that, Stocky, is Dr. Rogers was trying to ascertain, how much she ate, and she was trying to argue that Erin Patterson's story about how much she ate has shifted over time.
Okay.
And Dr. Rogers put to her that, she said different things at different times. Do you remember telling this person that you didn't eat at all? Do you remember telling this person you only ate about half? And Erin Patterson said, look, I remember saying I didn't eat at all. Maybe I ate half, but I didn't have a tape measure. And Dr. Rogers put to her, it's a very different thing between a quarter of a third, don't you? And she said, well, yes, there definitely is, but I just can't. I can't say any more than that.
Yeah. If this conversation about disordered eating has brought up anything for you, you can get in touch with the Butterfly Foundation. You can find them at butterfly.org.au and also 1-800-ED-HOPE. Rach, talking about the number of medical professionals that Erin Patterson would have had contact with, would have spoken to or spoken with, I guess, in the days following the lunch. Something that Dr. Nanette Rogers spent a bit of time today talking about was what happened in between Erin Patterson's visits to the Leongatha Hospital. Now, Erin Patterson arrives to the Leongatha Hospital on the Monday after the lunch, sometime between 8 and 9 a.m, and isn't there for very long and leaves, and then comes back about an hour and 45 minutes later. And basically today, Dr. Nanette Rogers was claiming that, and put this very directly to Erin Patterson at one point, basically saying, look, the reason that you were gone from the hospital for that amount of time is that you had to come up with a plan of what you were going to do because you realised these people were sicker than you thought, the hospital had clued into things you didn't expect them to clue into.
So Erin Patterson arrived at Leongatha Hospital, I think around 8 in the morning. She only stayed until 8:10, as we've heard. She says that she wasn't ready to be admitted. She had things to do at home, feed the pets, get her daughter's bag ready for ballet for that night. We heard again today the line of Dr. Chris Webster that he says he told her life was at risk. She denies that, that it was put that forcefully. She did agree that he told her that death caps might have been the cause of the poisoning. But she says, look, he didn't ask me where the mushrooms came from. I said Woolies in regards to where the ingredients of the beef Wellington came from.
Right. Yep.
So she's saying to the jury, I didn't have this appreciation that you're putting to me that I did have, that my life could be in danger. So she says that she went home, as I said to you, fed the pets, moved the sheep, away from the foxes, packed a bag for her daughter. But Dr. Rogers put to her, as you said, you were using this time to suggest how to manage this situation you now found yourself. You thought it would be treated as food poisoning. You had to think quickly. You had to try to explain why you weren't as sick as the others. You needed to cover your tracks. That's what you were doing. That's what you were spending time doing. And it was this rapid volley of that interspersed with Erin Patterson saying incorrect. And then that volley ended in Erin saying, "Is that so? You're saying I spent an hour and a half thinking? Is that what you're suggesting?" She said, "I'm sure I did some thinking, but it wasn't about covering my tracks." And so when she returns to the hospital, Erin, at 9:45, which is about an hour and a half after she left, Dr. Rogers says, "You did so to maintain the fiction of you being similarly unwell."
Yeah. And this is the kind of interesting thing about that exchange is that, you know, the interaction with Dr. Webster's, the first time that she is told by somebody else that they think the death cap mushrooms have been in the meal or the cause of this poisoning, and Dr. Annette Rogers is basically saying, like, look, you thought, like you were saying, this was just going to be a food poisoning event that you wouldn't need to actually have to deal with the fact there were death cap mushrooms in this. And it's at this point that she kind of clocks it and goes, oh, hang on. And that's why, again, Dr. Annette Rogers is alleging she's taken that time.
Yeah, she's suggesting that she panicked and just didn't know what to do, what to tell people.
Yeah. Speaking of Dr. Chris Webster, this is the man that you may remember from earlier in the trial. He was the doctor on kind of the lead doctor, I guess, at the time that Erin Patterson presents to Leongatha Hospital. An incredibly loud voice that we commented on at the time. And today we were reminded of that as Erin Patterson was kind of recounting her interactions with this man.
Yeah, as I've mentioned, he said to her that he thought there were death cap mushrooms in the meal. She goes home and comes back. They have another conversation. It was put to her, he said to you, you need to get the children into a hospital because they can be scared and alive or dead. And Dr. Rogers said to Erin, did he make clear their lives were at risk? And she said, I guess. I guess he made it clear he thought they might be at risk. I was a bit confused. It was a bit of a bizarre thing to say. And then Erin Patterson said, I think I was confused because he was yelling at me. And then she said, I've since discovered that's just his inside voice.
Would have been an interesting, I suppose, moment when she realised that. I suppose watching Dr. Webster give evidence in court and being like, oh, he's shouting at everyone. He's
yelling at everyone.
Yeah.
And this was the guy, remember, like this was the end of his shift, remember? Like imagine getting ready to go home and then this all erupts.
Yeah. Rach, we finished last week on a bit of a cliffhanger. Justice Christopher Beale, the judge presiding over this case, as we were getting to Dr. Annette Rogers questioning Erin Patterson about her interest in death cap mushrooms, Justice Christopher Beale called the session for the week and we all went home. Did we get a resolution to Erin Patterson's interest in death cap mushrooms today?
Yeah, I think everyone was hanging for that answer, but Justice Beale is not here to appease our desire for long-form narrative, Stocky.
No, he is not.
So everyone went home. That was on Friday. We came back to this today. Dr. Rogers said to Erin Patterson, I suggest you had an interest in death cap mushrooms and that it wasn't limited to whether they grew in Gippsland. And Erin Patterson said that's incorrect. I was looking to see whether they grew in South Gippsland. The topic moved on to iNaturalist and the website that the prosecution alleges that she visited, that she navigated through. She looked at global maps, she navigated through the maps, found a site in Moorabbin, navigated some more. So she was pressed a lot on that today. And one question was, you entered iNaturalist as the specific search term because you knew that site. You'd visited it before. Erin Patterson said, I disagree. Again, you'd visited it before May 2022. She said, look, I still don't remember ever using that site. So the prosecution was trying to imply that she perhaps used it on another device, not this computer that they found the URLs on that they could, they found in the metadata. And Dr. Rogers pressed her again and again, and she said, well, it looks like someone did look at that, and that somebody could have been me, but I don't remember using that site.
And there was this exchange between Dr. Rogers and Erin Patterson at this point when she's like, I could have been me, where Dr. Rogers said, oh, was it your son that used it? And Erin said, oh, I don't know. And then she said, oh, was it your daughter? And she said, oh, I don't know. And she says, well, who was living in the house at this point? And it's like, well, it was those three. And something that we touched on earlier in the pod when we were talking about these web results was that these searches happened just before the visit to the Corumburra Middle Pub for a dinner order as well. And today, Annette Rogers made a point of going, oh, look, well, these searches were done just before this order and you made that order, right? And Erin Patterson just saying, oh, well, look, I can't remember if she said I don't remember or
she picked at a particular time. She looked at what was up on her screen and said, oh, no, that you're meaning the second visit. And she tried to argue with the prosecution about what it was actually alleging. And Dr. Rogers said, look, I'm the person who asks the question. If something needs to be clarified, your barrister will do so.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if that is picked up when we get to the re-examination of Erin Patterson once we finish the cross-examination of Erin Patterson.
We're seeing that quite a lot, though, that I remember I was talking to you on Friday about Erin Patterson's seeming need to be precise about certain words and the language and how she communicates things. There was a couple of examples of this today. Dr. Rogers said that beef Wellington found in the rubbish bin was found to contain death cap mushrooms. Erin Patterson said, I thought Dimitri Gerastimoulos said they found amanitin, which is the actual toxin, which is what he did say. So, there's been instances like that. She was being asked if certain people said certain things, and she said, well, they didn't say it like that. Maybe you're putting to me something that they've paraphrased. Very niggly about the language, Stocky, as this podcast has heard before.
Yeah. Thank you, Rach. We are getting a huge number of questions through to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. Some incredibly insightful questions, some wonderful comments. I'd love to go through a few of them with you now, Rach. First one is here from Emma. She's writing from Preston in the UK. And Emma says, during the trip to take her son to his flying lesson, Erin has said she stopped the car by the side of the road as she had diarrhea and then disposed of this at the service station. However, in your episode on the 9th of May, you stated that her son's evidence was that she didn't stop to go to the toilet at all during this journey. Am I misunderstanding the evidence, or is this a contradiction in the evidence?
Both are correct. The son did give that evidence that they didn't stop on the way to the flying lesson. But as we know, Erin Patterson has told the court she needed to stop, that she had diarrhea in the bush, used some tissues, put it in a dog poo bag, which she put that dog poo bag in her purse, that they then dropped off at the toilets at a BP station in Caldermere. And we have seen CCTV vision of that BP station and of the 9 seconds that she goes into the toilets and comes back out again.
Okay, great. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Emma. Incredible, eye to catch a detail from an episode a month ago. And then bring it back to some of the evidence that we've heard in the last couple of days. So stocky a career change, if you're not already a prosecutor, in your future. Rachel, another question here from Andrew. Andrew says, Dear Stocky and Rachel, thanks for the riveting podcast. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew says, my partner and I love listening to it around the breakfast table here in Hamburg in Germany. Over breakfast, we unfortunately got stuck on a very gross question. If Erin had such extreme diarrhea by the side of the road, how was she able to pick it up and put it in the plastic bag? Please excuse the gross and disgusting question, but it seems to be an inconsistency of consistency, so to speak.
Thanks, Andrew. It was consistent in its inconsistency, allegedly. Erin told the court she used tissues, and it was those tissues that went into the dog poo bag. But sorry you're listening to this over breakfast, because we have been hearing a lot about poo and vomit this week. And the bowel chart, Stocky, the Bristol bowel chart came up again today.
Bristol stool chart, which I'm very familiar with, by the way. I would recommend anybody interested in their movements to familiarise themselves with.
Numbers 1 to 7, you can choose different consistencies on that chart.
Give you a strong insight into your diet, that chart will. It was interesting seeing that again. We heard today, actually, well-timed question, Andrew, because we heard Erin Patterson again questioned for the first time again about her bowel movements when she was in hospital, about the wee that she said looked like a poo, and she actually explained why she'd said that to the nurse.
She did. She said she didn't want to look like an idiot, that she knew the difference between the two, that she'd had loose stools, that she agreed that they did look like urine, but she told the nurse that it was in fact a loose bowel movement.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Rach. And our last question for today is from Cass. Cass says, howdy team, long-time listener, first-time email. Well, we welcome all, Cass. Cass wanted to know how the questions are being asked by the prosecutor, Dr. Annette Rogers. Does the prosecutor do a long statement and then ask pointed questions, or are there many little questions throughout?
Cass, we spoke about this last week as it being like a dance, but I was thinking about this today, and it's almost, I used to play piano, and it reminds me a lot of, you have, verses, periods in between that are quite slow, so let's call that lento, and that's, the building phase, and you can see Dr. Rogers thinking about things and trying to, separate things into various clauses of questioning, and then we get to what I'll call the chorus, and we've often seen some very rapid staccato-like fired volleys and questions.
Yeah, no, it's been fascinating to see Dr. Annette Rogers kind of framing these arcs in the way that she does. So she's moving between different topics. Again, like we spoke about on Friday, she'll go through these sort of like sharp periods of questioning, get to the end, and then very deliberately going, okay, I'm moving to a different topic now, like next topic, and like really kind of clearly signposts it before moving into something else. So it's been fascinating to see, and thank you for asking the question, Cass, and thank you for answering, Rach. If you have any questions you would like us to answer, please get in touch. Also, feedback is welcome. Any general thoughts, if you want to tell us we're doing a wonderful job, that's fine. If you want to tell us you think we can do a better job, also welcome. With any clear guidance, please get in touch. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. Rach, what have we got coming up tomorrow?
More cross-examination, Stocky. We're back. We're back in the witness box with Erin Patterson.
Great. Thank you so much. Grab yourself the ABC Listen app, and then when we drop our app tomorrow, following on from where we are today, you'll be the first person to get it. And if you're using a different podcast platform, give us a rating, a review. Makes it much easier for other people to find us. And finally, if today's discussion of eating issues is something that you would like to talk to someone about, you can get in touch with the Butterfly Foundation. Butterfly.org.au is their website, and their number is 1-800-ED-HOPE.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who continue to help us out, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai Kurnai people.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of ABC News Daily. It's a podcast explaining one big news story affecting your world in just 15 minutes. From ABC investigations to politics, the cost of living, to major global events. Expert guests and journalists join me to explain why the world works the way it does. Follow the ABC News Daily podcast on the ABC Listen app.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Frozen assets and the next stages. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
Just a week after 4 people sat down for a family lunch in rural Victoria, 3 of them were dead.
Homicide detectives are still piecing together what exactly happened at the lunch.
It's certainly looking like the symptoms are consistent with death cap mushrooms.
Erin Patterson said she bought the dried mushrooms at a supermarket and an Asian grocery store months earlier.
I cannot think of another investigation that has generated this level of media and public interest.
It's now been about a month since Erin Patterson was found guilty of 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder following a lunch where she served her guests a death cap mushroom poisoned beef Wellington, Rach.
That's right, and we're now waiting for the sentencing process to start. But you're sending us so many questions, so we wanted to dive into the inbox and answer them for you.
Yeah, there appears to be no limit to the curiosity of Mushroom Case Daily listeners. So many people getting in touch via mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. And yeah, we thought we would take the time out of our podcast feed to jump in and answer a few more of them.
That's right, we've got about 8,300 so far, Stocky, which is incredible. People very curious about all aspects of this case.
Yeah, it's been incredible reading them. Lovely feedback, thoughts, and ideas on where this feed should go next as well. So we'll get into some of that this episode. You know, talking through what happens if Erin Patterson's lawyers didn't believe her or had cause to think that she committed these acts. Is that something they can still stand behind her and argue against? What happened to some of her phones during the trial and why wasn't this followed up? And also what happens or what would have been the process if Erin Patterson was found not guilty? Where would things have gone from there? So, Rachel, we have a huge number of questions sitting in our inbox, and I want to start here with one from Sally, which is very timely. Sally emails and says, "Good morning, team. Thank you for your podcast. I have not missed an episode. Even when travelling around Scotland with my husband, I listen daily. It certainly helped me to understand the legal process and the complexities of this case. I do not understand the wording and issues behind preventing the sale of Erin's house, though. Is it possible to delve into the reasons and implications behind this?"
Thanks, Sally. And this is very timely, as you said, Stocky, because the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecutions, applied, which we've only learned recently, applied soon after her conviction, 10 days after, in fact, for what's called a restraining order over her house in Leongatha. Now, this is to preserve the property so that it can be used to satisfy any claim for compensation or restitution, for example. So we're talking potential victims of crime compensation. So I don't know whether Ian Wilkinson will make any such claim, but let's use him as an example. He would have a year from the conviction date to lodge such a claim. So this restraining order is put over the property to potentially satisfy any claim that comes from her conviction. It's something that is done, I've seen it done more often in, remember the gangland wars and those drug trials, confiscation orders, and they were used to seize assets linked to criminal activity, like drug activity.
Right.
But this is interesting in terms of a potential victims of crime compensation claim. And I also noticed that Erin Patterson's lawyers are listed as a mortgagee on that Leongatha address. So it's unclear whether her victims or her legal team would have first priority when it comes to how the value of that Leongatha home would be distributed.
Right. So basically, Erin Patterson's in a position where she's not allowed to sell assets because the money from them might have to go somewhere else, either her legal team or, the victims of the crimes she's committed.
That's correct, or both.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you, Rach. And wonderful question, Sally. Thank you for getting in touch with such a timely question. It's lovely that, even after the trial has finished, we've still got people kind of getting in touch with Mushroom Case Daily at abc.net.au to fling questions at us. If you do have a question you'd like answered, please get in touch. We love reading all your emails to start with, but also answering your questions is a real joy as well. Rach, I've got another one here from Peter. Peter's question starts with a statement. It says, "I think Erin is probably guilty, but I have to ask, why did the jury take 6 days to reach their unanimous verdict? I would have thought if she was clearly guilty, the verdict would have been reached in a few hours at most. Taking such a long time to decide makes me think there must have been a lot of discussion between the jurors, which implied they must have had a considerable doubt about some aspects. And if there was a lot of doubt, how could they all find her guilty?"
Thanks, Peter. I've actually got this question a lot from friends, and it's a very good one. In terms of whether they could have decided quickly, I think they did a really thorough job as a jury. And Stocky, we noticed they were very attentive during the trial. It was a long trial. It blew out. There were 53 witnesses, 125 exhibits. And their job is to work through all that. And we never see inside that room. Of course, we don't hear, but it's my understanding that they, even if they had an idea at the start of deliberations, that they do need to work through that evidence.
Yeah, and like you say, there's a huge amount of stuff that they've got to work through. They can't just sit there and go, yeah, pretty sure she did it, and then not check the working. It's like,
correct,
it's basically checking the working.
Let's go to lunch. Done. And there are 4 elements of murder. We spoke about them during the podcast episodes, but remember, Stocky, there were 2 main, there's 4, but there was 2 that would be the ones that they really had to think hard about, and that's whether she deliberately put death cap mushrooms in the meal, and did she do so intending to kill them? And then those 4 elements of murder would have to be applied to the 4 people. So they did have a lot of work to do, and they got that binder. Remember that Justice Beale created a chronological story, I suppose, of the the witnesses, the exhibits, and how they could work their way through this rivers of evidence.
Yeah, Justice Christopher Beale, the judge presiding over Erin Patterson's trial, kind of, giving them this almost like a workbook, basically. The chronology and the guide to all the evidence that was presented through the trial.
I wanted Peter to talk to you about intent, and that was one of the bars, the very high bars that I wondered whether the jury would be able to clear in terms of intent. And now that I've had time, I don't know whether you're feeling the same, Stocky, but had more time to process it all, I think the jury's verdict was founded as much on what it didn't hear, what we've called the gaps, as on what it did.
Mm-hmm.
So there's only one record of a computer iNaturalist search a year before the lunch, but phone A was never found. So the jury never got to hear if iNaturalist searches were done on that phone.
Yeah, and phone A is, what the prosecution was alleging was Erin Patterson's primary phone in the year leading up to the lunch. So, not having that, really kind of like a key absence of a lot of detail in this trial.
Huge gap. The jury never got to hear Erin Patterson's alibi for the days that the Crown put her in lock and outram because the defence never asked her. The jury never got to hear whether her claim of purging after the lunch would have reduced her toxicity levels. The jury never got to hear if her claim of scraping off the mushroom paste would have actually protected her children, who supposedly ate the leftovers because no scientist was asked. So there were so many mental leaps, Stocky, that the jury was asked to make. And this is what I meant when I said I wonder if it'll be tricky for the jury, for 12 people, unanimously to clear that bar and to clear it beyond reasonable doubt. But regarding these mental leaps, the jury might have convicted her on the absence of evidence that it wanted to hear, these gaps. And also in my thinking, I'm wondering whether it convicted her because she seemed to have an answer for everything. So the story kept growing new legs. She explained away the dumping of the dehydrator because of panic, and I have seen people behave in crazy ways through panic, and Erin said she feared losing her children. So initially I thought, yep, the jury might buy that. Then you have to try to rationalise away the cancer lie, and then how she didn't get as sick as her lunch guests. And then you realise that you're rationalising away so many things, so many elements that on their own might not be suspicious, but the sum of all the parts is suspicious. So, Peter, that's where I've landed. I think the jury must have convicted both on the explanations that were too convenient, shall we say, as well as on the absence of explanations to those big ticket items which the jury just never heard.
If you're interested in hearing a bit more about the kind of whole story and a retelling of all of that, jump into some of our previous episodes and listen back to the kind of whole story of the lunch that Erin Patterson cooked in 2023 and what happened through that whole process and some of the lies that she told to try and get away with these crimes. Rach, we have another question here from Tim in Newcastle, very well-timed question that flows off the back of the one from Peter because it's about Erin Patterson's phones. Tim says he really enjoyed the coverage of the case that the pod's offered, but he wants to know what the deal with phone A is. He can't get over the fact that its existence has been acknowledged, it wasn't recovered, and that's just kind of accepted. Did police attempt a second search for it? Did they ask Erin Patterson to hand it over? If so, what did she say/do? If Erin was totally innocent and wanting to clear her name, why wouldn't she just hand it over to police? It's something that's frustrated me the whole way through.
Tim, I think it frustrated police as well because, as the prosecution said during the trial, this was her main phone for most of the year. So if there was anything incriminating, it was going to be on that phone, and they never found it. And I'll remind you that at some stage, so when police come to search her home initially, and it's the same day as the police interview, so we're talking the 5th of August, a week after the lunch, it's a Saturday. At some stage when police are searching her home, between midday and 1:45 p.m, the SIM card in phone A, so that crucial phone she'd been using all year, disconnected from the network. And when it shows back up on the network, it's very early Sunday morning, like close to 2 a.m, and it's in a different handset. It's in a Nokia. So you're right, Tim, that phone was crucial. They didn't take that phone A on that Saturday. And at the same time, it seems like the SIM's been taken out. The phone she does give police is phone B, what they called the dummy phone. And as for whether phone A was ever found, no, it wasn't. So phone A wasn't found. The Nokia that phone A's SIM went into wasn't found. They did do another search of her house in November,
Mm-hmm.
and that was the day that she was arrested, early November. But these two phones were never found. Now, you'll remember, Stocky, the defence made something of this during examination of Erin Patterson, examination in chief, and they showed her a photo, and basically they were trying to impugn that black rectangular object on a windowsill, that could have been phone A. So suggesting that perhaps police just weren't that thorough with their search. It was there all the time. They just didn't find it. But I don't know whether the jury bought that.
We heard prior to the trial, this wasn't something we heard during the trial, but we heard on the second search of Erin Patterson's house that the Victorian police actually borrowed electronic detector dogs from the AFP for that search to go through that house. And at the time, that wasn't something that really made a lot of sense. It was an interesting kind of detail in some of the early reporting around the arrest and the search of Erin Patterson's home. Obviously something now that takes on a completely different light, knowing how badly they wanted to try and find this phone. So, Tim, I'm not sure that it was just accepted in the way that you've suggested, in the way that Rach has been talking about here as well.
Yeah, they really wanted it. And these dogs fascinate me, Stocky, these detector dogs. Do you know they can smell where a USB used to be? So there was a case of a dog finding a book in a bookshelf, and police opened the book and there was a hole cut out for where a USB used to be. The USB wasn't there anymore, but the dog found that.
Yeah, and even they couldn't find Erin Patterson's primary phone, phone A, during the trial. So, yeah, look, interesting detail. Tim, not the only person who would have been frustrated by that one, I don't think. Rach, question here from Pat in Ascot Vale. Pat says, not sure if loving the podcast is the right term, but I am enjoying following you all and did so while they were travelling overseas. It became our breakfast ritual, cappuccino, croissant and mushroom case daily. For those of us who've experienced firsthand the effects cancer has had on themselves and their loved ones, the fear, the uncertainty, the anger, the sadness, the use of this disease as a tool for attention or sympathy is reprehensible to me. And so for some context around what Pat is saying here, Erin Patterson was talking to the lunch guests at her house on the day she served the poisoned beef Wellington about scans, about a potential cancer diagnosis. And Pat is saying that, that whole idea shows a complete disrespect for those people who genuinely have or have had cancer. It is selfish and manipulative and goes to the core of human decency. To use this as a pretense to lure people you supposedly love to a lunch goes to the character of a person, or lack of character, more appropriately.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. I've had a couple of people that the cancer lie, as it was put in the trial, really affected them, like really upset them. And I can completely understand that. They've lived through this horrific disease and survived it and come out the other end. And it was the same kind of hatred that we saw directed at Belle Gibson. Her name's been in the press again recently, but, using that as a lure for attention, which really grates with people that have had the real thing and really suffered through it. And Stocky, I've had mates that have had cancer. I've sat with them. I've cried over it. I've gone for walks with them, trying to keep them distracted. Friends have lost parents to cancer. And it is horrific watching friends go through that. And so, I get it. I get why this horror that they've lived, that Erin has used, as the prosecution said, as a lure, I get why that would piss people off completely.
Pat, wonderful question. Thank you for getting in touch and writing to us at mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. Rach, we have a question here from Anna. Anna says, hi, Rach, Stocky and Christian. Love the pod. Thanks for taking on the challenge of informing us as the trial was underway. I do have a question about the verdict. If Erin was found not guilty, what would the next step have been? There was acceptance from both sides that death caps were used in the meal that she served that caused 3 deaths. So would she just walk free, or would she be charged with manslaughter? How would that have worked?
Yeah, Anna, this is such a good question. So often it's all or nothing, and I'm talking about trials in general. Sometimes neither party wants it. The prosecution might want just a murder conviction. The defence sometimes thinks, oof, if you offer that up as an alternate charge, the jury might seize on that if they can't make their mind up. So that's one reason why manslaughter is never put on the table. And secondly, sometimes it's too tricky a concept to propose to the jury, depending on what the details of the particular case is. So in this case, Anna, I never heard it debated in court. We were waiting for it, weren't we, Stocky, waiting for the M word to be mentioned. I thought it would come close to the judge's charge. It never did. The judge, Justice Beale, might have raised it, but the fact that I didn't hear about it in court means that either one or both sides didn't want it left up to the jury. So with manslaughter never being mentioned as an alternative, if Erin was found not guilty, Anna, she would have walked. She acquitted, that's it.
So the prosecution wouldn't have then gone after the fact, gone, okay, well, we couldn't go on murder. Let's do this all again. Let's bring up the charge of manslaughter and try a totally different trial, just with manslaughter as the end goal.
No, I don't think they can, Stocky. I think in our legal system, only the defence can appeal. But for the prosecution, once a defendant is found not guilty in a criminal trial, the verdict is considered final, because if they went again, shall we say, that's considered double jeopardy.
Right.
Which isn't allowed to happen in Victoria.
It's also not allowed to happen in the US. I've seen a film about that.
Oh.
That's actually where my entire knowledge of double jeopardy is based on. I think Harrison Ford's in it. Anyway, getting distracted. Wonderful
Great basis
question.
for all legal research.
Basically all pop culture up until this point for me. Wonderful question, Anna. Thank you so much for getting in touch to mushroomcasedaily at abc.net.au. Thank you, Rach. Another one here, Rach, from Anthea. Anthea says, hi, Rachel and Stocky. Thank you for your daily updates throughout this trial. Do defence barristers, like Colin Mandy, for example, who was Erin Patterson's barrister, have a duty to disclose if or when they have formed an unquestionable belief that their client is guilty? For example, let's say a person they're being paid to defend has disclosed that they did commit the crime, e.g. murdered someone, as well as facts that prove they did it. The defendant obviously still wants to get away with the crime and is paying good money to be represented. Do defence lawyers have an obligation to the client or to truth and justice?
I love this question. It's so interesting. Thanks, Anthea. And we'll go from Harrison Ford to Sam Neill. So you'll be happy, Stocky, with pop culture. So initially I thought, what was that conversation I was having with the defence lawyer mate? Because I put to him, would that ever happen? Because in the 12 TV drama, an accused wants to change his plea, and Sam Neill's like, no, I wouldn't do that. So I was like, what was the answer to that? And then I thought maybe I should not go off my reading of the 12 and actually ask my friend. Basically, he explained to me that a defence lawyer's obligations are in this order: court, client, colleagues. So court first. So the obligation to the court trumps the obligation to the client. So a defence lawyer can't put things to a judge and to a jury that they know to be untrue. Like a client can't say, I did it, but please get me off, because the defence barrister just can't keep acting for them on the basis of a not guilty plea.
Right.
So park that for a second.
Mm-hmm.
It's also not a defence barrister's job to determine whether their client's guilty. They just act on instructions given to them by their client while still fulfilling their obligations to the court. So a large part of a defence lawyer's job is explaining the evidence to the client, and they might say, that means you're kind of screwed. But if the client says, no way, I didn't do it, then it's on the defence lawyer to run the best case that they possibly can.
Right. So, in short, if someone says, yeah, I did it, but you've got to get me off, they can't keep going?
They can't, because the presentations they'd need to keep making to the court, they would know that they were lying.
Yeah, right. Okay,
unless they can find some clever way around it, which I'm sure some defence lawyers are very smart, but essentially my guess would be no.
That was what I was wondering. I mean, I feel like defence lawyers are pretty clever, and their command of the English language is, impressive in some ways and terrifying in others.
Good gymnastics.
Yeah, so I do wonder, if there's a way where they could, know that and still technically not lie while rolling through it. Fantastic question, Anthea. And thank you for bringing in a pop culture reference for me there, Rach. Very much appreciated. Question here from Mandy in sunny northwest Tasmania. Mandy, why do I suspect that your description of the weather in northwest Tasmania is somewhat of an exaggeration? Mandy says, hello, Rach and Stocky, fascinating podcast. Can't get enough. Like many of your listeners, I'm not sure why this has dragged me in. My question is, what are the grounds for appeal? Justice Beale spent so much time and detail during his charge to the jury, including the hard copy brief he gave them. Do you think this was to ensure there was little scope for an appeal?
Yeah, thanks, Mandy. I'll deal with that in two sections. So grounds for appeal can be anything from improper admission or exclusion of evidence, insufficient evidence to support a guilty verdict, or errors in jury instructions. And I think that's what your question's going to, whether Justice Beale had such an amazingly what seemed watertight charge to appeal-proof whatever verdict was handed down. We did get similar questions, Stocky, during the trial, so it might bear repeating also this bit, that fairness is not bias. So Justice Beale, some people wrote in, it sounds like he's kind of taking the defence side. That was Justice Beale not being biased but being fair. That's his job. So reminding people things like Erin is innocent until proven guilty. The onus is on the prosecution. You know, if you find she's a liar, that doesn't mean she's a murderer. If you find she did lie about one thing, that doesn't mean she lied about everything. That's actually Justice Beale's job, and he did it very well.
Yep.
He has to deal with not just the big hits, as I think we said back then, but even the 1%ers, and he has to explain the nuance of evidence and testimony and exhibits and what weight that the jurors should give those particular things.
Great. Thank you, Rach. And thank you, Mandy. Wonderful question. And probably a question here, Rach, that we have had so many times. I mean, there were the big questions that we were asked during the trial, which were things like, is there anyone there supporting Erin? Can she be charged with manslaughter? Things we couldn't answer during the trial. And there was another one that we got so much that just didn't really fit in the episodes we were producing at the time. And then it was a question about the music that we use in this podcast. And so I've got a question here from Jess in Alice Springs. Jess says, "Hi, Rachel and Stocky. Thanks for your amazing journalism. I love how fair and informative your delivery is. I've learnt so much listening to this podcast. I've got a question about the podcast music. Who composed it? It feels spot on for this series. When I listen to it, I picture mysterious mushrooms appearing here and there. I like how it's not dramatically sensationalizing the story or passing judgment. It'd be great to hear from the artist who created it and learn a little bit more about their process." Well, the music wasn't composed for this podcast. So I'll dispel that myth here. This is actually music that I found over a year ago in a large library of production music. It was composed by a man called Philip Geiler. He's a really accomplished composer. He's actually produced music that's been used in Doctor Who, all sorts of stuff. So he's been working on this for, a very, very long time. It's not bespoke to Mushroom Case Daily, but it was produced using a very rare vintage 80s synthesizer. So for some of the synth nerds out there, you'll enjoy this. It was a Yamaha CS80 that he bought for a rather high sum, about 30,000 British pounds.
Whoa.
So, pretty expensive bit of kit, but it was the sort of synth that was used on a lot of like really big music through the 80s. You got Blade Runner soundtrack, Chariots of Fire, Toto's Africa. It's this analog synth, which is very, very sought after, and you can create some, really interesting sounds, more so than the sort of samples you can make on a computer, which is why Philip likes it.
I can totally hear how that would have worked in Blade Runner.
Yeah, absolutely. Philip says his ethos when recording this song was for it to not sound 80s, but he wanted to be clinical and forensic with a neutral feel, which is exactly what we were looking for Mushroom Case Daily. The next album he's recording, if you're interested in Philip's music, will be recorded with a full orchestra at Abbey Road Studios, and it's another album that is focusing on the crime genre. So, he's a really interesting man who works on a lot of different things, and that's a little bit about where the music for Mushroom Case Daily has come from. So
I'll definitely be checking out that album. So Philip Geiler, it's interesting, Stocky, how sound becomes just as nostalgic as some memories that link you back to a time and a place. I will never, ever forget, the initial tinkle of piano keys for the Serial theme when that came out. And I still get the same feeling whenever I hear it.
Yeah, I think a lot about music and sound, obviously the job that I'm doing. And it's interesting to see the life that the Mushroom Case Daily music has taken on. And the number of people who equate it to mushrooms and things like that, I've kind of had this belief that, things are kind of, or often, not always, but often like quite meaningless until people put meaning on them. So for something like this, for Philip to create this kind of canvas that we can then, lay Mushroom Case Daily over the top of, and for you to then associate that so deeply with what we've produced is, it's it's really quite sweet. And Philip was very appreciative and, in my language, pretty stoked with all the interest and the love that you've been giving his music, which is lovely. Rach, before we start wrapping this up, talking a bit about the next steps in the Erin Patterson process, so sentencing, the like, all of that, we have a return of more of a statement. This is when someone writes into us, they don't ask a question, they just sort of send us a statement. This one is from Emily. Emily says, "Hello, I've been really transfixed, like the rest of Australia and the world apparently, by this case, and have really enjoyed, if that can be said, of a triple murder and an attempted murder, listening to your coverage of it. But I just wanted to point out, as a First Nations person, I put a contention in a recent episode about there being not much of a history of mass murders in Australia. Now, Rach, in the episode we recorded with Christian a few weeks ago where we talked about kind of our thoughts on the process and the trial, we reflected on the fact that Australia really hasn't had that many mass murderers. And Emily points out that there have been many mass murders across the country and poisonings that have occurred throughout the history of colonisation, where the majority of perpetrators have never had to face up to their crimes. I don't mean for this to take away from all that you've reported, but perhaps it's an opportunity to consider this history alongside the coverage of this case. The recent release of the UROC report provides a lot of evidence and detail about this. Definitely worth a look to consider the other crimes and concepts of justice in the history of Victoria and Australia."
Yeah, thanks, Emily, for highlighting that. Very important point. And Stocky, you've looked at the UROC report.
Yeah, absolutely. In that report, Rach, details in that around the murders of almost 1,000 people, 50 separate massacres that occurred just across Victoria, not including the rest of the country. So a very good point from Emily. Rach, as we look forward in the process of Erin Patterson, what happens from here? We've got sentencing coming up. What are we looking at there?
Sentences, I found, usually happen like 3 or 4 months after the conviction. So I know that was the case in the last big trial I covered of Greg Lynn. He was convicted and then his sentence happened 4 months later. So if you apply the same timeline, we'd be looking at a sentencing for Erin Patterson in around like October, November. Mm-hmm. Before that, Stocky, we have what's called a plea hearing, which is very confusing in Victoria. It's also a pre-sentence hearing. So it's not when she says her plea, but it's a time when it's about potential sentence mitigation, basically. So the defence will say why it shouldn't be a massive sentence and the prosecution will argue why it should be.
Right.
And this is also the time that we hear victim impact statements, so how her crime has affected others and in what ways. And this is also the time that in some trials we hear about psychological reports that are done or the convicted person's history, family history, mental health history, things like that. So that will be an interesting hearing.
How long does that usually take, that kind of plea hearing?
About a day, usually.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, and is a lot of that actually done kind of before the fact? Like, we're not going to be sitting in a room listening to psychologists giving evidence about Erin Patterson's mental state. We're not going to be kind of hearing Ian Wilkinson talking for hours about his experience and the impact it's had on him. It's all sort of... Is that all kind of provided beforehand and then they're just read and...
Yeah, good question. So the psychological report, if one is done, will be wrapped into an address that Colin Mandy gives Justice Beale. So her defence barrister gives Justice Beale. And then as for the victim impact statements, we might hear, I think in the Greg Lynn case we heard 4 victim impact statements from the children and a friend of Carol Clay. So it would be interesting to see how many are presented in this one.
Yeah, and when we're looking at, I'm thinking back to kind of the trial of Erin Patterson, when you have someone in the witness box, they're talking for kind of hours at a time. Is there kind of a limit on the victim impact statements or can they be quite long?
I don't think there's a limit as such, and the ones I've heard have varied, but they might be, a few pages, and then the victim reads it out or can ask someone to read it out on their behalf if it's too painful.
Right, okay. So it's like a pre-prepared thing. It's not something they're kind of sitting in there being questioned about.
That's right.
Talking through. Okay, great.
It's like a statement.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much for that, Rach. Well, look, as well as the developments in the Erin Patterson trial, there's also some developments for this podcast feed as well. Mushroom Case Daily will be rebranding. We're just on the process of putting the new stickers on the car and the sign on the outside of the building and all of that. So it'll change from being Mushroom Case Daily to The Case Of, and then we will have a little line afterwards, which is, giving you some context as to what we're looking at. So if we were doing Mushroom Case Daily again, you would have The Case Of the Mushroom Lunch.
Got it.
There's some more artwork on the way as well. And the schedule is going to change as well. So part of the reason for it no longer being Mushroom Case Daily is that it won't be going forward a daily podcast. It's going to be something we're going to bring you twice a week. And we're going to be looking at some of the most interesting trials from around Australia. So we're going to be doing a little bit of kind of live court coverage. So, similar to what we were doing with the trial of Erin Patterson, we'll be bringing you updates from these really interesting trials from around the country. And then also diving into just some really interesting stories that the ABC's court reporters are coming across when they're sitting in courtrooms, because there are, there's a Christian Silver in every city around Australia for the ABC, and they are hearing some incredible things in the various courtrooms that they find themselves in.
It's so heartening, Stocky, for me that this podcast will continue, albeit in a different vein, because Christian Silver, you mentioned court reporter here at ABC Melbourne, his idea for this podcast initially was about demystifying the system, pulling the veil back, how it's all working behind the scenes, because he gets a lot of people questioning him about, how did they get that verdict? How did the jury come to arrive at that? Or why that sentence? So there is not a lot of awareness about how our system actually works. And that was something so remarkable to come out of this podcast, Stocky, not just interest in the trial itself, but also the mechanics of it. The people that wrote in, what is onus of proof? What is circumstantial evidence? What weight do you have to give certain lies, for example? And it was so touching for me personally that people were so interested. And I just thought, I found my fellow legal nerds. I found my people. And it'll be interesting because court cases and legislation is different in all states, Stocky. So it'll be still new and interesting for you too.
Absolutely. It's all very new and interesting to me. The trial that we're looking at jumping into very, very soon, it actually starts this week, is the trial of Matt Wright. Now, Matt Wright is a croc wrangler in the Northern Territory. He's up in Darwin, and he has been charged with perversion of justice after a fatal helicopter crash in February 2022 killed his best mate and really badly hurt their helicopter pilot. And so I'll be joined by Olivana Lathuris, who is the ABC's court reporter in Darwin. And as well as Matt, we have a long list of trials that we've got on our to cover list, Rach. There's one in there that I know you and I have spoken about as well, which is the Easy Street Murders trial. So
yeah, Stocky's so interested in this one. The Easy Street Murders, I nearly did this for Trace 2 actually. It refers to a double homicide of two women in a home in Collingwood, Melbourne in 1977, went unsolved for decades despite $1 million reward. Police have arrested someone. He was extradited from Greece to Melbourne late last year, and his committal will be in October this year.
Yeah, so I might have you back on the pod before too long, Rach. And there's also another one as well, one we've spoken about, Rach, one that we've had so many emails about too. That's Samantha Murphy in that trial we're expecting next year as well. So we're going to keep on top of all of these. We'd love to hear from you as well. Please get in touch. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is our email. If you have any questions, if you have any ideas on the trials that we should be looking at next, please get in touch and let us know what you want to see us looking into. This whole kind of change to the format is based off of the feedback that you've sent us. The reason that we're changing it, we're moving it in this direction is because you were all so excited and keen for it to continue, and we've heard all the cries of what people are going to listen to when the trial's over, and we've created this. So hopefully it's something that you enjoy. And the email for now, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. I assume that will transform into the case of at abc.net.au at some point, but that doesn't exist yet. So stick with Mushroom Case Daily, and when the change happens, we'll keep you informed. Rach, thank you so much for taking us through, answering those questions and letting us know when we're going next.
Thanks, Stocky. You too. Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and shout out to Jack Tonks, who helped with research for this episode. Huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who keep helping us out as we're making this, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of ABC News Daily. It's a podcast explaining one big news story affecting your world in just 15 minutes. From ABC investigations to politics, the cost of living, to major global events. Expert guests and journalists join me to explain why the world works the way it does. Follow the ABC News Daily podcast on the ABC Listen app. Erin Patterson was sitting in a Melbourne hospital 3 days after her beef Wellington had made 4 of her in-laws gravely ill, when she says a conversation with her estranged husband turned to dehydrating mushrooms. He said to me, "Is that how you poisoned my parents, using that dehydrator?" Ms Patterson told her Supreme Court murder trial today. I said, "Of course not." Simon Patterson had previously told the trial he never asked that question. But giving evidence today, Ms Patterson says it was those comments that first made her worry that her own foraged mushrooms could have been put in the same container as purchased dried mushrooms. At that time, to your knowledge, what was in that Tupperware container? At that time, I believed it was just the mushrooms that I'd bought in Melbourne, she said. And now what do you think? Now I think that there was a possibility that there were foraged ones in there as well. By the time she got home from the hospital, Ms Patterson says she was frantic. The next day she took her dehydrator to the tip. "I was scared that they would blame me for it, for making everyone sick, and I was scared they'd remove the children," she said. Defence lawyer Colin Mandy SC today took Erin Patterson through preparations for the lunch. She says she made 6 beef Wellingtons, serving 5 at the lunch and keeping 1 aside for leftovers. Surviving lunch guest Ian Wilkinson has previously said the guests ate off grey plates, while Ms Patterson had a smaller coloured plate. Ms Patterson told the court today she never owned grey plates, instead using some black, some white, a black and red plate, and one her daughter made at kindergarten. Telling her guests right before the meal, "Grab a plate, guys, I'm just going to finish off the gravy." Ms Patterson says she only ate half her beef Wellington, but after the guests left, she finished off all 2/3 of a cake that had been brought to the lunch by Gail Patterson and soon felt sick. "I went to the toilet and brought it back up again. After I'd done that, I felt better." Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to 3 charges of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. She's expected to continue giving evidence tomorrow. Sarsha Payne, ABC News, Morwell. Simon Patterson showed signs of strain on his second day in the witness box, becoming emotional when the court was shown a video of his son playing with his late father and engaging in several terse exchanges under cross-examination. Defence barrister Colin Mandy SC focused on conversations between Simon and Erin Patterson in the period leading up to the fatal lunch, when their relationship was breaking down over child support payments to her. Simon Patterson telling the court, "There was a lot of tension in our relationship and a lot of tension in Mum and Dad's relationship with Erin." The jury heard his parents were stressed about a missed invite for Erin to attend Gail's 70th birthday. When she refused to go, Simon Patterson sent a text saying, "Oh, come on, that's ridiculous." Erin replied, "I feel very, very hurt about that, and your response is to say I'm being ridiculous." As part of their child support arrangement, Simon Patterson says he was advised to stop paying medical and school fees and told the court Erin became extremely aggressive. When Mr Mandy suggested, "That's not the right way of categorising it, is it? She was upset. She was hurt." The witness said, "Perhaps you could put up the messages that I mentioned and we can see." He was also asked about his first conversation with Erin after the mushroom meal, with Mr Mandy asking, "You didn't pass on to Erin the seriousness of the conditions of Don and Gail and Ian and Heather?" To which Simon Patterson replied, "It intrigued me that she never actually asked." When Mr Mandy suggested that wasn't the question, the witness replied, "We didn't have that conversation, I don't think, at any time." The trial resumes on Monday, with Simon Patterson expected to face more questions from the defence and prosecution. Other witnesses will have their turn over the coming weeks. Sarsha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
Unravel is the ABC's hit true crime podcast, where we investigate a new case each season. There are 6 seasons waiting for you to binge right now. That's 6 mysteries to unravel, including cold cases, disappearances, and a mysterious globe-trotting con woman. The Australian Podcast Awards have crowned Unravel Best True Crime Podcast twice. So if you haven't heard it yet, find out what you're missing out on. Follow the Unravel podcast now. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
It's the week that's taken us from beef Wellingtons to biochemistry. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It's Friday the 16th of May and we've just finished the 3rd week of Erin Patterson's trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
Ms. Patterson admits she lied to police about foraging for mushrooms.
A doctor says he told Erin Patterson she could die without urgent treatment.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Christian, we have found ourselves at the end of the 3rd week of this trial.
We dragged ourselves to the end.
Crawled our way here. Before we go back through what we've seen this week, can you take us through what we've heard in court today?
We started the day with 14 jurors, which was a relief after yesterday's drama. Thankfully, all that finished the day yesterday were back this morning. This morning, Dr. Dimitri Gerostomoulos returned to the stand to finish his evidence. He's the state's leading toxicologist, and he was talking again about the leftovers retrieved from Erin Patterson's house. And the day was rounded out by more scientific discussion, this time around mushroom DNA.
Great start to the day, Christian. All 14 jurors, as you mentioned, returning into the jury box. 14 leave, 14 enter. Good
Yes,
result.
but still actually an empty seat for juror number 84, who was the one who was punted yesterday.
Yep. Once they were all seated, we started getting into the evidence for today. And we spoke yesterday about the evidence from Dr. Dimitri Gerostomoulos. He is from the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine. And he was being cross-examined today by Colin Mandy, who's representing Erin Patterson's defence. And it sounded like Colin Mandy, with a lot of the conversation, was trying to get into this idea there may have been contamination with the beef Wellington that was found in Erin Patterson's bin, because he was going through doing a bunch of testing on that and lots of questions about, how was the state of this? Was there leakage? All of that. Where do you think he was trying to go with some of that?
I think what he was trying to do was to clarify the testing methods and any possible shortfalls that may exist with those. So the professor was asked about some of the testing methods that were used, and he said, look, these are tried and true methods, and the people doing them have good expertise. He said it's not possible to sample the entire contents of, let's say, the beef Wellington that they found, or some of the other samples. But when he was addressing some of the positive results for the death cap mushroom toxins, which are known as alpha and beta ammanitins, he said that if they record a positive result on one of their tests, that means it's met a certain reporting criteria. So he conceded that it's possible for these toxins to exist, but for them to be below the reporting threshold. So when he was taken, for instance, to the human samples that were taken from Don Patterson and Ian Wilkinson, he said that when they found these toxins from these samples from these men, it was obviously above that threshold.
Right, yep. And because he didn't find some of those toxins in Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson. So is he saying, look, they could still be there, but they might just be below this level that we're looking for?
In theory, and crucially, those toxins were not found from Erin Patterson either. And she was tested about 2 days after the lunch which was held at her house.
He made a kind of important clarification around something he said yesterday too, because yesterday I believe Dr. Gerostomoulos said that, you can only find these toxins in death cap mushrooms, and today he was like, oh, actually, sorry, made a mistake there. You will actually, you can actually find them in other mushrooms as well.
Yeah, you can get them in the Amanita genus, which is basically the family that the death cap mushroom belongs to.
Yep.
So it's not just one type of mushroom that contains these toxins that are really, really dangerous to humans.
And Colin Mandy also, during his cross-examination of Dr. Gerostomoulos, kind of started pointing out or referring to these kind of like levels of death cap mushroom poisoning.
There was a study that he was taken to, which was done in 2017 by some German researchers, and that actually looked at death cap mushroom poisoning in Europe, where there has been more reported cases than in Australia. And according to this study, the doctor conceded that there are some grades that have been given to the level of poisoning. Grade 1 being patients who might suffer some gastro but don't go on to have organ damage, all the way to grade 4 where they die.
Right.
So according to this study, they can sort of be ranked.
And did they sort of line up any of those levels with what we saw from the lunch guests around Patterson?
No, they didn't go through an exercise in grading the lunch guests and Erin Patterson. But the doctor was taken to some potential scenarios, and he agreed there are plenty of variables that can impact the symptoms that one experiences if they do consume death cap mushrooms. For instance, the amount that you consume or the concentration within a meal, for example, or it could be the makeup of your own body, your general health, your age, your weight. These are all factors that can influence how you react to consuming death caps.
It was interesting hearing today about, the different levels of this and how different people can be affected. And was there any conversation about, kind of similarities between the guests? Like we know, we heard yesterday how much people were eating. We heard Erin ate about half. We know that Gail ate about half of her serve as well. Was there any comparison done on, similar impacts that they might have felt or they might have, or maybe should have seen?
There was a question asked by one of the prosecutors, Sarah Lenthal, and she asked the doctor that if you had two adults with no serious pre-existing health conditions, if they consumed the same amount of death cap mushrooms, if one of those people died but the other didn't, what would you expect the outcome to be for the survivor? And the doctor said it's likely there would be adverse outcomes for the person who survived.
Right.
So negative.
Okay, yeah, implying that they'd be sick, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. As well as the evidence we heard around, from Dr. Gerostomoulos, we also got into some DNA evidence, mushroom DNA. So we're getting deep into the scientific fields this week. It has been a dense week. There's been a lot of scientific terms. Again, I will admit that this one didn't really sink in too deeply with me. What did we hear from this witness? And was there anything that you're keen for us to kind of get across now?
It's really technical stuff, and it's kind of like, this is what you're being given on a Friday. It's the end of the week. If we're finding it dense, imagine the jury who has to sit through all of this. But this was a third method of analysing leftovers that were retrieved from Erin Patterson's property in the aftermath of the lunch. So earlier this week, we heard from Dr. Camille Churong, who did effectively a visual inspection of some beef Wellington leftovers. Now, from what she could see under a microscope, she couldn't see death cap mushrooms. Then we had Dr. Gerostomoulos, who did a chemical test, and he found the toxins that come from death cap mushrooms. So not exactly the mushrooms themselves, but the toxins that flow from them.
Yeah.
And then you've got this third expert, Dr. David Lovelock. He is a plant DNA expert. So he said that he was contacted by the police in the aftermath of this lunch, and he was sent the same samples to look at. In effect, what he does is uses DNA barcoding to detect fungi.
Right.
And he was also sent samples from the dehydrator at the tip, which was dumped by Erin Patterson after the lunch. And what he said was he was able to detect Amanita phalloides, death cap mushrooms, in samples from the dehydrator, but he wasn't able to find it in the beef Wellington leftovers he received. So it's pretty interesting, 3 sets of tests which don't yield consistent results across the 3.
Yeah, you're kind of hearing, you're not seeing it, but you're getting this toxin, but you're not finding, these other elements as well. It's really interesting kind of how that all breaks down. And that kind of brought us to the end of the week for this week. We've had, it's been a big week. We had a juror discharge. We've had mycologists, Dr. Tom May, Camille Truon. We had a toxicologist. We had medical professionals reviewing records. You can hear all about all of these witnesses and the evidence they presented in our other episodes from this week. So just jump onto the ABC Listen app and have a run through there. And one of the things that kind of stuck out with me from what we've heard over the course of this week, Christian, is that we've started having objections. On Monday we did this episode. We answered a bunch of questions that you've sent in to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. And we mentioned that we hadn't had any of these kind of objections yet. We've had a couple of days of them now. We had objections today. We had objections yesterday. Why are we seeing them pop up?
I think what we've seen from this trial is there's so much information and there's a lot of nuance, and certain bits of information have to be extremely precise. And it's not just the information itself, it's also the imputations of that information. So I guess, when one side feels that the other side is straying into slightly unfair territory, that's when we see those objections. And sometimes when that happens, it means that the trial is halted.
Yeah, it's been really interesting. The thing I didn't realise about objections is that, there's then a conversation about what has to happen from there. And sometimes that happens with the jury in the room. Sometimes the jury is asked to leave the room. And what happens when the jury's not in the room, we can't talk about. But the objections do really slow things down. It felt like, the last couple of days have kind of been, almost punctuated by these sort of delays and these procedural discussions popping up.
There was an almost comical moment today when the jury came back from one of their breaks and they filtered back into the room, sat down, heard one question, and there was an objection raised. And they were dispatched back to the room behind the court within a minute. So it does happen. Yep. But actually, what I would say is that while there have been some objections, while there has been times where the jury has been cleared out of the room, what we haven't seen are the kinds of objections that have taken days to resolve or hours to resolve. I think what we've seen is people have been brought back in a reasonable time, and I think we cross our fingers that that continues for the rest of the trial.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, keep up the pace that we've been working at over the last week or two would be nice. Christian, as we find ourselves at the end of the third week of this trial, what moment of this week have you found yourself thinking about coming back to?
I don't know if it's a particular moment, but it's probably the vibe of Dr. Tom May, the mycologist, the mushroom expert, internationally renowned, a man that not only knows mushrooms back to front, but just loves his work. A guy who has claimed that he's made 30,000 posts on the iNaturalist website where citizen scientists, along with professional scientists, go to mark observations of the world. And seeing him up on the stand for a combined total of about a day was illuminating and really interesting, because a lot of the trials in the Supreme Court, they're about violent killings. You don't normally see mycologists giving evidence, and his crash course into the world of mushrooms really was brilliant. And
I should say as well, Tom May, if you're looking for him on the iNaturalist website, look for Funky Tom.
FUNKEYTOM, funky. And the point of Dr. Tom May's evidence was that identifying Amanita phalloides is a challenging task. It's an easy thing to confuse Amanita phalloides with the stubble rosegill or Udomanciella gigaspora or Clophilium brunum or Amanita kieli or mushrooms from the genus Amarilla group. So as he said, if you're going to collect wild fungi, you really have to get to know the features of mushrooms, and you have to be able to identify the toxic species as well as the edible ones, which are perfectly safe.
If you're doing your Latin on Duolingo, you can just jump back about 30 seconds in the pod and listen to Christian's pronunciations. That'll get you right up to speed. Well done.
Thank you.
There's a couple of things I want to get to about this week, but before I do, Christian, you're talking here about Funky Tom May. We talked about iNaturalist. We have not talked about his catchphrase.
That is what is written here.
What was he referring to? We heard Dr. Tom May say this, was it like 17, 18 times?
I tallied it up. It was about 19 times. And it was towards the end of his evidence. And I was sitting in the media overflow room watching the live stream of this as it was playing out. And it definitely did elicit a few chuckles. Defence barrister Sophie Stafford took Dr. May to a coroner's report, which is unrelated to the Erin Patterson case. And it's a report that Dr. May says he has seen before. It was a report that the jury, I don't believe, had in front of them. And Sophie Stafford was taking him line by line through this report about another death cap mushroom poisoning. And as she took him through line by line, he would say, "That is what is written here." And then she would take him to the next line and he would say exactly the same. "That is what is written here." And it just continued for minutes.
It was one of the more humorous moments of this trial. The first kind of one, two, three times this happens, it's like, okay, this is a bit strange. Let's go through it. After about 15, this was very hard not to laugh at.
It was. It reminded me of, it's a bit random, but there was a press conference done probably about 20 years ago, one of those political doorstops where the former minister, Peter Garrett, said about 10 times that he had a short, jocular conversation with somebody. And this was turned into a thing by The Chaser. It just took me back to that.
That's fantastic. I mean, the thing I have been thinking about a lot this week is the kind of changing face of the evidence, or the way that the different details revealed through the course of the week. So we spoke about this a bit earlier. We had Dr. Camille Truon talking about what she found when she investigated the leftover beef Wellington from the lunch. She didn't see any death cap mushrooms in there. Then we had a toxicologist the following day talking about how he had found aminotoxins in there. And then today we've heard from a DNA expert that he hasn't found that in the leftover beef Wellington. And I just think it was a really nice reminder that we are just progressing through this evidence. We don't get all of this at once. We're hearing what the jury's hearing. This evidence is still unfolding. It's a reminder that, certainly to the jury, that they can't be making up their minds at this point. They've still got more to hear and still more to think through. And I kind of think on the jury as well, there was that moment this week with the juror discharged, a reminder just how, fragile is not the right word, but it just felt in that moment that there was a risk to the trial. And there was this really stark reminder like, it's not a guarantee that we will progress through this. There are risks and there are threats to this, and we need to be really careful about how we progress through. It's a reminder that everyone involved in the trial, from the jurors to the parties to even the media covering it, need to be really careful about what they say and do. Yeah, absolutely. I've got to admit, as soon as we heard that there was some news that, around the trial, my first thought was, oh God, what have we done on the podcast that we're going to get called in front of the court for? Fortunately, nothing. And then my second thought was, okay, who else has done something? And then it was like, oh, okay, it's a juror. So it's a sort of like step-through process in my mind.
I think what we saw yesterday was a reminder that Justice Beale does not want the jury's minds to be contaminated by information from the outside world, and possibly it's a reason why at the end of this trial, when they go out to deliberate, that they're actually going to be sequestered.
Yep. No, thank you, Christian. We are also joined by the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, Rachel Brown. Rachel is the wonderful mind behind the Trace podcast series and is working on another podcast at the moment for Unravel. Rachel, it's a pleasure to have you back on Mushroom Case Daily.
Thanks, Docky.
What is the moment from this week that, you found yourself thinking about a lot?
Because it's been such a dense week, as Christian said, I think I've really become to appreciate the people I'll call my cool nerds. I hope that I say that with affection.
Oh, look, I think nerds are a very affectionate term. So, yeah, you're fine.
Christian took us through, cool nerd Funky Tom, Dr. Tom May, and it's just incredible to me the people that have devoted their life to something that is so tiny, like a mushroom, for example. So this week we've been hearing from Victoria's chief toxicologist, Dimitri Gerastimoulos. Now, I've met him previously in my work. He's at VIFM, and I love VIFM. So that's the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine. And I know that makes me a nerd as well, but it's just the people that I've met in there over the course of my time working in the kind of crime and justice field. He's one. He's given evidence that we heard, in terms of the specifics of, did you know how much of a death cap could kill a person?
No, not at all.
No.
I did not have a clue until he was going through that the other day.
So we learnt yesterday it's 50 grams
Yep.
or 3 tablespoons for a 70-kilogram adult. And that kind of amazing information just blows my mind. Other people I've worked with over the years, there's Dadna Hartman. So she is the chief molecular biologist there, and I find it interesting that DNA is actually in her name, DADNA. Hi, Dadna, if you're listening. She helped me with the Trace podcast. She was very kind and tested some exhibits for me in the review of that Maria James cold case from 1980. I've worked with Dr. Soren Blau, who's a forensic anthropologist at VIFM. Many people might remember her from the Greg Lynn trial recently, the other big trial that Christian and I have been covering. And she studied some of the bone shards that were found in that case. So I love them. I just think, and we wouldn't have a clue about some of these people. Christian and I were talking and he said, you wouldn't recognise Dimitri Gerastimoulos if he walked past you on the street like you would a C-grade celeb or a footy player, but they are rock stars of their industry. And I think to give their life over to one particular expertise, and it's such an amazing skill to crystallise and synthesise such dense information and to translate it for the jury, because they have a lot to wade through. And I saw one yawn this afternoon and I thought, I feel you, buddy. This is hard.
Yeah.
We are 3 long weeks in and we're in the weeds now of medical and toxicological evidence. So to have the advantage of hearing from experts like Dimitri is amazing.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Rach, it's always a pleasure to have you on the pod. The work you've done with Trace is fantastic. If people are keen to check out Trace, where can they track that down?
On the ABC Listen app.
Great.
Or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, look, go the ABC Listen app. Keep it inside the ABC family. Rach, we would usually, kind of kick you out of the chair at this point and talk to Christian about some of the questions, but we've had a question sent in that I think, given your experience with Trace and the true crime reporting you've done, you're kind of actually pretty uniquely suited to answer. So this is a question from Jackie, who's listening from Darlington in the northeast of the United Kingdom. She's been following this case with interest, but asks, why do people like her who are listening have such an interest in true crime? Is there something about us as human beings that intrigues us or, want to try and understand all of this and why?
I think humans are just fascinated in human behaviour. The longer I spend covering the courts and the justice system, that's the answer. What makes people tick, what makes people behave the way they do, what makes them react the way they do. So I'm not just talking about Erin Patterson here, I should say, just society generally are fascinated by the human psyche, by our reactions. And we also like to tie neat bows around things, which I think is very difficult in some cases in life, but we strive for answers that sometimes might be impossible to get. With this case, we're seeing everyone, as you would probably know, has an opinion on this case, and we hear it. Friends, family, people in the cafe down the road, everyone has an opinion. And it seems to me that society wants to believe the more fantastical angle when it comes to cases like this rather than the mundane.
Right.
So there are some elements of this case that I find very Chamberlain-esque. Do you remember that Chamberlain trial of Lindy Chamberlain in the early 80s?
I'm broadly familiar with the trial of Lindy Chamberlain and all that, but I wasn't around to actually, follow the news coverage as it was unfolding. So when you say it matches the hysteria, kind of what are you meaning? What are you comparing that to?
Thank you for revealing my age. There was so much hysteria, and even though you were born after me, you would know the dingo stole my baby line. It's been everywhere, from Seinfeld to The Simpsons. I saw Lindy Chamberlain speak at a state library event a couple of years ago, and she said that 33% of Australians still think she's guilty. Like, that case just got so much coverage. And there are lots of memes flying around the internet about this case, and so I just wanted to say we haven't heard all the evidence yet. We're still in the prosecution witnesses. The defence hasn't had its turn, so we've only really largely heard one side of it. The other thing I'd say to Jackie's question is the defence says it's a terrible accident, a tragedy. And that might make some people uncomfortable with this idea that it could happen to them, that they could make dinner for their family, make people sick and end up on trial for murder. So I think that's a big consideration of this case as well. But it'll be interesting when it's the defence's turn, if it puts up any witnesses and what we hear from them.
Yeah, it will be. Rach, thank you so much for sitting down for a chat, Mushroom Case Daily, talking us through your week and helping us with that question. Rachel Brown is the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, the voice and the mind, as I mentioned earlier, behind the wonderful Trace podcast. You can track that down on the ABC Listen app. If you find yourself with some time after listening to Mushroom Case Daily, definitely dive into that. Thank you, Rach.
Thanks, Jockey.
We have continued to have a just deluge of questions to the Mushroom Case Daily inbox, which we are very appreciative of. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is where you can fire us a message, as well as the one that we've just had from Jackie that Rach has taken us through. Christian, I'd love to go through a few more with you. One here we've had from Ange in the Nimbin Valley is around Erin Patterson's false cancer diagnosis. And Ange has asked if she's understood correctly, Heather and Ian Wilkinson were not regular visitors to Erin Patterson's home.
Correct.
And their invitation to lunch was unusual. Could it be that they were lured there under the false pretense of a cancer diagnosis?
Thanks, Ange. The way I understood the evidence is that yes, Heather and Ian Wilkinson were not regular visitors to Erin Patterson's home, and I believe Ian Wilkinson said that both he and his wife were rather chuffed to get an invite, and we saw Heather's diary where she's marked the lunch in her diary and even written that she's going to bring a fruit platter along. Now, regarding the cancer diagnosis, the evidence that we've heard is that Erin Patterson told her estranged husband, Simon, that she had some medical information that she wished to share at the lunch. Now, we know Simon didn't end up going. But Ian Wilkinson did not say that he knew that there was important medical information or a cancer diagnosis or anything like that before the lunch. It very much sounded like when Erin Patterson allegedly told him this, it was the first time he was hearing it.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Christian. We have another question here from Nick, who is loving the daily updates. He's wondering if at the end of the trial, are we likely to get any insights from jurors as to their own or the jury's thinking behind their verdict, or once the trial is over, some kind of ongoing embargo on them discussing what was said behind closed doors?
That's a great question from Nick, and unfortunately, the answer's no. Jury deliberations and discussions are confidential during the trial and also afterwards. So we never actually get to know the reasons why they found someone guilty or acquitted them.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, thank you, Christian. And again, thank you, Nick, for your wonderful question. And our last question for the week, we're going overseas, across the pond for this one. This is from Charlie, who says, hello, thank you for the great podcast, utterly compelling. Thank you for listening, Charlie. We appreciate you. He is listening on a beautiful island in North Carolina, Bald Head Island, which was the location of the film A Weekend at Bernie's, for any of the film buffs listening. His whole extended family is following every day. They're in Sydney, California, Paris, the UK. Even his American mother-in-law in Georgia is listening. He has a quick question and is wondering how big the courtroom in Morwell is, how much public seating, and how's it laid out. He wants to know where everyone's sitting. Is Erin sitting with her legal team or separately in a more traditional dock?
Thanks, Charlie. Well, we're not allowed to take photos in the courtroom, but I can see that the court themselves actually did snap a photo of this room, and it's online. So if you were to enter Latrobe Valley Magistrates Court into your search engine of choice, you will probably see the Magistrates Court of Victoria website pop up, and you'll be able to see a picture of the room. Now, to those who aren't going to take the trouble to do that, let me describe what it's like. It's a relatively modern room by court standards. It's not something that was built 100 years ago. So you've got some wood paneling throughout, but it's also mixed in with, your standard office carpet.
Yeah.
Down the bottom, there's a very nice window out the side which allows a lot of natural light into the room, which is a blessing when you've got a trial that runs for 6 weeks. To get some natural light is fantastic. So at the back of the room is the court dock.
Yep.
And that's where Erin Patterson sits. In front of the dock are about 3 rows of seats. The media tend to take up one of the back rows right in front of Erin, which is rather awkward when people go to sort of turn around to see Erin's reactions to various things. They crane their necks and end up staring right into her eyes. In front of them, there's a couple of seats for the public. As I mentioned, the Wilkinson and Patterson extended families have been filling up some of those rows. In front of that, so you're sort of the centerpiece of the room, if you like, is the bar table.
Right.
And this is a big, nice wooden table on the left-hand side of the bar table, looking from the back of the room. So that's where the defence sits. So you've got Colin Mandy, Sophie Stafford on the left, and in front of them, so there's a couple of people that actually face the wrong direction almost, looking back towards Erin. There are a couple of solicitors. On the right-hand side of the table is the prosecution team. So you've got Nanette Rogers, Jane Warren and Sarah Lenthal. They've also got a couple of solicitors facing them on the other side of the table. At the front of the room is the judge, Justice Christopher Beale. He's got a couple of court staff who sit in front of him. Then to the right-hand side is the jury. And there are two rows. One row is 7 seats, one row is 8. All those seats used to be occupied. Now there's one spare.
Great. Thank you, Christian, and thank you, Charlie, and your whole family who was listening from various places around the world. That brings us to the end of Mushroom Case Daily for this week. Christian, we'll be back in everyone's feed next week.
Indeed we will.
If you are listening on something outside of the ABC Listen app, please leave us a review and give us a rating. And if you are listening in the ABC Listen app, make sure you're following Mushroom Case Daily, because that way you won't miss an update.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, court reporter Christian Silva, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and many thanks to the Victorian Newsroom and our Audio Studios manager, Eric George. Shout out to our true crime colleagues, Tim Roxburgh, Rachel Brown, who was a guest on the pod today, and also to Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
You've been listening to an ABC podcast. Discover more great ABC podcasts, live radio and exclusives on the ABC Listen app.
Hi there, Yumi Steins here, host of the podcast Ladies We Need to Talk. We're all about health and wellness, sex and relationships. If it's going off in your group chat, we're going to talk about it on Ladies We Need to Talk. Perimenopause, fertility, your love life, the mental load, Ozempic. Nothing's off limits. Find Ladies We Need to Talk on the ABC Listen app and all the usual places.
Someone handed me a secret recording.
We've got to get rid of all those loose ends, okay?
For years now, I've been investigating this guy.
What, you stab her in the neck with a knife?
He's known as Mr. Big. His tentacles spread to the very heart of the justice system.
I don't just need it under the carpet, I need it to be fixed.
I'm Alicia Bridges. I find out who he really is in Mr. Big, a new true crime podcast from Unravel. Search for Unravel now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
The question of motive. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Tuesday the 17th of June and we have just finished the 32nd day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
We have just finished the second day of closing arguments today. We're starting to get a much clearer picture of the stories that both the prosecution and the defence kind of want the jury to follow as they're making their decision.
Yeah, we've seen little seeds scattered throughout the trial and now both the prosecutor and defence are pulling them all together.
Yeah, there's a lot to chat through about what we've heard in the courtroom today, Rach. But before we get to that, can you take us through kind of the key points, a rundown of the day?
The prosecutor, Dr. Nanette Rogers, finished her closing today. One of her big points was the disappearance of phone A, and that was deliberate, that was designed to frustrate the police investigation. Dr. Rogers put to the jury that if that phone had have been found, we would have had further evidence of Erin Patterson's alleged trips to Loch and Outram to find death cap mushrooms. Dr. Rogers also told the jury Erin Patterson has told numerous lies to witnesses and to you, the jury. One she's admitted, one she hasn't. Dr. Rogers says she's told so many it's hard to keep track of them. Then we moved on to the closing of the defence, Colin Mandy SC. He started with why the jury should have reasonable doubt about all this. He says there's a reasonable possibility the death cap mushrooms were put in accidentally, and that his client Erin Patterson did not intend to kill or seriously injure her lunch guests. And Colin Mandy SC's themes were along the lines of an anti-motive, an absence of a motive, and then if she had been trying to kill the lunch guests, she would not have done a whole raft of things that she did do at the times that she did them.
Thank you, Rach. Dr. Nanette Rogers, SC, picked up this morning, as you were talking about where she finished yesterday. She was going through, she set out these sort of 4 alleged deceptions at the start of the closing argument from the prosecution yesterday, ran through all of them. I would recommend, if you haven't heard that episode, jumping back to episode from Monday to catch up on that. There's a lot in there and it's worth kind of having a listen to. But today, came back to that 4th alleged deception. And this is, the dumping or the behaviour following the lunch, one of which was the dumping of the dehydrator. The other one was the alleged concealment of phone A, which the prosecution says was Erin Patterson's primary phone in the lead up to the lunch. And actually as well, we heard from Dr. Nanette Rogers SC today that this phone was the target of a second search of Erin Patterson's house in November. And then we moved on to motive, or rather I should say kind of the lack thereof.
Yeah, Dr. Rogers SC, remember from her opening address, called it out early. She's like, jury, you're not going to be hearing about a motive. We're not going to propose one. Motive is not an element of the crime of murder or attempted murder. Today, she told the jury, sometimes the reason might be obvious to others, but at times the internal motivations are only known by the person themselves. And she said, we don't need to know why a person has done something to know that they did it.
Interesting.
So she put to the jury, what would you do? What would you do if there was a horrible accident and a meal containing death cap mushrooms that you had cooked had made these people sick? She said, would you go into self-preservation mode and just worry about protecting yourself from blame? Would you race from hospital? Would you lie about the source of the ingredients for days to the health department and medical professionals, even though the truth might help those who you claim to love? Dr. Rogers says, no. You do everything to help the people that you love. You'd tell practitioners, you'd give them every skerrick of information so that your guests could get the right medical treatment, regardless of any risk of blame that might fall to you. She said, if your kids were within cooee of being sick, she said, you would move mountains to get them to hospital as soon as possible, and you would gladly receive any treatment that was being offered to you as well. Dr. Rogers SC said Erin Patterson only acted the way she did because she knew what she had done. The only surprise, Dr. Rogers proposes, was that the medical staff caught onto it a lot quicker than she expected.
And Dr. Rogers has been saying throughout this process that, Erin Patterson, when she got to hospital, and we've heard this from people, is that, there were medical professionals at the Leongatha Hospital that Erin Patterson presented to, who I think almost immediately sort of said, oh, look, you're from lunch, great, glad you're here. We're treating people who've been poisoned by death cap mushrooms. And the prosecution is saying, basically, this was the moment Erin Patterson realised that she had been found out. And that's when she started acting in these ways.
That's Dr. Rogers' view of why Erin Patterson acted in the way that she did.
The prosecution's approach. One of the things we saw we saw this yesterday as well in the way that Dr. Nanette Rogers SC was kind of presenting the evidence and talking to the jury. There's a lot of conversation about the kind of process that we're going to see from here. There were moments where she would talk through a bit of evidence and then go, and, Justice Christopher Beale will tell you how much weight to put on this in his judge's charge. We'll talk a bit more about that later in the episode. And then also explaining that, this is the prosecution's chance for their closings. They're going to do their whole run, and then it's going to be the defence's turn. And they're not going to get it. The prosecution won't get another go at it. So she was almost, in instances there, covering off potential arguments that she was expecting from the defence.
And in a moment of unexpected self-awareness for me, I would say. Dr. Rogers SC said to the court, this is the only chance, I only get to have one go at this cherry, which I thought was interesting because the process we've seen is that there's examination, there's cross-examination, and then there's re-examination to tie up any loose ends or to correct things. But she doesn't get that this time.
No.
Dr. Rogers can't go back and fix anything up. So she almost has to preempt. She's flying blind, preempt what the defence may or may not include in its closing. So Dr. Rogers tells this to the jury. She says, I might be wrong, they might not come to fruition, but she basically has to lay out the things that she thinks that the defence might propose. And Dr. Rogers SC said, the defence might say there are innocent explanations for what we say is incriminating conduct. And things like discharging herself from hospital, when allegedly she'd been told the day before that the other guests were in hospital. Things like being reluctant to receive medical help. If so, why did she go to the hospital in the first place? Then, of course, the things we've discussed a lot during this podcast, the disposal of the dehydrator. Dr. Rogers says this can't be described as a knee-jerk reaction. This was calculated and planned. And then other things like lies to police about this and factory resets on phone B.
Yeah. As Dr. Annette Rogers drew her closing to a close, we talked about these 4 alleged deceptions. She revealed almost dramatically an alleged 5th deception, and that was the lies that she says Erin Patterson had told the jury. Dr. Annette Rogers' claim from the prosecution is that Erin Patterson has made up a story to fit the evidence, and there's moments where when Erin Patterson allegedly can't do that, it's where her memory starts to fade or she's not sure about certain details. And then as Dr. Annette Rogers was talking to the jury, asking them to consider the case, she took them to the idea of a jigsaw. And this is something that, I really related to because she was talking about how all of the evidence presented are like little pieces in a jigsaw. And you put all of them together and you get this bigger picture. And that bigger picture is what you need to be beyond the reasonable doubt of when you're making your decision. It's not around each little jigsaw piece, which might not reveal much of the picture. It's about that whole picture that is revealed when you put all that together. That's what she wanted the jury to consider as she kind of worked into that kind of the final wrap up of her closing.
And hopefully helpful for them too, because they do have a hell of a lot to digest.
Oh yeah, there's a huge amount. We're 32 days in at this point, so there's a lot for the jury to review. How did Dr. Annette Rogers kind of close out her closing?
She ended it on a list of kind of the big ticket evidence items that Dr. Rogers says, if you consider it all, this picture that you speak of becomes very clear. Yep. There were 7 of them I'll run you through quite quickly that Erin prepared and allocated the individual serves, that she was the only one out of the 5 that didn't fall seriously ill, that she was familiar with iNaturalist, which is a way you can locate death cap mushrooms, the cell tower evidence putting her potentially in lock and outram in April and May 2023, photos of the mushrooms that the accused was dehydrating in April and May, the lengths Dr. Rogers says Erin Patterson went to conceal her actions, including dumping the dehydrator and concealing her real phone, and finally, the many lies Dr. Rogers says that Erin told about the true source of the mushrooms. And Dr. Rogers finished by saying to the jury, when you consider all this evidence, you can be satisfied that she deliberately sourced death cap mushrooms and she deliberately served them up, intending to kill her guests.
This was the end of Dr. Annette Rogers' closing. There's obviously a lot of impact in that kind of list and putting it in front of the jury like that. It didn't have the same kind of, drama as we saw at the end of Erin Patterson's closing, or Erin Patterson's cross-examination, I should say, where Dr. Annette Rogers really kind of put these big points to Erin Patterson. But yeah, she basically sat down at that point. That was the end of her, almost work in the trial. At this point, we're about half an hour before lunch when this finished, and Justice Christopher Beale, basically gave Colin Mandy the option of, look, do you want to jump up and start your closing now, or do you want to wait until after lunch? Colin Mandy, straight up, he's like, no, I'd like to start now. Let's get into it. Really didn't waste any time.
Straight in, turned the lectern to his angle of liking, looked at the jury and said the 2 issues you have to determine are, 1, is there a reasonable possibility that death cap mushrooms were put in the meal accidentally? And 2, is there a reasonable possibility that Erin Patterson did not intend to kill or cause serious injury to her guests? And Colin Mandy SC said, if you find that there is a reasonable possibility of these two things, you have to find her not guilty because you would have a reasonable doubt.
Yep. I found it really interesting in the different styles we had from Colin Mandy SC to Dr. Nanette Rogers SC. Dr. Nanette Rogers, as you may have kind of gathered from the episode yesterday, really just huge amount of information presenting, point after point that, that she says demonstrates Erin Patterson's guilt. And then Colin Mandy today, more of an exploration, I would say, much slower, kind of like, sort of letting these ideas flourish a bit more.
His cadence was slower and it was quite helpful because Nanette Rogers powered through the evidence and I just found myself, I couldn't type as fast as I needed to. You know that meme of Kermit the Frog on the typewriter? That was me and I couldn't keep up. But Colin Mandy SC, he had a more of a expository, as you say, let issues percolate a little bit more. He took the jury to ideas about the human condition. So I want to start with, what he started with. He basically said the prosecution is working from an assumption that Erin Patterson is guilty and it's picking and choosing the facts that it wants and it's tying it all together with this coherent narrative. But he said it's picking and choosing the evidence while ignoring the context and cherry picking while discarding inconvenient truths. So he talked about things like the human trait of there being different answers for different people. So something you'd say to a partner, you wouldn't say to a child. Something you'd tell a doctor, you wouldn't tell a friend. It might be the same story, but you would tell it differently.
Yeah.
He also went to the fallibility of memory, and how he says the scrutiny of the world, he says, has been on Erin Patterson. And on this 24-hour period where she was in hospital, where she spoke to at least 21 medical professionals, and I say at least because these are 21 witnesses, he says there were more that you haven't heard from. And, one after the other asked her questions about the meal prep and where she got the mushrooms and what suburb and how was she and what she knew. And he said he believes that she's given consistent accounts, albeit different versions of that consistent account, to these professionals. But he wanted to make the point that sometimes, the human fallibility of memory can happen honestly. You can make honest mistakes. And he actually took the jury to 2 incidents where medical professionals made what he says were honest mistakes about the evidence, that they contradicted each other. And these are smart. And he wasn't having a go at them. He's like, these people we all make mistakes.
Yeah, I think he pointed to Dr. Chris Webster, the man with a very loud voice, where he asked him a question in the cross-examination in the trial that we're in at the moment. And then, he gave one answer. And then during the closing today, Colin Mandy SC refers to the fact that, he refers back to the fact that in that cross-examination, he said, oh, look, you gave a different answer another time. And, he had, in a previous piece of evidence, he'd said something different. And, Colin Mandy made the point that both of those things are true. He's given an honest account both times, but just in his mind, there were different times, I suppose.
That was one example. I think the other one was who exactly handed Erin Patterson the phone to talk to police about where to find the leftovers. And each of these 3 people think that they were the person that handed the phone over. And that they're not lying. He says they just made an honest mistake.
Yeah, it was interesting as well hearing Colin Mandy kind of discuss motive. We'd heard so much about that earlier in the day, the prosecution talking about intent and that they don't have a motive, still presenting evidence around the relationship between Erin Patterson and her in-laws and her estranged husband, all of that. But Colin Mandy coming at this from a different angle.
Yeah, I want to call this the anti-motive. So he asked the jury, why would Erin Patterson do this? Because of a brief period of tension in 2022 that had nothing to do with Ian and Heather. We speak about motive, and motive isn't an element of murder, but it does help inform intent, which we've spoken about before, Stocky. The jury does have that important bar to clear of whether there was intent. So Colin Mandy put some questions to the jury. He says, is there significant animosity? Did the accused say anything that suggests animosity? Were there threats? Was there anything to gain by these deaths? Did she get angry in the heat of the moment? And Colin Mandy said, you're left guessing about the most important element of this offence. And he said so much time has been spent scratching around by the prosecution to try to find some suggestion of animosity in the family dynamics. And he raised the point of Simon's evidence about the tax return and him declaring himself single and child support payments, that these problems that flared but dissipated, he argues, pretty quickly, and that things were back on an even keel by December 2022. So Colin Mandy says to the jury, would she really murder Simon's parents and aunt and uncle 7 months later because of this? He said even just saying it out loud demonstrates how unpersuasive that theory is.
Yeah.
Over a brief spat that lasted essentially a few days.
Yeah, he was talking as well about a lot of the evidence that kind of presented such a strong relationship between Erin Patterson and her in-laws, making the point that, these are the people that were a big part of her life. They were an important support network for her and her children, kind of saying that, look, if there's a motive anywhere, it is a motive that she wouldn't want to kill these people.
Precisely. He says, she put Simon on the Mount Waverley and Gibson Street property titles long after they were separated.
Yep.
She was treating their assets as joint assets. She gave him half of everything. Money wasn't a strong motivating factor, according to Simon himself in his evidence to the court. That the Pattersons were a strong and significant support to her. They'd been nothing but kind and understanding to Erin Patterson. He says that there was absolutely no reason for her to hurt them. He brought up some examples that we've heard during the trial of this relationship closeness between Erin and Don Patterson. He reminded everyone that Don Patterson was tutoring Erin's son. Remember that video of the son doing a science experiment with Don?
Little rocket car.
Yeah, in the backyard. We heard about that again. Colin Mandy SC says this is all an absence of motive, and they were the only grandparents that her kids had, and she was no doubt very devoted to her children. So why would she take active, loving grandparents away from her children?
The other thing that Colin Mandy got to today that, was one of the moments that kind of like stood out, I guess, from his closing was the way that he talked about the pictures that Erin Patterson had shared of the dehydrator with her Facebook friends, kind of saying, why would you share a picture of what the prosecution is alleging is, one of the instruments of this alleged murder? And then, also, if she had planned it in the way that the prosecution says that Erin Patterson has planned this, that it would have attracted, a huge amount of suspicion.
Yeah, 4 people falling ill from her lunch. Colin Mandy says that it definitely, the suspicion she would have known would have immediately fallen on her. They all would have got sick at the same time. The suspicion would have fallen on the meal and therefore the chef. So I used the word anti-motive before. He went through a list of basically how she's an anti-planner, He said if she had have been thinking that way and planning, as the prosecution alleges, since April to cook this fatal meal, he says, why would you buy a dehydrator in your own name with your own credit card from your local store? Why would you take photos of that dehydrator? Why would you take photos of mushrooms in their dehydrator? And this is the big one. Why would you share these photos online with a chat group that originated as a true crime chat group with people that fancy themselves as investigators of true crime?
Yep. And who, several have appeared as witnesses in this trial as well.
That's essentially the murder weapon and the method on social media, he says.
Yep.
So if you're planning a murder, he says, what's the one thing that you plan? The disposal of the murder weapon. And you don't tell anyone about it. And with the dehydrator, he says that, she didn't dump it after the mushrooms were dehydrated or well before the lunch. And when she did dump it, he says she used her own car and her own credit card. And he talked about the leftovers and how Erin Patterson pointed to police where to find them without hesitation, he says. And he says the other things she could have done is put them in a neighbour's bin or a public bin, or she could have buried them in the yard, but she didn't do that.
Yep.
So Colin Mandy said she genuinely believed there were not death cap mushrooms in that bin, and that the dumping of the dehydrator could only have been panic, and not because she's guilty, but because she's panicked that that's what people might think.
Yep. Rach, we got an insight this afternoon into how much longer we're expecting this trial to run for. Just after, I think it was the afternoon break, the jury came back in and Justice Christopher Beale kind of, gave them the update.
We heard today that the judge's charge won't start until Monday. Mm-hmm. So that's when he gives his advice to the jury about how to interpret certain facts, and he gives them a steer on law and how to apply it, principles of evidence, etc. And what did he say about 2 days? I think if the wind is at his back, it would take him 2 days.
Yeah, so I think it was, could be finishing Wednesday morning, might wrap up by Tuesday afternoon if the wind's at my back. I think were his words. Don't quote me exactly on that. I haven't reviewed
Beautiful
the transcript.
Poetry from Justice Beale.
Yes.
Which means that tomorrow will be maybe the finale of Colin Mandy SC's evidence, but we won't know until tomorrow.
The closing, we'll see where that wraps up. And I think as well, as you're listening to this, as we're talking through the closing arguments from both the prosecution and the defence, both of these barristers are going to be explaining this in, their version of events. So the prosecution is accusing Erin Patterson of murder and attempted murder. They're presenting evidence that they say demonstrates that she committed these acts, that she's guilty. The defence is presenting the evidence and framing the evidence in a way that says that she is not guilty. It is up for the jury to decide this. And so, if it feels like we are leaning one way or another as we're going through this, we're just taking you through what the prosecution and the defence are explaining to the jury as they make their final arguments.
And interestingly, both of them had the same direction in a way to the jury, that you've got to take a step back and look at the big picture. And it reminded me of, those Impressionist paintings. You've really got to stand back to be able to see what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Rach, before we wrap up, a couple of quick questions. I think if you have a question, if there's something you're wondering that is burning a hole in your mind as you consider this trial, send us an email, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We love getting your emails. We love reading them. Love answering them on the pod. Just like we're going to answer Erica from New South Wales's question. From Newcastle's question. Erica says, "Hi guys, I can't thank you enough for all the hard work you continue to put into this fascinatingly informative podcast. So sad that it has to be off the back of such a tragedy." Erica's question relates to Erin's alleged cake binge and the subsequent vomit in the afternoon post-lunch. Couldn't an explanation for her comparative lack of illness be explained by the fact that she probably brought up most of the meal at that time? Could it have been early enough to avoid sufficient absorption of the mushroom toxin?
We just don't know, Erica, because that question wasn't put to experts. It wasn't put whether vomiting and at what stage could affect absorption or lack of. We did hear Dr. Rogers put to Erin Patterson, when did this vomiting happen? Erin couldn't remember whether it was at what point between the lunch and the dinner. And then interestingly today, Dr. Rogers said to the jury, some of these things, some of these accounts come only from Erin herself, and the vomiting of the lunch was one of those examples that she used.
Yeah, thank you, Rach. Thank you, Erica. Wonderful question. I've got another one here from Ella in Port Macquarie, working our way along the New South Wales coast, it seems. Ella says, "Hi, Stephen and Rachel. I thoroughly enjoy the daily episodes the whole team is putting together. Hope you continue to cover more upcoming cases in a podcast format." Got good news for you, Ella. We will. Ella's question is, what is the demeanour/speaking manner of the prosecution and defence in court? Is it more of a grilling, the way they're speaking to witnesses, or more of a kind of nice, caring approach?
I wouldn't say grilling. I would say probative approach, trying to get to the bottom of things.
Yeah, there were some witnesses that, very casual. It's quite, impersonal, I think is probably a good way to describe it. A real just sort of exploration of the facts to tease things out of them.
And there was no real hostile witnesses in a sense. A lot of the witnesses we've seen have been medical or scientific experts, and some of the best in their field. So, we didn't see much. I wouldn't put it as grilling.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't frame it in that way either. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Ella. And finally, Rach, question from Ben, very timely question from Ben, given the stage we are at in this trial. Ben says, "Hi guys, loving the pod." Thank you, Ben. He looks forward to listening either on his evening walk with the dog or on my hour commute to work the next morning. His question is, as we near the end of the evidence, the closings, etc., do we expect a verdict to be reached by the end of this week, or is there still lots more work to do?
Well, the judge's charge is on Monday and probably Tuesday as well, and then the jury will retire for deliberations after that. So definitely not this week. And keep in mind that this week is week 8? of a possible 6-week trial. So anything can happen.
Yeah, it's a wonderful question, Ben. If you're wondering how long it will take the jury to come back with a verdict, the best comparison for that is however long a piece of string around your house would be. So find that, attribute a number of days to it, and that's probably what you can consider for now. And then it will change next week as we get closer to that period. We will keep you up to date, though, as all that is happening. We've got a heap of stuff planned for you as we get close to the judge's charge, as we work through the jury deliberations and a verdict in Erin Patterson's triple murder trial. Rach, continuation of Colin Mandy SC's closing statements tomorrow.
Correct. And hopefully the wind will also be at his back.
Thank you, Rach. I would encourage all of you to head to your relevant app store and grab yourself the ABC Listen app. It's the best way to listen to Mushroom Case Daily. The episodes are there before they're anywhere else. And as I have mentioned before, if you would like to do me a personal favour, please rate and review Mushroom Case Daily on whatever platform it is that you use to listen to it. It's wonderfully helpful in helping other people discover the podcast and enjoy it themselves.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of ABC News Daily. It's a podcast explaining one big news story affecting your world in just 15 minutes. From ABC investigations to politics, the cost of living, to major global events. Expert guests and journalists join me to explain why the world works the way it does. Follow the ABC News Daily podcast on the ABC Listen app.
Police allege triple murderer Erin Patterson used a toxic penne pasta, a chicken korma curry and a vegetable wrap to poison her estranged husband Simon before hosting the lunch where she served a beef Wellington containing death cap mushrooms. Patterson pleaded not guilty and was set to plead not guilty again to other charges dating back to 2021 and 2022. Last month, she was found guilty of the murders of Simon Patterson's parents, Don and Gail Patterson, and Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson, as well as the attempted murder of Heather's husband, Ian, who all fell ill after a lunch at her home in July 2023.
The trial of accused triple murderer Erin Patterson has heard records recovered from a device seized from her home show a visit to a page about death cap mushrooms. Reporter Alexandra Alvaro is at the Latrobe Valley Magistrates Court and joins us now from Morwell. Alex, g'day. So what's been heard today?
Well, today we've been hearing from Sharman Fox Henry. He's a digital forensic expert and he was tasked with examining a computer seized from Ms Patterson's home in the aftermath of that beef Wellington lunch. Now, Ms Patterson is accused of murdering 3 of her estranged husband's relatives by serving them a beef Wellington lunch containing death cap mushrooms. She has pleaded not guilty to all charges. But today, Mr Fox Henry ran the jury through records extracted from this device that was seized in August 2023, and he said that they show a search for the term iNaturalist and a visit to the iNaturalist website in May of 2022, some 14 months before the beef Wellington lunch. And he said they also show a visit to a page on the iNaturalist website that contained references to death cap mushrooms. Now, if that term iNaturalist sounds familiar, we've heard a lot about it during this trial. It's a website where scientists and members of the public can log their observations about animals and plants on this website, and we've heard previously in this trial that members of the public have logged their observations of death cap mushrooms on this website.
And a telecommunications expert has also been giving evidence. What did they have to say?
Yes, Dr. Matthew Sorrell, he gave evidence that a phone linked to Erin Patterson's number connected with cell towers in the areas of Outram and Loch. These are areas or towns that are close to or nearby Erin Patterson's home in Leongatha, and they're towns where the court has previously heard that death cap mushrooms had been sighted, and the court heard that those observations were logged on the iNaturalist website. But Dr. Sorrell agreed during cross-examination that there were limitations to using phone data to determine where somebody has been. He said it can show that somebody has been in a particular area but not at a particular address, and he said that the analysis was only indicative of a possible visitation to those places. So court has adjourned for the day, and when we pick back up tomorrow, we expect to continue hearing from Mr. Fox Henry. Well, we know that 2 days after that beef Wellington lunch was served at Erin Patterson's home, that she had presented to hospital complaining of gastro symptoms, and by this point the guests of that lunch were feeling pretty unwell. They were being treated for death cap mushroom poisoning, and but according to doctors this morning, Erin Patterson, who says that she ate the same meal as the guests, wasn't displaying the same symptoms. They said that her vital signs were within normal limits, that there were no signs of liver toxicity, and that she was stable to be discharged. One said that she seemed clinically well and in normal mood and affect. Now, how unwell Erin Patterson was in the aftermath of that lunch is something that's in dispute. Her defence says that she did become unwell, but just not as unwell as her guests, while the prosecution says that she feigned illness. We also heard from a public health director at Monash Health. She quizzed Erin Patterson about the origin of the mushrooms in the meal. She said that Erin Patterson told her that the mushrooms were from Woolworths and were from a Chinese grocer. She asked her whether they'd been foraged, which she says that Erin Patterson denied. Now, the defence has conceded that she did forage for mushrooms, but that she didn't specifically seek out death cap mushrooms.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Scared and alive or dead? That was the ultimatum given by a very concerned doctor to Erin Patterson. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Wednesday, the 7th of May, and we've just seen things wrap up for day 6 of Erin Patterson's murder trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The prosecution argues she had travelled to nearby Loch and Outram, where there'd been sightings of death cap mushrooms.
She told doctors she fed her children leftovers but scraped the mushrooms off.
Police allege Ms Patterson refused medical treatment for both herself and her children.
Ms Patterson admits she lied to police about foraging for mushrooms and getting rid of the dehydrator.
Christian, you are fresh out of court after a day of hearings in Erin Patterson's trial. Can you give us the breakdown or a quick wrap of what we heard today?
It was a pretty busy day in court, Stocky. We saw some security footage and we also heard a 000 call played to the court. The footage showed Erin Patterson trying to leave the Leongatha hospital just a couple of days after the lunch took place. We also heard evidence from Dr. Chris Webster, one of the first medical experts who saw Erin Patterson. We also heard from more members of the extended Patterson and Wilkinson families, and some of it was pretty emotional.
Yeah, it was quite an emotional day. I want to spend a bit of time talking about what it would have been like for the family members to give evidence today. I thought some of that was really interesting. But You talked about the hospital and some of the doctors who are giving evidence today, doctors from the Leongatha Hospital. This is the hospital that was caring for Ian and Heather Wilkinson, and also that Erin Patterson showed up to.
They were the first doctors that were called on to treat Erin Patterson. So Dr. Chris Webster was called to the stand. So on the morning of July 31, 2023, this is 2 days after the lunch, he was aware that Don and Gail Patterson were also sick. So he knew that 4 people from this lunch were not doing well. And then when Erin Patterson turned up to the hospital and said, "I've got gastro," it didn't take long for him to put the pieces together and realise she's the 5th person.
Yeah, this is the other person that we've been talking about from this lunch.
This is the chef. And at this point, the suspicions being raised that the mushrooms might be the thing that has made everybody sick. So Webster on the stand today said that he told Erin Patterson that he was concerned that she might have suffered from a death cap mushroom poisoning, and he has asked her to stay there because he wants to get her straight into treatment. He also asked her where she got the mushrooms from, and she said Woolworths. So anyway, Dr. Webster said that he went off to attend to another thing quickly, and before he knew it, Erin Patterson had discharged herself from the hospital against medical advice, and we were actually shown some security footage of this.
This is the first time we've seen any video played in this trial, right?
I believe so. So to describe what we saw, Erin Patterson was wearing a surgical mask. She's in a red jumper, a beige coloured pants and some brown black sandals. And she's seen walking up to the door of the hospital to leave. And this is just minutes after she's turned up. Another doctor is seen kind of trying to stop her from leaving. You can tell that she's encouraging her to stay, even though you can't hear the audio. And Erin actually reaches over and hits the button to open the automatic door. And in the end, she doesn't actually leave straight away. What she does is she's given a form to sign, and then she signs it and walks off. So anyway, Dr. Webster then finds out that she's gone, and he's really panicking at this point, very concerned for her welfare. This is what he told the court. And he rang 000 in the hope that the police might actually be able to locate Erin Patterson and bring her back to hospital, because he was so worried that she might go down the same path as the Wilkinsons and the Pattersons, who by this point were not doing well at all.
Yeah. And did we also hear the 000 call in court today?
We heard the 000 call, and we can hear Dr. Webster introduce himself to the call operator. He says that there's been this lunch and that several people have suffered from a suspected poisoning. And then he tells the 000 caller one of the people has discharged herself against medical advice. She was only here for 5 minutes. He says her name's Erin Patterson, and he asks if the police can go and find her. And in the end, what happens is Erin Patterson actually returned to the hospital after about 90 minutes. So the police didn't need to go and forcibly bring her back. But what the police did do when they got to her house is they were able to find some of the beef Wellington leftovers in a bin. And that was collected and actually brought back to the hospital.
Yep. When Erin came back, we also heard about how she was also a bit reluctant for her children to come to the hospital as well. She didn't want to take them out of school at the time. She didn't want to worry them. And Dr. Webster had a pretty, pretty blunt response to that, right?
Dr. Webster wasn't mucking around. And he again explained to Erin Patterson how serious this situation was in his mind. This is according to his evidence in court today. He said that Miss Patterson told him her children had also eaten leftovers of the beef Wellington, but not the mushrooms. So Dr. Webster said he inquired about where the children were. She told them they were at school, and he said he stressed the importance of getting the children to a medical facility. And he said Erin was reluctant to inform the children, and I said it was important. And then she was concerned that they were going to be frightened. And there was this ripper quote from Dr. Webster. He told Erin Patterson in regards to the kids, they can be scared and alive or dead. That is a pretty powerful way of putting things. And Dr. Webster said that she started to understand the importance of contacting them, and then she indicated it would be done. As we know, the kids were eventually checked out and taken to hospital, and prosecutors say that the results showed they were fine.
Yeah.
I mentioned a moment ago about how some of those leftovers were brought to the hospital. We also saw security footage of one of the doctors sifting through them. So she pulls it out of a brown Woolworths shopping bag, and initially it's like this kind of brown sludge stuff, probably about the size of an index finger. And then she pulls out this second bigger bit, and that's the beef Wellington pastry.
Right.
The doctor's seen... the doctor's wearing gloves, by the way, I should say.
That's
Yes.
good.
The doctor pulls out her phone, snaps a photo, and then puts it back in the bag. So that was another bit of footage we saw.
Yeah. And one of the interesting things, and something I want to mention at this point, is that we're describing the exhibits because we don't have access to them at the moment. So we're not seeing them. You're seeing them in court, but they're not being released for other people to see. So that's why we're going through the process of describing them. We might get access to them later.
I really hope so. So in some cases, the exhibits are released as...
A doctor who treated sick lunch guests for mushroom poisoning says he told Erin Patterson she could die without urgent treatment. Leongatha Hospital physician Dr. Chris Webster telling Ms Patterson's Supreme Court murder trial today he called police to bring her back after she discharged herself against medical advice. I was surprised, he said. I had just informed her that she had potentially been exposed to deadly death cap mushrooms, and I thought hospital was a better place for her to be. Dr. Webster told the court he had already been treating Heather and Ian Wilkinson when Ms Patterson arrived at hospital the next day, complaining of gastro. When he found out she was the lunch host and her children had eaten leftovers, he insisted the children also get checked out. She was concerned they would be frightened, Dr. Webster said. I said they could be scared and alive or dead. The court was played the 000 call from Dr. Webster to police. Ms Patterson returned to hospital while police were at her house, with Dr. Webster asking her permission for police to bring back leftovers for testing. The court was also shown CCTV of another doctor on call, Dr. Veronica Foote, examining the leftover beef Wellington. Dr. Foote said tests on Ms Patterson had indicated regular blood pressure and temperature, but an elevated heart rate, which eventually settled. Earlier today, the court heard Heather Wilkinson rave to church members about the lovely lunch they'd just had at Ms Patterson's home. One church member telling the court in a statement, Ms Wilkinson said the beef Wellington was delicious. Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to 3 charges of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. The trial continues. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
So today, we were in the weeds and at the tip. The Erin Patterson trial is really taking us to some unglamorous places. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Wednesday, the 14th of May, and we've just finished the 10th day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
the small-town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
Ms Patterson admits she lied to police about foraging for mushrooms.
A doctor says he told Erin Patterson she could die without urgent treatment.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Just out of court following Erin Patterson's trial. Christian, can you take us through what we've heard today? Just a wrap of the evidence.
A lot of the key evidence today was actually things that we could see in the courtroom, not just people talking, which was nice. We saw footage today of Erin Patterson a few days after the lunch at the local tip, where she was seen dumping a food dehydrator. That item was later seized by police, and police say there were traces of death cap mushrooms found on that dehydrator. We also heard from an expert who tested leftovers of a meal that was found at Erin Patterson's house, and she said there were no death cap mushrooms in what she analysed. We also concluded our lecture into the study of mushroom taxonomy, which began yesterday from the esteemed Dr. Tom May.
I feel like I'm very well versed in the taxonomy of mushrooms after the last sort of day and a half's worth of evidence. So
the colours, the names, even the smells.
Even the smells. We'll get to that in a little bit later of this episode. But Christian, I want to start with the dehydrator. Now, this is something that police say has residue of death cap mushrooms in it. It was recovered from one of the tips near Erin Patterson's house, and we actually saw a video today of it being dropped off at that tip.
That's right. So just to rewind a little bit, this lunch happened on a Saturday in July 2023, and prosecutors say that the 4 lunch guests fell really sick after eating a beef Wellington prepared by Erin Patterson that allegedly was laced with death cap mushrooms. Now, Erin Patterson also went to hospital in the days after this lunch, but was discharged 2 days later. Prosecutors alleged that the day she was discharged, she went to the local tip or landfill, and there was security footage played to the court today of her driving in to this site, stopping her red vehicle near a large green shed and taking something out of the boot and taking it into the shed.
Do we know if that was the dehydrator? Is that what's being alleged here, that the item was the dehydrator that she was putting into like an e-waste bin or something?
So prosecutors say that that item she was carrying was a food dehydrator, which was found to have contained traces of death cap mushrooms. Now, the 4 lunch guests, 3 of whom died, prosecutors say suffered from death cap mushroom poisoning. But prosecutors say that Erin Patterson herself did not.
Yeah. And we heard from the bloke who runs the tip, because the police called him like, hey, have you heard anything about this? Have you seen anything on your videos? And he was like, yep, they've got this video here. He sent that video to the police, and then someone's gone down and recovered this from the bin and handed it over to the police. Is that right?
That's correct. So he received a call from the police. What they did was they went through their security footage. So this is a couple of days after Erin Patterson went there. They tracked down the footage of Erin, and they also found the item that she's put into the bin. It was a food dehydrator. And this is an item that we've talked about previously in this podcast. We've also talked about the origins of the dehydrator, how it was purchased about 3 months before the lunch, and that Erin Patterson had been talking to her friends online about how much she loved using this dehydrator.
Yeah. For most of the rest of the day, or certainly for the first half of the day, we were all about mushrooms. We had another game of Spot the Mushroom with Dr. Tom May.
We did.
But one of the things that I found really interesting through most of the morning was the evidence from Dr. Camille Truon, who was talking about, she's the woman who tested the Wellington. So she was sent the remaining Wellington that was pulled out of the rubbish at Erin Patterson's house, and it was taken to her, and she did the testing, and actually at her laboratory at home, so at her home lab. What did she find when she did the testing on that?
So Dr. Truong's testing did not reveal that there were death cap mushrooms in some leftovers that were found at Erin Patterson's house after the lunch. In fact, the only mushroom traces that she could find in this meal were common supermarket mushrooms. Now, just to kind of explain this a bit, because I think it is a little bit confusing at times, prosecutors allege Erin Patterson deliberately put death cap mushrooms into individual portions of beef Wellington consumed by her lunch guests, But the prosecutors also say that the meal that Erin ate was not contaminated. So I hope that explains it a bit.
Yep.
Now, we know that in the aftermath of this meal, Erin Patterson was questioned by numerous doctors and authorities about the mushrooms that were served. And she said that they came from a combination of the local Woolworths and from an unspecified Asian grocer somewhere in the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne.
Yep.
So given that the lunch guests were found to have consumed Amanita phalloides, which is death cap mushrooms, Dr. Truong was asked about the availability of death cap mushrooms. And she said they're not available in the shops. You can't find them there because mushrooms in supermarkets are cultivated, whereas things like death caps grow in the wild. And she said it would be impossible to find a death cap mushroom in a supermarket.
Yeah, she was quite strong on that. It was questioned a number of times, and it seemed like, you know, the toxicologists who were talking to her, getting her to check this evidence, kept saying, well, look, these are the source of the mushrooms. Could it be this? And every time she was like, well, no, these can't be cultivated. You know, the only way you can get them are from wild mushrooms that, you know, growing under oak trees, as we heard from Dr. Tom May. So yeah, it was really interesting hearing that. And that, yeah, she, you know, I think at one point she even said even an independent shop wouldn't be able to forage the amount of mushrooms they would need to actually sell them in a shop. It just wouldn't be something that they could do. So I thought that was really interesting. And so, yeah, we're still not sure on the source of the death cap mushrooms. Earlier in the day, we had more from Dr. Tom May. You know, the lecture on mushrooms continued. That was, you know, the defence questioning him for hours. Lots of conversations about how hard it is to identify death cap mushrooms in the wild and lots of comparisons between them and other mushrooms. And Christian, you've kept a list. Are you going to take us through the scientific names? What are you doing here?
I'm going to try. So yesterday, Dr. May was shown a series of images and was asked whether they were death cap mushrooms or not, to which he basically said they were, and he was proved to be correct. Today he was shown 17 other pictures of various mushrooms, not death cap mushrooms, but to a layperson like me, I have to admit they kind of looked pretty similar.
Yep.
And even Dr. May conceded that there were aspects of these varieties that do have some similarities to death cap mushrooms. I'm going to run through the names because I know there's some keen nature watchers out there. So he agreed that there were some similarities with the stubble rosegill. Udamanciella gigaspora is another one.
You've nailed that.
That one doesn't have a common name. That seems to be the name. Honey mushroom, buttery colebia, and another one, spotted stem ringless amanita and spring field cap. These are all mushrooms that people have reported sightings of in Victoria. Whether or not those sightings are accurate is a whole other matter, but people have claimed to have seen these mushrooms growing in the wild in parts of Victoria, including Gippsland, which is the region where this entire case centres around.
And those ones are safe to eat? Is that what we were getting at?
Some are, some aren't.
Okay, yeah. And, you know, the thing that surprised me with a lot of this questioning was just how long Dr. Tom May was questioned by the defence for. It really was, you know, basically a whole day of evidence that he was giving, about half a day being questioned by the defence in the end. Do we know much about what their strategy is or what they're trying to get at here?
Sophie Stafford, one of the defence barristers, took Dr. May through this exercise today for, I reckon, at least 45 minutes. It was pretty gruelling, but it all sort of led to a final series of questions where Dr. May repeated something that he said yesterday, which was identifying species of mushrooms in the wild is a challenging task, even for experts like him who've been doing it for years. And he said that in terms of mapping the taxonomy of mushrooms in Australia, from a scientific level, there's a lot that needs to be done. Maybe hinting that there's, you know, future funding that's required for scientific research in this area, which is seriously lacking at the moment. And he actually mentioned as well that in 2024, I believe, in a completely unrelated case, there was a woman who ate Amanita phalloides, death cap mushrooms, after picking them supposedly from her front yard. and it was a terrible accident, and she died. And he said as a result of that, there were definitely calls for more public awareness about the dangers of wild mushrooms.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what else we hear about the source of the mushrooms over the course of this trial.
Yeah, and let's also remember that prosecutors allege that Erin Patterson travelled to the areas of Loch and Outram, which are near her home in Leongatha, and these are two areas where the prosecution alleges that there were postings made on the iNaturalist website where death cap mushrooms had been cited. So we will probably hear more about that as the evidence continues.
Yeah. Something that I've noticed as we're going through this trial, the way that the witnesses are questioned is that you'll have the prosecution call a witness, they'll do a lot of questioning with them, the defence will then question them for a bit, and then often the prosecution comes back very briefly at the end, sometimes a few questions, a few pickups here and there. And I noticed today Dr. Nanette Rogers talking to Dr. Tom May, asking about the smell of death cap mushrooms, and there was this exchange where she just asked, what is the smell of them like? And Dr. Tom May said, look, when they're picked, they're quite a sweet. It's quite a sweet smell that he noted. And then once they're dried, I think what was the wording? I've got the wording here. When they're dried, he found the smell to be very unpleasant.
Yes, that's correct. And that sort of triggered something in my memory. So I went all the way back to the prosecution openings. Mm-hmm. And I found this line that Dr. Nanette Rogers said way back a couple of weeks ago. And she said that in a later interview with authorities, Erin Patterson had talked about having mushrooms in her house that also smelt pretty bad. So that was referenced. So I guess we'll hear more about that as well.
Yeah. As well as all of this evidence today, Christian, we also had a bit of medical evidence through the afternoon. And I will openly admit at this point that I did struggle to stay focused as this was happening. It was a lot of just kind of detail of different medical reports, things like that. Is there anything worth diving into or that you want to mention from that evidence this afternoon?
I think briefly, Professor Andrew Burston, who is a very experienced doctor and intensive care specialist, said he reviewed some of Erin Patterson's medical records in the days after the lunch. So she was cared for by various health authorities, and he said, he didn't check Erin himself, he's just looking at the paperwork. And from his examination of what he'd seen, he concluded that it appeared that Erin Patterson had suffered from some sort of gastro illness in the days after the lunch. However, he said it did not appear to be that severe, and we know that days after the lunch, Erin Patterson was discharged from hospital. Now, keep in mind, at the same time that Erin was discharged, 4 of her lunch guests were really sick, and 3 of them actually died very shortly after that.
Yeah. I want to get some questions that we've been sent in from our audience, but just quickly before we get to that, the jury got a little bit of free advice throughout the course of today.
They did. When they walked in this morning, they were given a friendly reminder by the judge just to be a little bit careful about what they say when they're coming into court. Anyway, that warning seemed to have been accepted pretty well. But later on in the day, after one of the breaks, the jury came in and you could hear some laughter that was coming from their jury room. And as they were led into the courtroom, the tip staff, Mr. Hastings, shushed the jury and put them in their place. And some of the jury members looked a little bit sheepish, like they'd been caught, doing something they shouldn't have been doing at school. So the jury was very well behaved after that.
It's nice to give a mention to Mr. Hastings as well, the tip staff, who does a wonderful job of keeping the court in order. In fact, when I was in the other day, I wasn't sitting in the media seats and was on my phone and was sharply told off to not be on my phone because unless you're a member of the media, you shouldn't be on your phone. And I looked just like an ordinary member of the public at the time.
Yeah, his job is to maintain order in the courtroom and he's done a brilliant job. He's one of the tip staff that we see down in Melbourne in the Supreme Court. Lovely guy.
Yeah, fantastic. We do have some questions from the audience sent in today as well, which I'd love to get to. You can send us an email, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We're reading through all of them and we love hearing your feedback, your thoughts generally. I've got one here from Jess, who is listening in Castlemaine. She says, love the show. Thank you, Jess. And she's wondering, who are the prosecution actually representing? Are they representing those who've died, so the lunch guests, or the state?
They're representing the state. So at the start of a case, police are the prosecuting agency, but when you get to somewhere like the Supreme Court or even the county court in some other cases, the case is transferred to the Office of Public Prosecutions, and the head of that office is the Director of Public Prosecutions. So sometimes you hear the DPP and OPP used interchangeably, but essentially it is the state.
Yep. We've had a few questions about the iNaturalist website and Erin travelling to areas where there were postings on that website. Kate, Zoe, Simone and Jock have all written in. And I know we did touch on this briefly earlier. I included this question in the little document here before I knew you were going to talk about that. But yeah, they just want to know basically what we know about that at this stage.
So what the prosecution have said was that postings were made on the iNaturalist website where effectively death cap mushrooms were tagged in Outram and Lock in April and May 2023. So you're talking, 2 to 3 months before this lunch. And the prosecution claims that Erin went to those areas. One of those alleged trips, and this is based on mobile phone service data that the prosecution claims it has, is that Erin went to Lock and Outram the day after one of these posts was made.
Yep, right. I'm sure we'll be hearing more about all of that over the next week or so. So Kate, Zoe, Simone, Jock, everyone else who's flicked us an email about that, keep listening to Mushroom Case Daily, and we'll keep you up to date with what's going on in court and what we're hearing. Another question here from Meng from Barcaldine. They are so used to seeing Colin Mandy as Erin's defence barrister doing the cross-examination. But, we heard today and yesterday we had Sophie Stafford doing some cross-examination. Ming's wondering, is she an experienced barrister giving Colin a break so he can do some admin work? Or is there some strategy involved in changing from Colin to her for questioning?
It's pretty common in a big trial like this to have multiple barristers on both prosecution and defence teams. And the way that these teams are structured, it's kind of a hierarchy thing. You have your lead counsel and then what they call junior counsel, which, I'm not a lawyer, but I kind of find calling really experienced lawyers junior a little bit demeaning, but hey, that's just me.
Yep.
So Sophie Stafford is the junior to Colin Mandy. So she has been given some witnesses to cross-examine. It's not just Tom May, it's been a few others during the trial. So I wouldn't really read too much into that. To reach the rank of barrister, you've got to be a pretty good lawyer. And also it's worth mentioning that there's been times on the other side of the bar table where Nanette Rogers has taken a break and the juniors, Jane Warren and Sarah Lenthal, have asked questions as well. These other barristers are pretty busy, and even when their team captain, if we'll call them that, is on their feet, you can see that they're busy scribbling notes, passing them along to whoever it is that's making submissions. They're pretty busy and they're involved the whole time.
Yeah. Thank you, Christian. Thank you for a wonderful question as well, Meng. And also in the segment I'm going to call More of a Statement, which, this is a wonderful actual point that Andrea has sent in here. We've been talking the last couple of days about whether lunch is provided for the jury and what it's like being a juror. Andrea has been a juror before as well, a couple of trials in Victoria and Queensland. And she mentions the only time that lunch was catered was when the jury was sequestered. The rest of it, they brought their own lunch. She says they were also discouraged from discussing the trial outside of the jury room, and also wants to point out that the hardest part of being a juror is remembering that you can only base your decision to convict or acquit on the evidence presented. It's a tough gig, but the judge gives clear direction on this before the jury retires.
And we'll definitely hear that again. We heard that right at the start, and Justice Beale will be hammering that home once all the evidence is done and the closing addresses are completed later on.
And Christian will be back in everyone's feed tomorrow.
Yep, more witnesses taking the stand.
Thank you so much for listening to Mushroom Case Daily. If you have a question you'd like us to answer, get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. Make sure you are following Mushroom Case Daily on the ABC Listen app. And if you're listening somewhere else, please leave us a review, give us a rating. It makes it much easier for other people to find us.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, court reporter Christian Silver, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and many thanks to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager Eric George, and our true crime colleagues Tim Roxburgh, Rachel Brown and Yasmin Parry for helping make this show a reality. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
You've been listening to an ABC podcast. Discover more great ABC podcasts, live radio and exclusives on the ABC Listen app.
An hour.
1 hour.
So I had this pig and I'm rubbing its stomach.
2 mics.
2 microphones.
So sound wave travels into the ear canal and it hits the eardrum.
Unforgettable stories.
Strutting, fluffing up your neck feathers, making booming sounds in your throat.
And you use the word really. And the answer to these reallys is always yes.
Hear the latest from Conversations. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, coming to you from Gadigal Land. This is ABC News Daily. When 3 people died and 1 was left seriously ill from suspected mushroom poisoning after a lunch in a regional Victorian home, the world was captivated. Now, the meal host, Erin Patterson, has been charged with murder and attempted murder. The intrigue has only intensified. Today, a criminologist on why it took police 3 months to arrest the 49-year-old and whether she can receive a fair trial given the unprecedented interest in the case.
My name is Associate Professor Xanthi Mallet and I'm in criminology at the University of Newcastle.
Xanthi, there was something that struck me about a press conference Victorian Police gave last week about this case. Detective Inspector Dean Thomas from the Homicide Squad said he can't think of any other Victorian investigation that has generated such huge interest.
This investigation has been subject to incredibly intense levels of public scrutiny and curiosity. I think it's particularly important that we keep in mind that at the heart of this, 3 people have lost their lives.
It sure has captivated people's attention, hasn't it?
Absolutely it has, and I saw that press conference and I thought about that afterwards, and I agree, I can't think of another Victorian case which has really gripped people. And we're not just talking Victoria, we're talking nationwide and actually internationally. There's been plenty of international news headlines too. So this is a case that has really captured and intrigued people, Australia and worldwide.
This morning, new questions swirling about the deadly mushroom mystery. The bizarre tragedy now grabbing global headlines.
An Australian woman has been charged with murder after the deaths of 3 people by suspected mushroom poisoning.
The lady who served up the lunch, Erin Patterson, has just been charged with murder.
Police are pretty worried though, aren't they, about the attention and focus that's been given to this one case?
Yes, they certainly are. And that's the problem with these really high-profile cases.
I know people have many questions in relation to this matter and will be hopeful that I can provide answers to them today. However, it's not that simple. While we do want to provide timely updates about this matter, it is critical that doing this does not adversely impact the current investigation or any future processes.
There will be a lot of discussion in the media, professional media and social media. Innuendo and chats will take place, and that's really the problem because, that's where things can go wrong when it comes to court, because some of that may be prejudicial. People will have an opinion, they will be sharing that, and news outlets know to be very cautious. Now charges have been laid that anything that they say could be potentially prejudicial. However, people on social media are not as cautious and don't understand the impact that those discussions can have, and that's why everyone should be very cautious.
Well, with that in mind, Let's step back carefully through what we know already.
Very carefully.
Yes, this all began on July the 29th when Erin Patterson hosted a lunch at her home in Victoria.
Yes, so what happened after that is 4 people became very seriously unwell and were hospitalised. So this is Erin Patterson's, her ex-husband's parents and his uncle and aunt.
Heather Wilkinson, her sister Gail Patterson and Gail's husband Don died after eating lunch at the Pattersons' former daughter-in-law's Leongatha home.
So those 4 people were admitted to hospital. Sadly, 3 people died of suspected mushroom poisoning, as it turned out. The 4th person, Ian Wilkinson, actually survived that, but he was very seriously unwell. He was in a coma for a significant period of time. He has actually recovered and has been released from hospital, thankfully, since then. And really that's where everything started, the investigation as to what happened at that lunch and why, sadly, those people died and others became so unwell.
She served a beef Wellington at this lunch, which of course a key ingredient is mushrooms, and all the guests had symptoms consistent with poisoning by mushroom, according to police.
Yes, and so we're talking 3 months ago now, and police are confirming those details, but obviously we have seen Erin Patterson subsequently arrested on a number of charges in relation to those deaths and Ian Wilkinson becoming so unwell.
So Erin Patterson last week was arrested and then charged. Tell me a bit more about what happened in the lead up to that.
So 3 months later, last Thursday, Erin Patterson was taken in for questioning.
This morning, detectives arrested a 49-year-old female in relation to this incident, and a search warrant was subsequently executed at her residential address.
She wasn't charged initially on the Thursday, but while she was being questioned, her house was actually searched, so a search warrant had been granted, and the police did a thorough investigation of her property inside and out. And later on that evening, around 7:30, she was actually charged with 3 counts of murder and 5 counts of attempted murder.
How did we get to 5 counts?
We knew by this point that Simon Patterson, her ex-husband, had become very unwell around 18 months before the lunch with unidentified gastro symptoms. She was charged with 4 counts of attempted murder on Simon Patterson going back to 2021 and 2022.
And Erin Patterson has maintained her innocence when the press, including News Corp Australia, approached her outside her home and in a written statement she gave to police that was obtained by the ABC.
Just can't believe it.
Police say you're a suspect. Do you have anything to say about
that?
Yes,
I say I didn't do anything. I love them. And I'm devastated that they're gone.
And she absolutely has a right to maintain her innocence, and she has to be presumed innocent. That's the way the law works in this country. She has to be presumed innocent until proven otherwise in a court of law, and we are many, many months away from that.
Xanthi, you're a criminologist, so tell me, why do you think it took so long for police to lay charges?
Before charges are laid, the police have to provide and develop a brief of evidence that will be supplied to the Director of Public Prosecutions. Now, they will then look to see whether charges are warranted. So the police, over the course of that 3 months, had been running a number of lines of inquiry. They would have been looking at any forensic physical evidence that may have been available. They would have been conducting interviews of relevant parties, including Miss Patterson herself. And you have to remember, Ian Wilkinson was in hospital very unwell, and so they would have also wanted to wait until they could speak to him.
And as you alluded to before, we shouldn't expect the investigation to move along any faster now the charges have been laid.
So going forward, they will have all of the information they collected from that search. For example, we do know that a specialist IT search dog was brought down from Queensland to Victoria. And so they would have been looking for specific things. So that could be SIM cards, it could be mobile phones, it could be computers or parts of computers, hard drives, for example. So once they've collected all of that information, that's really just the start. They need to make sure they've recovered any files that may have been deleted. They need to look through through all of that information and make sure that they're following up. They may have to interview more witnesses. They may have to look at search histories, what's been purchased, where a mobile phone may disclose where Erin Patterson had gone, travelled in the period leading up to these deaths. And all of that has to be collated, and that's going to take another significant amount of time. Then they prepare a brief that has to go forward to the defence. And so you can imagine how many weeks and months this type of investigation can take.
Of course, and in high-profile cases like this, how difficult is it for the accused to receive a fair trial?
Each case is unique in its own way. It has unique facets, but there are certainly other high-profile cases where there have been question marks over whether somebody can receive a fair trial, a fair jury trial, because, there's just so much public interest. If this were to reach trial, we're still at least 18 months away from a full trial. If we get there, then would a jury be able to be objective given the amount of information that's currently swirling around in the public domain? And we saw that with Chris Dawson, for example, when he was on trial for murdering his wife, Lynette Dawson. That trial was problematic because it was subject to the Teacher's Pet podcast, which had millions of downloads, and everybody had an opinion. And that's problematic when you expect a jury to go into a jury trial and not take any other information, extraneous information with them. I'm expecting it to go forward to jury trial, and most people in the legal profession, that is their preference. That is seen as a core foundation of the legal process. And that's something, obviously, that will have to be looked at closer to the time.
And tell me, in all of this, as it unfolds, what responsibility does the media have? And in your view, how has it been reporting this case so far?
Well, there has been some quite surprising reporting. There has been some programs that, I won't name any, some programs that have run that, I thought floated very close to the wind on this, even some weeks ago. And now that charges have been laid, most media should be responsible. They know their responsibilities to the legal process to not prejudice any future criminal proceedings. But there will be some that will still kind of share that gossip and that speculation, and that's where the danger lies, and that's where the public will also join in. And so, yes, there is a very strong responsibility of the professional media to avoid that speculation and to discourage the public from speculating as much as possible.
Because in the end, justice, whichever way it goes, is vital, isn't it?
Exactly. We want the evidence that has been, tested in that committal hearing to go forward. That can be, for the Crown, it can be then questioned by the defence, and only the jury are really qualified under those circumstances. They're the only ones who'll be hearing all of that evidence, and they have to be untainted. Don't guess, don't gossip, nothing subjective, and just purely stick to facts and then let the legal process play out.
Xanthi Mallet is a criminologist and an associate professor at the University of Newcastle. Erin Patterson has not entered a plea and has not applied for bail. This episode was produced by Anna John, Lara Corrigan and Sam Dunn, who also did the mix. Our supervising producer is David Cody. I'm Sam Hawley. ABC News Daily will be back again tomorrow. Thanks for listening.
Subscribe to listen to more free podcasts or download the ABC Listen app and stream ad-free.
In July of this year, on a weekend, Gail Patterson had her family over for a meal. And after that meal, three of those people that were there became critically ill. So 4 of those people became critically ill and 3 of those people died. So at Erin Patterson's home for the meal in late July were Gail and Don Patterson, the parents of Erin Patterson's ex-husband, as well as Ms. Patterson's sister, Heather Wilkinson, and her husband, Ian Wilkinson. Gail and Don Patterson died a few days after this meal, where there was a suspected mushroom poisoning, and Heather Wilkinson died quickly after that meal. Her husband, Ian Wilkinson, was gravely ill and in a critical condition in hospital. There were real concerns that he would also die, but he was able to recover. And ever since that meal, police have been investigating what went on. And this morning, at 8 o'clock this morning, police executed a warrant on Erin Patterson's home. They arrested her and have taken her in for questioning, and they are investigating her property this morning as we speak. And we've been told by police that they've been using the AFP, the Australian Federal Police's detector dogs, as part of their investigation into this suspected mushroom poisoning case that has captivated all of Victoria because of the strange circumstances around it, as well as national and international headlines. No charges yet, but Erin Patterson has been arrested this morning.
We know that this story reverberated around that local community in Gippsland. How are they reacting to this news of Erin Patterson's arrest?
Leongatha is a really small community in Gippsland in Victoria's south-east. It has about 4,000 or 5,000 people in it. The incident itself really confused, shattered the community, because the Pattersons, by all accounts, were integral parts of that community, involved in a number of community organisations, church organisations. So their death under these circumstances, as well as the illness and death of other people, at what sounds like something out of a fiction, is confusing. And so to have a development here means something to the community, but there's still a lot of answers to be had, and Erin Patterson is answering police questions this morning. Perhaps we'll get some more answers yet. Erin Patterson has always maintained, however, her innocence, that she didn't mean to poison anyone with mushrooms or anything else at that meal, and she herself has said that she became ill herself after that meal, so that she was not trying to poison anyone, including herself, and she's maintained her innocence. But she has been arrested this morning. That's a major development in this ongoing investigation.
Now, accused triple murderer Erin Patterson is set to return to the witness stand for the third day in a row this morning, after yesterday conceding that the beef Wellington lunch she served to 4 of her relatives contained death cap mushrooms. Ms Patterson is giving evidence in the 6th week of her trial, charged with deliberately serving her relatives the meal in 2023 containing poisonous death cap mushrooms. 3 of them later died.
The 50-year-old maintains her innocence, saying the deaths were a tragic accident, as Alexandra Alvaro reports from the Latrobe Valley in Victoria's southeast.
Erin Patterson told the court she'd feed foraged mushrooms to her children, purchasing a dehydrator so she could preserve mushrooms she'd found in the wild. It's a hobby she says she picked up during COVID times, and her children would sometimes join her on her picking expeditions. Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to the murder of her in-laws and her estranged husband's aunt by serving them a meal containing death cap mushrooms. She says she didn't deliberately poison her guests. She agreed yesterday death cap mushrooms must have been in the meal she cooked her relatives. Ms Patterson also became emotional when quizzed about messages she'd sent to her internet friends about her in-laws. In the messages, already aired to the court earlier in the trial, she said she was sick of her estranged husband's family and wanted nothing to do with them. The court heard the messages were sent at a time where Ms Patterson was having disagreements with her husband about child support after their separation. Yesterday, she told the court she regretted the messages, explaining she was feeling hurt. When court resumes today, it's expected Ms Patterson will be back in the witness box taking questions from her defence.
Fearing he'd be poisoned by the woman he once loved, Simon Patterson decided to pull out of the fatal lunch, alleging, "I thought there'd be a risk that she'd poison me if I attended." That's what Simon told a pre-trial hearing here at Melbourne's Supreme Court, months before his estranged wife Erin's triple murder trial began in Morwell. It's a hearing the ABC could not report until now. So last October, here in the witness box, Simon explained why he held those fears as police laid out its case, alleging Erin had attempted to murder him 3 times. Accusations she has always denied. All 3 alleged incidents happened around camping trips less than 2 years before the lunch, where Erin had prepared food for Simon that he alleges made him sick. The first was in November 2021. He ended up in hospital after eating penne bolognese. 6 months later, in May 2022, at Hauqua in Victoria's High Country, Simon alleges he fell sick after eating a chicken korma curry. He was treated in hospital and initially recovered, but days later ended up in a coma at Monash Hospital and required life-saving surgery. And then at Wilson's Prom in September 2022, Simon alleges he passed out and was hospitalised after eating a vegetable wrap. He says he confided in a doctor that he thought Erin was trying to poison him, and he began tracking his meals in a spreadsheet. A relative also told the court in the days after the Leongatha lunch, and with the guests close to death, Simon held a family meeting in the Austin Hospital's chapel and told them he believed his illnesses had been a deliberate act. He stopped eating Erin's food but never thought others were at risk, which is why he didn't warn his parents when they agreed to Erin's invitation for lunch. The source of his illnesses was never confirmed. The defence told the court a professor who analysed Simon's medical records at the time of his 3rd illness concluded that his symptoms were consistent with low potassium levels. Prosecutors told a later hearing that it had commissioned another report from the professor after an article was found on Erin's computer relating to barium carbonate, a rat poison. That second report indicated the sudden onset of Simon's illness was also consistent with barium carbonate poisoning. Erin Patterson has always maintained her innocence and pleaded not guilty to these charges. In pre-trial hearings, her lawyers argued she would face unfair prejudice if both sets of charges, those related to the lunch and those connected to Simon, were heard at the same time. The Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal agreed, ordering the trials be split. With one Court of Appeal judge saying the evidence of the lunch charges appeared stronger than the evidence of the Simon charges. He said it's a very short hop, skip and a jump to convicting on the other 3. The prosecution then dropped all charges relating to Simon, so they were never brought to trial or tested in front of a jury. During the Morwell trial, while the jury was out of the room, Simon referenced the dropped charges and his grief. "I'm sitting here half thinking about the things I'm not allowed to talk about," adding, "It is what it is." Michaela Ortolin, ABC News, Melbourne.
After nearly 6 weeks of questioning witnesses in Morwell, Crown Prosecutor Dr Nanette Rogers got the chance to ask Erin Patterson for her version of events. Dr Rogers suggesting she deliberately dehydrated death cap mushrooms with the intention of putting them in beef Wellingtons for her guests.
That's not correct.
Further, that you intended to serve one of those beef Wellingtons to Simon Patterson had he turned up at the lunch.
If he'd come, I would have given him a beef Wellington too, yes, but not one with death cap mushrooms in it intentionally.
Dr Rogers also showed Ms Patterson photos of what the prosecution allege were death cap mushrooms on a dehydrator tray in her kitchen.
I suggest that you were weighing these mushrooms, these death cap mushrooms, so that you could calculate the weight required for the administration of a fatal dose for one person. Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Ms Patterson has previously told the court she took her dehydrator to the tip days after the lunch, after her estranged husband asked her if she had used it to poison his relatives, saying she was worried she'd be blamed for making everyone sick. Simon Patterson says he never asked that question. Dr Rogers asking Ms Patterson today if she had taken the dehydrator to the transfer station because she had been dehydrating mushrooms.
And not just any old mushrooms, death cap mushrooms in fact, correct?
I didn't know that I'd done that.
Dr Rogers suggesting Ms Patterson lied about having cancer to make sure her guests came to lunch.
You thought that the lunch guests would die and your lie would never be found out.
That's not true.
In his final exchange with Ms Patterson today, defence lawyer Colin Mandy SC asked her if she'd intended to kill her guests, the accused becoming emotional as Mr Mandy repeated the question for Don and Gail Patterson and Heather and Ian Wilkinson. Did you intend to kill or cause really serious injury to Donald Patterson by serving that meal? Mr Mandy asked. No, I didn't. Did you intend to harm him in any way at all? No. Erin Patterson is expected back in the witness box tomorrow. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell. Erin Patterson says she cooked beef Wellington because she wanted to make something special for her in-laws. But the prosecution says she served herself something different. Crown Prosecutor Dr Nanette Rogers asserting today that the difference was death cap mushrooms. Your evidence is, of course, that all the individual beef Wellingtons were the same, correct? Correct. But this is a lie. I suggest to you they weren't the same. Incorrect. They were all the same. Surviving lunch guest Ian Wilkinson previously told the trial that he and his wife Heather noticed the host served her guests on grey plates, while hers was orange or tan. The accused telling the jury today she doesn't own a matching set of 5 plates. Dr Rogers suggesting you took the extra precaution of using a different and smaller plate to plate your non-poisoned serve. Correct or incorrect? Incorrect, Erin replied. And that's why you did not have Amanita phalloides poisoning. Incorrect. 3 of the guests died around a week after the meal, while Pastor Wilkinson recovered after a long illness. Erin Patterson has maintained that she was also sick, with nausea and diarrhoea, going to Leongatha Hospital 2 days after the lunch. Dr Rogers says her test results were normal. You knew how suspicious it would look if you did not seem sick like your guests, Dr Rogers suggested. Incorrect, Erin replied. After questioning her recollections of a phone call with her ex-husband, Dr Rogers asked, "Are you making this up as you go along, Ms Patterson?" "No," she replied. Erin Patterson maintains the deaths were a tragic accident. She's expected to continue giving evidence tomorrow. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell. Court watchers queue outside the Latrobe Valley Law Courts on another cool Morwell morning as Erin Patterson takes the witness box for the last time. Dr Nanette Rogers' final exchange with the accused, 3 questions in quick succession. I suggest that you deliberately sourced death cap mushrooms in 2023. Agree or disagree? Disagree. I suggest you deliberately included them in the beef Wellingtons you served to your 4 guests. Disagree. And you did so intending to kill them. Agree or disagree? Disagree. Ms Patterson was also asked about her mobile phones, including phone A, which was never recovered by police, and phone B, which she handed to detectives during a search of her home on August 5th, 2023, a week after the fatal lunch. You told police your phone number ended in 835. I did. That was the phone number of phone B. It was. I suggest that that was a lie, to the extent that that was not your usual phone number. Agree or disagree? I wasn't asked if it was my usual phone number, Erin replied. The trial has heard evidence Ms Patterson factory reset phone B 3 times. Dr Rogers suggesting this is why she gave police phone B. Because you knew there was no data on this phone. No, I did it because they asked for my phone and I gave it to them. In a brief re-examination with defence lawyer Colin Mandy, Ms Patterson became emotional as she spoke about why she insisted on taking her son to his flying lesson more than an hour's drive away the day after the lunch, despite claiming to have diarrhoea. He was really passionate about it, and he'd had a lot of cancelled lessons, so I just didn't want to disappoint him, she said tearfully. Today ends a marathon 8 days in the witness box for Erin Patterson and nearly 7 weeks of evidence in her Supreme Court murder trial. She has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
A Supreme Court jury has found Erin Patterson guilty of murdering 3 relatives by deliberately lacing a beef Wellington lunch with death cap mushrooms. 50-year-old Erin Patterson's defence had been the poisonous mushrooms were accidentally included in the meals she served to 4 relatives in 2023. Patterson's parents-in-law, Don and Gail Patterson, both died after the lunch, along with Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson. Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson, survived after spending weeks in hospital. Sitting in Morwell, the Supreme Court jury found Patterson guilty of murdering Don, Gail and Heather, and guilty of the attempted murder of Ian. And Victoria Police has acknowledged the work of its homicide detectives during its complex investigation into the deaths of Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson. In a statement, Victoria Police says, "Our thoughts are with the respective families at this time and we acknowledge how difficult these past 2 years have been for them. We will continue to support them in every way possible following this decision." We would also like to acknowledge the work of Homicide Squad detectives over the course of this complex investigation, as well as the significant support received from a number of other areas across Victoria Police. We haven't seen Erin Patterson for the last 10 weeks and she has not been seen walking out of court after her guilty verdict. This series of photographs of Erin Patterson were taken when she was inside the police van towards the beginning of her triple murder trial and have now been released. As we've been reporting, a Supreme Court jury found Erin Patterson guilty of murdering 3 relatives by deliberately lacing a beef Wellington lunch with death cap mushrooms.
Articulate and composed, Erin Patterson began telling her story to the jury for the first time. Wearing a favoured paisley shirt with her dark hair around her shoulders, Ms Patterson was questioned for just under an hour by defence lawyer Colin Mandy SC, describing the early days of her relationship with Simon Patterson, marriage, religion, travel and children, becoming tearful when speaking about the traumatic birth of her son in Perth in 2007 and the guidance of her mother-in-law, Gail Patterson, who came to visit during that time. "I remember being really relieved that Gail was there because I felt really out of my depth," Erin told the court. "She was really supportive and gentle and patient with me." Gail and Don Patterson and Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson died after eating a beef Wellington at Erin Patterson's home in July 2023. Erin describing a continued close relationship with her in-laws over the years, saying in the early part of 2023 she was comfortable financially, settled in her new home and was planning to study nursing. But she says her relationship with her estranged husband Simon was becoming less friendly and more functional. The trial has previously heard that there were tensions between the estranged couple in late 2022 over child support payments. Erin Patterson telling the court today that she began to feel distant from the Pattersons and was being invited to fewer family events. I'd begun to have concerns that Simon was not wanting me to be involved too much with the family anymore, she said. Ms Patterson also said she had been unhappy about her appearance and was planning weight loss surgery. I'd been fighting a never-ending battle of low self-esteem most of my adult life, she said. The further inroads I made into being middle-aged, the less I felt good about myself. Erin Patterson is expected to take the stand again tomorrow. She has always maintained her innocence. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
The jury has found Erin Patterson guilty of murder and guilty of attempted murder. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It's Monday, the 7th of July, and after 7 days of deliberation, we have a verdict. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small-town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
In July 2023, almost 2 years ago, Erin Patterson served a lunch that resulted in the deaths of 3 people. Charged with murder and attempted murder, her trial has run for 10 weeks. This is the first day of the 11th week today, Rach. And at 1:38 p.m. today, we had an email that the jury had reached a verdict.
We did. We got that at 1:38. I was in the middle of my lunch. It was a bit surreal when it came up because I didn't think we were allowed to be informed during lunch breaks. That's been our safe space. And then I felt a hand on my shoulder and it was you, Stocky, making sure I'd got that email. So dropped everything and ran across the road to the court.
I was standing outside having a moment of sunshine, doing a bit of prep work for exactly this moment when that happened. I heard a gasp. I actually wasn't checking my phone as religiously as I would have been checking it other times because, again, Rach, like you, I thought this was a time where we wouldn't be notified that a verdict would come through. And those 2 journalists stood up straight away, went across the road. I went inside, tapped you on the shoulder, and we started getting ready for the moment that we been waiting for basically for 7 days. Not just us, so many media and members of the public rushing from wherever they were at that moment back to the Latrobe Valley Law Courts. Rach had been sitting metres from the court this whole time to find a spot inside the court, obviously had to rush back. But what was that moment like, trying to get back into the courthouse and then into courtroom 4 for this moment?
I felt a bit sick, to be honest, Stocky, and it's just so much has led up to this. A lot rests on this for a lot of people. And the email came through, as I said. We did get a little bit of time. It said in the email that there'd be a 2:15 verdict. So it wasn't, you've got 5 minutes, but usually in other cases, you don't get notifications about jury questions even during lunchtime. So I first thought it's a jury question, like the jury will be coming back after lunch with a question. So I had to read that verdict word a few times. Ran over, as I said, took my place in the line. There've been a lot of court watchers, Stocky, who've been there every day. A lot of them were already there. They don't like risking going for lunch even. So they often leave their bags and coats in a line. And I'd left my coat in that line when I was at lunch. But I came back and I think about 12 or 11 of them were already there. So I think I was number 13 in line.
Yeah. Getting into court for the verdict. Court starts at 2:15 in the afternoon following the lunch break. How was that managed? I mean, usually this is like a slow trickle of people into this room, but obviously with the warning that we had just over half an hour for the verdict to be handed down, what was it like getting into the room in that moment?
It was a little bit hectic. People's, tension was up. People's patience was a bit thin. We were lined up against the wall, and then because the line snaked around, there was some yelling from the back of the line from people saying, make sure the lines didn't bleed into one another. People wanted to be sure of their spot in that line.
Yeah.
So things were a bit tense. The defence team were let in, the homicide squad members were let in first, and then a representative from the Patterson family and a friend of Erin Patterson's was let in. And then the court watchers and the media were finally let in to take their place.
Where were you sitting in the room, Rach?
I chose a seat that I've sat in quite a few times that I like because you can get the whole vista. So it's in the back row. The 3 seats along from the window. So that allows me to see Erin Patterson in the dock.
Yep.
I wanted to see her reaction. It allows me to also see the jury members as they come through and give their verdict.
Before Justice Beale enters the room, you're sitting in there, you're waiting for this moment. Justice Beale will come in, the jury will come in. But before any of that happens, what's going on in the room?
I looked at Erin when she walked in. She wasn't showing any kinds of signs of emotion or stress as far as I could tell, but I'm not a psychologist and I can't be imposing kind of my subjective thinking on her, but she seemed neutral. She had 2 prison guards beside her, as she has had most days, which we've not been allowed to tell you. She was wearing a paisley shirt that I've seen her wear on other occasions. And her defence team came up to talk to her. So that's Colin Mandy, SC, Sophie Stafford, who works alongside him, and then Bill Doog, one of her solicitors, came up to talk to her also, and her friend Ali, who's been there most days of this trial supporting Erin Patterson.
Yep. How long before Justice Beale entered the room?
It wasn't long. I think the defence team was talking to her for a couple of minutes. And then I think it was the tipstaff, Stuart Hastings, said, "Counsel ready." And then there were 3 heavy knocks and Justice Beale came in. We all stood and bowed, as is the practice every day. Justice Beale said, "I understand the jury have reached their verdicts. Can we have the jury, please?" And then Mr Hastings went to the door to the jury room and did 2 heavy knocks and brought them in.
Yeah. At this point, the jury's about to enter this room. Justice Beale sitting at in his seat at the front of the courtroom. All of the defence and prosecution teams sitting in their places?
Yes, all bar one. Dr. Nanette Rogers, SC, the prosecutor, wasn't there today. I'm not sure why. But in her seat was Jane Warren, who has been leading a lot of the work in this trial for the prosecution.
How did the jury enter the room?
So after those 2 knocks, they filtered through. Erin Patterson stood up, as she does every day. I don't think she has to, but I think it's a mark of respect. So she watched them come in, and I've never watched 12 people closer than I did Stocky when they walked in. None of them looked at her.
Why is that relevant?
So there's a theory that if jurors don't look at the accused, then it's bad news for the accused. And I know it's just a theory, and I have watched other times it hasn't played out, but it's something that reporters always look for. And none of these 12 jurors looked at Erin Patterson when they walked in, and I wondered whether any would look over when they sat down, and I didn't notice that either.
How was that? Talk me through the verdict being handed down. So the jurors have entered this room, they've walked in, they haven't looked at Erin Patterson, who's at the back of the room in the dock, they've taken their seats. What is the process from here?
So the first thing that happened, Justice Beale said to the 4-person, "Has the jury agreed on a verdict?" And the 4-person said, "Yes." He said, "On the charge of attempted murder against Ian Wilkinson," the 4-person said, "Guilty." "On the charge of murder against Heather Wilkinson," "Guilty." "On the charge of murder against Gail Patterson," "Guilty." "On the charge of murder against Donald Patterson," "Guilty."
How did Erin Patterson react?
She didn't give much away, Stocky, and I don't know how. I was wondering what my face would do, but she looked stony-faced. I couldn't see any emotion that crossed her face. Her lips were pursed for most of the time. Nothing stood out to me, not shock or pain or confusion. Nothing. And people have been watching her like a hawk. Maybe that's what she decided to do ahead of time, I'm not sure, but there was nothing that I can say in terms of her reaction.
Yeah. We've had members of the Patterson and the Wilkinson family in court throughout this trial. Ian Wilkinson, the sole surviving lunch guest, was there most days. We've actually spoken about this on the pod. But we didn't see any family at the verdict.
No, and I had heard in advance that the last day of the trial would be their last day. You know, they'd sat through all the evidence, all the exhibits, and I think that's all I understand they wanted to do. You know, they wanted to be there for that. In terms of the verdict, they haven't been sitting outside waiting like we have, Stocky, or the court watchers. They have had, or the Patterson family has had a representative there for them.
Mm-hmm.
The Wilkinsons, I'm not sure, but we haven't had any reacts so far. As we sit here recording, I don't think there's been any statement from either of those two families, but they wore the toll of being there every day, whether it be themselves trying to get answers or closure, or I don't know. We haven't had the chance to ask them. I certainly didn't want to ask them during the trial, so we'll wait to see whether any statement is released today. But it is a good time, Stocky, to remind people that this story has been sensational, you would say in media terms, but 3 people have died, Don, Gail and Heather. Ian very nearly died. And so no one wins out of this. It has destroyed our community, it's broken friendships. 2 children now face their mum going to jail. It's sad for everyone.
This was such a big moment that we've been working up to for, the start of the 11th week now. So over 10 weeks, we've been working towards this point. Jury deliberating for a week, almost exactly a week, actually. 7 days, starting on almost exactly a week.
Yeah, and I did the math, Stocky, and it sounds like a long time. People have been saying, it's going to be hung jury. They've sat for so long. When you think about it, it hasn't actually been that long because they only sit for 4.5 hours a day. So by my math, they've deliberated for 27 hours, which isn't a lot when you think about it, considering the trial went for 9 weeks. The judge's charge alone was, 365 pages. So there was a lot to digest. So I wasn't too surprised that it took this long, but I don't even think it is this long because they've done a thorough job of working through the evidence.
Yeah. And when you look through everything that was building to this moment as well, Rach, we've spent a little while talking about this now, but the whole process was done in minutes.
3 minutes, I think, Stocky, from when Justice Beale sat down to when we all exited the room. So fast, and it felt that fast in there too.
Yeah. How did the end of this trial, I guess, wrap up?
Justice Beale said to the jury, look, the last thing you want is another long speech from me, which got a chuckle from one of the jurors who always laughs at Justice Beale's jokes. He said, you've been an exceptional jury. You've conducted yourself in a way that's caught my attention, and you've remained in good spirits, even though this went a lot longer than anyone expected. And so he said, I thank you again, and anyone that wants dispensation, I'll give you 15 years of it. That's if, not having to serve on a jury. But he said, if you want to, you can, but 15 years grace if you don't.
And then the jury leaves the room, Justice Beale leaves the room. Have I got that right?
The jury filtered out, that's right. And then Justice Beale gave some other instructions to the media and to counsel.
Rach, throughout this whole process, I was standing outside the courtroom. So outside of the Latrobe Valley Law Courts this afternoon at 1:40, as we got this notification, that courtyard came alive. There are people doing live crosses from every major news channel. There would have been probably 20 photographers all crowded around the door. Everyone in the lead up to this verdict, all of the news channels are running through different coverage, updating things. And as the verdict is coming out, they're delivering that in real time. So I heard the verdict from TV journos giving the reports live to the news channels. And it was, such a hectic scene in those moments.
I haven't even asked you, is that how you found out?
That's how I found out.
Right.
So I was
before my text?
Before your text, the first moment I heard was as the news journalists were reading out the verdicts. And then, just waiting to see kind of what unfolded in those moments. How long? It wasn't long until you came out of the building, Rach. We saw Colin Mandy, SC, leaving the building as well. He's the defence barrister who's represented Erin Patterson through this process. We saw him leave. Stephen Eppenstall, the police informant, the officer who has led the case, who did the investigation. It's been 2 years of his life working through this case and being here at this trial as well. And then, Rach, you mentioned earlier in the pod, one of Erin Patterson's supporters, Ali, and we saw her leave the court. And this is a moment where the cameras, all bunched together, crowded around, journalists, putting microphones in. She gave a very, very brief statement to the cameras. But Rach, I understand, you've spoken since then and have a statement from her.
Yeah, that was a very tight swarm. I didn't hear what she said. I think it was something about being sad, Stocky. I caught her later in a quiet moment and she was very sad. And I said, look, is there anything, you don't have to, but is there anything you want to say? Because she's been here every day. And regardless of what you think about Erin Patterson, these kind of cases do take a toll on people that are there for other people. Same goes with the Patterson and Wilkinson's families. This has been an incredible toll on them, I'm sure. So I said, look, is there anything you want to say? She said, look, I'd asked people to refrain from the vigilantism and the nastiness that surrounded this case. She said the attacks have been really personal on anyone who's supported Erin so far. They've been unconscionable. No one who's just supporting a friend and remaining neutral should be treated so badly. So that's from her friend Ali. Again, I would love, Stocky, to bring you guys something from the Patterson or Wilkinson families. I think their reaction is so important. I hope someday we hear from them, but if we don't, we also have to respect that. This is a hugely traumatic era, and if they want privacy, then we'll give them privacy.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Rach. Look, we've heard so much evidence over the last 10 plus weeks. We've had 50 plus witnesses. Erin Patterson has now been found guilty of murder and attempted murder, which means the jury was convinced by the prosecution's arguments as they were presented. Can you remind us what they were?
Sure. So the main ones, the prosecution argued Erin Patterson never foraged. She never told her friends and family that she was into foraging. The prosecution said she was duplicitous, and that was talking about an animosity she had towards her in-laws, Don and Gail Patterson, and this stemmed from, it said, a dispute over child support payments. She wanted them to kind of intervene to help Simon, come to his senses, and she says, and contribute to these payments. She was hoping they would be a mediator. They didn't really want to do that. They were uncomfortable with that. So during the trial, we saw a lot of text messages with them and Erin, but also Facebook messages between Erin Patterson and a true crime group that she got to be friends with. And the prosecution was trying to say she's duplicitous because she acts one way to the Patterson family, but then, is quite nasty to them during these Facebook messages. The prosecution told the jury about iNaturalist, that there was signs of a search on the Citizen Science website for iNaturalist, which is, we saw later in the trial, where people post things they find, like death cap mushrooms. We saw 2 posts from Christine McKenzie and Tom May. And then the prosecution argued that after these 2 posts of death cap mushrooms in South Gippsland, Erin Patterson's phone pinged in those 2 locations, in Outram and in Lock. And then they also showed jurors a photo of death cap mushrooms. They put to Tom May in the witness stand, could these be death caps? And he said, yes, they could be. And that was one of the same photos that she'd shared on her Facebook, chat group. Then the big one for the prosecution was 4 deceptions. and that's that she lured the guests to lunch with this pretense of having cancer, that she poisoned the 4 individual beef Wellingtons with death cap mushrooms, that she feigned sickness to suggest that she'd also ingested these toxins, and that there was a sustained cover-up after the lunch. And this includes saying that her children had also eaten the leftovers.
Mm-hmm.
So as in, if she knew it was poisonous, she wouldn't have fed them to her beloved children. That she got some mushrooms from an Asian grocer in Melbourne. She dumped a dehydrator on the Wednesday after that Saturday lunch, and that she gave police a dummy phone, phone B, when she'd been using phone A for most of that year.
Mm.
And then the prosecution also told the jury about lies that she told police and other people. That includes having cancer, lying about never having a dehydrator. They said that she said she'd been helpful to the health department. The prosecution disagreed. And then the purpose of the lunch itself.
Yeah. Rach, we've got a lot planned for this feed. We'll have more coming very, very soon. But can you give us an insight in what happens next? Where does this process go from here?
Justice Beale asked the Defence Counsel when would be a good time to chat about a plea hearing. Now, in Victoria, this is also known as a pre-sentence hearing. So it's the hearing before the sentencing. And it looks like there'll be a mention, like a directions hearing, in the first week of August, because Justice Beale is about to go on leave.
Mm-hmm. We'll keep you up to date with the basically the timelines of all of this. As we have promised throughout this podcast, when there is a day in court that we can report on, we will bring you an episode. And talking about things that we can talk about, I know we have said that we would bring you details on what the jury didn't hear, answer some of the questions that we haven't been able to answer throughout this pod, but there has actually been an interim suppression order placed over things that have been said without the jury in the room. So, Rach, that's not something we can do at the moment.
Definitely not, and we have to respect that. So I think we'll be hearing more about that very soon, and as soon as we know how long that order may or may not last, we will let you know.
Yep. If you want to keep up to date with Mushroom Case Daily, I highly recommend you grab yourself the ABC Listen app. If you want to refresh your memory about how this has unfolded, we have linked the Friday episodes in that description, or in our current episode description, so you can get back in and check out all of those things. If you want to learn more about the prosecution's arguments that have led to this moment, you can look at the prosecution's closing. Please jump back into some of those episodes for a kind of fulsome wrap of all of that as it was unfolding. And while the verdict may be in, we do have a lot more to tell you though. So we're going to be producing a summary series on this, taking you back through the kind of events before, during and after lunch that we can report on. So we'll be preparing for that. And I think finally, thank you so much for listening to this podcast. This isn't the end. It's the end of this chapter, obviously, but it has been so special to take you all through this and, you know, keep you up to date and share this story with you.
Yeah, I echo that. And on top of being welcomed into this community here in Morwell, which we spoke a lot about in our last episode, Stocky, the most important thing for us has been you guys and all the amazing emails that have come in, and we get to see how our work is resonating with you, and as well as enlightening you on this case. You know, a lot of you have said that we've lifted the veil on the justice system and helped you understand that a little bit more, which I've been very honoured to do.
It really has been a privilege to make this for you. The community that's built around it, the people that talk about it, share stories with me, tell people how much they enjoy it, talk about how much their mums are stoked that they know me, has been really wonderful. So thank you so much for listening to this.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. Thank you as well to our senior lawyer Yasmin Sims for her legal advice every day. We call her our legal queen and we really mean it. We could not do this without her every day. She's been here from the very start. Also, shout out to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager Eric George. And finally, to ABC court reporter Christian Silva, who had the idea for this pod in the first place and brought it to life over a year ago. Christian, we wouldn't be here without you. And of course, to you for listening. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai Kurno people.
Hey, I'm Sana Kadar, and I host All in the Mind on ABC Radio National. It's a show where we investigate why people behave the way they do. But there's some perspectives we don't often hear about, like what makes people cross the line into criminal behavior.
Are they evil or are they damaged? Are they both?
After the stealing, they often will describe a sense of pleasure or gratification.
Join us on Criminal Psychology, a special series exploring some of these questions. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
We've just finished a really intense day in court, which ended with Erin Patterson in tears. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silver.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It's Thursday, May 8, and it's the 7th day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small-town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
Ms. Patterson admits she lied to police about foraging for mushrooms.
A doctor says he told Erin Patterson she could die without urgent treatment.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
So, Christian, we had a very busy day in the courtroom today.
It was really full on.
Yeah, really heavy. Can you give us, kind of a quick wrap of what we've heard?
I'll go from back to front. The day ended with the police interview of Erin Patterson's daughter being played to the court, and this was undoubtedly the most emotional moment of this trial so far for Erin Patterson. She was in tears by the end of the day's proceedings. Earlier, several doctors, nurses and a paramedic gave their descriptions about Erin Patterson's medical condition in the aftermath of this lunch, which is at the centre of this trial. We also heard about the investigation that several authorities tried to undertake to find the source of the poisonous mushrooms.
The evidence we heard this afternoon from Erin's daughter has been probably one of the most challenging things to watch. I think easily the most challenging thing to watch or listen to as this trial has progressed. I was following on the audio link, so I was listening to this evidence. You were in the room as this was happening. What could you see?
It's just, you've done this job for a few years, but there's something that's really confronting when you see a 9-year-old in a police interview. She was sitting in a green armchair. She's so short that her legs don't even touch the floor. And across from her is a police officer, some colouring pencils, and that's kind of the setting of the room. And he's trying to take her through what she knows about this alleged triple murder.
How is this framed? Paint me a picture, because I was only listening to this interview. Is this like a wide shot of just like a steel table, steel chairs? What does this room look like?
Oh, look, it's not as cold as that. You can tell that this room, which has been set up, I think, at the Morwell police station, is designed for police to interview kids.
Okay.
But yeah, the officer is there a couple of weeks after the lunch to ask this girl about what she knows. And you got to remember, this is different to a normal police interview. He is even talking to her at the start of the interview about, does she know the difference between the truth and a lie, and even getting her to explain to him that she does know the difference. And then, she was asked about what she knew about the lead up to the lunch.
It was really interesting. I mean, we spoke in the podcast yesterday about how cold the interviewing can be and the questioning is in court, but this felt very different. The style and manner was quite different. The police officer who was doing this interviewing was, seen to be much more gentle. As you mentioned, Erin's daughter is 9. And so,
she was 9 at the time.
9 at the time, right. So she was 9 at the time. And the thing being asked about, does she know the difference between a truth and a lie was really sort of hit me at that point. And talking about the lead up to the lunch, and when she was asked as well why she was there, she's like, oh, well, I'm here to talk about the lunch at my mum's house.
She obviously understood why she was there and also what had happened in terms of her relatives dying. The officer asked the girl if she knew if this lunch was being organised in advance. And she said, yes, she was aware that Erin wanted to invite over these 4 guests. And she said, and I quote, she said she wanted to talk to them about adult stuff, is what the girl relayed to the officer. So to put that in context, what I think she's clearly referring to is this claim that Erin Patterson told the lunch guests that she had cancer. And as we've heard through this trial, her lawyers concede that she does not have cancer. The police officer then took Erin's daughter to what she remembered before the lunch. And the girl said she thought she saw Erin preparing some food in the kitchen. She thought she saw something in the oven, wasn't entirely sure what it was. And then she said that herself, her brother and their friend were dropped off at a local McDonald's, and then they went to see a movie. Later that day, when they came home, the girl described that Erin Patterson was complaining about feeling sick. And she said that she saw her mum going to the toilet about 10 times. She said that her mum was complaining of having diarrhea and a sore tummy.
And what did she tell the police about the following day?
She said she and her brother ate steak, mashed potatoes and green beans, which her mum said was the leftovers from the beef Wellington lunch. She said that her mum didn't feel that hungry and was struggling to eat and said that was because she was feeling sick. So her brother actually ate quite a bit of extra food.
Yep. Was there any description around what that meal was, how it was prepared outside of it just being, steak, beans?
Just that it was on a plate.
Yep. How was Erin during this evidence? She's in the courtroom as this video is being played.
Well, when the video started getting played, Erin was clearly emotional. I think over the course of the next half an hour, she did compose herself, but when it came to 4:15, the end of play for the day, the video was stopped and the jury got up to leave the room, and you could see Erin Patterson was incredibly emotional. You could tell that she had been crying. I saw her sort of staring up at the ceiling and saying a few quiet words to herself as the jury was filtering out. It was definitely the most emotional that she's been in this trial so far.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it would be like to watch, this recording, something like this, in the courtroom.
And it continues tomorrow. It's not finished yet.
Yeah, right. So there's more of the recording to be played.
That's correct.
As well as Erin's daughter, we had quite a lot of other evidence today. Actually, we had a number of witnesses coming through. To start of the day, we had evidence from doctors and nurses at the hospital that Erin was staying at. And one of the things that stood out to me from some of that evidence was a nurse from the Leongatha Hospital, I think it was, saying that she didn't think that Erin looked that unwell when comparing her to Ian Wilkinson, who Ian Wilkinson, this nurse told the court, could barely lift his head off the pillow of the bed.
This is going back to a topic that we brought up yesterday, where they've started to go through the medical evidence of the doctors who treated the 4 lunch guests and Erin. So it was Leongatha Hospital nurse Cindy Munro who said she'd seen Ian and Heather and also Erin, and said that Erin didn't look unwell like them. And she said that Erin was sitting up in the bed, whereas Ian could barely lift his head off the pillow. And she said that Erin didn't look unwell to me. And she said Erin was reluctant to receive intravenous fluids and some of the liver protection medication that the doctors were trying to administer. It was there when Erin has apparently told the staff that her kids ate the leftovers, and the staff were pretty panicked by this. But Cindy Munro said Erin didn't want to cause any hassle. She didn't want to take her kids out of school, and she became quite teary and quite worried when the staff were urging her to bring them into hospital. And Erin said, no, I scraped off all the mushrooms and the children are not unwell. Eventually, we do know that Erin Patterson did agree to have the children checked out. So when we talk about Erin Patterson's medical condition, this is on July the 31st, 2 days after the lunch. So while Erin Patterson is in hospital, so are the other 4, and their condition, according to the doctors, is really rapidly deteriorating. There was a doctor, Veronica Foote, who said that, in her opinion, Erin Patterson appeared moderately dehydrated and appeared to have a gastro illness. And that was after doing a physical examination and having a conversation with her. So then when doctors decided to move Erin to the Monash Hospital in Melbourne, paramedic Ellen Spencer was called to describe what that ambulance trip was like. It's about a 90-odd minute trip. And she said that Erin had told her that she'd been having extensive diarrhea over the last couple of days. So Elaine has said that she said to Erin, look, if you need to stop during this ride, let us know. We'll stop the ambulance. But she said Erin didn't need to go to the toilet once during the trip. And she described Erin Patterson as being fairly calm and nonchalant. And she said the journey was fairly uneventful.
Yeah, right. Okay. That's interesting. One of the bits of evidence that stuck out to me a little bit earlier today, when they were talking about moving Erin and her children from, I think it was Leongatha Hospital, to a bigger hospital to help deal with what they thought they were dealing with. Erin was potentially going to be sent to, I think, Dandenong, the children going to Monash Children's. Erin was really not on board with that idea. She wanted to be going to the same place as the children.
She wanted to be in the same hospital as her kids.
Yep. And that was arranged. She went to Monash. As well, we also heard today, Christian, a little bit about the sources of the mushroom from a few of the medical professionals who were talking to Erin throughout this period.
Well, they were trying to find the source.
Right. What did we learn? What did we hear?
There were several medical experts who began quizzing Erin Patterson about where the mushrooms came from. We've heard Chris Webster, the doctor who was up yesterday, ask that question. Dr. Veronica Foote asked it. The nurses asked it. The paramedics asked it. And so did a toxicologist, or a former toxicologist, I should say, Dr. Connor McDermott, who works at the Victorian Poisons Information Centre. And he said he spoke to Erin Patterson over the phone on the 31st of July, 2 days after the lunch, to try to find out where the source was from. And Dr. McDermott said that, look, he was worried that this could be a public health emergency.
Yeah, right.
If there's the potential of toxic mushrooms being sold to the community, that was something he was very concerned about. So he spoke to Erin Patterson. So he says that she told him the mushrooms were sourced from the Leongatha Woolworths, as well as some from an unspecified Asian or Chinese grocer in Oakley, which is a suburb of Melbourne. So Dr. McDermott said he tried to ask Erin Patterson about which brand the mushrooms were, and he said he was told that they were unbranded.
Mm-hmm.
He then said that he pulled up a list of Asian grocers in the Oakley area, and he said to Erin Patterson that he would offer to run through all of the names he could find to see if anything jogged her memory.
Mm-hmm.
And according to him, she said she wouldn't even be able to recall the names if he said the shop list. And then she said that the shop might have actually been in another suburb, Glen Waverley, which is just nearby to Oakley.
Right, yeah. One of the interesting things, this is a very small thing that I just noticed, is this conversation, and it sort of points to, I guess, the area we're in and the era and the ages of some of the people involved. But it was interesting as people were talking about where the source of the mushrooms was. Sometimes it was Woolworths. Other times you'd have witnesses saying, "Oh, it was Safeway."
Safeway, yes, so the former name of Woolworths.
Yeah.
So some people, I know, growing up, I remember it being called as Safeway.
Yeah.
And it was quite a change when they made that. So clearly that name is still stuck in some people's mind.
Stuck in the minds of a few people. So further confusing the sources of the mushrooms in front of the jury occasionally today. But no, it was,
I think we got to the bottom of it.
It was clarified, yeah. Thank you for all of that, Christian. We do have a few questions that have popped in from people listening to Mushroom Case Daily. If you'd like to get in touch and send us an email, please do. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We have one here from Annie, which is very relevant to what we've been talking about. She's wondering, how did they discover that it was death cap mushroom poisoning?
Annie, look, in summary, it was through a whole bunch of medical tests. And even after the 3 lunch guests died, they performed an autopsy and they found evidence consistent with death cap mushroom poisoning. So you're talking about things like liver failure. And that's how they drew that conclusion. And that's also worth noting, the defence does not dispute that the 4 lunch guests suffered from death cap mushroom poisoning, and the defence has also said that Erin Patterson was sick. They just concede that it wasn't to the level of the other 4.
Yep. Another question here from Marshall from Maitland. We were talking about this a bit before, so I think we actually answered this question, but I'll throw it anyway. What leftovers were there for the kids? Sounds like they were eating some of the leftover beef. Is that right?
So Erin Patterson told several of the doctors that the kids were fed some of the leftovers of the lunch meal, just not the mushrooms and the pastry. And the daughter on the stand today also said that she ate the steak, which she believed was from the lunch. Now, prosecutors say that the food that the kids ate was not contaminated, according to them, and they also allege that Erin Patterson never ate a contaminated meal.
Yep. And just to wrap things up as well, Alice is listening from St. Louis in Missouri in the States, and she asks, you say that the food dehydrator was found at the tip. What is a tip? Is this a second-hand or a thrift store? Alice, fantastic question. Thank you for listening from overseas. A tip is like a rubbish dump or like a refuse centre. I'm actually not sure of what...
So the place is called the Coonawarra Transfer Station and Landfill.
Yeah, but Alice, generally like a landfill, not a second-hand or a thrift store or anything like that. So thank you for your question.
So, Stocky, we're expecting the rest of Erin Patterson's daughter's police interview to be played to the jury tomorrow. It is only a half day in court.
We'll be back in your feed with another episode following that. We'll also wrap up the week in court as well. So if you want to catch up on everything that's happened, make sure you're listening tomorrow afternoon to Mushroom Case Daily. If you want to send us a question, you can get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au, and please rate us and review us on whatever podcast app you are listening to us on.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, the ABC's court reporter Christian Silver, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and thank you to the ABC's Victorian Newsroom, Audio Studios manager Eric George, and our true crime colleagues Tim Roxburgh, Rachel Brown and Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
You've been listening to an ABC podcast. Discover more great ABC podcasts, live radio and exclusives on the ABC Listen app.
Erin Patterson has spent her first night as a convicted killer in a Melbourne prison. The 50-year-old was found guilty on 3 counts of murder yesterday. As life returns to normal in Morwell, the doctor who treated those poisoned by the lethal lunch has spoken about the moment he realised she was a murderer, while more details can be revealed of the lengths Erin Patterson took to cover up her crimes.
As Erin Patterson spends her first day as a triple murderer inside the Dame Phyllis Frost Centre at her empty home in Leongatha, neighbours are glad it's over.
It's just a sad way to get recognition for, a lovely town, really.
In Korumburra, a simple notice of sorrow and thanks posted at the church where mushroom lunch survivor Ian Wilkinson is pastor.
Everybody was cheering and people were ringing me up and saying, yes,
While Ian Wilkinson survived, his wife Heather died, along with Erin Patterson's in-laws Don and Gail Patterson. As the dust settles, details of the killer's movements and attempts to cover her tracks have been revealed. In the days after the fatal lunch, security vision shows a service station stop, where she stayed in the bathroom only 9 seconds, despite claiming she was experiencing frequent diarrhoea. 2 days after the lunch, she went to Leongatha Hospital, where she was seen by Dr. Chris Webster. He asked her where she got the mushrooms, but when she replied they were from Woolworths, he says he knew she was lying.
From that moment, in my mind, she was guilty, she was evil, and very smart to have planned it all and carried it out.
Erin Patterson then discharged herself, despite being warned she could die by Dr. Webster, who rang 000.
And what happened when she presented? She just got up and left? While I was attending the other patients, the nurse informed me that she had discharged herself against medical advice. She was only here for 5 minutes.
She chose not to take the path of redemption, she chose death.
When he gave evidence at her trial, Dr Webster said he was left in no doubt as to Erin Patterson's feelings towards him.
It was visceral. I felt the intensity of the hostility and the negativity towards me through her glare.
Erin Patterson always said she was innocent, but her evidence was littered with untruths. Lies that started when she told police she'd never foraged for mushrooms or owned a dehydrator. This despite being seen dumping a dehydrator at the tip, and images found on her tablet of death cap mushrooms on kitchen scales. As prosecutors say, Erin Patterson weighed the deadly doses she needed to kill her victims. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
And Sasha Payne is at the Latrobe Valley Law Courts in Morwell. Sasha, what happens next for Erin Patterson?
Well, now that Erin Patterson has been convicted, the next step is the sentencing. We don't have a date for that yet, but when the court does reconvene to consider the sentence, they'll consider a number of things. They'll consider victim impact statements, Erin Patterson's circumstances, her children, her lack of prior convictions and other factors. Now, Erin we haven't yet heard if her lawyers are going to launch an appeal. They can't start that process until 28 days after the sentence. They can appeal the verdict, the sentence or both. But the right to appeal is not automatic. Erin Patterson's lawyers will need to prove that there was some kind of error in the legal process. And they, as I mentioned, will have 28 days after the sentencing to do that. Former Victorian Chief Magistrate Nick Pappas, KC, says the sentence could be severe.
This is a very serious example of murder. Multiple deceased, pre-planning, a premeditated killing in very chilling circumstances. So the maximum's life, and there'd be no surprise if that's what the judge gave.
It's been a much quieter day, of course, in Morwell today. We haven't heard from any family members. That includes Simon Patterson, Erin Patterson's ex-husband, of course, and Pastor Ian Wilkinson, who was the sole surviving guest at the lunch. They haven't spoken to the media or made any statements. However, police have asked on their behalf that their privacy be respected. Isk?
Sasha Payne in Morwell, thank you.
Tom May says he was walking in the tiny South Gippsland town of Outram in May 2023 when he spotted death cap mushrooms growing under an oak tree. The internationally recognised mushroom expert telling Ms Patterson's Supreme Court murder trial he posted photos of the mushrooms on a website under his profile Funky Tom. I believe it would have been Nielsen Street in Outram, Dr May told the court. I don't think I typed the street name in, but I put a very precise latitude-longitude geocode with the observation. Dr May told the court it was one of 3 reports of death caps growing in the region, including an historical sighting in Morwell and another in Lock in early 2023. Prosecutors allege Ms Patterson foraged for mushrooms in South Gippsland in the months before the fatal July 2023 lunch. Ms Patterson's legal team insists the deaths of her lunch guests were a terrible accident. The defence questioned Dr May about the difficulties of identifying mushrooms amid an increased interest in foraging. Do you agree with this statement, that poisonous mushroom identification is fraught with challenges? Defence lawyer Sophie Stafford asked. It is challenging, Dr May replied. Earlier in the day, Monash Medical Centre staff described asking Ms Patterson whether any of the mushrooms she'd used in the lunch were foraged. Emergency Registrar Dr Laura Muldoon told the court Ms Patterson insisted the mushrooms she'd used were dried and button mushrooms. Did you ask her any questions concerning the use of wild or foraged mushrooms in the cooking of the beef Wellington? Dr Muldoon was asked. Yes, I did. And what did she say? She denied the use, she replied. Dr Muldoon says Ms Patterson looked clinically well, other than chapped lips, and her vital signs were normal. Was there any clinical or biochemical evidence of amanita poisoning? Dr Muldoon was asked. No, there wasn't, she replied. Ms Patterson has pleaded not guilty to all the charges against her. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
In court via video link, accused triple murderer Erin Patterson laid her cards on the table, formally declaring her innocence. "Not guilty, Your Honour," she said. A 4-word plea to 8 charges, paving the way for one of the most high-profile Victorian murder trials in recent memory. Today, Miss Patterson faced the Latrobe Valley Magistrates Court in Morwell, wearing a blue prison jumper and with her hair tied back. She opted to have the case fast-tracked to the Supreme Court, shaving about 12 months off the legal process. Magistrate Tim Walsh commented that police had compiled a large brief of evidence and it was a case that demanded the state's top lawyers. Miss Patterson is accused of serving 4 of her relatives a lunch laced with death cap mushrooms at her Leongatha home last year. Her former in-laws, Don and Gail Patterson, as well as Gail's sister Heather, died in hospital days after the lunch. Heather's husband, local church pastor Ian Wilkinson, pulled through after a stint in hospital. Miss Patterson has always protested her innocence.
I'm devastated. I love them.
The mother of 2 is facing 3 murder charges stemming from the fateful meal and 5 attempted murder charges. 1 for Ian Wilkinson, who survived the lunch, and 4 for her estranged husband Simon, dating back to 2021 in 4 different locations. The case now moves here to the Supreme Court in Melbourne, but before a trial can begin, there's still a lot that needs to be worked out, including the final witness list and decisions about whether certain pieces of evidence can be presented to the jury. And that jury of regular community members will determine whether Miss Patterson is innocent or guilty. The trial could take place next year. For now, Erin Patterson remains in a women's prison as her legal team plans her defence. Christian Silva, ABC News, Melbourne.
Well, Erin Patterson is still in the witness box. She's continuing to be questioned by her defence lawyer, Colin Mandy SC, and she's provided a bit of insight as to why she dumped a food dehydrator at a local tip in the days after that beef Wellington lunch. Now, we've heard about this dehydrator before. We've previously seen CCTV vision earlier in the trial where Erin Patterson rolled up to the tip in a red car, carried a big object into the tip shed and then got back in her car, and the court was told that tip staff later found that object and found that it was a dehydrator. The prosecution alleges that there were traces of death cap mushrooms found on that dehydrator. Now, today Erin Patterson was asked why she disposed of that food dehydrator, and she said Child Protection were coming to my house that day and I was scared about the conversation that might arise about the meal from the dehydrator, and I was scared that they would blame me for it. And her defence lawyer asked, blame you for what? She said, making everyone sick. I was scared that they'd remove the children. Now, she also spoke about a conversation that she had with her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, in the days after the lunch at hospital. And she says that Simon asked her about that dehydrator. She said that he said, is that how you poisoned my parents using that dehydrator? And she says that she told him, of course not. Now, Simon Patterson was asked about that allegation earlier in the trial. He said that he didn't ask her that question or make that allegation. Now, she said that of her state of mind after he asked her that question allegedly, she said that she was really worried. She was worried because child protection were involved, and Simon seemed to be of the mind that maybe this was intentional, and she said that she got really scared. Now, Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to all charges. She says, or her defence says rather, that she did not deliberately poison her guests.
Please stand. For the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson, I sentence you to 25 years imprisonment. For the murder of Heather Wilkinson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Gail Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Don Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. All sentences are to be served concurrently. The total effective sentence is life imprisonment, and I fix a non-parole period of 33 years. I declare that you have served 676 days by way of pre-sentence detention. Finally, and by consent, I make the disposal order sought by the prosecution. Would you please remove Ms. Patterson?
Erin Patterson has spent her first night behind bars as a convicted triple murderer. The 50-year-old could still launch an appeal against the jury's verdict that she murdered 3 of her lunch guests and tried to kill another one.
Images from a police search of Erin Patterson's home have been released to the press following the guilty verdict. Reporter Alexandra Alvaro has been covering the trial. She joins us now from Morwell in southeast Victoria. Alex, good morning. Can you tell us about some of these exhibits that were shown to the jury during the trial?
Good morning. Well, we heard a lot about the plates that were used to serve this beef Wellington meal on during the trial. Ian Wilkinson, the sole surviving guest of the lunch, he gave evidence during the trial, and he said that Erin Patterson served herself on an orange tan plate and served the rest of the guests on grey plates. And the prosecution argued during the trial that the reason that she did this was to colour code the plates in a way to mark the beef Wellingtons, the individual beef Wellingtons, so that she didn't poison herself and so that she could give a poisoned meal to her guests. Now, Erin Patterson, of course, denies this. She says that Ian Wilkinson was honestly mistaken when he said this, and that she used a variety of different coloured plates for the meal, and she doesn't own a full set of plates or the grey plates. And as you can see from these photos that hopefully you've got up at the moment, police were very interested in the plates when they searched Erin Patterson's home on the 5th of August. This was about a week after that beef Wellington lunch. It was the same day that Erin was interviewed by police, where she lied about owning a dehydrator and lied about foraging for mushrooms. Those were admitted lies, but you can also see a photo. There's the Recipe Tin Eats cookbook in one of the photos. This is the photo that, the recipe book rather, that Erin Patterson used for that beef Wellington recipe. Police say they found cooking splatters on the page of the beef Wellington recipe. We also have now some photos that were shown to the jury of the beef Wellington leftovers, and these leftovers were tested after the lunch, in the weeks after the lunch, and they were tested by multiple scientists. They were first tested by a mycologist, a mushroom expert, and she told the jury that she couldn't actually see death cap mushrooms in those leftovers, but she could see field mushrooms, and the prosecution argues that Erin Patterson dehydrated the death cap mushrooms and she blitzed them up. A toxicologist also tested those leftovers, and what he found were amatoxins, death cap mushroom toxins in those leftovers. So you can see those leftovers being ready for testing in those photos that have now been released to the press.
Alex, you've been covering this trial for weeks now. Can you describe the mood in court yesterday, but also in Morwell in general?
Yeah, I mean, it was incredibly, it doesn't really look like it now, but it was so busy in this forecourt yesterday, just media dotted around, members of the public looking on as soon as word managed to spread that the jury had come to a verdict. And, inside the courtroom, by contrast, from all accounts, it was incredibly quiet. One of my colleagues told me you could hear a pin drop as the verdict was being read out by the jury foreperson on those 4 charges. And my colleague told me that Erin Patterson appeared neutral. She didn't give much away, but she was blinking rapidly, and that's something that we saw throughout the trial, even as Erin was giving evidence or just sitting observing the proceedings.
Alex Alvaro, thank you.
Going somewhere? If you're getting out and about soon, pack a podcast that will take you on a real journey. Binge all seasons of ABC's Expanse podcast. There's spies, survival, grand heists, and supernatural sightings. These are the stories of Australia you probably haven't heard, but won't be able to stop talking about once you do. All 4 seasons are available now. Just search Expanse on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Today we got an answer to will or won't Erin Patterson take the stand in her triple murder trial. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It's Monday the 2nd of June. We've just started week 6 of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pâté made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Rach, we've had a huge day in court. Accused triple murderer Erin Patterson has taken the witness box.
Huge day. What a day for my co-hosting debut.
The timing's pretty incredible. Before we get to Erin's evidence, though, you take us through the whole day. Just talk us through what we saw in court.
Sure. Well, the big moment, obviously, Erin Patterson took the stand today. She gave a potted history of life in general in 2023, good and bad. And of course, 2023 was the year of that fatal beef Wellington lunch. We learned how she met her estranged husband, Simon, travels early in their romance, their marriage, having their first child, travels, and then when things started to fray. We also heard from the informant, Stephen Eppenstall again. We're back on the plates, he went through the plates again, things that weren't seized in the first execution of the arrest warrant, and then we were taken on a journey of 3 SIM numbers from different phones, and then it was re-examination of Stephen Eppenstall from the prosecution and a list of agreed facts in this trial.
Thank you, Rach. Erin Patterson on the stand is something that we have wondered if we would see the whole way through this trial. This is something we learnt was going to happen quite late in the day. So we had come back in, I think, from lunch. We were working through a re-examination of Stephen Eppenstall, the informant. And then as that finished, as they went through the agreed facts, Colin Mandy, SC, the defence barrister, was asked by Justice Beale if what they would be doing. And he basically said, the defence calls Erin Patterson. What was the reaction in the room?
Big surprise, both from journalists, and I even noticed one of the jury members have a sharp intake of breath, and he said, "Oh."
Wow.
And then they all got shuffled out because we needed a short break. But yeah, big surprise. There's been a lot of people in the public gallery today, so they all tried to shuffle back into court, and I was literally on the edge of my seat to have enough room with my elbows to be able to type. So there was a lot of interest in this afternoon session.
The sense of drama was somewhat dampened as Colin Mandy sort of says the defence calls Erin Patterson, and then Justice Beale's like, okay, cool, quick afternoon break.
Yeah, out you go.
Out you go. But yeah, when the afternoon break concluded, the jury comes back into the room. Erin Patterson is sitting in the witness box, and basically we're kind of taken to her life in mid-2023, and I guess the months or her life just before this fateful lunch.
So they started basically looking at 2023, the good, the bad and the ugly. So they started with the good. She said that her kids were doing quite well at a new school that they transferred to. We heard about the care arrangements of the kids. They were living full-time with her, but they were able to see Simon whenever they wanted. We learned that the daughter was seeing Simon on Saturday afternoons and nighttime sometimes, but the son was only seeing him less often at church groups and church and things like that.
Yeah.
We learnt about her wanting to study. She wanted to study a Bachelor of Nursing at Federation University, she said, but she ended up deferring that because her daughter needed more attention that year.
Yep.
The house in Leongatha, she described it as what she saw as the final house where her children would grow up. She said, if they moved away for uni and work, it would be a place that they could come back to, that they could bring their children back to, that I would grow old there. She said that's what I'd hoped for. And it was the first time she laughed in this trial because she said she designed it in Microsoft Paint and an engineer said that'll never work, engineering-wise.
They did come, this is a moment I thought was quite revealing. She's designed this in Microsoft Paint, taken it to an engineer. They've gone, nah, never going to work. It wasn't like they've abandoned it. Like the engineer sounded like they kind of worked with her and made it into what it kind of was,
Yeah,
right?
and I think she saw it as her dream house and a place that would, had specific spaces for children that would suit them. And yeah, she saw it as a place that they could come back to. So she saw it as their forever home.
And we've already seen and heard throughout the trial so far pictures of some of the rooms, like a room that's got a bunch of Lego in it, different spaces, all of that, kind of seem to be designed kind of around the children.
Kind of a kid's paradise, actually, if you saw that Lego room.
Yeah, that was nice. She was also asked about the kind of financial situation that she had, and this is something, again, you've just built a house, and Colin Mandy kind of took it to that. Like, what was your financial situation at this point? She
said, yeah, it was quite good, and that's why she could afford to be able to think about going back to uni and not having to work.
Yeah. They went through the good, not all necessarily in a great spot. I mean, we've heard through a lot of evidence Erin's relationship with her estranged husband, Simon, but there were also other things that we learned about her life that we kind of hadn't heard up until this point.
Especially from her, and this was one of the most important things. I think we've heard snippets of it from other people, be it in the key circle or the outer periphery of her life, like the Facebook friends. But yeah, Erin Patterson told the jury, she'd felt for some months that her relationship with the wider Patterson family, and particularly Don and Gail, so Simon's parents, that there was more distance or there was more space put between us. And she said she saw them less. And she said, I know we lived in different towns, but she really noticed that distance. And she had concerns that Simon, her estranged husband by that stage, was not wanting her to be involved too much in the family. And she said, perhaps I wasn't being as invited as much to things. Remember, Stocky, that we heard a story about that she wasn't invited to Gail's birthday party, she thought, and was really hurt by that.
Yeah.
So we learnt about that. We learnt about what she'd termed as dysfunctional, her relationship with Simon. She said from the start of the year, that's 2023 to July, she said we got through the logistical stuff okay, the church and streaming of church services and looking after the children, but she said we just didn't relate on other things like friend things, banter. She said that changed at the start of the year.
Yeah. And as well as talking through the kind of family dynamics, she was asked as well kind of how she was feeling about herself physically. And her reply was pretty revealing. It was like a pretty blatant, just like, not good.
Yeah, it was pretty raw. That's exactly what she said, not good. I was fighting a never-ending battle of low self-esteem that I'd had, pretty much all through my adult life and further into middle age. I just didn't feel good about myself. I put on more weight. I was able to handle exercise less. And so she was considering weight loss surgery, like having gastric bypass surgery.
Yeah. And that was where we kind of finished the snapshot of Erin Patterson's life in July 2023. And defence barrister Colin Mandy at that point kind of like flagged to the jury, look, we'll come back to July 2023 later. And then he took us 20 years back. This is going back to the early 2000s, back to the beginning of Erin Patterson's relationship with Simon, and kind of how they met working at the Monash City Council?
Yeah, so she was working at the RSPCA and he was working in traffic control, from what I understand.
Yep.
And they were friends before anything romantic happened. So I think they were friends in late 2004, friends for about 8 months. And then July 2005 is when they started to become romantic.
Yeah, it sounded like kind of like classic how you meet someone at work, right? It was, they were mutual friends. They were going out for lunch, going out for dinner, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and hanging out with other friends, going camping. Camping sounds like it was a big part of their lives, even before there was this romantic attraction.
Yeah, and we've also heard the church spoken about a few times in the course of this trial. We know that the Pattersons are quite a religious family. Obviously, Ian Wilkinson, a pastor of the Baptist church, and something I was wondering about, like we've heard in some of Erin's messages, the tension between her and Simon, and the kind of the basically faith causing that in some situations. And I was really interested to see if she was going to give a religious oath or a non-religious affirmation when she took the stand. Every witness gives an affirmation or an oath. She gave an affirmation. And it wasn't very long before the church actually came up and we learnt about kind of, where Erin Patterson was at kind of theologically, when she met Simon.
Yeah, the church played a huge role in their life. Not just the bits we've heard about her helping Simon every Sunday with helping to stream services, but even how they met, it was really interesting because she described herself as a fundamentalist atheist.
Not a term I'm familiar with, actually, but it was interesting, hearing her described that way. And then also kind of what she went into that relationship with, right? Because she's there, she knows Simon Patterson's religious, like that's something that he's kind of wearing on his sleeve. And she's kind of going into that relationship being like, that's all right, I'll make him an atheist too.
Yeah, she said she was a hard atheist. And so she tried to convert him. And I remember I did look at Ian Wilkinson at this time because I was wondering what he was making of all this, but he was quite hard to read today. He was crossing his arms across his chest and just looking pretty intently at what Erin was saying. But Erin said that she tried to convert Simon because she said before those arguments that she would have with Simon, she described religion as a pretty intellectual exercise, like, does it make sense? Is it rational? And then Simon, she said, ended up converting her in a religious experience that she said quite overwhelmed her.
And this is, kind of the main players and the main people in this trial kind of coming together at one moment here because, the Pattersons are living in Corumburra. They're attending the Corumburra Baptist Church, of which Ian Wilkinson, who was a guest of the lunch, is a pastor. And it's one of Ian's sermons that kind of brings her around to this from the sounds of it.
Yeah, it was. And she said she remembered looking up at a banner that was behind Ian on the wall behind where he was preaching. And she said it read faith, hope and love. And Ian was giving a sermon talking about that. And there's a passage that she says is in the Bible talking about the greatest of these three things is love. And then she said we had communion, which she was welcome to participate in. And this whole experience, that was it. Won her over. She was in.
The way that she talked about that room, or the way that Colin Mendy questioned her to kind of paint a picture of this room, go into this sermon, this Baptist church in Corumburra, with a man who is in the room at the moment as she's giving this evidence, describing that banner at the back of the room, that the sermon was all about that. It was just, it was really kind of took us to that moment. And we also heard from her as they were kind of continuing on this journey of kind of, Simon and Erin's relationship. We got to the, their engagement and their marriage.
Yes, Erin says that they got married in 2007 in the Corumburra Anglican Church, and everyone kind of thought, what? Why not Ian's church? But she basically said, I wanted Ian and Heather to have a day off. I wanted Ian not to have to work so he could enjoy the day.
Yeah.
She was asked, this really stuck with me, Stocky, she was asked, where were your parents that day? And she said very bluntly, they were in Russia on a train.
And she was questioned again by Colin Mandy about that. I think I can't remember if he sort of led the question or if she just responded, but I think he was just sort of asked, what were they doing there?
Just travelling.
Yeah.
When I heard that, I just thought, oof. You can tell that cut deep with her, but that's all we learned about that. But they were not there. Don and Gail were. And we've heard at times during this trial that she saw them as her parents. Her parents eventually passed away. But I think these were two people that she saw as always being there for her once she married Simon.
Yeah. She was walked down the aisle by, I think, one of Simon's brothers. Is that right?
Cousin, David.
Cousin, right. And then, further to the relationship with Don and Gail, we heard about how they popped up a marquee somewhere in Corumburra. I can't remember if this was an empty lot or in a park or something like that. Chucked on a buffet for everyone.
Everyone loves a buffet.
Yeah, and we hear how the relationship kind of moved from that. So Simon living in Melbourne in a unit when they got married. Erin moved in briefly for that, but they didn't hang around, basically got rid of his car, bought a 4-wheel drive, hit the road straight out of Dodge.
Yeah, what a dream, right? So they went to Birdsville, the Unadilla track, she said through the guts of it really, so through the guts of Australia. And then eventually they made their way back to Perth by September 2007 and then settled there.
Yeah, they go kind of on a trip to Africa around this period as well. They're doing a lot of travelling. And Simon seems pretty keen all the way, Erin tells it at least. Simon seems really keen to continue to travel, continue going on these kind of like adventures, I guess, for lack of a better word. Erin's priorities a little bit different. Again, kind of boils it down quite succinctly. Basically, I just wanted to start having babies.
Yeah, she was in her early 30s and she said, while Simon was keen to keep driving, I was keen to start having babies.
And that was sort of the plan, and that kind of went well until it didn't.
Yeah, and just a content warning for this next bit, we'll be describing birth trauma. So we're into January 2009 now, and she gives birth to a son, and she said his birth was very traumatic. And she was pressed on this by Colin Mandy. And she said, look, it went on for a very long time and they tried to get him out with forceps. And this was when her voice starts wavering. Like it was the first time, we haven't heard from her, so I was wondering how she would sound in the witness box, but she had been quite composed up until this point, but this is where her voice starts wavering. Yeah. She said they tried to get him out with forceps. He was in distress. His heartbeat went down and they had to do an emergency C-section and they got him out. And for Erin Patterson, she said that wasn't the end of her distress. Her son had been feeding from a tube, but when he was able to come off that, the hospital workers said he was able to go home, but they wanted Erin to stay. They said she hadn't healed well enough. And she told the jury that she was really upset about that and she just wanted to go home with her baby. And she's told the jury that Simon at the time, her husband at the time, said, well, you can just do it. Let's just leave. So they left.
And this is a discharge against medical advice. Then she signs the form to basically they're going like, look, we don't think you should go. And she's like, yep, no, look, I want to go. So she's telling the jury this is what she's done in 2009 when her son's been born. And again, like this, we've heard of her being discharged against advice. Happened when following the lunch when she was in the Leongatha Hospital. Said they wanted to keep her in, and she was like, no, I need to go home. I need to sort some things. She signs a discharge against advice form.
And I think that's why the defence wanted the jury to hear that story, because they'd heard that she'd discharged herself before against medical advice, but this is the story. So they finally learn why, and because she was so distressed. But yes, the time after the lunch was on the Monday. She came in with gastro. The doctor asked her to stay because they found out she was the 5th member of that lunch, and she discharged herself because she said she can't just check in for overnight, that she had things she needed to do, like feed the animals, look after the kids, things like that.
Yeah, and we've heard, again, a lot from Erin Patterson's defence team about how strong the relationship she had with Simon Patterson's parents was. So this is Don and Gail Patterson. They were 2 guests at the lunch. And it sounds like this moment, or at least the time following the birth of her son in 2009, she's living in Perth. It's kind of like a key moment for building the relationship, at least with Gail Patterson.
Yeah, she found her mother-in-law invaluable for that time. It's her first baby, as probably, I haven't had kids, but as probably all first mums are like, what the hell am I doing? I've heard it from girlfriends. So she was talking about her relationship with Gail Patterson, Simon's mum, and she said, I was just so relieved she was there because I felt out of my depth. I had no idea what to do with the baby. I didn't have confidence. And the way she described Gail was just that she was gentle and patient, taught Erin to help her son to settle after a feed, how to interpret his cries and things like that. But the thing that the most stuck with me was that Erin said, Gail taught me just to relax and enjoy it. Yeah. That you don't have to stick to a schedule. You don't have to stick to this timetable. Just relax and enjoy your baby.
Yeah, and, they've travelled over from Corumburra to Perth to stay in a house that, the little house, the little unit they're living in is too small for, even Erin, Simon and her son at this point. So they've rented a house somewhere else so that they can have Gail and Don there for that guidance. And, the thing that was, I guess, kind of heartwarming about some of the evidence we heard today is that, after that initial period where Erin's son isn't well, he actually seems to recover pretty well. And Simon, wanted to kind of continue that adventuring. At least Erin said he wanted to continue that adventuring before settling down and having a kid. But it seems like, kind of convinces her to hit the road again. They've still got the Nissan Patrol, the 4-wheel drive. They take that for a big old whack up the top of Western Australia, go along the Gibb River Road with some friends there. They then drive down the Tanami, so go all the way down through the middle of the country, down to Alice Springs, back up through Tennant Creek, over to Queensland, going up the coast of Queensland, across the edge, I think along the beach. And, initially Erin's describing this as kind of like, for a holiday that sounds like a nightmare with a child, actually sounds like it went pretty well.
Well, she said it was a really good holiday. She was feeling good. The son was 3 months old when they started. And she said the joke was that we didn't even know what eye colour he had because he was just sleeping all the time, So she said it was easy to manage, and it was actually good because they'd time their long drives during times that the son would be having a 3-hour nap and things like that. But then, she did say she got to a point where and we've all been there, we just want our own bed. She wanted to sleep in her own bed. She said her son was getting older. It was harder because he was, sitting up and crawling and trying to stand, and it just became a bit unmanageable. So she jumped on a plane and went back to Perth. Simon drove with the son, and when they came back, they lived in different places. So this is the first period of separation, shall we say. And she said, we just couldn't communicate when we disagreed about something. We couldn't communicate in a way that we felt heard and understood, and both of us just ended up feeling hurt. I think that first separation lasted a few months.
Yeah, it was her in like a little cottage. Simon sounded like he was still close by in like a little on-site caravan or something like that, still living on the West Coast. And it was interesting because Colin and Mandy started talking, obviously about how they handled it, and that's when they started talking about how they would how they just struggled to kind of communicate, I guess, and not feel heard. And then he asked about the kids, like how did you manage this with your children?
Yeah, and as sadly we know, kids can often become collateral damage in relationships when they fall apart or implode. But she said they made a point of making sure that didn't filter through to her son. She said they were adult problems, not matters for a child.
And that was the end of all of the evidence for today. It was the moment where I think Colin Mandy might have even said something along the lines of like, is that a convenient time? And Justice Beale sent the jury out. Erin Patterson wasn't the only person we heard from today. We continued at the start of the day with the cross-examination of Stephen Eppenstorm. Spent most of the morning kind of going through phones, which we've heard a whole bunch of, and in something that I was not that excited to hear about, we had a new phone introduced, an Oppo phone.
Why weren't you excited?
There's a lot of phones that I've been trying to keep track of, and
me too.
We now have an Oppo phone, which Erin apparently was using up to her arrest in November 2023.
So we heard about 3 relevant SIM cards, and we've heard about 2 so far. So we all did think, it's another one that we have to somehow fit into this picture. So 3 relevant SIM cards, and we worked through one of them through a number of years. And this was one, and they charted back, and don't worry, listeners, I'm not going to take you through it, but went back to 2019, I think, this particular SIM card, going through different phones. As you've heard in the past, this SIM card was in phone B, and then it goes into phone A, and then it eventually goes into phone C. So we've had to keep our heads around all of that. And we actually saw a flow chart about all that movement of the different SIMs and the different handsets. Did you get a clear view from the overflow room? Because I know you love your spreadsheets.
Yeah, this is basically a spreadsheet with, I wouldn't call it a spreadsheet, actually, not a pure spreadsheet, more of a chart, but a number of columns detailing a number of different phones. And there were, we've heard about phone A, B, and C talked about through this trial. There were a number of phones that don't line up with any of those descriptions. And again, starting way back in 2019, the first of the kind of SIM card movements through this. And then, a number of SIM cards as well, seeing the different movements of SIM cards into different devices.
We also heard too that Erin's son had a SIM card that at one point goes in and out of phone B. And I thought that was interesting because this goes to one of the listener questions the other day about who had access to these phones. And so the defence is trying to introduce the fact, well, her son had access to one of them at one point in time as well.
Yep. Wasn't just the phones, though, as well. We looked at other photos from a second search of Erin's house. This is on the 2nd of November. And we get a bunch of different devices as well that are photographed in this, and then lots of questions to Stephen Eppenstall about what they are, were they taken, so on and so forth.
So in that second search on the 2nd of November 2023, Stephen Eppenstall told the court that 3 laptops were found, and he assumes that they weren't found the first time around on the 5th of August, just after the lunch.
Yep. And we saw another photo of the plates. Now, again, spoke a lot about the plates on Friday as one of the kind of key bits of evidence. Colin Mandy took Stephen Eppenstall to photos of the plates stills from video taken of Erin Patterson's house when it was searched in August 2023. And we got a bit more of an idea of what plates were there and kind of some more questions about exactly which ones they were.
Yeah, so we heard from Ian Wilkinson, the sole surviving guest from that lunch, and he recalls 4 grey plates, remember? And he told the jury that Erin Patterson ate off an orangey, tanny plate. But what we saw in the stills from a video of that search when a warrant was executed were 2 black dinner plates. There was a bigger black and red plate. There were 2 white plates. And then there's a colourful plate that looks like it has kindergarten scribbles on it.
Yeah, right. And then is there anything else I've missed from Stephen Eppenstall? Like, they were the things that kind of stuck with me. Is there anything else from his evidence or his re-examination that has stuck in your mind?
Yeah, he was pressed again on a black item sitting on a windowsill. Was it or wasn't it a phone?
Yeah.
Something that they missed in the first search. And then we know that certain phones of Erin's weren't found. But were they there and not found, I think is what Colin Mandy was trying to get to. And so Stephen Eppenstall was asked, is that a phone? And he was shown a photo of a black rectangular object on a windowsill. And he said, that's a matter for the jury to decide.
A classic deferral to the jury. Stephen Eppenstall was briefly re-examined, kind of taken over a couple of other bits and pieces. And in the final act from the prosecution in this trial, unless they're doing any cross-examination a bit later, but kind of like final pure bit of prosecution, we had the agreed facts. This is, to me, a new experience, the agreed facts. I was expecting a document detailing hundreds of little bits and pieces. I was like, how long is this going to go for? There were 5, 6, I think. Most of them kind of felt like things we knew, but the one that stuck with me was fingerprint analysis of the Sunbeam dehydrator recovered from the waste transfer station.
Yes, so we heard that it's been agreed that a fingerprint expert, Sonia Jeremiah, looked at that dehydrator, did a fingerprint lift from that Sunbeam dehydrator that was found in an e-waste bin on the 4th of August 2023, and she compared it to fingerprints of Erin Patterson, and it was a match. The prints on the dehydrator matched prints of Erin's left, index, middle and ring fingers.
Gotcha. And I said there was a list of 5 things. What else was on the list of agreed facts?
Well, the other main one has to do with the mobile number connected to phone A. And the defence and the prosecution have agreed that the day Erin Patterson's house was being searched, that's the 5th of August 2023, the mobile number connected with phone A loses connection to the network between 12:01 p.m. and 1:45 p.m. Now, this could be due to 3 things. The SIM card could have been removed, or the battery could have been removed without the phone having been turned off, or thirdly, the handset could have been damaged in such a way that would disrupt power of the handset or disrupt the handset's connection to the network. Now, the next time this phone number shows up on the system, it's the next morning. It's Sunday, the 6th of August at 1:44 a.m, and that number is now connected to a Nokia phone.
Thank you, Rach. Good to kind of get through all that. We are getting a huge number of questions, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au, so you can get in touch with us. We're getting, as I mentioned, a lot of questions. Rachel, I'll have to run through a few of them now. First one I've got here is from Tess. Tess asks, with Erin Patterson being called to the stand, does that mean that the prosecution will get a chance to question her, or is it only defence who can do that?
Tess, they will. And so this is a reason why the defence would have thought long and hard before Erin Patterson took the stand. It would have been something that was strategised about because it can be risky, because you do open up your client to be cross-examined by the prosecution. So this isn't something we see in every trial, and they would have thought long and hard about it. But I think that by this move, what we're seeing is a woman who wants to tell her own story in her own voice.
Yep. Incredible from Tess to actually email us a question about what has happened today before we've recorded the podcast. And so I've answered it in there. Love that you've locked and loaded a mushroom case daily at abc.net.au into your emails. You've got a draft there. So at, I assume, like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you just fired that one straight at us. Another one here from Karina in Keysborough. Karina says, "Hi team, earlier in the case, Simon Patterson alluded to some inflammatory texts that Erin had sent to the family, but I don't recall them being read out. Has there been any further detail about these texts that caused the family distress?"
Yeah, Karina, there was one in particular one that I've been wondering a lot about too, but it just hasn't come up. It's a text that Simon claims would have made his mum incredibly upset. And he talked about health problems she'd had in the past, so he didn't want her reading this because he said she really, really would have got very distressed by this text. But what this text was, I don't believe we've ever seen it.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Karina. And Rach, our final one, again, very closely related to what we've heard talked about today in court. It's one from Brendan. He says, "Hi all, love your work. You mentioned that Detective Stephen Eppenstall chose to stand at the beginning of his evidence in the witness box. People either choose to stand or to sit. Brendan has remembered correctly that Stephen Eppenstall elected to stand. His question is, did he remain standing for the entire time he gave evidence?"
He did, 5 days, if I have it correct. He did, Brendan. All that army training getting put to good use.
Yeah, he was in there for a while, so he's done well. If you've got a question for us, please email mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We do read every single one of them. We would love to hear from you if you've got questions, and so please get in touch and let us know. Also, while you're, doing things that I ask of you, I would highly recommend chasing up the ABC Listen app. You can find it on the relevant app store of whatever smart device you are finding yourself lumbered with, and you will get episodes of Mushroom Case Daily on there slightly faster than you will on any other platform. There is also just a wide range of other wonderful ABC content living on the ABC Listen app. You'll find something that will entertain and surprise you if you make the effort to track that one down. So jump on that. Rach, what are we getting ourselves into tomorrow?
Tomorrow, more of Erin Patterson. So as you mentioned, it finished on when the relationship between Erin and Simon started to fray and how they tried not to let it affect their children. So Erin Patterson will be back in the stand tomorrow morning. Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to court reporter Christian Silva, and also our true crime colleagues who continue to help us out. Our commissioning editor, executive producer Tim Roxburgh, supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Hello, I'm Manushka Matanda-Doughty, the presenter of Diddy on Trial from BBC Sounds. Sean Diddy Combs is facing a fight for his freedom as his hugely anticipated trial starts for sex trafficking, racketeering with conspiracy, and transportation for prostitution. He denies all the charges. I'll be bringing you every twist and turn from the courtroom with the BBC's correspondents and our expert guests, so make sure you listen and subscribe wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
With Erin Patterson giving evidence in her own triple murder trial for a second day, the queues started forming hours before the court doors opened, with dozens of members of the public desperate to be in the room. The accused today is saying she'd always liked mushrooms, but had developed a special interest during COVID, saying she picked wild mushrooms near her home in South Gippsland, but it was a few months before she was confident enough to cook them. I cut a bit off one of the mushrooms, fried it up with some butter, ate it and then saw what happened, she told the court. They tasted good and I didn't get sick. Under questioning from defence lawyer Colin Mandy, Ms Patterson also admitted to lying about having ovarian cancer and said that she had owned and used a dehydrator. She also said she had bought mushrooms for her July 2023 beef Wellingtons from Leongatha Woolworths and a grocer in Melbourne in a packet labelled wild mushroom mix or forest mushrooms. But she also accepted that poisonous mushrooms were in the lunch, which left 3 people dead. Do you accept that there must have been death cap mushrooms in it? Mr Mandy asked. Yes, I do, she replied. Over several hours on the stand today, Ms Patterson was attentive and measured in her responses, becoming tearful when talking about her daughter's health issues and her criticism of Don and Gail Patterson. Ms Patterson described her in-laws as a lost cause to Facebook friends, but says she now regrets the offensive language she used in some of the comments. I feel ashamed for saying it. They didn't deserve it, she said. Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to 3 charges of murder and 1 charge of attempted murder. She's expected to take the stand again tomorrow. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell. She was married to his nephew, but Pastor Ian Wilkinson describes Erin Patterson as little more than an acquaintance. But he says he and his wife Heather were surprised and happy to be invited to lunch at Miss Patterson's Leongatha home. The prosecution in her murder trial today questioned the one surviving guest about the invitation. When asked whether Erin explained why she wanted to host the lunch, Ian Wilkinson replied, "There was no reason given for the lunch, and I remember talking to Heather wondering why suddenly the invitation." At the lunch, Pastor Wilkinson said conversation between the group turned to Ms Patterson's recently built home, but he says she was reluctant to show her guests the pantry. "I thought maybe the pantry's a mess," he said. Pastor Wilkinson says they weren't directed where to sit, and Gail and Don Patterson sat together, with Heather Wilkinson and Ms Patterson on the other side and Ian at the end. He also told the court Ms Patterson rejected help with the plating of the beef Wellingtons, which was served to the guests on grey plates, while Erin's was a different colour. Pastor Wilkinson says he and his wife were admitted to Leongatha Hospital the next morning after becoming ill during the night. He told the court medical staff initially suspected food poisoning, with meat as the likely cause. But the next morning the couple were urgently transferred by ambulance to Dandenong Hospital for time-critical mushroom poisoning treatment. Ian Wilkinson appeared relaxed in the witness box, smiling often as he gave his evidence. He became more serious when he was questioned about the lunch and his police statement on Ms Patterson's cancer claims. Pastor Wilkinson refuted suggestions from the defence that Ms Patterson had told the guests she had suspected cancer. She plainly said that she had some sort of cancer. This was a serious situation. Having finished giving evidence in this case, Pastor Wilkinson left the Latrobe Valley Court in the company of supporters. The trial continues. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
Hi there, Yumi Steins here, host of the podcast Ladies We Need to Talk. We're all about health and wellness, sex and relationships. If it's going off in your group chat, we're going to talk about it on Ladies We Need to Talk. Perimenopause, fertility, your love life, the mental load, Ozempic. Nothing's off limits. Find Ladies We Need to Talk on the ABC Listen app and all the usual places.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
We are slowly crawling towards the finish line. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Thursday, the 29th of May, and we have just finished the 21st day of Erin Patterson's murder trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Christian, there was a long line of people standing outside of the courtroom today. That was after the public had been let inside. There's a group of people that couldn't get in. The interest in this case only seems to be building.
I got an email from a lady last night who said she was prepared to drive 3 hours to come and watch proceedings today. I'm not sure if she made it, but that shows you the level of interest.
Hopefully not in the line that was outside of the room. Christian, can you take us through what happened inside the courtroom today?
There was only one witness in the box today, and that was the informant, Stephen Eppingstall. He was being cross-examined by Erin's lawyer, Colin Mandy SC. We saw more pictures from inside Erin Patterson's house as questions were raised about if police actually seized all the potential evidence. We also revisited Erin Patterson's Facebook chats and saw messages between her and her father-in-law, Don Patterson. He was one of the lunch guests who died.
Thank you, Christian. I appreciate the rundown that you've given us there. And one of the things that has been rattling around my brain for a little while is the title of informant that Stephen Eppingstall from the Victoria Police has through this. It took me, I think, actually probably 2 weeks through this trial to realise that this is not a man who is feeding information to the Victoria Police. That is an informer. I have my titles corrected. The informant, the official title for a police officer leading an investigation. And today we learn a little bit more about the informant.
And when it comes to policing, you can have an informant on the smallest of cases and on the biggest of cases. So I guess we got an example of what it's like at the higher end of the spectrum. And Mr. Eppingstall today was cross-examined again by Colin Mandy about so many aspects of this investigation.
Yeah, he was. Colin Mandy, as I like to say, really went to work. Eppingstall was in the box all day. And the thing I've kind of wondered about is whether or not it's common to have someone in his position or the last witness in a trial, I guess, which is always the informant, right? Kind of being asked about so many different bits of a case as it gets to the end.
So this cross-examination started yesterday, and when Eppingstall was in the witness box during the prosecution examination of him, we stepped through a lot of random topics, and this theme has kind of continued when the defence has been questioning him. So yesterday he was asked about some medical records that related to Erin Patterson. Today he was taken to some of the mobile phone tower analysis, which was conducted by the expert Matthew Sorrell. He was taken to the iNaturalist website where URLs and web pages have been pulled and been drawn into the evidence. In this case, he was taken to bank records and pictures of the police search and even more Facebook messages. So a lot of little topics throughout the day.
Yeah, we also kind of learned a little bit about kind of how the police go around dealing with a situation like this lunch as well. Like we heard Eppingstall talking about how the media team works, how they prepare a statement for it, and some of the press conferences they hold around it, and then also about how Eppingstall goes about getting money to do an investigation like this, and also that his boss kind of doesn't like him spending lots of money on something like this, which I just never considered, right?
Yeah, the cost of living crisis also impacts the police. But no, on a serious note, obviously police do have budgets as well, even the homicide squad. And he was asked about Matthew Sorrell, who is this mobile phone expert that we've talked a lot about in this trial, and the various reports that Sorrell and his private company can put together.
And this was reports around the location of phones and various devices and things like that, placing those devices in certain locations.
Yeah, because just quickly, the relevance of this is police say that Erin's phone pinged in locations where death cap mushrooms were growing before the lunch happened. Anyway, he's taken to the various things that Sorrell says he's capable of doing in terms of generating reports. And there's apparently a type of analysis called a line of sight analysis. And my understanding of this is Sorrell and his team can look at phone towers and basically draw a line to the location of a phone and say, was this actually in the line of sight of a phone tower? Because Dr. Sorrell said that there's a basic principle that if your phone has sort of an unblocked view of a cell tower, the reception is good. That's a very, very basic summary of it. And Mr. Eppingstall said that police didn't get a line of sight analysis done. He sort of joked and said that Matthew Sorrell likes to upsell his reports to police, and police at that point were not sure if the line of sight analysis was needed or whether it had been really proven as an accurate test.
It's interesting because it was that was the moment when I realised how much police are thinking about what the challenges to evidence it could be. If there's a slight weak point or something like there, you could have the defence kind of like trying to point that out to a jury, for example.
And even with the iNaturalist website, and this is the website where there were postings about death cap mushrooms growing in certain areas, and then police have found URLs on a computer in Erin Patterson's house linking to that website. Now, Eppingstall said he just grabbed those URLs, slapped it into his browser, and then a whole bunch of things popped up. But Colin Mandy took him to that process and said, well, do you agree that looking at a web page 2 years or whatever it is after it's gone up, that there's a possibility that the things on that page could have changed? And he said yes.
And on the kind of budgets of things as well, it's interesting that this kind of, we talked a bit about it, like the costs and the budgets that the Victorian police have to work within, because some of this stuff can get pretty expensive.
Mr. Eppingstall said that there was a particular type of phone report that could be generated, and I think what he said was Victoria Police only did a couple of days of this report. And Colin Mandy asked him, why didn't you do it for a period of months? Because some of their other reports span the course of months or even years. And what the informant said was, well, this particular report, which I believe is called an EBM report, he said if you were to do that for months, the price tag is 6 figures.
Oh, and
that was too much.
Yeah, that is something that that his boss is not going to be a fan of. We also heard a bit about kind of how the search was executed at Erin Patterson's home following the lunch, about a week after the lunch. This is the Saturday following the lunch, so almost exactly a week later. And we heard Eppingstall describe how he was basically kind of stationed with Erin Patterson that whole time, kind of keeping an eye on her.
Yes, so when Eppingstall and his team are in Erin Patterson's house looking around, he said that she was basically always accompanied by an officer. There were some exceptions to that, including a period when I think it is she spent some time with her daughter alone, and also when she was allowed to call her lawyer. There was a bit of debate about the length of time this went for, whether it was 14 minutes or 20 minutes seemed to be a little bit in dispute. But other than that, he said that Erin Patterson didn't have sort of unrestricted access to things like her phones. She was always in the company of a police officer. Not necessarily him, but someone from VicPol.
That time alone is worth keeping in mind, because yesterday we heard that the police are alleging that SIM cards were swapped between a device and a phone during the time of the search. So that's, it's interesting to hear kind of how they're keeping an eye on her, and also, how she's allowed to move around that house. We also heard about that search, and this seemed to come as a surprise to the informant, Stephen Eppingstall, that there were some laptops and some other devices that weren't taken from the home.
There seemed to be an inference drawn by Colin Mandy that maybe the police missed some of the evidence, because obviously they've gone through these computers and phones and then they've generated reports from them, and now the prosecution's turned around and using that against Erin. So Colin Mandy firstly showed Stephen Eppingstall a picture of an ottoman, which was kind of near a windowsill, and there was a whole bunch of like cables, and I think it was like a tablet on the ottoman. But then on the windowsill, just above it, was what appeared to be some sort of black thing. And Colin Mandy asked him if that item might have been a phone.
Right.
And Stephen Eppingstall said he didn't believe it was a phone, and it didn't sound like that particular item was something that he had taken. And there was a similar theme when we were brought into another room in Erin Patterson's house. This was a very interesting looking room. It was a study by the looks of it with a computer, and there's some shelving in the room. But the thing that really stood out to me was when they showed a second photo, it was kind of like a zoomed out one.
Yeah.
And you can see the shelves were just stacked with all these completed Legos.
Wow.
Fancy Legos too, not the sort of basic stuff. So we heard a little bit about Lego earlier on in this trial. Anyway, I digress. The point of this is Colin Mandy took Stephen Eppenstall to some items on a shelf in this room. And Colin Mandy said to him, "Is that a laptop? Is that a computer?" And Stephen Eppenstall said, "If they're laptops, then it's the first time I'm hearing about these items." So making it quite clear that if it was a laptop, he didn't collect that one.
I think this was a moment, I think maybe the first moment in this trial that I have seen kind of genuine surprise from someone in the witness box as they've been shown something or asked a question.
Even a man who seemingly knows the police case inside out can be taken by surprise by things he hears in the court.
Why would Colin Mandy want to make a point about some devices or things that weren't collected by police?
Well, police have pulled items off computers and phones and used them against Erin Patterson. So if there's a possibility that there could be other evidence, and if you sort of play devil's advocate, what if there's items on these other computers and phones which paint Erin in a positive light? Maybe he's drawing the inference that, well, the prosecution's missed those. As we know, the prosecution has to make the case against the defendant.
We also heard today about messages between Erin Patterson and her Facebook friends. Now, we talked about these messages end of last week. These are ones that Erin sent at the end of 2022 with some quite strong words about her estranged husband's family, expressing frustrations with them, using language I'm not going to use now because, again, we know we've got some younger ears listening to this podcast. And at the time, we were wondering whether or not there were any replies to those messages because there wasn't stuff that was immediately obvious in that chain that we were shown. Today, we saw more messages and we saw some of those replies.
This was the chat where the account Erin replied to a whole bunch of Facebook friends. And when we saw this today, I was kind of thinking, we've already gone through this. Why are we coming back to it? And last week when we saw this exchange, it appeared like this account, Erin, was making these long-winded posts and there didn't really seem to be much interaction from the others. When we saw the version that the defence put forward today, we saw that there were replies actually. And some of them were rather sympathetic to what the poster was going through. Given this account was complaining about a lack of family support, there were people saying they identified with that and they felt sympathy. And I guess it gave a broader context as to the comments that have allegedly been made there by Erin Patterson.
One of the things that this made me kind of realise, this conversation or seeing these messages made me realise is there is so much information in the police brief. There's a lot that isn't being presented or wasn't presented during the prosecution case because it's not necessarily kind of relevant to the things that they're getting to, but there's a huge amount of information that kind of sits there in that folder that the defence can use.
Both sides can use it, but we got a bit of a insight into how voluminous this is because as Stephen Eppenstall was being taken through one of the pages in this police brief, you could see a number in the top right-hand corner and it was like 25,000 something.
Wow.
And Colin Mandy even, made a remark about that. So that is an indication of the amount of material that like the prosecution can draw from. And for all of our sakes, I think it's good that we've tried to keep things somewhat condensed and relevant, but there's a lot of information.
Thank God they haven't gone through every single bit of it. Just from a personal point of view, we'd be here for years and years. Could Christian, the other day we saw some CCTV footage of Erin Patterson apparently pulling up outside a subway, someone going into that subway. At the time, we were told that was Erin Patterson and Erin Patterson's son. And this came back today, and it just seemed kind of odd. I was wondering why this was coming back. I'll let you explain kind of what we saw in that video.
We were told by the prosecution that Erin Patterson attended a Subway restaurant on the evening after the lunch, and that her son had gone to the restaurant and bought something. This is just part of the timeline, right? Anyway, Colin Mandy flashes up a picture of Erin Patterson's son and his granddad, Don Patterson. And if people remember back to our early episodes, we talked about the rocket car.
Yep.
And this was a nice bonding moment between a grandson and a grandfather. We're taken to a picture that's from around that period, and it shows the boy and his granddad smiling in what appeared to be a sort of a shed, a nice family photo. Anyway, Colin Mandy cuts from that to a still of the CCTV from the subway, and you can see there is a young man in the footage, and Colin Mandy says, "That's not the same boy."
Was it the same boy?
This was put to Stephen Eppingstall, and he said, "Yeah, it looks like the same guy. That's a matter for the jury to decide."
Right.
And then Colin Mandy then flashed up another picture of this of Erin Patterson's son in his police interview, sitting in a chair, to again raise that question of whether it's the same person. So this kind of comes back, I think, to the defence questioning the accuracy of bits and pieces in the prosecution case. How sure can you be that everything in this is correct? And Colin Mandy did say that maybe this visit to the subway did happen. They're not disputing that, but it would appear that they are contesting the picture that was put up by the police and saying that wasn't Erin's son.
Yeah, right. And yeah, we do have a bank record that puts Erin's son at a subway on that day.
Yep.
Christian, before we wrap up today, one of the podcast's favourite people, Dr. Tom May, made a short cameo in today's evidence. We heard a bit about how Stephen Eppingstall was talking to him, obviously talking to him about mushrooms. Obviously, that's what Tom May does. And in the course of that conversation, realised that he might have had a closer connection to this case than he might have realised at that time.
What it sounded like was Stephen Eppingstall initially got in touch with Dr. Tom May to seek out his expertise because he's one of the leaders in this field. And Stephen Eppingstall said that unprompted, Dr. Tom May volunteered the fact that he'd spotted death caps in Outram.
And whipped up iNaturalist and I think showed him a site?
Yeah, and it sounds like when police have taken note of that and then looked at phone tower records, they have made a connection between the post going up, mentioning Outram, and then claiming that Erin Patterson's phone pinged in a very similar area after that post.
Interesting to see the process of a police investigation kind of coming a bit clearer through some of these conversations today.
A lot of conversations with a lot of people.
Yep. Thank you, Christian. As we get to the end of the prosecution case, I'd like to bring back the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, Rachel Brown, just to talk through kind of where this is up to at the moment. Like, I feel like we're being teased with the idea of the prosecution case ending. We're not quite there yet. But as we get closer, my feeling is kind of one of relief. Rachel, how does it kind of feel to you? Where are we up to at the moment?
It's been interesting the last couple of days watching things play out that I've suspected might be seeded, if you know what I mean. So there was an exhibit Q for quizzical, that popped up in Luke Farrell's evidence earlier this week, and it seemed pretty inconspicuous at the time. He said, it was put to him, there was a black item sitting on a windowsill that wasn't seized. He said, I don't recall having seen it. Colin Mandy in cross-examination said there was an electronic item on the ottoman to the left of the iPad that wasn't seized. And Mr. Farrell said, no, it wasn't. So I've just been wondering how many of these seeds that have been peppered through the cross-examination of different witnesses that we'll be hearing about again.
Yeah, interesting. And I mean, when you've got these things that have been kind of seeded in cross-examination, we're kind of like hanging out for the end of the prosecution's evidence. Does that mean that we might see that kind of continue on or move for a little bit longer now?
Well, I wonder how many of these seeds we're going to see as we crawl, as Christian said, towards the finish line. Maybe it won't be tomorrow. Like we're all, it's a mystery to all of us right now.
And how does this stage kind of feel compared to other trials that you've covered?
I think we're at the suspense point where everyone's wondering whether the questions in our mind will be answered, whether, neat bows can or will be tied around things. And other big trials that Christian and I have covered, it's interestingly has come down to intent. A lot of the facts are agreed on, but intent is that one big crucial hanging question.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you, Rach. We're going to dive deeper into the prosecution case tomorrow. We're going to wrap up the week in that episode and also run through a heap of the witnesses that we've heard as well. So we've heard from 50 plus witnesses in this trial. We'll go through some of the key ones that we've heard from so far and also answer a lot of your questions as we get into what may be the final week of this trial next week. Speaking of questions, Christian, we've got a bunch here that have been sent to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. I want to start with one from Robin in Melbourne. Robin says, "Hi, Christian and Stephen. Thanks for your work on the case." Thank you for listening,
Thank you.
Robin. She says we're doing a great job of explaining things. That's very kind. She looks forward to the pod every evening and may have missed something because she has a question about the relevance of the pub meal that was delivered to Erin's house in Corumburra. Was it the date of the meal? Was the date of the meal the same day as they supposedly had the leftovers, or was the pub located somewhere near the death cap sightings? Or are they trying to say something about Erin's thought process when looking at death cap locations? It's been mentioned a couple of times now, and I've clearly missed why.
Thanks, Robin. Well, this visit to the Corumburra pub website was in May 2022, so some 14 months before the lunch took place. But it occurred allegedly almost a couple of minutes from the time when this same computer has accessed the iNaturalist website and has visited some pages with some death cap mushroom material on it. And like with a lot of the evidence in this case, prosecutors have sought to provide some level of context. For instance, if we look at certain phone records and things like that, they show us some of the things before and some of the things after. And this is one of those things. Now, the prosecution may come back in its closing arguments and make some points to the jury about how they should consider this evidence. They did not spell it out in that fashion this week. So for the time being, I think it's safe to say we just put that in the context of what the person on the computer may have been looking at around the time, as also visiting a website which has got information apparently about death caps on it.
Great. Thank you, Christian. Thank you for the great question, Robin. Another question here from Karush. He says, "Hi, guys. Love the pod." Thank you, Karush. My partner and I are listening every day from the Austrian Alps. And when you say that the prosecutor needs to prove that Erin intended to cause death or very, very serious harm, if the prosecutor can prove she intentionally used death cap mushrooms in the meal, does the act of using death cap mushrooms itself prove intent? Or does the prosecutor need to prove that she meant to seriously harm the guests, as opposed to perhaps making them a little bit sick or uncomfortable?
Thanks, Karush. Well, the defence is saying that the act of using death cap mushrooms does not prove intent. I think that's a fair inference to draw because the defence says that this was a tragic accident. The defence is not disputing that death cap mushrooms were in the meal, but they absolutely dispute that Erin ever intended to pick death cap mushrooms and they dispute that she ever intended to harm them at all. Now, as to the seriousness of harm that may be caused, with the murder charge, it does say you have to prove that the defendant intended to kill someone or cause them very serious injury to prove a murder charge. So if Erin Patterson intended to make them a little bit sick or uncomfortable, if that's what the jury believes, that is not far enough to prove that element of the murder charge.
Yep. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Karush. And finally, we have a question here from Molly, listening from Sydney. Absolutely love the pod. Thank you, Molly. Molly says, a couple of weeks ago, the court was closed to everyone due to legal talks, in inverted commas. What does that involve, and why does everyone have to clear out? Great question, Molly. We actually had some legal talks, in inverted commas, this morning as well.
They go for a while, and we do have to be careful with what we say, but the jury is shifted out of the room, and the judge and the lawyers discuss various legal issues. I'm sorry, we can't be more specific about that. The public or the media do not have to leave the room, but obviously it would be very ill-advised for us or the public to talk about those legal discussions which have taken place not in the presence of the jury.
And Molly, if you're talking about a day where we had a day off from court completely, that's because there was some planning that needed to be done by the parties. And that was discussed with the jury. That was when the jury asked if they got every Monday off. And as we've known, nope, they've been back for all of the other ones. So thank you for the great question, Molly. Christian, there's another one here, actually. Molly's asked what we in the business like to call a double-barreled question, and has followed up with, how long do you guys think the defence case will go for?
That's up to the defence.
Thanks, Christian. Thanks, Molly. And Christian, as we move to the end of this episode, yesterday I promised some exciting news in the pod, and we have some exciting news.
Yeah, how am I going to say this?
I'm having a baby. Well, I'm not
exciting news. Exciting for me and exciting for you because you won't have to deal with me every day. I am stepping away from the pod for family reasons, but it's exciting family reasons. There is a new arrival on the way very soon. And unfortunately, the timing couldn't have been better. Smack bang in the middle of a trial. But obviously I have to prioritise family. So tomorrow might be the last time I'm on the pod hosting, but I still really am keen to be involved, and you haven't gotten rid of me.
No, I'm very excited for the new addition to the Silver household. I'm not sure how the father-child daughter works in podcasting, but we will stake an early claim. And if you'd like to send any messages of love and support to Christian, please do so, along with any of your questions to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. Also be taking baby name suggestions at this point, I assume, Christian?
Happy to consider names. My wife and I haven't made the final call on what the baby's name will be, so we can be persuaded.
There we go. That's very exciting. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. I'm very excited to say that the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, Rachel Brown, who you've heard from on the pod the entire time we've been here in Morwell covering Erin Patterson's murder trial, will be stepping into Christian's shoes. Rach, any baby name Rex while we're on the topic?
Colin? Nanette?
Oh, I like that.
Sophie? I like the name Sophie.
Christian, I can be convinced your child will go to work if you name them Colin. Thank you for joining us for the pod today. We'll be back tomorrow with more, as I mentioned earlier, wrapping up the week with Christian, maybe the prosecution case with Rach, and going over the 50-plus witnesses we've heard from so far. So make sure you track down Mushroom Case Daily on the ABC Listen app and hit follow. That way you won't miss an update.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, court reporter Christian Silva, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
And soon, Rachel Brown. Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who continue to help us out. Our commissioning executive producer, Tim Roxburgh, supervising producer, Yasmin Parry, and investigative reporter, Rachel Brown. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Ever been hit with a tricky question from your child? Like whether it's okay for parents to lie to kids to make them do something?
We're the hosts of Short and Curly, a fun podcast for children and their adults to untangle life's curliest questions.
Should you be punished for something you did a long time ago?
Is it wrong to leave all of your money to a cat? I personally think it's fine.
No surprise there. Cat people. Short and Curly is philosophy with a pantomime twist.
Perfect for car trips or for kickstarting dinner debates.
Search for the Short and Curly podcast now. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
How did the internet go from being a fun place to hang out to a twisted mess full of racism and misinformation?
The fact-checkers have just been too politically biased and have destroyed more trust than they've created, especially in the US.
It feels like we're on a path of no return, but our government is fighting back. From If You're Listening, this is Australia versus the Internet. I'm Matt Bevan. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
For a second day, the accused in the keenly watched mushroom murder trial has been questioned in court. Erin Patterson is on trial for murdering her former in-laws, Don and Gail Patterson, along with Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson, with death-cap mushrooms served at a lunch in 2023. She denies the charges. Today, Stephen Stockwell, co-host of the Mushroom Case Daily podcast, on Erin Patterson's testimony and the key evidence in the case so far. I'm Sam Hawley on Gadigal Land in Sydney. This is ABC News Daily.
All eyes will be on the Victorian town of Morwell today as the woman charged over a fatal mushroom lunch returns to the witness stand.
Articulate and composed, wearing a favoured paisley shirt with her dark hair around her shoulders, Erin Patterson telling her story to the jury for the first time.
She's pleaded not guilty to 3 counts of murder and 1 of attempted murder over the beef Wellington lunch served to 4 relatives at her regional Victorian home in 2023.
Stephen, for the past 6 weeks, you've been covering this fascinating case, and now we're at the point where Erin Patterson, the accused, who of course denies all of these charges, has taken to the stand. We didn't know, did we, that this would happen, so it was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, this is something we've been wondering about for weeks in this trial, whether or not Erin Patterson would get on the stand. Monday afternoon, as we were nearing the end of the prosecution case, we went through some agreed facts. That process finished, and Justice Christopher Beale, the judge presiding over this case, asked the defence what their plan was, if they were going to call any witnesses, and Colin Mandy SC, Erin Patterson's defence barrister, said they would call Erin Patterson.
So just tell me, before we move on to what she has actually said in the courtroom, how did she appear, Stephen?
So she was calm and she seemed confident. She was answering the questions. They were short answers. She wasn't going beyond what she was asked. She seemed confident, calm, and she's kind of maintained that over the last couple of days of evidence. There have been moments of emotion, though, when she's been talking about, relationships with the Pattersons, her children, things like that.
All right. And the questioning from her defence team, it's been really personal, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. There was a conversation around her health, her body image, and there were moments there where she broke down discussing, issues she's had with binge eating that no one knew about. They were getting her initially in her evidence to describe what her life was like in mid-2023. This is just before the fateful lunch, the relationship she had with her estranged husband, also, her struggles with low self-esteem and body image as well.
Yeah, and they really, talked a lot about the several separations that she'd had with Simon Patterson and about a traumatic birth that she'd had with her son.
Yeah, incredibly personal stories. And Gail Patterson and Don Patterson, these are her mother and father-in-law, travelled over to care for her. She gave birth to her son in Perth, so other side of the country to where her in-laws were living in Victoria, and they travelled over to help her kind of settle and recover from the birth and, settle into raising her son. And Erin spoke about how Gail had kind of helped her become a mother, teaching her how to interpret the cries of her son and also just reminding her to enjoy the moments of being a mum.
Yeah, all right. Well, Stephen, the defence, they also asked Erin about her claims of having cancer because the court has previously heard that she'd actually invited her relatives to that lunch to discuss a cancer diagnosis, but the court had also heard that she never actually had cancer. She was also asked about that by Colin Mandy, the defence barrister.
Yes, she was. Colin Mandy put this to Erin Patterson quite directly. He said, "Have you ever been diagnosed with ovarian cancer?" Erin Patterson's reply was quite short, "No." Colin Mandy then took Erin Patterson to sort of a deeper level of questioning about this. He said, have you ever been worried about having ovarian cancer? And Erin Patterson said, yeah, quite worried at some times. You know, she talked about how she'd had a lot of symptoms. She'd been very fatigued. She'd had ongoing chronic pain. She'd put on a lot of weight in a short period of time and had been Googling her symptoms. And we also saw earlier in the trial screenshots of Google searches relating to ovarian cancer symptoms and the like.
All right. Well, the court also has spent a fair bit of time previously discussing arguments that Erin and Simon had had over child support and school fees, and she was questioned about all of that as well. And also what came up during this defence questioning is a message she sent to her Facebook friends.
So there's a couple of messages we've seen that Erin Patterson has sent to a group of friends that she had on Facebook. She raised these grievances about the family, and she used some quite strong language. You know, she said, this effing family, I swear to effing God, you know, saying she was sick of them. There was another message that was read out to the court. I'm sick of this shit. I want nothing to do with them, so F them. And these messages were, you know, put to Erin Patterson, and she was asked how she felt about those messages. And she was incredibly remorseful about them. She was dabbing her eyes with a tissue at this point, quite emotional. And Colin Mandy asked her why she needed to write that, and she said she needed to vent. She said it was either go into the paddock and shout at the sheep or talk to the sheep or talk to these women. And she knew that those women in the Facebook group, her Facebook friends, would rally around her.
And Stephen, then the defence questioning turned to mushrooms.
Yeah, we heard Erin Patterson talk about how she developed an interest in mushrooms in 2020 during COVID. There was a period during the first COVID lockdown where you were only allowed out of the house an hour a day, and she said she would force her children to go outside, get them off their screens, and they would go to the Cornborough Gardens or the rail trail, and that's when she first noticed mushrooms popping up along the side of the path she was walking around. And that's when her interest was drawn to them. She would see them in the garden. And then from that point, he asks if Erin Patterson always liked eating mushrooms. And she says, yes, they taste quite good. They're very healthy. And there were some that she'd found in a paddock that she picked and took photos of and put in a Facebook group to ask what they were. There were some that she was worried about, that she wanted to avoid. But one mushroom, after a period of time, she realised it would be safe. These are field mushrooms and horse mushrooms. And over the process of several months, she led up to a point where she was confident in what they were. She cut a bit off, fried it with some butter, ate it, and saw what happened. And they tasted good. She didn't get sick.
And after that, Erin Patterson did concede in the court that the meal she cooked must have contained death cap mushrooms. And when she was asked where did they come from, she said the vast majority came from a local Woolworths and some from a grocer in Melbourne, but the specific purchases of the mushrooms isn't clear in her mind. All right, well, Stephen, as we said, we're 6 weeks into this trial, but let's just step back for a moment and consider some of the key evidence that the court has heard up until this point. There's been more than 50 witnesses called by the prosecution, including the detective who led the initial police interview with Erin Patterson. What did we glean from him in the court?
Yes, Detective Stephen Eppenstall, he spent a number of days being questioned in the witness box. He conducted the police interview. And we heard in that a number of lies from Erin Patterson. She was asked quite directly if she had owned a food dehydrator. She said no. This is after police have recovered from a search just hours beforehand the manual from a dehydrator in her house. Earlier in the trial, we've also seen evidence of Erin Patterson dumping something at the tip. Also in the agreed facts, at the end of the prosecution's case, we heard about how there were fingerprints off of the food dehydrator recovered from the tip that matched Erin Patterson's. Also within that dehydrator, there was evidence of death cap mushrooms. And we also heard in that interview that Erin Patterson had never foraged. And this is another point that the defence has spoken to already. In the opening statements, Colin Mandy said that Erin Patterson has foraged for mushrooms in the past. And one of the things that Erin Patterson's defence has said throughout this trial, that these are the actions of someone who is panicked. They're the words of Erin Patterson's defence team. And isn't that behaviour entirely consistent with someone who might have panicked?
Also, some of the evidence presented to the court, Stephen, relates to when Erin Patterson presented to hospital after the lunch.
So we've heard evidence and we've seen video of Erin Patterson presenting to the Leongatha Hospital following the lunch. And she is not at the hospital for very long initially. The hospital staff realised that she is the fifth member of this lunch. They're already treating in the Leongatha Hospital 2 members of that lunch. So they are very keen to have her in. They know how sick these other people are. They want her to stay and do some tests. And Erin Patterson is not keen to stay in that hospital. And so she signs a discharge against medical advice form and leaves the hospital. One of the doctors at that hospital, Dr. Chris Webster, was furious when this happened. He actually called police to track her down and bring her back to the hospital. Erin did come back. She presents, she's admitted. We also heard throughout some of that evidence how sick Erin Patterson was. And it seemed as though she's not as sick as the other people who attended the lunch. You know, we heard that people respond differently to Amanita toxin poisoning. Now, Amanita toxins are the poisons within death cap mushrooms, and we've heard that someone's age, weight, general health can mean that the impact of those toxins are different on others. We've also heard evidence that Erin Patterson did have a number of loose bowel movements, and the nurse who recorded them when questioned by the defence said, look, that can be what you see when someone is suffering from a gastrointestinal issue.
We also heard evidence, didn't we, that she had eaten off a different coloured plate than the other guests.
Yes, we did. This is evidence that Ian Wilkinson gave when he was in the witness box. Ian's the only person outside of Erin Patterson that knows what happened at that lunch. And he talked about how the guests were served off of 4 large grey plates, while Erin's serve was on a different reddish, reddy-brown coloured plate. Now, this is relevant because the beef Wellington was served as individual parcels. Everyone had their own beef Wellington around that table. We also saw video and photos of Erin Patterson's house when it was searched by police. In those photos, there was no evidence of 4 large grey plates and another red plate that Ian Wilkinson described.
And what about Erin's alleged knowledge then, Stephen, about death cap mushrooms? What's the court previously heard about that?
There's 2 things the court has heard about death cap mushrooms and Erin Patterson allegedly travelling to places where they have found. So the first is a website called iNaturalist. Now, this is a citizen science website where people can go on and post photos and locations of different flora and fauna. Now, there were posts of death cap mushrooms made in areas of Loch and Outram. Now, these are places that, you know, in the scheme of Australia aren't particularly far from where Erin Patterson lived. And the evidence that the prosecution presented was that devices that were from Erin Patterson's household had visited those listings. Then a phone of Erin Patterson's had connected to mobile phone towers near those locations shortly after those visits. Now, under questioning, the expert who was talking about the mobile phone towers, Dr. Matthew Sorrell, did concede that just a connection to those towers does not place you in those locations. There's a number of other things that could mean you're connecting to that. It could be, you know, a place you're standing in your house. It's not necessarily always connecting to the tower closest to you. There's a number of other factors that mean you could connect to that mobile phone tower.
Stephen, the other thing that the court has heard quite a lot about is Erin Patterson's mobile phones.
Yeah, we have. And so for this, place yourself at the search of Erin Patterson's home a week after the lunch. So the police get to her house, and while they're searching it, the prosecution alleges that a phone is factory reset while they're in the house. And then a SIM card from a tablet is put into that device. At the end of the search, Erin Patterson is asked to hand over her phone, and that is the phone that is slid across the table to police. She's asked for if it needs a PIN, and she said, yes, it's either this 4 or 6-digit PIN, and then when she goes to unlock it, it just opens. And this is a device that police are calling Phone B. There's another phone that prosecution allege was Erin Patterson's primary phone, that is Phone A. That phone has never been recovered.
All right. So, Stephen, the trial is continuing, of course, and it could go for a few more weeks yet. We don't know for sure. But the prosecution alleges that Erin Patterson deliberately poisoned, with murderous intent, each of her lunch guests, which she, of course, denies. Erin's defence flagged at the beginning of this case that it must hinge on that issue of intent. That is what matters most.
That's correct. Yeah, so there's no motive presented in this case. The prosecution doesn't need one. It is not one of the 4 points of murder. But from the opening statements, Colin Mandy SC told the jury, as you listen to the evidence, you should consider when it comes to that fundamental issue of Erin's intention, did she have the motive to kill these 4 family members? what was her relationship with them, especially Don and Gail Patterson? What relationship did her children have with them? So that issue, the issue of intention, is the critical issue in this trial.
Stephen Stockwell is the co-host of the ABC's Mushroom Case Daily podcast, which you can find on the ABC Listen app. This episode was produced by Sydney Peed. Audio production by Adair Shepherd. Our supervising producer is David Cody. I'm Sam Hawley. Thanks for listening.
Hi there, Yumi Steins here, host of the podcast Ladies We Need to Talk. We're all about health and wellness, sex and relationships. If it's going off in your group chat, we're going to talk about it on Ladies We Need to Talk. Perimenopause, fertility, your love life, the mental load, Ozempic. Nothing's off limits. Find Ladies We Need to Talk on the ABC Listen app and all the usual places.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Erin's final words to jurors before they decide guilty or not guilty. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Thursday the 12th of June and we have just finished the 30th day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Rach, we woke up to a cold day in sunny Morwell. But we found ourselves with, I guess, a half day of sorts.
Yeah, treat for the jury today. They got sent home before lunchtime.
Still plenty going on though. Can you take us through what we've seen today?
So the prosecution finished its wrap-up. Dr. Rogers jumped around different points, but basically across again that Asian grocer story, which the prosecution says is a lie. It pointed out points where Erin Patterson and her son's evidence have differed. And then we went back to that game of phones that we've spoken about so often. Then Colin Mandy, SC, stood up, Erin Patterson's lawyer, to do re-examination. We heard more about whether or not she had an appointment for gastric bypass surgery. And then he covered some other things as well that he wanted to leave with the jury, countering ideas that she wasn't a forager, coming back to why perhaps she couldn't remember the name of the Asian grocer store. And then the jury was sent home early, with legal arguments ending the day.
Thank you, Rach. Big day today, really, in the scheme of this trial. We have had the closing of the defence case. Now Erin Patterson stepped out of the witness box, finished giving evidence, and that is it as far as the evidence goes, we believe. And so I'd love to go through kind of what we've seen unfold in court today. We started with the end of Erin Patterson's re-examination by Dr. Nanette Rogers, and really kind of rolling through 4 or 5 different topics, maybe even more, before we got to the morning break.
Yeah, no climactic issues today, Stocky. I think that's what the closings are for. But we noticed both lawyers trying to cover off points that the jury, they think, needs to remember as they go and do their deliberations, whenever that may be.
Yep.
So, first of all, I want to start with the Asian grocer. The prosecution has long said that's a lie. Dr. Nanette Rogers put to her today, that's a lie you made up on the spot.
Yep.
And Erin Patterson said incorrect.
And the Asian grocers, this is a place that Erin Patterson says she has sourced mushrooms from that she put into the beef Wellington that she cooked for the lunch guests on July 2023.
That's right. And the prosecution has tried to make a case that Erin Patterson has been hedging her bets, trying to make it sound like there's multiple possible sources for the death cap mushrooms.
Right.
And Erin Patterson in the past has said, I've never said I got the death cap mushrooms from there. I got dried mushrooms from this Asian grocer that was never able to be found. The interesting thing today was we heard again that Erin Patterson says she put them in the dehydrator at a time between buying them and using them in the lunch. These are the mushrooms that she claims she got from the grocer.
Yep.
Because she noticed how crisp other ones were coming out, and these ones that she said were in a Tupperware container were seemingly a bit rubbery. She thought maybe air got in. So she said, I whacked them in the dehydrator for a couple of hours.
Yep.
And that's another point that Dr. Rogers has picked up and said, why are we hearing about this now? And Erin said, well, I hadn't been asked it before.
Yep. Interesting as well, there was, Agent Grosses, there was questions about foraging, a question about having tea in a coffee cup.
Yeah, there was a couple of points where the prosecution pressed her on differences in the evidence that she's given compared to her son. So one is that her son gave evidence. He woke up and saw her drinking coffee on the Sunday morning. It was put to Erin, well, you wouldn't be drinking coffee with diarrhea, would you? And she said, yeah, I agree with that.
Yep.
You wouldn't. But she says, my son has seen me drinking out of a coffee cup, so he's made an assumption that it was coffee. But she said it was herbal tea.
Yeah. I think she said she drinks coffee most mornings. So it's like, it's a reasonable assumption to make she'd be drinking coffee.
Correct.
On that morning, she says it wasn't the case. There's a moment as well. We didn't spend a long time on this in the scheme of the kind of the final cross-examination of Erin Patterson. But Dr. Nanette Rogers brought Erin Patterson back to her claim that she had taken Imodium, I think it was, this like anti-diarrhea medication following the lunch when she says she thought she had gastro. But despite her saying that, she doesn't tell that to any of the medical professionals that she sees over the course of the next couple of days.
And again, she said, I don't remember anyone asking me.
Yep.
So that's why I didn't tell them.
Yep.
The other thing that happened in hospital that she's been pressed on is Erin Patterson has told the court that part of the reason she ditched the dehydrator at the tip was in hospital. Her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, said to her, is that how you poisoned my parents? And that was put to her again today. She was reminded that in the witness box, Simon Patterson said, no, I never said that. I deny saying that. Dr. Rogers said, that's just another lie to try to explain why you dumped it. And Erin Patterson said, no, I disagree.
Yep. The subject, I suppose, that Dr. Nanette Rogers spent the most time on today, potentially even like maybe half the time that she would have been, going through the cross-examination of Erin Patterson in the kind of the morning session. It was, we're talking like an hour or so, maybe 2 hours total that cross-examination went on today. Maybe half of it felt like was this discussion about, as you flagged, the kind of game of phones that we've seen unfold through this trial.
And it's been really confusing, hasn't it? And we've seen a flow chart that's been prepared for the court. There's a lot of phones. There's a lot of SIMs. There's a lot of SIMs going into different phones. Some phones were found, some weren't. It's been hard to keep track of.
Yeah, it has. Yep.
So I think that was the point today, that Dr. Rogers wanted to crystallise the context of her argument around these phones and what was happening to them and why it was important that what was happening at certain times.
Yeah, kind of taking her to phone A, kind of framing that as her primary phone that she had been using in the kind of like maybe year, maybe a little bit longer, maybe a bit less, kind of leading up to the lunch and just after the lunch. Is that right?
That's right. Dr. Rogers said, you've been using this since February 2023. This was the phone that we saw in one of the CCTV stills pictures when Erin Patterson goes to Leongatha Hospital and she's using her phone that's in a pink phone case. So they're calling that phone A.
Right, yep.
Now, Erin Patterson says, look, there was damage to the screen that made it non-responsive at times. So that's explaining why she changed the handset eventually, why she changed the number eventually. We've learned in the past that she had privacy concerns given Simon's behaviour, she said. So she told a child protection worker she wanted to change her number. So keep that in the back of your mind. The prosecution says, it's less than 6 months old. You were using it all day on Wednesday the 3rd of August, all day on Thursday the 4th of August, and the court saw pages and pages and pages of phone records from this phone.
This is I kind of chuckle at this because it was pages. Like there was, I can't remember what number we started at, but it was just sort of like scrolling through all these different call records, these data records, all of that kind of over these several days. After Erin Patterson, I think, had said she stopped using that phone on maybe the 2nd or 3rd of August, and the call records sort of went past that time a little bit.
Yeah, there was about 5 pages of records with pretty small print for each of those days. Now, the prosecution, remember, is alleging that Erin Patterson used this phone A, to look up posts on iNaturalist from Dr. Tom May, Christine McKenzie,
Mhm.
where they posted death caps were in Lock and Outram.
Yeah, so two locations that the prosecution alleges that Erin Patterson visited shortly after looking at those posts, again alleging that she sourced death cap mushrooms from those areas.
That's right. Now, it was put to her this phone was never recovered during the execution of the warrant.
Mhm.
Erin Patterson says, well, she points to a photograph where a black rectangular object is that perhaps was the phone. That police allegedly overlooked. Prosecution says that's nonsense. You deliberately concealed this phone. And we learned again the time that this phone lost connection to the network, which was at the same time police were at her house executing the warrant. So the prosecution's allegation is that you removed this SIM from the phone, from phone A, when you were afforded privacy to speak with a lawyer. Erin Patterson disagreed. So we move on to the phone that she did give police, which is phone B.
And this is the one that we saw a video of earlier in the trial. We actually saw a screenshot of this video today. She is sitting at the dining table, I think, in her house with one of the police officers, I think an officer called Luke Farrell, who was executing this search warrant. They're sitting opposite sides of the table, and she kind of slides a device over the table to him. This is the phone that police are calling, well, I think everyone agrees actually, is phone B.
Yeah. So this, as I mentioned earlier, just to remind you, this is because Erin says there was damage to phone A's screen, making it unresponsive. She says she switched to phone B. The prosecution says, well, that was blank when you handed it to police. It wasn't your usual number. Erin said, well, I wasn't asked if it was my usual number. They asked me for the phone I was using at the time. This was the phone. And then we heard again about the factory resets, that there was a factory reset on this phone on the Wednesday. Now that Stocky, as we know, is the same day she dumped the dehydrator at the tip. There's another factory reset of phone B at 1:20 on the Saturday of the warrant.
Yep, when the police are at her house searching her house.
That's right. And then there's one the next morning that she did remotely at 5:16 a.m. So when that phone was in a police locker at police headquarters.
And we have had a bit of discussion around whether or not the times are local time or if they're UTC, which would put it 10 hours in the future of Australian time.
And I don't know whether we ever really got to the bottom of that, did we?
No, it was kind of an open question and an open point around a number of the times associated with a few of these things as well. Thank you, Rach. Appreciate the Game of Phones recap, if you will. That drew us very close to the end of Dr. Nanette Rogers' cross-examination of Erin Patterson, and she wrapped up with 3 final questions.
She did. She said to the jury, you'll be pleased to know I have 3 more questions. And I think there was a relieved sigh from some of them.
They weren't the only ones who were pleased.
She said, you deliberately sourced death cap mushrooms in 2023. Erin, I disagree. You deliberately included them in the beef Wellington you served. She disagreed. And the final one, you did so intending to kill them. And Erin disagreed.
The kind of dramatic conclusion. I mean, as dramatic as you see in a courtroom. This is the thing I've kind of learnt over the course of covering this trial, watching the evidence unfold and the testimony unfold in the courtroom, is that there aren't the moments of kind of high drama that I had come to expect from courtroom TV dramas.
No, it's not TV, Stocky, but this was Nanette Rogers' version of a mic drop.
This is about as dramatic as it gets in the courtroom. With the prosecution finishing that cross-examination, we saw Colin Mandy SC, Erin Patterson's defence barrister, step up for a re-examination. Now, the way that, these work, these kind of like the interrogation, well, I shouldn't say interrogation, wrong word, the questioning of witnesses unfolds, is that you will have someone deliver evidence in chief. That'll be, usually in most cases, the prosecution asking witnesses that they are brought. In this case with Erin, Erin is a defence witness, so the defence team, Colin Mandy, questioned her first, Nanette Rogers cross-examined, and then Colin Mandy today had the opportunity to come up and kind of clarify a few things. And he started with some enriching evidence.
He did. He just wanted to clarify the issue around Erin Patterson's potential gastric band surgery or gastric sleeve surgery that we've heard about earlier in the week. She said she'd booked a pre-assessment at a clinic called Enrich, and she was tested on that because the prosecution yesterday produced a statement from the practice manager that said it didn't do gastric band or sleeve surgery, never has, doesn't do pre-assessments for them. So she saw that yesterday, so Colin Mandy SC wanted to address that. He put to her, were you mistaken that it offered gastric bypass surgery? And she said, yes, I was obviously mistaken. She said that she was looking at treatments that they could offer. She hadn't yet had an in-person consult. And she said perhaps she was also looking at things like liposuction with that, which that clinic back then did offer, Colin Mandy told the court.
Yeah, we saw a screenshot actually presented to the court. The first bit, like at the top of the page, he sort of drew our attention to was that the clinic had moved. Initially, when Dr. Annette Rogers was questioning Erin Patterson about whether she had this booking, she said it was in South Yarra. And Erin Patterson said, I thought it was in a different suburb. We learnt yesterday, and it was clarified again today, that the clinic had actually moved since Erin Patterson had made that booking and, now basically. And then, went down and there was a kind of it was this page sort of going, look, from this period, we're not going to be offering liposuction anymore.
And she confirmed that she did have an appointment, but that she cancelled it on the 11th of September, 2 days before she was said to go in.
Yeah.
And she was asked why she cancelled it. And she said, and I quote, "It was a difficult time. It was a very difficult time." And that date, Stocky, stuck in my mind, and I went back to the timeline to look at why I remembered this date. And it was actually the date that Ian Wilkinson was released from the ward and into a rehab hospital, the surviving guest from the lunch.
Yeah.
And he'd just been moved. And obviously, as we know, sadly, 2 months before that, 3 lunch guests had died.
Yeah, obviously, a very busy time in a number of people's lives around that point. And if you're keen for a bit more detail on the kind of the weight loss claims from Erin Patterson, the story, jump back into our episodes from the last few days. There's a whole bunch of detail in there, as well as the enriching evidence from Colin Mandy, or presented by Colin Mandy SC. He covered a few other things. It wasn't a long period of a re-examination. We were talking like 30 minutes or so. What stuck out to you from the kind of the rest of that, I suppose?
Yeah, there were 2 main ones, Stocky. One is on foraging, because it's been put to her by the prosecution, that's something you never did. No one knew you did that. Even Simon Patterson, your estranged husband, didn't know you did that. They mentioned evidence from the health department, Sally Ann Atkinson, who had spoken to Simon Patterson on the Sunday night, the day after the lunch, and Ms. Atkinson gave evidence to the court that Simon had told her, quote, that's not something he had ever known Erin to do. So Colin Mandy SC wanted to address that today. We looked at, he reminded jurors of 4,000 pages of signal messages between Erin and Simon between June 2021 and December 2022. So it's a year and a half.
Yep.
There was no mention of foraging, or picking mushrooms or eating wild mushrooms in all of them.
Yep.
Erin's reply to that was, well, that's one autumn season in 2022 of March, April, May, which is when, as we know by now, mushrooms grow.
As we know very well.
Well, all too well. And so she was asked during that season, that one season, how often might you have picked mushrooms? And she said, well, at most a handful of times, maybe not even that much.
Yeah.
And we didn't really text about what we're cooking. That's not something that we would do.
Yeah, okay.
So that's her reason why Simon might not know her as a forager. What about her friends? So it was put to her, the Facebook friends, in 600 pages of messages between a Facebook chat group. But in December 2022, in 2 weeks of that December, there was no mention. And Erin said, well, it's December, not a very productive month for foraging. That's probably why I didn't mention it. And also half of that time I was away in New Zealand for Christmas holidays.
Yeah. One of the moments that sort of stuck with me from that conversation, we heard a bit about Erin Patterson's daughter's ballet lessons, Dr. Annette Rogers kind of questioning whether or not that she had ballet lessons on the nights that Erin Patterson said she had ballet lessons. Colin Mandy SC kind of repeated Dr. Annette Rogers' words while recounting some of that evidence. Slight change in the tone of his voice during that process. For parents who are maybe reading storybooks to children in the evenings, it might be a change that you are familiar with as you go through that. I think that's all I'll say on that, but it was just a moment that stuck with me. And Rach, we saw the closing of this case. You mentioned Erin's final words to the jury at the start of this episode. What did she kind of wrap up on?
Yeah, this was after one of Colin Mandy SC's other points that he wanted to clarify, because it was put to her, you should have been familiar with Glen Waverley, the place that you said the Asian grocer was. because you used to live there. And she said, look, my familiarity with Glen Waverley comes from working there in 2006, which is a while ago. Since then, I occasionally shop there in Kingsway, so I don't really consider that area familiar, in 2025. But then she added, and these were her last words that I recall to the jury, she says, but I might have been being pedantic. I do that. And we've spoken about that a lot, haven't we? That her need for specificity and getting things right and having questions worded and ordered in a particular way.
Yeah. I hadn't reflected on those being her final words until you started the episode with them today. And it was this moment of like, oh, this will be the last thing that the jury hears from Erin Patterson. There were some agreed facts following Erin Patterson leaving the witness box, just kind of some clarifications around, like really small things around the change to, I think, whether or not a message should have been included in the brief around Facebook messages, and then a slight tweak to the flowchart of the phones that you mentioned earlier. And that was it.
Yeah, just more administrative.
Yeah, legal arguments through the rest of the afternoon. That all kind of wrapped up about 3 p.m. Rach, to round out our episode today, I'd love to jump into some questions. We really appreciate getting all of your questions. It is a moment of the day I do really enjoy seeing what wonderful things you've heard or you've taken from the things that we're talking about on this pod. So please do get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. The email server appears to be coping fine, despite the influx of emails that appear at all times through the day as they match your listening habits. But, Rach, I want to start with a question here from Sharon from Canberra. Sharon says, hi, love the podcast. Thank you, Sharon. Sharon loves it so much that she started to listen to Unravel on the ABC Listen app. Oh, good work, Sharon.
Thanks.
And she's just heard Rach asking questions in the bonus episode of the Mr. Big series, which is fascinated, and Rach is awesome. Oh, that's very kind, Sharon.
Thanks, Sharon.
Sharon says, anyway, get to the actual point of the email. I was just wondering if one of your emails contains the questions that is just so good, would it ever get passed on to the prosecutors to see if it helps? There have been many great questions, and I know these lawyers are good, but can they get any outside help? I'm not expecting my question to be that good, but I am really wondering if Erin has a reason for wearing the white pants on the day when she said she had diarrhea.
Sharon, I don't know whether prosecutors would really love a list of questions from me. In the past, in other trials, I have had very burning questions that I was annoyed I didn't feel were being answered, but I just thought I don't know whether they'd really appreciate that. I think they know what they're doing, and if there's a reason why something hasn't been addressed, perhaps there's a reason for that we'll just never know about in terms of strategy or protocols and things like that. There are times that, we as journalists might be compelled to hand things over, and that's if evidence is being concealed. And this question, Sharon, reminded me of a case in America where a documentary crew who was working on a story about a murderer over there, they ended up facing questions about the timing of evidence discovery and whether they deliberately withheld evidence to help boost that show's impact and marketing.
Right.
So that's a no-no. But yeah, if it's not concealing evidence, if it's just my 2 cents, I think it's our responsibility to keep that to ourselves.
As much as I think we're very smart people and we know what we're doing, I do trust that the people sitting around the bar table know this a lot better than we know it. And so while there's things that we might be wondering about and there's questions that we're getting, it's very likely they have already thought through a lot of this stuff. Thank you, Rach. Thank you for the excellent question, Sharon. I appreciate that one. I've got another question here, Rach, from Georgina. Georgina says, hi, really enjoying the podcast, and I look forward to the daily updates. I wonder whether you could tell us a little bit about the jury. That is, how many men and women and their approximate ages. I'm curious, as a number of years ago, I was a juror in a New South Wales Supreme Court trial.
Yeah, thanks, Georgina. No, sadly, I can't, other than 10 men and 5 women were initially chosen. As we know, that's gone down to 9 men and 5 women because of loose lips. You might remember very early in this trial, one of the jurors was discharged and the jury was reminded, please, any discussions about this case has to be had in the jury room with only your fellow jurors. You can't talk about it at home. Please don't read stories about it. Don't listen to this podcast or any podcasts, and don't read news reports. So I think they'll be reminded of that again as we head into deliberations, because it's so important that things thinking and their decisions are quarantined. But so now it's 9 men, 5 women. And of course, 2 will be balloted off when it comes time for deliberations. But in terms of the breakdown, occupations, ages, I can't give you any of that information because it's actually illegal to identify jury members for their protection.
Yeah, so we don't want to give you anything that means that you might be able to figure out who these people are because you're not supposed to know who they are. Thank you, Georgina. Thank you, Rach.
Thanks, Stocky.
That brings us to the end of today's episode of Mushroom Case Daily. We're going to be rocketing back into your feed through the ABC Listen app or wherever else you find yourself enjoying Mushroom Case Daily tomorrow for our Friday wrap. Have a wonderful evening or day, depending on when you're enjoying this.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who continue to help us out. That is our commissioning editor, Tim Roxburgh, and our supervising producer, Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of ABC News Daily. It's a podcast explaining one big news story affecting your world in just 15 minutes. From ABC investigations to politics, the cost of living, to major global events. Expert guests and journalists join me to explain why the world works the way it does. Follow the ABC News Daily podcast on the ABC Listen app.
Pop culture hot takes are everywhere. But only one podcast helps you figure out what they really mean. Stop everything! It's the place for you to unapologetically overthink pop culture. With me, Beverly Wang. And me, Hannah Reish. Find Stop Everything now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Today was all about that base, station, as the focus turned to Erin Patterson's alleged movements. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Monday the 19th of May, and we've just started the 4th week of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
Ms. Patterson admits she lied to police about foraging for mushrooms.
A doctor says he told Erin Patterson she could die without urgent treatment.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Okay, Christian, so we have just wrapped up court on the first day of the 4th week of Erin Patterson's trial. Can you take us through what we've heard today? Just wrap up the day for us.
Stocky, today it really felt like the theme was location, location, location. 2 witnesses were called today. One made a public posting online about seeing death cap mushrooms in a town called Lock. Prosecutors say Erin Patterson went to Lock shortly after that post was made online. The prosecution also called an expert called Dr. Matthew Sorrell. He specialises in mobile phone data analysis, and he talked the court through a really technical description of Erin Patterson's phone records.
Thank you, Christian. We did get pretty deep today in this mobile phone location journey. Matthew Sorrell was, talking us through mobile phone towers, how they worked, and then basically starting to, trace the movements of Erin Patterson's phone or show us the movements of Erin Patterson's phone. And there were 2 locations that kept coming up, Lock and Outram. This was all during the prosecution's questioning of Dr. Sorrell. What were they trying to show the jury here?
Well, Stocky, in the lead up to the lunch at Erin Patterson's house on the 29th of July, 2023, prosecutors claimed that she went to Lock and Outram, and these are 2 areas where people have made public online posts that death cap mushrooms were growing. Now, we know the broader prosecution case is that death cap mushrooms were used in the meal that was served up to the 4 lunch guests, 3 of which died and one survived. So today what the prosecution was doing was going through a very detailed analysis of Erin's phone records and the data associated with it to try to place her at Lock and Outram a couple of months before the lunch.
Right. And we saw, a lot of different kind of maps of mobile phone towers. We got lots of lessons on mobile phone towers and how they work and how antennas work. And please don't ever ask me about 120 degrees of antenna direction ever again. But we did hear the prosecution questioning Dr. Matthew Sorrell about Erin's phone being at these locations at Lock and Outram. And how certain was he that the phone was in those spots?
So what he said was he could be relatively sure that the phone was in those areas, but he conceded that his analysis has some limitations. His analysis does not give a pinpoint location of where someone is, nor does it explain what someone is doing. And of course, there can be other shortfalls. For instance, if somebody turns their phone off, his analysis can't track where they were, or if the battery goes flat, for instance.
Yeah. In my mind, when this guy was called, I was imagining like a triangulation. I was expecting, you'd have these mobile phone towers in several spots, and you'd be like, well, there's this one here, there's this one here, and there's this one here, so the phone has got to be at this point in between all of them. But that's not what we heard, was it? It was just connected to this tower at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of like in the Hollywood movies you see when they try to triangulate someone's location. I guarantee you it does not look like that. And the evidence is not as accurate as what the CIA can do in Hollywood movies, I'm afraid. Yeah. But the analysis that Dr. Sorrell is able to conduct looks at when a phone connects to what's called a base station. And now base stations are dotted around the country. Obviously, in regional areas, they're a little bit more spread out than in the city when there's heaps of them. And he said that what a phone does is it constantly hunts for the best base station connection. He actually said phones are a bit greedy because they're always looking to get the best connection. Now, usually the best connection, according to Dr. Sorrell, comes from the closest base station, but it can also not be the case if, there's an obstruction, a hill in the way, or a building. So sometimes the best base station can actually be one that's, 20 kilometres away.
Yep.
So what he does is he looks at where phones connect to in terms of the base station, and he uses that to approximate the location that someone is in.
Right, okay. This morning, before we started hearing from Dr. Sorrell, we heard from Christine McKenzie, and now she is a former Poisons Information Line worker, someone who self-professed being very interested in mushrooms, has studied mushrooms for a long time. And we heard her talking about how she had found mushrooms outside of Lock. Now, Lock is a location, sort of you're drawing a line between Melbourne and Leongatha. It's on that line. And she told this story about how she was walking there with her daughter under some oak trees, spotted a heap of death cap mushrooms, which she knew from working in the information line, had her interest in mushrooms, took some photos of them, and then, knowing the risks of them, picked them all up, put them in dog poo bags because she had a dog with her, and got rid of them all, and later uploaded that spot and those photos to the iNaturalist website, which we heard about a lot last week. Now, this location of Lock, is that one of the spots that Matthew Sorrell was talking about today?
So Dr. Sorrell's analysis suggested that Erin Patterson made a trip to Lock on the 28th of April. This is the same day that she's said to have purchased the dehydrator, which we've talked about in previous episodes. And that's also about 10 days after Christine McKenzie made a post online about death cap mushrooms growing in Lock. The prosecution also says that she returned to Lock on the 22nd of May. Now, Dr. Sorrell says, according to his analysis, Erin Patterson visited Lock on the 22nd of May. So roughly we're talking, a month later.
Yep.
And he said that her phone was consistently connected to a base station in Lock South for about 43 minutes, which suggested that she remained either in or around the township. So when the base stations constantly chop and change, he said that can be an indication of movement. But if they remain consistent, it points to someone not moving so much. Now, remember this date, the 22nd of May, which I just mentioned.
Yep.
Later that day, Miss Patterson is said to have made a trip to Outram.
Right.
And when Dr. Sorrell looked at her phone data on that trip, he said that the phone was hooked into the base station at Outram exclusively for about 25 minutes, again suggesting that this was a relatively stationary point. Now, why I wanted to kind of highlight the 22nd of May is that the day before, the 21st of May, one of our other witnesses in the trial, Dr. Tom May, also known as Funky Tom, a mushroom expert, he posted on the iNaturalist website that death cap mushrooms were growing in Outram. So what you have here is, someone makes an online post saying there's death cap mushrooms. The following day, the prosecution claims Erin Patterson travelled to that approximate location.
Right. And I mean, one of the things that we heard from Dr. Sorrell today was him talking about this idea of, being in a location for a while and then travelling through a location as well. And we got a huge amount of detail about this. At one point, the prosecutor, Jane Warren, was taking Dr. Sorrell through a whole bunch of different examples of, is this someone travelling through an area? Are they staying in a spot? And Justice Beale actually kind of pulled her up and said, hey, look, do we need to go through all of this different stuff? Just how technical did we get today?
It was incredibly technical, and last week the jury got a crash course in mushroom taxonomy. Today they got a crash course in telecommunications.
Yep.
So again, really, really technical stuff. They were given several glossaries which contained, terms like base station, MSISDN, IMEI, IMSI, SIM card, and other information just about how phones connect to various towers. So it was all, pretty dense.
I learnt something today, though, because during the evidence that Dr. Sorrell was presenting, there was the glossary you're talking about was up there, and they had a line about a cell, and a cell being like the area of a certain base station. And in my mind, that finally answered the question of why we sometimes hear mobile phone networks referred to as a cell network. Because I have wondered for decades why that was, and today that question was answered. So thank you, Dr. Sorrell. You've satiated my curiosity in a small way. As well today, we saw a huge line outside of court as we were heading in for the morning. The evidence is getting a bit drier. It's getting a bit more detail, as we've been talking about today, but people still seem very keen to come in and check out the proceedings, so much so that people were being turned away. I actually saw, as I was heading into court this morning, there was a couple standing there talking to the security guards, asking if they could reserve a seat for the afternoon because they couldn't get in. You can't do that, by the way.
You can't leave a scarf.
You can't leave a scarf. It's getting busy, Christian.
It is, and it feels like the interest in the case has actually gone up. We're 4 weeks into this trial. We've heard from a lot of witnesses, but people are still fascinated by this case. It really feels like court cases are kind of the flavour of the month in terms of the public interest. We've obviously got this case here, and over in the US, the Diddy trial is getting a lot of attention. We don't quite have the hordes of people outside the court building or influencers posting videos like what we're seeing in the US, but nonetheless, massive interest in the justice system.
Yeah, huge amount of interest, and so it's our pleasure to be able to help you, bring this to you if you can't make it into the courtroom and learn and understand some of the process around this. Christian, we have continued to get a heap of questions from listeners over the weekend. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is our email address. If you have a question, if you're not sure about something, send us an email. And if we can answer it, we will answer it. Christian, I'd like to start with a question here today from Amy. Amy and her fab mum, Sarah, have sent us a question. And Amy says, my mum and I have been chatting about the podcast and different understandings of what's claimed by the defence. Firstly, are they saying yes, Erin did forage? And secondly, are they saying she did eat the same meal as the others? Or was it that she opted not to have mushrooms?
Thanks, Amy and fab mum, Sarah. Let's quickly address the foraging thing and what the defence has said. Now, just keep in mind the stage of the trial. Obviously, defence hasn't called its evidence yet, so all we're hearing is the prosecution side. But we did get a little sneak peek into the case that we think the defence is going to argue when Colin Mandy delivered a short opening at the very beginning of the trial. And he said, and I'll quote it here from the transcript, Erin Patterson also lied to the police about foraging for mushrooms. She admits that she did forage for mushrooms. Just so that we make that clear, she denies that she ever deliberately sought out death cap mushrooms. And then the topic moved on from foraging. So that is the only bit that we've heard from the defence so far about foraging. It doesn't go to dates. It doesn't go to locations. It doesn't go to even the extent of the foraging.
Yep.
So we may hear more about that. On to the second part of the question around did she eat the same meal? The defence has never said anything about Erin eating a different meal. That is obviously at serious odds to what the prosecution is saying. But the defence has strongly implied that Erin ate the same meal as the other lunch guests, although they do concede that she did not fall as sick as the others.
Thank you, Christian. And it's also worth reminding you all that Erin Patterson has pled not guilty to the 3 charges of murder and 1 charge of attempted murder. She's always said that the deaths of her lunch guests were a tragic accident. Now, we have another question here, Christian, from Natalie. We've had a lot of questions sent in around the source of the mushrooms, so where Erin Patterson bought these mushrooms from or says she bought these mushrooms from. One of them is from Natalie, and her question is about the store that Erin purchased the death cap mushrooms. This seems to be a critical element of Erin's defence. Why has there not been more focus on locating the exact store? We're still hearing it could be 2 different suburbs. If the store sold deadly mushrooms, could the responsibility for the deaths of the guests be shifted to the owners of the store?
Thanks, Natalie. Well, the prosecution says it did conduct a pretty thorough investigation after hearing these claims that potentially dangerous mushrooms were being sold in suburban shops. And they say that the Monash Council looked at the shops in some of these areas that Erin Patterson suggested to various witnesses. So around Clayton and Oakley and Mount Waverley, from the sweep that they did not find any evidence to suggest that death cap mushrooms were being sold there. Likewise with Woolworths, which was another source of the mushrooms in the meal.
Yeah, and we also heard last week from Dr. Camille Truon explaining that she didn't think it was possible for a commercial store to be able to actually gather enough death cap mushrooms to be sold at that kind of level as well. So
that's correct.
Hopefully that gives you a bit more of an insight into that, Natalie. And carrying on our segment, more of a statement, which is when people don't quite send us a question, but it's still worth getting to because it's a very good point. We have a 2-parter here. One is from Amelia. Hi guys, love the pod. Thank you, Amelia. Me and many of my colleagues, lawyers in brackets, are avid listeners. We do think Tom May misses an opportunity with his username on iNaturalist. Why not Fungi Tom?
I agree.
Great question, Amelia. And we have an example here of another Mushroom Case Daily listener answering a question sent from somebody else. Grace writes in and says, we've all enjoyed seeing the username Funky Tom in the news. You might be interested to know that Tom's username is not just a pun, it's also a reference to the mushroom identification app he developed called Fun Key. A key is a framework used to identify plants, animals, and fungi. I thought that was very nice. And Christian, just to check this, I've brought up Fun Key. Is that Tom May's name just under that?
That is what is written here.
Great. Thank you, Christian. If you have any questions for us here at Mushroom Case Daily, please get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. You can email us and we will do our best to answer your question. Christian, what have we got coming up tomorrow?
So Matthew Sorrell's crash course in telecommunications is not over. So the prosecution only finished their examination of him. The defence will get their chance to ask him lots of questions tomorrow. Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, court reporter Christian Silva, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and many thanks to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager Eric George. Also, we could not make this podcast without our true crime colleagues Tim Roxburgh, Rachel Brown and Yasmin Parry, so thank you as well. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
You've been listening to an ABC podcast. Discover more great ABC podcasts, live radio and exclusives on the ABC Listen app.
Hi there, Yumi Steins here, host of the podcast Ladies We Need to Talk. We're all about health and wellness, sex and relationships. If it's going off in your group chat, we're going to talk about it on Ladies We Need to Talk.
perimenopause, fertility, your love life, the mental load, Ozempic. Nothing's off limits. Find Ladies We Need to Talk on the ABC Listen app and all the usual places.
Journalists, documentary filmmakers and podcasters have descended on the small town of Morwell amid huge international and domestic interest in the case. Accommodation is booked out and local businesses are preparing for an influx of media, court staffers and legal teams. Tomorrow, a jury will be selected and legal teams will put their case over the coming weeks. Erin Patterson is alleged to have served beef Wellington with poisonous death cap mushrooms at a lunch at her Leongatha home just south of here in July 2023. Ms Patterson's ex-in-laws Don and Gail Patterson and Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson died around a week after the lunch. Heather's husband, Pastor Ian Wilkinson, became gravely ill but recovered after several weeks in hospital. Ms Patterson is charged with the murders of Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson and the attempted murder of Heather Wilkinson's husband, Pastor Ian Wilkinson. She has always maintained her innocence. The trial is expected to run for up to 6 weeks.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
Big Tech and the Australian government are going through kind of a long, public, awkward breakup.
These companies have snubbed their noses at governments in Canada, Britain, Australia for many, many years.
Social media is doing harm to our kids, and I'm calling time on it.
So what does this mean for democracy? And can we fight back against the tech broligarchs? From If You're Listening, this is Australia versus the Internet. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
It's one of the most highly anticipated trials in recent memory, and no wonder. Erin Patterson is accused of murdering 3 people and attempting to murder another after serving up a beef Wellington allegedly laced with lethal death cap mushrooms. Today, Stephen Stockwell, co-host of the ABC podcast Mushroom Case Daily, on what to expect as proceedings get underway. I'm Sam Hawley on Gadigal land in Sydney. This is ABC News Daily. Stephen, you're going to immerse yourself in this trial for the ABC, and we're going to speak to you and your team along the way, of course. Let's just start with what we've seen now the proceedings have actually begun. Just tell me what's happened so far.
So we are in a town called Morwell, which is about 2.5 hours southeast of Melbourne. It's a beautiful town. It is so picturesque. The drive here from Melbourne, you go over these rolling green hills and open up into these wonderful valleys. And this town is playing host to the trial of Erin Patterson. So we are working through the final pre-trial stages. And this week we're expecting opening statements and that trial to begin.
Right. So, and some of the pre-trial elements, they're quite secret, aren't they?
Yes. So the reporting restrictions in Victoria are quite tight. So we can't really talk about, we can talk that pre-trial hearings are happening, but we can't talk about, who's talking at them, what's being discussed, any of those details. So we need to be really careful around kind of what we can reveal and what we can talk to around that. But that process is almost done. And when the trial starts, we can start talking about all of the things that the jury is hearing and what's being presented to them as this trial progresses.
That's going to be fascinating. All right, so let's come back to what we might see play out in the courtroom in a moment. But before we do, let's step back to 2023. When this extraordinary story began to unfold in a really small and pretty peaceful town, right?
Yeah. So this has all happened in this area in Gippsland. And so the lunch was in a place called Leongatha. It's about an hour's drive from Morwell. Really small community. This whole place around Gippsland is, very sort of like lots of series of small towns. So the lunch was in a place called Leongatha. That's, 130 kilometres southeast of Melbourne. It's an old coal mining region. It's really, again, we're talking thousands of people. It's a very tight-knit community. And the people, that's where the lunch was. The people who were attending that lunch were coming from a town nearby, a place called Korumburra, about 15 minutes down the road. Again, another very small community, very tight-knit. So when you have something like this happening, it's something that really deeply affects the community.
Yeah, and Erin Patterson, she lived there.
She did, yeah. So Erin Patterson lived in Leongatha, and the people who attended the lunch that she held, they were from Korumburra.
Okay, all right. And it was outside her home that Erin Patterson would later be approached by the press.
I'm so devastated by what's happened, by the loss of Don. Don is still in hospital, the loss of Ian and Heather and Gail. They were some of the best people that I've ever met.
But let's leave that there for the moment and come back to it in more detail soon. So, Stephen, in July 2023, Erin Patterson hosts the lunch that you've been referring to.
Yes. So she hosts a lunch, and invited to this lunch Gail and Don Patterson, the parents of her estranged husband, and Heather and Ian Wilkinson. Heather Wilkinson is Gail Patterson's sister, so that's how they all fit together here. They come around and they have a meal together. The meal is a beef Wellington. So a beef Wellington is, it's a piece of beef that's wrapped in prosciutto and mushrooms, and then again wrapped in pastry. So this is the meal they all sit down and eat together. And then the following day, the 30th of July on the Sunday, all four of those guests present to hospital feeling sick. A couple of days later, on the 4th of August, the sisters, Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson, unfortunately pass away. The following day, Don Patterson dies. And then this whole story starts to kind of explode in the media. We start hearing stories about it. We start finding out what's going on.
3 people are dead and 1 man is fighting for his life this morning after a suspected mushroom poisoning in South Gippsland in Victoria.
The group was taken to hospital a week ago when they all became ill after eating a meal at a private home in Leongatha.
We start hearing the name Erin Patterson for the first time in the media.
Yeah.
Ms Patterson has been interviewed by police and her home searched, but was released pending further inquiries.
The community was just incredibly shocked. Ian Wilkinson is still alive. So he attended that lunch, but he is in hospital for months. He's a pastor of a local church in Korumburra. It was not until the 23rd of September that he ends up being released and, is able to walk away from this.
Yeah, so 3 people are dead. And as you say, it's really capturing the attention of everyone. I mean, the world is watching this story at this point.
It's the story that has gripped Australia and got a small town reeling.
Police have been searching Erin Patterson's home in the small town of Leongatha.
New questions swirling about the deadly mushroom mystery. Was it accidental, a fatal foray into foraging that killed 3 members of the same family, or was it murder?
And Simon Patterson, that's Erin's former husband, he'd lost both his parents.
He has, yeah. He's lost both his parents. He's lost his auntie as well in that process. It's just incredibly challenging for someone like that. And he gave just such an emotional eulogy at the memorial for them.
As Mum and Dad lay in comas in the Austin Hospital in their final days, it was comforting to know that when we said, "See you later," we knew it was true. And in the meantime, we'll miss them.
And then it's been alleged that 4 people have been poisoned by mushrooms that were in the meal Erin Patterson had prepared, that beef Wellington.
Yeah, so these are incredibly toxic. On Mushroom Case Daily, we've spoken to a man from Canberra who survived a death cap mushroom poisoning. And he just told the most harrowing story of initially feeling a little bit sick, a little bit ill, and then just, you end up heading towards liver failure. He's incredibly lucky, given the amount that he ate, to have survived something like that.
I was conscious the whole time. So I only started to pass out about 10 days later. Essentially what happens is you end up succumbing to internal hemorrhage. That's how you sort of die from mushroom poisoning, is you bleed out on the inside.
For Ian Wilkinson to survive it is quite incredible after hearing the stories that we've heard. And so the whole thing just causes the body to shut down.
So let's then, Stephen, go back outside Erin Patterson's home, because in August, as we said, the media had gathered there to throw questions at her, and she did decide at one point to stop and speak. So what did she have to say broadly?
Erin appeared really upset when she spoke outside of her house.
Devastated by what's happened, by the loss of Don. Don is still in hospital, the loss of Ian and Heather.
She talked about, how much she loved the people. She broke down when talking about that.
Gail was like...
Take your time.
Gail was the mum that I didn't have because my mum passed away 4 years ago. And Gail's never been anything but good and kind to me.
Was really, really upset, was really quite shaken about it, and just said she couldn't believe what had happened.
What I can tell you is that I just can't fathom what has happened. I just can't fathom what has happened.
And you must be pretty shaken up by this as well.
I'm devastated. I love them. And I can't believe that this has happened, and I'm so sorry that they have lost their lives.
Police say you're a suspect. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yes, I say I didn't do anything. I love them.
All right. And at this point, police are still investigating. And the thing is, it takes really quite some time, doesn't it, for charges to be laid?
Yeah, so if you're thinking about the timeline of this, the lunch was on the 29th of July in 2023. There's a huge amount of conversation that we start hearing towards the end of July through the start of August. It's not until the 2nd of November that Erin Patterson is charged with murder and attempted murder. These are charges that she has pled not guilty to.
Okay, well, Stephen, let's go back to the court proceedings then, which have now begun. This is a case that will be heard by a jury. That's usual practice, is it, for a murder trial?
It is, yes. So there'll be 12 people who will be sitting on a jury for this, and they'll be the ones who make the decision on whether Erin Patterson is innocent or guilty. They'll sit through the 4 to 6 weeks of hearings that we'll have through this trial. They'll hear all of the evidence that's presented. They'll go through that. They'll listen, and then once they've been through that process, they'll retire and make their decision.
Do we know if Erin Patterson will take the stand?
At this stage, we don't.
Right.
The trial will be starting this week. We're looking for it to run about 4 to 6 weeks or so. But yeah, not sure if she'll be taking the stand.
Okay, so tell me then, what will the prosecution actually have to prove to secure a guilty verdict?
So the prosecution team will need to prove to the jury that Erin Patterson murdered Gail and Don Patterson and Heather Wilkinson and attempted to murder Ian Wilkinson beyond reasonable doubt. So they need to show them that they can't have any doubt, that they all need to agree on their verdict, and the prosecution is trying to prove beyond reasonable doubt that Erin Patterson is guilty of those charges. Of course, you've got the defence, who is working on the other side of that. They are trying to present that doubt. They're going to sit there. They're going to be trying to challenge and question. That work is, a lot of that is done towards the end of a trial around the closing arguments. But again, we've spoken to defence solicitors in the course of producing Mushroom Case Daily, and a big part of what, they said their work is building that rapport and engagement with the jury to try and, help them see their version of events.
Where there's a jury, you want those people to buy into you and like you. And it starts from the beginning. And because if they like us, they're more likely to like our client. Whereas if they hate us, the same is to rub off on our client. So you're trying to get them on board.
And as we mentioned, Stephen, there is just so much interest in this case. It really will be receiving so much attention, won't it?
Oh, it'll be huge. I mean, we popped into the pub for a meal last night, and without even attempting to, we bumped into a documentary crew who's also working and covering this trial. So there's a huge amount of interest. Even just being outside of court briefly earlier today, I saw half a dozen journalists who are here for the final pre-trial stuff, which is still quite minor in the sense of this trial. So there's a huge amount of interest in this case, a huge amount of international interest as well. We see this story all over media, all over the world with this. And, recently on Mushroom Case Daily, we spoke to a former prosecutor, barrister Nick Pappas, KC, and he mentioned, he sort of likened it to the interest that we saw around the George Pell case when he was charged.
The fact that there's a glare of publicity, I think, doesn't make much difference, I think, to most of us. It certainly makes no difference to me, in that if I walk out and there's cameras outside or if there's journalists inside court, well, that's my workplace. I mean, that's just pretty much every day.
Part and parcel.
Correct.
All right, and how are the locals actually feeling about all this attention in their town?
What's really interesting, actually, most of them don't know. So because of the way this trial has reached this point, through all the pre-trial hearings, we can't report on that, we can't talk about a lot of that. And so there hasn't been a huge amount of media leading up to this case. And so being in town, talking to people, even outside court, people are like, oh, what's going on here? And we're telling people why we're here in town. So, it's a small town. I mean, I don't think it'll take long for word to get around. I expect the next day or so, people will talk, and by the time we get to opening statements on Wednesday or Thursday, the town will be fully aware what's going on, if not from the news on the grapevine, by the small army of media that would have descended upon them.
All right. So, Stephen, if Erin Patterson is found guilty, what kind of penalty could she face? What sort of jail time?
Yeah, so the maximum penalty for murder in Victoria is life imprisonment. So at the moment, Erin Patterson, if she's found guilty of the crimes that have been alleged, will be facing life in prison.
All right, but a way to go yet, and you'll be watching all of it. So thank you so much for your time, Stephen.
My pleasure.
Stephen Stockwell is the co-host of the Mushroom Case Daily podcast, which you can find on the ABC Listen app for day-to-day coverage of the trial. This episode was produced by Sydney Peed and Adair Shepherd. Audio production by Sam Dunn. Our supervising producer is David Cody. I'm Sam Hawley. Thanks for listening.
Ever been hit with a tricky question from your child? Like whether it's okay for parents to lie to kids to make them do something?
We're the hosts of Short and Curly, a fun podcast for children and their adults to untangle life's curliest questions.
Should you be punished for something you did a long time ago?
Is it wrong to leave all of your money to a cat? I personally think it's fine.
No surprise there. Cat people. Short and Curly is philosophy with a pantomime twist.
Perfect for car trips or for kickstarting dinner debates.
Search for the Short and Curly podcast now. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
In a dull, grey-walled room, Erin Patterson sits on the right-hand side of a wooden table. Opposite her are two homicide detectives. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Tuesday the 27th of May, and we've just finished the 19th day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small-town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Christian, we heard a lot today. We heard from Erin Patterson. We heard a lot from the police. Can you give us a rundown of what happened?
The big piece of evidence today was Erin Patterson's police interview, which was played to the court. This was 1 week after the fatal lunch. It was there where police questioned her about various topics, including mushroom foraging, a food dehydrator, and what happened during the beef Wellington lunch. The court was also shown video of the police searching Erin Patterson's house and some of the things they found, including the cookbook Erin said she used. Health expert Sally Ann Atkinson finished her evidence about the investigation into Asian grocery stores around Melbourne, and there were a few spicy exchanges with Erin's lawyer.
Thank you, Christian. I want to spend kind of a lot of today's episode on August the 5th. This is a week after the lunch, the lunch where Erin cooked a beef Wellington and served that to 4 lunch guests, her parents-in-law and 2 members of her extended family. So the reason I want to talk about this day is because this is the day that police arrived at Erin Patterson's house to execute a search warrant. Erin Patterson is there with her children. It's about 11:30 in the morning on a Saturday morning, almost exactly a week since that lunch. The police say they're there to execute a search warrant. It's the homicide squad. And they say they're there because 2 people have died. Erin immediately asks, who died? The police inform her that it's Heather Wilkinson and Gail Patterson, who had died the day before. And this is how Erin Patterson finds out that her lunch guests have died. 2 of the lunch guests have died. It is the police knocking on her door that morning.
Detective Luke Farrell was called to the stand to talk about the search of Erin Patterson's house, and he was taken through basically what the police did on that day and some of the things that they were looking for. So he told the court that they basically looked through the rooms, they looked through the kitchen, there were a bunch of things that they found, and the court heard about those things.
Yeah, they did. We were shown photos of what they were looking for. They kind of detailed the few things they were looking for. They were looking for sort of food scraps, food packaging, a few other things as well. And we saw a lot of pictures shown to the court. So we saw one of the dining table in Erin Patterson's house, and this was described as it's a big table. There's 6 chairs around it. The officer explained that the kitchen was to the left in that photo, and there's a lounge to the right. There was another photo of some kitchen drawers, and we had a few photos of these drawers sort of like slowly getting closer to them, so sort of a wider shot, get closer, one of the drawers has been opened, and there's some manuals in the bottom of it, and we realised these are manuals for kitchen appliances. There's one for a food dehydrator that is taken out. That's photographed slightly more closely. Then we have one of the pantry, the large sort of butler's pantry. The officer describes this as, and in that picture there's some shelves in there, and there's some scales with a little glass bowl resting on it in that photo. And then we have some photos of a plate. Now these weren't photos, the pure photos. There was a video taken during this search, and these were stills from the video. And so the stills we see from that video are of a drawer that's been opened with 4 plates sitting at the back and then a coloured plate sitting at the front. Originally, it looked like sort of 4 grey plates sitting at the back of the drawer. We later realised that 2 of those plates have like a red top on them. And then we also get a still of the dishwasher, which has been opened, and then there's a number of plates in there. And the officer talked through the different plates, describing them as one's this large grey plate. There's this other one that's a white plate. There's a plate at one end with colours on it, all this sort of thing. It's sort of a mismatch of plates. There's no real consistent in plates in that one. And the plates are important because this has been a topic of discussion in this case. Lunch survivor Ian Wilkinson talked about when they were served lunch, they were served individual beef Wellingtons. The guests were served on what Ian said were these large grey plates. And then Erin had her lunch on a slightly different, smaller, sort of reddish coloured plate.
Orangey was the colour. Did we see an orange coloured plate in any of the pictures or the footage that you saw?
There was one sort of reddy coloured plate. The one that stuck with me isn't a reddy one. It was actually one that seemed to have been like drawn on by a child or something like that, like a whiter plate at the end. But I don't recall seeing something that matched exactly the description that we'd heard through the court.
And later on in the day, and we'll get to more of his evidence, another officer, actually the lead police officer on this case, Stephen Eppenstall, said that there is no footage which shows 4 uniform grey plates. The court, as he said, was only shown some snippets, but he said if you were to watch the entire footage, you would not see 4 uniform grey plates, which is the description that Ian Wilkinson gave about the plates that the lunch guests ate from.
Yeah, and we also heard during the cross-examination of the policeman who was leading that search as well. He was asked if he'd measured the plates, about the size of some of the plates, and he sort of conceded that no, they hadn't measured the exact size of the plates and couldn't confidently say how big some of the plates in some of the drawers were as well. Now, going through the photos too, there was also a photo of a recipe book. This is Nagi's book, Recipe Tin Eats, the dinner, and this was just sitting on a bench in the kitchen between the stove and the microwave. And we heard the police officer who was running the search explain that there was a bit of tissue paper that was as a bookmark in that page, in that book, I should say. Now, that wasn't on the page for Beef Wellington. Erin Patterson was there. She cooperated with police. She pointed out, no, look, there's a recipe for Beef Wellington that it's on page 250 something. And then when police went to the book, opened up to, I think, 252, opened up and there is a recipe for Beef Wellington. And that page was described as having some like oil spots. And Christian, we have that same book in the Mushroom Case Daily studio.
We do. I'll just pull it off the shelf. This is Recipe Tin Eats Dinner by Nagi Maharshi, and this is the book that police found at Erin Patterson's house. Not this precise book, a version of it. So
would assume the version that they have is still held in evidence somewhere.
Correct. We'll turn to page 252, and these are the pages that the jury did see. So we're not, showing anything that the jury hasn't seen. I'll just flick to it now.
It is it's quite a large book. It's nice bright colours on the front. There's an orange spine down the back of it. It's a sort of traditional cookbook size.
Yeah, pretty big book. So page 252, the heading is Beef Wellington. The subheading says, Gordon Ramsay, eat your heart out. It serves 6 to 8 people, according to this book. The first page has got a summary of all the ingredients that you need, and then there's a really big picture on the other side, a Beef Wellington example, which has been presumably cooked by Nagi to perfection. Then the following pages step the reader through some of the instructions. We've got basically one full page full of text, another page which has got some photos of the process. So you've got some of the classic Beef Wellington ingredients in here, like prosciutto, mushrooms. There's a bit of an instruction there. And it finishes with a picture of the Beef Wellington, ready to bake is the caption. And then there's some notes on another page, and then the final page is the cooked final product, a large single log of Beef Wellington. Those are the pictures that were shown to the jury.
Yeah, and we have heard in the openings and from Ian Wilkinson that the lunch guests were served individual Beef Wellingtons. It wasn't a large log cut into slices. These were individual ones, and we had a lot of questions about that. We're getting all your questions about that, and there is a difference.
The image that was shown to the jury showed one large log, not individual Beef Wellingtons.
Yep. Yeah. The search, hearing the police describing the search and talking through that today, was something they'd never kind of considered too much, how that would have worked. It's something that went for quite a long time. They arrived at Erin Patterson's house at about, I think it was 11:30 in the morning, 11:40, and they were there until kind of 3:30 in the afternoon. This is a search that took a number of hours.
Yeah, it was a pretty methodical process. I mean, they go from room to room, opening up the cupboards, looking through the drawers, and they find a number of electronic devices in the house.
Yeah, we saw photos of a couple of cupboards in one of the rooms, and we saw a couple of phones and some electronic items on the sort of top shelf of one of them, a computer in another one. As well as these photos, we also saw a video of Erin Patterson sitting at a kitchen table. Now, this is right towards the end of the search. This is sort of like 3:30 in the afternoon. She's wearing this grey cardigan or grey jumper. She's sitting straight across the table from the police officer. This is, again, the end of the search. She has one arm kind of lying on the top of the table. The other's sort of holding her head. She's resting her hand on the bottom of her chin. And she's asked for her phone to hand that over. And she hands the phone over to the police officer. He says, look, is there a code that I need to unlock this? And she says, yeah, look, there is. And she gives him 2 codes. She gives a 4-digit code and then a 6-digit code. And then when he goes to open that phone, it opens without a code.
We believe this is the so-called phone B, which we've talked about in previous episodes of this podcast, that was seized from Erin Patterson's house. Police allege that this phone was factory reset on the 5th of August, the day of the search, at 1:20 p.m. Now, this is the time when the police are actually there. When we look at that specific time of 1:20 p.m, there have been questions raised about, is that 1:20 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time? Could that be 1:20 p.m. in a UTC time, which is another universal time zone? So if the time is 1:20 p.m. Australian, it's obviously while the cops are in the house. Mm-hmm. If it was to be 10 hours later, that would put it at 11:20 p.m. And the leading senior constable on the case, the leading detective, Stephen Eppenstall, said if the factory reset did actually occur at 11:20 p.m. At that point, the phone was actually in his office in a secure safe.
And we did hear today as well from the police that Erin Patterson was alone in a room for a period of time during the search.
He did say that she was left alone in a room for 20 to 30 minutes, and he believed that she was using her phone at that time. Now, the phone allegedly was factory reset one more time, according to the police, on the 6th of August. So this is after it has been taken by police. It is sitting in Mr. Eppinstall's safe, if we're to believe his evidence, and police say that it was factory reset remotely.
Yep. Following the search at her house, Erin has gone to the police station and she has sat down for an interview. That interview was played to the court, and this is the first time that we really hear Erin Patterson speak, have a conversation with anyone through the course of this whole trial.
Yeah, the first time into the 5th week where we see extended passages of Erin Patterson talking, and to kind of paint a picture of what it looks like, it's a sort of white, grey, pretty dull-looking room. It could just be that the camera is a bit not the best technology that they use at Victoria Police to film these police interviews. There's a large wooden table, and Erin Patterson is on the right-hand side. Her face is really, really big in this footage because of the way the camera lens is. So it's a bit warped, a bit out of perspective. But Erin's face looms large on the right-hand side of the screen. And then on the left-hand side, you can see one of the detectives. There's actually two in the room, but you can't see the second one. But you can see questions are asked of Erin, and then you can see Erin's response and her reactions to various questions.
Yeah, and it was quite a cordial conversation. It wasn't sort of like particularly accusatory. It was, a reasonably positive chat. They're actually kind of, at some points thanking her for how cooperative she's been throughout the process.
One of the first things that Stephen Eppinstall says to Erin is, "We want to discuss the deaths of Heather Wilkinson and Gail Patterson with you." And he explains to Erin that by this point, Don Patterson has undergone a transplant, and Erin raises her eyebrows, which suggests that perhaps that was the first time she was hearing that news. Stephen Eppinstall confirms that Heather and Gail passed away, and you can see Erin looks down towards the table when she hears that news. And he says to her, "We're trying to understand what has made them so ill." And Erin says sort of, to show that she's understanding the question and she's understanding where this is kind of going.
And where does it start to go after this initial kind of like, this is what happens, this is why you're here? Because, the next thing that I kind of recall from this is Erin explaining, look, this is all very new to her. She's never been in a situation like this before. And again, has been, tried to be quite helpful.
Correct. She says those almost exact words, "I've never been in a situation like this. I've been very helpful to the health department." And this is a reference to some of the department workers who were looking for the sources of the mushrooms, and there were various text messages which we talked about yesterday. And even after she says that, the police officer says, "Yes, you were very helpful at the house. You also pointed out the recipe tin eats book on page 252. That's where you can find the recipe." But Stephen Eppinstall then says, "Obviously, we've got concerns about the mushrooms." And then he asks her if she's ever foraged for mushrooms before. And in the video, Erin Patterson definitively says never and shakes her head.
She's also asked in that interview if she's owned a food dehydrator. And I think she says, "Oh, no, or maybe a very long time ago." Is that right?
Yeah, she denies owning a dehydrator, but admits, "I've got manuals for them, though." And then she talks about how she's got a Thermomix and is really excited about making everything from scratch. She also denies having dehydrated food before. Now, if we go back to the very first day of the trial, when Erin's own barrister, Colin Mandy, stood in front of the jury, he openly admitted that those two things were lies that Erin told. Mr. Mandy said Erin Patterson had foraged, but didn't deliberately seek out death cap mushrooms. He didn't specifically outline dates and times. He also said that she obviously did own a dehydrator because she dumped it at the tip.
Yeah. During the interview as well, Erin was asked quite specifically why she had had the lunch guests over on that day. What was the purpose for inviting your mother and father-in-law over and some other family acquaintances? And she talked quite fondly about them.
This is what I jotted down from my notes. It was at times a little bit hard to hear Erin's answers. Unfortunately, not broadcast quality microphones in there. But from what I jotted down, Erin said, I wanted to maintain a relationship with them. I love them a lot. They've always been good to me. Both my parents are both gone. And then she says, in reference to the Pattersons, they're the only family that I've got and the only grandparents that my children have, and I want them to stay in my kid's life, and that's really important to me. And then she says, I loved them. They're good, decent people who have never done anything wrong by me ever.
And also I mentioned, I think, that she thought Simon Patterson, her estranged husband, was, kind of wasn't that happy with the relationship she had with his parents.
I think that line about they're good, decent people who've never done anything wrong by me, what jumped out to me from that is at odds to some of the alleged Facebook messages which Erin Patterson sent to her friends 7 months earlier, where she'd made some rather disparaging comments about Simon Patterson and was also critical of his parents for not intervening in a dispute that Erin and Simon were having over finances and child support payments.
Yeah, police also questioned Erin about her appearance at the hospital, how long she was there for, and also why she needed to leave after arriving so quickly. It sounded like she didn't really feel as though she needed to be at hospital and, wasn't in any state to be admitted.
So Erin told the police that, on this day, 2 days after the lunch when she did go to the hospital, she had this conversation with Dr. Chris Webster, who's one of the medical experts we've heard from in the trial, one of the early doctors who treated some of the lunch guests. And Erin's retelling this story to the police about Dr. Webster, and Erin tells the police that Webster said something along the lines of, we've got concerns that you've eaten death cap mushrooms. And Erin said her reaction to that was, what? Basically a show of surprise.
Yeah, it was interesting the way that she described kind of, interacting with Dr. Webster on her arrival to hospital. Basically, he was there. She said, I'm not a priority. I've just got a gastro thing. And he says, what's your name? And she says, Erin Patterson. And he says, we've been expecting you. And then goes on to talk about the mushrooms. There was also a conversation in the police interview about the leftovers.
These are the leftovers that police found in the bin outside Erin Patterson's house. And this has been a topic that has come up a few times in this trial. And the police directly ask her about it. I think what she says, and I was sort of straining to listen, was that the leftovers were from the Saturday lunch where all the guests came, and that her kids ate some of the beef Wellington preparation as well. She said there was stuff that was left over. It went straight in the bin. And she said to the police, feel free to look through it. Yeah. So what it sounded like is that she was telling the police that there's leftovers from 2 separate occasions.
Right. Okay. Good to clarify. That has been something that's kind of seemed to have moved around a bit through the course of this trial. Christian, as well, when we were listening to Stephen Eppenstall, the lead detective on this case, there was a moment at the start of this. This was a heavy day of a lot of serious conversation, but Stephen Eppenstall, a very formal man, kept referring to Jane Warren as he was being questioned as ma'am, as questions would finish.
The prosecutor, Jane Warren.
He would be asked a question, he would say, answer and say, yes, ma'am. And Justice Christopher Beale sort of interjected at one point and said, look, you don't need to say ma'am. And then clearly out of habit, he goes, yes, of course, sorry, sir. I mean, Your Honour. And there was a large laugh through the courtroom as that happened.
The other thing was he chose to stand up while giving his evidence. We've not seen too many witnesses in this trial do it. Most of them prefer to take a seat in the witness box, but Mr. Eppenstall was up on his feet. He's still got more questions to answer from the prosecution, I believe, and I'm sure the defence will have plenty of questions, so I hope his legs are nice and strong.
I'm sure they are. Also, Christian, this morning we heard a little bit more from Sally Ann Atkinson. Now, Sally Ann is from the health department. She was the woman tasked with looking for death cap mushrooms in Asian grocers around Melbourne. And we heard about the report that she compiled, which basically found that there didn't appear to be any public health risk from death cap mushrooms being sold publicly, and it was something that didn't need any further investigation.
Miss Atkinson was basically the head of what I've termed the gastro squad within the Victorian Health Department. And after this lengthy investigation into various Asian grocers around Melbourne's southeast, which has been undertaken after correspondence with Erin Patterson and phone calls as well, Miss Atkinson talks about the final report that she put together. And she said that there was no evidence that any of these shops were selling poisonous mushrooms. There was no evidence that Woolworths had sold poisonous mushrooms either, because Erin Patterson had told her that the source of the mushrooms in the beef Wellington was a combination of fresh mushrooms from Woolies, as well as these dried, chopped up mushrooms that she had purchased from an Asian grocer some months earlier. So Sally Ann Atkinson also said that there were no other reports that had come in from others about similar poisonings after purchases from Asian grocers. So the ultimate conclusion of her report was that there was an extremely low risk to public safety, and there were no products that were recalled either.
Yep, yeah. It was interesting during Sally Ann's cross-examination today. So, because she was cross-examined by Colin Mandy, the defence barrister, and he pushed her quite hard on some of her recollections for things and the way she was talking about certain things, and she really held her ground under questioning from Colin Mandy. Yeah,
it was a bit of a tense exchange at times, possibly the most tense exchange between a witness and a lawyer we've seen in this trial so far. Two people that are not keen to back down until, of course, someone intervened and told them to just calm down a bit.
The first intervention I think we've seen like that to sort of, okay, guys, just chill. It's all right. So, yeah, I was surprised to see an exchange like that. It's not something we've seen, I don't think, in this trial so far.
And at the end, they both apologised to each other for talking over each other, and it was all well and good at the end.
Very, very polite. Christian, we do have a bunch of questions we are being sent. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is our email. If there's something you're not sure about, you want us to try and clarify, you can get in touch with us. I want to start with a question today from Scott in Newcastle. He says, "Hi there, team. Thanks for the thorough coverage." His question is in regards to Erin's trip to the dump in the days after the lunch. Did the CCTV show her disposing of anything else, or did she just make the journey to the tip with one item?
My recollection of that footage shows Erin Patterson going to the boot of her red car, or I think it's an SUV, and then she pulls out a large item, takes it into a green shed at the tip, and then is seen leaving. It doesn't appear that she's carrying bags of things or like a trolley full of items, for instance. And the police said that when they asked one of the tip workers to take a look inside, they found the dehydrator in an e-waste bin.
Yep. Another question here from Fiona in Adelaide. She says, "Hi, Christian and Stocky. Love the podcast." Thank you, Fiona. Some days I even listen to an episode twice to make sure I have all the correct info, or the info correct in my mind. Thank you, Fiona. Today might be one of those ones you want to go back and check out again. Fiona has a two-part question. One is, when the case is finished in court, will you do an episode or two afterwards to wrap it up? And two, will the legal restrictions and what you can discuss still apply? Christian, I might take the first part of that question. We are planning episodes following the trial. We're going to do a few episodes of things we couldn't talk about during the trial, and then also a summary series of the trial as well. Christian, what about the legal restrictions? Will we have a bit more freedom after the trial?
Hi, Fiona. We certainly hope to be able to talk more openly about the case. Obviously, with all of our reporting during the trial, we're focusing on things that have been put before the jury. We may be able to expand on that once the trial's over.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Fiona. Christian, who have we got up tomorrow?
Stephen Eppenstall continues his evidence, and he's talking through that investigation into Erin Patterson in the aftermath of the lunch.
Are we getting close to the end of this?
We are, in terms of the prosecution case. The jury's been told that Mr. Eppenstall is the last prosecution witness. Obviously, he's got to be cross-examined, but once he's done, then it'll be up to the defence.
Thank you, Christian. Please make sure you grab yourself the ABC Listen app so you can keep up to date with all of the details around Erin Patterson's trial. We're publishing episodes every evening, so if you jump on the ABC Listen app and hit follow, you'll be able to get the absolute latest on Mushroom Case Daily.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, court reporter Christian Silva, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and many thanks to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager, Eric George. Also, shout out to our true crime colleagues, Tim Roxburgh, Rachel Brown and Yasmin Parry, for helping make this show a reality. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Someone handed me a secret recording.
We've got to get rid of all those loose ends, okay?
For years now, I've been investigating this guy.
What, you stab her in the neck with a knife?
He's known as Mr. Big. His tentacles spread to the very heart of the justice system.
I don't just need it under the carpet, I need it to be fixed.
I'm Alicia Bridges. I find out who he really is in Mr. Big, a new true crime podcast from Unravel. Search for Unravel now on the ABC Listen app. Someone handed me a secret recording.
We've got to get rid of all those loose ends, okay?
For years now, I've been investigating this guy.
What, you stab her in the neck with a knife?
He's known as Mr. Big. His tentacles spread to the very heart of the justice system.
I don't just need it under the carpet, I need it to be fixed.
I'm Alicia Bridges. I find out who he really is in Mr. Big, a new true crime podcast from Unravel. Search for Unravel now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Searching for answers, the Erin Patterson trial is venturing into the digital frontier. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Wednesday, the 21st of May, and we've just finished the 15th day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
Ms. Patterson admits she lied to police about foraging for mushrooms.
A doctor says he told Erin Patterson she could die without urgent treatment.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Okay, Christian, before we get into the episode in chief, as I will describe it, can you give us a run-through of the events that happened today?
Stocky, we only heard from one witness today, the brilliantly named Sharman Fox-Henry. He is a digital forensics analyst with Victoria Police, and he was looking through devices seized from Erin Patterson's home in the aftermath of the deadly lunch. We didn't actually get a full day of evidence in court today. The jury was out of the room for several hours due to legal discussions.
Thank you, Christian. I want to get to some of the stuff around the legal discussions a bit later in the episode, but this is a point of the trial that I have been actually really looking forward to. This is something that was noted in the prosecution's opening, which is the statement they make at the start of the trial, kind of spelling out their case. We heard them talking about, in that, searches of Erin Patterson's house, how they'd recovered some electronics. There was a name mentioned at that point as well, Sharman Fox-Henry. And today, Sharman Fox-Henry, a digital forensics officer from the Victoria Police, was on the stand. Did we find out what was on those devices?
We only found out a little bit, and that's because Mr. Fox-Henry's evidence has quite a long way to go. So what he said was, in the aftermath of the lunch, there was a search in Erin Patterson's house. They seized phones and computers. And one of the computers that he talked about contained some hard drives, and then he looked through the hard drives, basically putting the data through a whole bunch of Victoria Police software that they use. Mm-hmm. And what he was doing was looking at internet search history.
Right.
He gave the court a pretty thorough lesson in computer technology, but to sort of sum it up, the evidence we heard today was that there were internet search records which showed that a computer in Erin Patterson's house visited the iNaturalist website about 14 months before the lunch, and also on that website visited a specific page which made references to death cap mushrooms being sighted in Melbourne.
Right.
Now, Stocky, I've been really precise about my language there, and that is very deliberate.
Okay, because this is what we heard. So we heard that this device used the Bing search engine, which was probably one of the more interesting things that I'd heard in court today, to look for, iNaturalist, death cap mushrooms, also the Corumburra Middle Pub. Have I got that right?
Those were web searches. Mr. Fox Henry said that he was looking also through the data on all of these hard drives as well. So through the fancy Victoria Police software, he entered in some search terms for some keywords. So he was looking for terms like death cap mushroom, death cap mushrooms, mushrooms and poison.
Right. And this is just to help kind of narrow down the data that's being pulled off of these devices, right?
Yeah, because the implication would be that computer hard drives are filled with many, many, many files, and to make sense of this, you've got to limit the parameters to the search.
It's a bit more involved than kind of just scrolling through someone's internet search history. I imagine it seemed like certainly Sharma Fox Henry was talking about, the specialist tools and things that he was using to pull kind of all of the data out. So, a lot of results kind of coming forward from that. And just so we're clear, this is Erin's computer, her phone?
These are devices found in Erin's home.
Right, okay. And there was a phone as well that was mentioned briefly towards the end of the day?
Yeah, it sounds like Victoria Police not only looked at devices in Erin Patterson's home, but also looked at devices from the lunch guests. That's what it appears to be. There was a mention that they looked at Gail Patterson's phone, and they'd found some text messages between Erin and Gail. These only flashed up on the screen for a brief second, so from what I could see, there appeared to be some pleasantries exchanged, but honestly, it was gone in a second, and I couldn't really tell you what they said to each other. But it was in the lead up to the lunch.
No dramas. And something I found really interesting about Sharma Fox Henry's evidence today is that, we're talking about some of the evidence he was discussing, some of the things he found on these devices, the methods he used. But before we got going, his first kind of point of the day was this PowerPoint, which with the first slide, what is a computer? Which, this flashed up and I immediately kind of like groaned because this is the level that we're kind of going into. But I guess this is an important moment. Like, we need to make sure the jury really understands the evidence that they're being shown and, how everything fits together, right?
It's a similar theme to what we've seen from the other expert witnesses, some of the medical witnesses and the mushroom expert, Funky Tom, Dr. Tom May, Professor Matthew Sorrell. They all sort of start the same way. I kind of liken it to, it's a bit like a funnel.
Mm-hmm.
The evidence starts really, really broad and top level, and then as we continue on, it filters and filters and filters. And eventually they kind of get to the point that the prosecution wants them to get to. So, yes, with Mr. Fox Henry, our wide starting point was, what is a computer? And I've got to say, when I saw that, I thought we might be in for a very long day.
Bit of a long day. There was also discussion of what is a file, what is a folder. I was just getting flashbacks to talking to or trying to teach just some other people, basically. Let's not get specific about demographics. Some other people how to use a computer. So I imagine it's, all part of the territory with Sharma Fox Henry.
To be fair, though, the presentation skipped along pretty quickly. After these preliminary slides, we got into some fairly technical terms.
Yeah, like caches and the like, right?
Caches, cookies, EML files, Windows timeline activity, private recovery URLs. So this lesson kind of went from 0 to 100 pretty quickly.
Yep. I think I did catch the prosecutor, Jane Warren, maybe giggling slightly when referring to cookies. Might have been late in the afternoon, about that sort of low blood sugar time.
Any hope for a mid-afternoon snack was dashed as the explanation was made clear.
Yeah. As well as the evidence that we heard from Sharma Fox Henry today, there was a lot of conversation without the jury. I think a couple of hours of discussion without them in the room this morning. Can we talk at all about what was going on then?
No.
Great. Can you give us anything at all about what was going on there, or some context as to why that might have been happening?
Well, these sorts of legal discussions are pretty common. They happen in trials. I think we talked last week, we said that at the start of the trial, we'd been getting basically full days of court and not really much time when the jury was out of the room during the sitting hours. And that has slowly changed as the evidence has progressed. And today was definitely the day with the longest period of the jury out of the room. For instance, they start at 10:30, right? And they were out of the room till about 12:30. They heard about 30 minutes of evidence, and then they went out for the 1 o'clock lunch break. So it was a lot of time lost today.
Christian, I'd love to get to some questions. We are continuing to get a wonderful amount at mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. If there's a question you have, there's something you're wondering about with this case, please get in touch. We love hearing from you, and the questions we can answer, we love answering. Christian, I want to start with one from Christine. Her one's pretty straightforward. It's related to some of the phone location stuff we've been hearing over the last couple of days. Her question is, I feel like I'm missing something. Why do the phone records matter? It's hard for me to understand the why amidst all of the technical detail.
Thanks, Christine. Well, the prosecution says that posts about death cap mushrooms were made a couple of months before the lunch, and they were made in relation to Outram and Lock. And these are two areas that are fairly close to Erin Patterson's house. And they've given that evidence. And then what they've also done is tried to show the jury that Erin Patterson's phone has also visited Lock and Outram around the time when these posts were made, a couple of months before the lunch. So it's that connection there, or that attempted connection, I should say. And back to the phone tower evidence from yesterday, Defence Barrister Colin Mandy was very keen to point out that the analysis done by Dr. Matthew Sorrell does come with limitations. And Dr. Sorrell also conceded that his analysis cannot explicitly put a person at a specific location at a specific time, but it may give an indication that their phone was in the area.
Right. And am I right in thinking as well, while we have a lot of this kind of like disparate information, what seems like disparate information as we're going through this trial, a lot of that gets, kind of condensed and made really clear and like quite clearly signposted as we get towards closing arguments and the end of this trial?
That's right. We would expect that the closing arguments will be thorough but also quite clear, and we expect that the prosecution and the defence will quite clearly explain to the jury what all of this evidence means. They've heard a lot over the last few weeks, and the topics have spanned, medical, science, communications. So we've had a bit of social media as well.
Yeah.
So it's been a fair bit.
Yeah. We have another question here from Quinn. They're asking, after yesterday's lesson in telecommunications, are jurors able to do extracurricular research? For instance, mobile phone data. They don't understand the testimony in court. Are they allowed to kind of go and like do a bit more of their own research, or are these kind of like expert information dumps in inverted commas, not my inverted commas, are those information dumps the only thing they can rely on?
Quinn, that would be a very dangerous thing to do. Justice Christopher Beale told the jury at the start of this trial that is something they should not do. The evidence that they need to consider is what is presented to the court. They got a prosecution opening at the beginning, which was a bit of a summary, and a defence reply. They've heard the evidence in chief, and they will get a closing argument. But what they must not do is conduct their own research, whether that's looking stuff up on the internet themselves or going to some of these places that have been mentioned in the trial. You're absolutely not to do that, and they would get in serious trouble if they did.
Yep. We actually had this underlined today by Justice Christopher Beale when we were talking, when Sharman Fox Henry was talking about the different websites. Justice Beale reminded the jury, don't go and Google these things, don't search these things yourself, just rely on what you're seeing here and what you're hearing here.
Yes, because the website that was visited by the computer at Erin Patterson's house 14 months before the lunch, it actually had the full URL there, and the jurors have this on their iPads. So they've got the URL, but the judge said, don't go clicking those links, don't go doing your own investigations. One thing I must say about the judge is I think he's been really good at clarifying things as well. Like sometimes he's asked some really obvious questions, but I think it's been for the jury's benefit. Like one question he asked today during the computer presentation is, what is software? Now, I am confident that Justice Beale knows what software is, but he's asking those kinds of questions to fill in some gaps, just in case there's anyone in the jury that may not know the answers to these things. Because, look, you and I, we've grown up with computers, but not everyone has. Yeah. And we can't assume that people have knowledge about topics like computers or medical evidence or mushrooms.
Exactly. No, look, wonderful question, Quinn. Thank you for getting in touch. And our final question for today's episode is from Chris. He's asking, is there any mention about phone GPS data? Surely that would be more accurate than the tower pings that were discussed on Tuesday. Thank you for the coverage. Thank you for listening, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. We haven't heard anything about GPS phone data yet. The evidence through Matthew Sorrell was all about phone records through the carrier, Telstra, the phone company. However, we do know that Erin Patterson's phone was collected by police, so maybe we will hear that in the witnesses to come. We did hear in the openings that police mentioned 2 phones relating to Erin Patterson, and that there were some allegations of factory resets being done, and I believe 1 phone that was not recovered by police. We haven't got to that evidence yet, so that may also come in the coming days.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Chris. I realise as well in Chris's question, I don't know if he's thanking us for the coverage or thanking the cell towers for the coverage. Chris, if it was a pun, great one. If it wasn't,
excellent.
We'll pay you for it anyway. Christian, tomorrow, a bit more of Sharma Fox Henry.
Yes, we'll see more from Mr. Fox Henry. And also there was a witness from yesterday, a police officer, Mr. Tran. Now, we thought he would be coming back today to continue his evidence. Justice Beale told the court that they would, this is a fancy word, interpose Sharman Fox Henry's evidence first. And he told the jury that they would get back to Mr. Tran at some point in the trial. So we haven't forgotten about him. Whether he comes up tomorrow we'll have to see.
Great. Thank you, Christian. Make sure you've got the ABC Listen app and are following Mushroom Case Daily so you get every single episode of Mushroom Case Daily as soon as it drops, as soon as we pop it up there. So you can continue to learn words like interpose and deduce as we bring you the coverage of Erin Patterson's trial.
And Stocky, you haven't even heard the Latin terms yet, but luckily those are not said in front of the jury.
Oh, look, we had enough with the mushrooms, so I'm full up at the moment.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, court reporter Christian Silver, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and many thanks to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager Eric George. Also to our true crime colleagues Tim Roxburgh, Rachel Brown and Yasmin Parry, who are helping make this show a reality. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Pop culture hot takes are everywhere.
But only one podcast helps you figure out what they really mean.
Stop everything! It's the place for you to unapologetically overthink pop culture.
With me, Beverly Wang.
And me, Hannah Reish.
Find Stop Everything now on the ABC Listen app.
He was once married to Erin Patterson, then estranged. Today, Simon Patterson was a key witness in her murder trial. Mr. Patterson appeared emotional at times during questioning, asking for tissues at one point, his voice breaking when he spoke about his late father and his condition when he first saw him in hospital. He was really struggling, lying on his side, hunched quite noticeably. His voice was like he wasn't right inside. He was feeling pain. Simon Patterson was questioned at length about the nature of his relationship with Erin, saying she was intelligent, witty and could be quite funny. The court heard Erin later described their on-again, off-again relationship as toxic, but the pair maintained a functional relationship right up until 2023, when Erin invited Simon to a lunch with his parents, aunt and uncle, something he told the court he could never recall her doing before. The jury was shown a text exchange between Erin and Simon Patterson the day before the lunch. Simon saying sorry, but he felt too uncomfortable to come. Erin replied almost immediately, "That's really disappointing. I've spent many hours this week preparing lunch for tomorrow. It's important to me that you're all there tomorrow and that I can have the conversations I need to have. I hope you change your mind." During cross-examination, the court heard Erin Patterson was the beneficiary of millions of dollars worth of family inheritance. Mr. Patterson confirmed they'd handed interest-free loans to his siblings for hundreds of thousands of dollars. He agreed money had never been a motivating factor for his wife. He was also questioned about Erin Patterson's relationship with his parents. She especially got along with Dad, he said. They shared a love of knowledge and learning. I think she loved his gentle nature. Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to all charges against her. Alexandra Alvaro, ABC News, Morwell.